Under the pitch-black night, a ragged youth fled in panic, stumbling, without direction, while the lively lantern-lit cries of street vendors grew ever more distant behind. His short, chaotic footsteps grew heavier as willowy branches he brushed past swayed in all directions. Broken tiles lay scattered, a broom was knocked over, and a wooden cart was hastily shoved across the middle of the road, while angry shouts from a nearby courtyard were quickly left far behind. A mass of darkness trailed unhurriedly behind him like a plastic bag caught in a sudden gust, drifting erratically, ignoring every obstacle in its path as it drew ever closer. Veiled by mist, the shadow's nearly formless features sketched out a wicked smile. A tongue far longer than that of any ordinary person slid back and forth over its lips, while two sharp fangs quietly protruded from its mouth. The running youth stumbled and fell. Because of his speed, he rolled a long distance before curling up at the base of a wall, clutching his chest and groaning softly in pain, yet still forcing himself to crawl forward. The pitch of his pained cries was somewhat sharp, lacking the deep resonance of a grown man. All the better for it, perhaps. Maybe this was a child who had not yet gone through voice change, judging by the slight frame more slender than a man's. Perhaps one could even call it delicate. The blood of a beautiful youth is all the sweeter. The shadow licked its lips again, recalling that the last time it had suckled at the tender neck of a child had been half a year ago. That taste had been exquisite, so much so that even its blood fever had been suppressed for a longer time than usual. Thinking of the delicacy about to enter its mouth, a red glow flared in its eyes, bright enough that even the mist could not conceal it. It dove downward, the corners of its mouth splitting wide as it emitted a series of low, uncontrollable, wicked chuckles. When it was still several meters from the youth, it suddenly noticed a short distance away 3 cold points of light reflecting the moon. The hunter's instinct made its peripheral vision sweep over the surrounding environment. On both sides were towering walls, and the narrow alley they formed offered an excellent line of sight devoid of obstacles. The youth who had just fallen was now turning his head to look over, terror still frozen on his face, yet already tinged with a faint composure. Something was wrong. This was an ambush. It immediately tried to rise higher, seeking to escape this deadly trap. Yet there was only one path of retreat, and how could those who had arranged such a careful ambush possibly allow it to flee? A low mechanical buzz sounded as 3 crudely made crossbow bolts shot forth in a triangular formation, a net drenched in garlic oil hanging between them. The net, as expected, wrapped around the prey that had fallen into the trap. Driven by momentum, the bolts collided and shattered behind it, tightening the net firmly around its body. Yeah! White smoke billowed from everywhere the net touched the shadow. It let out a shriek, but not from pain. It screamed because of a terror of death that surged from the depths of its being. Another youth holding a sharpened wooden stake was leaping down from the top of the wall. The stake shape was exactly as in the old tales, across, short on the sides, and long on the top and bottom. I don't want to die. The shadow howled inwardly. With a meaningless roar torn from the depths of its soul, it pushed its magic to the utmost, desperately, trying to flee this deadly place. But the garlic-soaked net dragged at its movements, and the youth descending from above in that instant between lightning and flint drove the stake into its body. Both of them cried out together. The shadow was slammed to the ground by the great force. Ignoring the blood spraying everywhere, the youth planted a foot on the prey, yanked the stake out, then after slightly adjusting his aim, stabbed it again into where its heart should be. He even drove it further downward. A hint of holy power flickered faintly upon the crudely made stake, but more importantly, without the heart as a source of magic, the shadow's body could no longer maintain its form, and its blood fever erupted in an instant. With a small vortex of red and black swirling around it, the shadow's body was torn to shreds by the uncontrollable magic within its own blood, and then crumbled into ash. The youth holding the stake reacted quickly, and at the last moment grabbed the 2 sharp fangs, snapping them off, so they would not be lost to oblivion. It's over, he muttered, sitting down on the ground and gasping for breath. He murmured to himself, then sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Only then did another somewhat frail-looking youth lower the hands with which he had covered his face. His phoenix eyes widened as he saw that aside from some sticky blood splattered on the wall and ground, there was no longer any trace of gore or a corpse. Only then did he draw a deep breath and shout, voice full and loud, "Damn. When Dongyong, you're brutal. Killing without batting an eye. This little brother is impressed." It was just a vampire, not truly a person. The youth named Wen Dongyong tugged at the corner of his mouth. If you want to become strong, how can you do it without being ruthless? After catching his breath, he braced himself on his knees and slowly stood up, opening his hand to look at the spoils of this ambush, 2 fangs symbolizing a vampire. A hand suddenly reached out with effort. The other youth, his voice still carrying a slightly sharp edge, clutched his chest and called lazily with a hint of spoiled complaint, "I helped you so much, at least lend a hand here, would you? That's really not very brotherly of you." When Dongyong froze, looking at that hand smaller than his by a size, beckoning from a short distance away. A faint flush crept almost imperceptibly across his cheeks. He quickly suppressed his thoughts and pulled the youth up. This hand was so much softer than his own. He thought dimly, his mind drifting. He then saw the raggedly dressed youth half leaning against the wall, still clutching their chest. Their fine brows, unlike a man's, were tightly knitted as they shook their tangled hair, grimacing in pain. Worried, he asked Shu, "Where are you hurt? Please put you in front when you call me. Otherwise it feels way too suggestive, I can't take it." Emphasizing their full name, the youth took 2 deep breaths, not answering when Dongyang's question immediately. Their expression shifted. After pausing for quite a while, they suddenly slumped as if resigning themselves, and spoke rapidly. "It's nothing serious, I just accidentally banged my chest. It's still developing, you know, and there's a hard lump inside. It hurts a lot." When Dongyang's face flushed scarlet in an instant, this time no matter how he tried, he could not hide it. Shu lowered their head, as well lost for words. That was it. Their lifelong reputation was ruined. But for the sake of the reward, there was nothing else to be done. For reasons that could not be spoken aloud, for these 7 days, she could not lie to anyone and had to answer every question she was asked. In other words, whatever people asked, she had to answer truthfully. Fortunately, today was already the 6th day. Endure one more day, claim the reward, and she could return to her true self, unrestrained and lawless once more. Having finally obtained such a quirky system after crossing into this world, she had to seize the chance, marry a rich beauty, and climb to the pinnacle of life. She just did not know what reward she would receive. Still, she had never expected that after keeping strictly to plain truth for 6 days, her defenses would collapse at such a moment. It was mortifying. How could she ever stand tall before her brother again? When Dongyang was the first to recover from the awkwardness. Balancing the 2 vampire fangs in his hands, he held them out. "Here, these are yours." "Huh?" Shu's eyes widened. "Didn't we already agree? All the rewards for killing 2 vampires go to you, so you can become a direct disciple right away. We're going back tonight. There's no time to hunt another vampire." When Dongyang's voice rose, sounding quite urgent, he also extended his hands further. At first he had thought this tomboy was joking. Back then he had indeed harbored thoughts of monopolizing the spoils. But now, looking into those beautiful phoenix eyes, still feeling the residual warmth of her hand in his, how could he possibly do such a thing? "I'm not joking, really. I never." The shabby girl suddenly choked, the corners of her mouth twitching for some time before she forcibly cut off her words. "Recently, I don't lie. Don't you want to learn the true arts of immortals instead of going back to practice those ordinary tricks?" "I do, of course I do, but I really need to remain in the outer sect," she replied with considerable sincerity. The system's constraints left her no choice but to be sincere. There was nothing she could do about it. Outer sect disciples had it relatively easy, everyone focused on their own cultivation. Though they still had to do odd jobs, laundry, cooking, sweeping, and such, it was a leisurely life, and with some care there was little need to interact too much with others. But if she took the reward and became an inner sect disciple, she would have to attend lectures and listen to Tao teachings, surrounded by hundreds of fellow disciples, with elders questioning them in class and sparring after. With so many people talking, how could she complete missions and claim rewards? Who knew what other tricks this foolish system, so insistent that she be honest and trustworthy, would pull after the 7-day no-lying challenge? In any case, nothing good could come from too much contact with people. The best path was to remain alone, grow rich in silence. Not just 7 days. Even 70 days without lying would be manageable. Once, like the protagonists of novels, she had used the system to accumulate power, then she would soar into the heavens and astonish the world. At that point, if she wished to play the libertine or the young master, she could do as she pleased. With a flip of her hand, she could summon clouds, with another she could call down rain. Tell her which beauty under heaven could possibly escape the protagonist's inevitable allure. All she needed was to remain an unnoticed outer sect disciple, scraping by, while quietly increasing her strength. Once she had enough power to protect herself, she could simply say farewell to the sect and descend the mountain. In this alternate world, there were all sorts of communication methods. Oh, once she could hide away and play games, wouldn't that be wonderful? Having thoroughly planned out her future life and indulged in her fantasies, Shu's expression grew even more earnest as she declined. "Brother, take this proof and keep it. My ambitions do not lie there. Rather than the 2 of us splitting them and both becoming inner sect disciples, it's better to give everything to you, let you directly become a direct disciple, and study under a golden core elder. Maybe once you've mastered your studies, you can come back to pull me up someday. Don't worry, I have my own way of dealing with Elder Yin." When Dongyang's eyes turned red, his hands trembling, as for the first time, he felt the goodness of human nature. He shivered as he swore, "Shu, don't worry. Wait for me. Give me 1 year. In just 1 year, I will definitely reach foundation establishment. Once I have a firm foothold, I will not fail you." Shuang nodded furiously, replying offhandedly, afraid that this brother would ask anything else she could not answer. At the same time, she pondered how to face Elder Yan's assessment. With no accomplishments to show, she would surely be subjected to a lecture, perhaps even punished. But it did not matter. At worst, she would simply walk away. After all, she had a system in hand. Standing out above others was only a matter of time. One day she would overturn that Yin, king of hell. She reminded herself silently that this story would indeed lead to marriage, there was no need to say more here. Yinluo King was the nickname the Chores class disciples had given Elder Yin. All because he simply did not regard the outer sect as human, at the slightest displeasure, he would lash out with fists and kicks, hurling curses and insults. Even Yu Yingshu 10 days ago had ice water dumped over her bedding for merely failing to get up, and was accused of lazing in bed. At that time Yu Yingshu had just crossed over, still groggy as she received the memories of this body, so it was not that she wished to be lazy. Yet speaking of it, there were not many memories of the previous life to begin with. Summed up, it was very simple, just one sentence: an orphan from childhood taken in by Kangmang City, because she possessed a spiritual root. She had gone through the semi-annual cultivation examinations 18 times in total, yet not once had she achieved any result. She had trained on the mountain in basic techniques for 9 years in total. After she crossed over, she quickly selected an ally for the winter trial, Wen Danyang. This fellow was fierce and resolute, wearing an expression that warned strangers away. He resembled an enforcer from a local gang, the sort of person one could tell at a glance was not to be trifled with. Yet all of her schemes ended up unnecessary. Before the winter trial even began, she awakened a system and firmly decided she would no longer enter the inner sect. But what about her cooperation with Wen Danyang? Words once spoken were like water spilled. On one hand, the system's restrictions prevented her from lying, and on the other, if this fellow asked for a reason, how on earth was she supposed to answer? Was she to tell the unvarnished truth and spill everything about the system? She could only continue cooperating with him and do him a favor along the way. Examinations of this sort carried enormous inherent risk, a group of ordinary people confronting vampires. One could easily imagine how absurdly high the mortality rate would be. Thus, when the assembly concluding the trial was held, the small square dotted with star-like lights had many empty spots. The remaining people, some older, some younger, some tall, some short, with far more males than females, all rubbed their palms together for warmth. They were all orphans chosen by Kangmang City for their spiritual roots, just like Yu Yingshu. It was early winter, though no snowflakes had yet fallen from the sky. The temperature had already dropped in advance, and so it was as well within the secret realm. Clad in tattered clothes, she had not yet had time to change out of. Yu Yingshu hugged her arms to herself, shivering as she glanced about, yet found no sign of Wen Danyang. She supposed that owing to his exceptionally outstanding results, he had already moved into the inner sect. In each annual winter trial, at most 10 people could pass. Now that one who had achieved double the required standard had appeared, how could the elders not scramble to accept him as a personal disciple? To tread the path of a mortal's courage, wisdom, steadfast conviction, resolve, toward the Tao, and fortune, none may be lacking. Each year I repeat these words. Before the man arrived, his voice had already descended. Elder Yin floated down from the sky, his wide white robe billowing and snapping, though there was no wind, making the hearts of the outer disciples below surge with longing. This was precisely the effect he desired. Landing safely upon the stage, Elder Yin cleared his throat, his expression hardening as he suddenly let out a cold snort. Our Kangmang City is no so-called righteous esteemed sect, nor do we harbor compassion for mortals. Thus the path by which we accept new disciples is as you have seen. Your senior brothers and sisters all began in the outer sect, accumulating courage, tempering their bodies, making full preparations before stunning everyone in the examinations. We have maintained this tradition for over 1,000 years and will never change it. Therefore, those who lack the guts and courage to pass the trials, yet still wish to muddle along in hope of attaining immortal fate, should cut off those thoughts early and go down the mountain. While the elder spoke, he was clearly looking at Yu Yingshu. This girl had been within the sect for so many years, yet had achieved nothing at all. Judging by her attitude, she apparently intended to idle away many more years. What did she think this place was? A shelter. Judging by her natural talents, in another 2 or 3 years her sea of consciousness would seal, making foundation establishment impossible and causing her to miss her immortal fate entirely. With the spiritual energy of the current age so thin, even the most gifted needed at least a year to reach foundation establishment. Having spent 9 years without any achievement, this girl clearly had nothing to do with the phrase, good talent. So if it truly would not work, she should be persuaded to withdraw this year. As for how she would live in the mortal world after being expelled, what did that have to do with him? The other outer disciples harbored similar thoughts in their hearts. Those chosen and brought into Kangmang City's secret realm were all orphans with spiritual roots and talent for cultivation. One could say each of them was far superior to ordinary mortals. Opportunities like this were not easily won, so even with the trial's extremely high mortality rate, they all had to fight for a chance. Those who did not participate this year were only absent because the topic set did not match the direction they had prepared for in advance, so they could only wait to try again next year. As for those who no longer sought immortal fate, their memories had long been washed away by the soul-shifting great art, and they had gone down the mountain to continue as ordinary people. They did not entirely lose out either. The outer sect's foundational training had at least tempered their bodies such that they were far stronger than common folk. 3 to 5 burly men would not even be able to approach them. Unlike Yuingshu, this wilted, frail girl who neither sought immortality nor seemed to cultivate seriously, but merely wanted to linger in the secret realm without leaving. Just how much did she long to wipe tables, sweep floors, wash clothes, and cook? She had already become the butt of everyone. Some who had failed this winter trial upon seeing this skinny, grimy girl like a bean sprout suddenly gained renewed confidence and began preparing for next year's examination. Yuingshu herself, however, paid no mind to these strange looks. She merely lowered her head, continuing, just like the body's original owner, to strive to be a transparent nobody, praying that no one would come over to question her. But what one fears always comes to pass. Yingshu, lift your head. Elder Yin called her name directly from the platform, his voice low and oppressive. Do you think you can live in Kangmang City for your entire life? The other Chore's disciples immediately fixed their gazes openly on the girl, but bound by strict rules they did not dare laugh aloud. They merely stretched the corners of their mouths into grins. No. This question at least was one Yingshu could answer immediately. Yet she also knew the true difficulty. As expected, Elder Yin let out a cold snort and said, "Then why did you take no action in this winter trial?" In reply to Elder, "I did put in effort," the girl answered. As she spoke, her eyes darted about, making it easy for others to assume she was lying. Yet Yingshu had not lied. She was simply thinking about how to respond next without violating the system's rules. Then do tell, what effort did you contribute? Elder Yin pressed on. Yingshu frowned and clicked her tongue. This was troublesome, as she absolutely could not tell the whole truth. Otherwise, their cooperation and her role in sending Wen Donyang into a personal disciple position would not only be exposed, but would certainly invite even more questions. It might even lead to the revelation that she possessed a system and was a transmigrator. Unless she told a lie to gloss things over. But that would mean the mission failed, and the hard work she had persisted in for 6 days would all be wasted. Forget it, she would gamble once. At worst, she would forego the reward and start over from the beginning. The girl drew in a deep breath as though she had made up her mind. Yet in the eyes of others, this brief pause looked very much like she was fabricating a lie. To fill my stomach, I begged on the street, and even stole bread from a small shop, then was chased and forced into a mad escape. That should at least count as completing half the winter trial right. She downplayed the crucial matters in her words, attempting to deceive the system and muddle through. She had been chased because she was luring the enemy, and there was no question she had completed half the mission when Dongyang's success owed a share to her efforts. After speaking, she closed her eyes and waited for a moment before finally exhaling in relief. Fortunately, the system did not send any notification of mission failure. But soon she heard the barely contained laughter of the outer sect disciples around her. Even Elder Yin could only shake his head helplessly, completely misled by this truth, whose apparent meaning was utterly different from the original. Stealing and being chased. Truly. But you don't think that merely filling your stomach counts as completing half the examination, do you, eh? That is only the foundation. I'll forget it, everyone disperse. Under Yingshu's tense gaze, Elder Yin ultimately did not voice the question that would have followed. Otherwise, she truly would not have known how to fabricate a story that could still deceive the system. Yet, perhaps this very first attempt had opened a new door for her. After all, a system was still just a system, strictly speaking merely an AI, a stretch of program. No matter how formidable, could it truly distinguish the subtleties of linguistic art. The realms of cultivation for practitioners on the path of immortality are generally divided into several stages: chi, refinement, foundation, establishment, crystal formation, golden core, spiritual integration, nascent soul, and divine transformation. There are indeed higher stages, such as combined body, great ascendance, and tribulation transcendence, but those are levels that only appeared in ancient times. In this current age of declining spiritual energy, the divine transformation stage is already the pinnacle. Beyond that, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can no longer support it. There are only a few divine transformation cultivators in the world. Even the Lord of Kangmang City is merely at the 7th layer of the nascent soul stage. As for the elders of various sects, being at the golden core stage is sufficient. Those particularly skilled in certain areas such as alchemy or talisman crafting may even be considered for crystal formation. Currently, Yingshu and all the outer disciples do not even qualify as chi refinement practitioners. They can only hone their bodies using the most basic methods, striving to pass the winter assessment. Only by achieving results in the assessment can they ascend to the inner sect for living and studying. That place is located in the central area of the secret realm and is equipped with a special spirit gathering formation to concentrate the spiritual energy. Only in this way can one begin to refine their chi and attempt to establish a foundation, officially stepping onto the path of immortality. Naturally, there are better places to cultivate after foundation establishment. One cannot blame Kangmang City for its cruel selection methods. The world's spiritual energy has already thinned to a certain extent, making it a significant waste to provide it to all disciples for individual assessments of their qualifications. Thus, they select those suitable for cultivation to enter the inner sect as if they were from a demonic faction. Of course, once in the inner sect one cannot relax as there are also assessments there. If one's cultivation speed does not meet the standard, they will be deemed to have insufficient qualifications and will be sent down the mountain. However, they will not have their memories wiped, and at least they have undergone chi refinement, possessing strength far beyond ordinary people. Reportedly, those super bodyguards or top-tier mercenaries and assassins often seen on TV include the expelled disciples of Kangmang City. Yet they do not dare to compete publicly. Such actions could easily attract attention and become targets. In this technological era, practitioners are not invincible. Take the recent rumor, for instance, where an elder from the Yunguang cave in Yinyan Prefecture was shot and had his golden core shattered while exterminating a group of fox demons, resulting in his explosive death. The highest cultivator recorded to have fallen to technology was the abbot of the Hongan Temple in Hiroshima, an island nation, decades ago. He was seated on a meditation cushion when a little boy fell from the sky, bringing misfortune. Thinking of such a grim fate made Yu Shu shudder involuntarily. It is said that after that incident, experts from various countries, including opposing organizations such as Western churches, courts, and witches, joined forces to promote a world-renowned agreement, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. It seems that in today's world, even when facing ordinary people, practitioners are not overwhelming. She shivered a few times in fear, her face turning a faint pink due to the rapid flow of blood. There will absolutely be no next time. This is the last. She quietly swore, setting rules just like the previous few times. After resting for a bit and catching her breath, Yu Shu sat up again from the wooden tub and started to scrub herself clean. To maintain the concentration of spiritual energy, there are no technological products in the secret realm of Kangmang City. Disciples bathe in wooden tubs, make fires with firewood, use oil lamps for lighting, and can still use laundry detergent for washing clothes. In summary, taking a bath is quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. Not only must one chop wood and boil water, but they also have to clean the large and heavy solid wood tub afterward and transport it back to storage, which is exhausting. For someone like Yu Shu, if she were her past self, she could endure the slight mess caused by the winter assessment. At worst, she could just rub off the mud. As long as it looked acceptable, that would suffice. But in this body, she couldn't endure even a moment feeling so uncomfortable that she couldn't sleep, as if countless ants were crawling all over her. Too delicate. Fortunately, Kangmang City is large enough, with both inner and outer sects having single rooms, so she wouldn't have to worry about being seen in any embarrassing situation that would lead to questions, like the pile of bandages on the table. The secret realm is well supplied. It is not that there are no clothes provided for female disciples, but they are all in a standardized style, which Yu Shu simply cannot tolerate, so she decided to wrap herself with bandages instead. Once she has money in the future, she can go out and buy a fitted sports outfit. For now, she would just make do with this. Who could have thought that as a transmigrator, her second greatest wish would be to buy clothes? As for the greatest wish, it is naturally to see what kind of reward she can receive after completing the tasks issued by the system. Yu Shu glanced at the afterglow outside the window, silently estimating the time. It should be soon. There is no other option. The entire Kangmang City only has an old wind-up clock in the main hall that had been there for decades, which does not run on electricity. Other places can only rely on the sun to tell the time. All for the sake of spiritual energy concentration. It is said that all places of cultivation are like this now. Those practicing Buddhism are slightly better off, as they have the power of faith to sustain them, allowing for the use of a few electronic products, but not many. Martial practitioners are even more comfortable with no prohibitions at all, though they are generally weaker in terms of power. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Sister Shu, Elder Yin is looking for you. A familiar voice came from outside the door. It was a senior sister from the outer sect who had participated in the assessments for 3 consecutive years without achieving any results, but was fortunate enough to survive. Okay, coming right away. Yu Shu quickly responded, not daring to delay, and hurried to change her clothes. If she delayed any longer and Elder Yin were to ask for the reason, would she have to admit that she had engaged in some physical activities that are beneficial for the mind, but detrimental for the body? The senior sister outside seemed to chuckle lightly, then forcibly stopped, asking with a certain delight, "Do you need me to help you pack your things, sister? If there are any unfinished matters, you can tell me." She knew that Elder Yin was definitely going to expel Yu Shu. And being older than Shu, there would not be much time left for her to establish a foundation. The only reason she could still stay in the secret realm was that she had put in enough effort and hard work over the past 3 years. But next year would definitely be her last chance. Under such circumstances, could finding someone worse off than herself not help relieve her tension and vent her feelings? But suddenly from within the room came Yu Shu's response, different from past days, filled with strength and confidence. "Then please help me carry the bathtub back and clean it too." The task has not yet been completed. This is Yu Shu's true thought. Leaving behind the thought of running away, yet hindered by pride, Yu Shu blushed as she stared blankly at the heavy wooden bathtub, feeling as if she had dropped an exceedingly heavy burden and left her dwelling feeling refreshed. She changed out of her tattered winter clothes and donned a neat autumn outfit, stepping carefully down stone steps that were at least several hundred years old, walking with a hunch towards the elders. Yu Shu had yet to adapt to the balance of this body, and she always felt a bit embarrassed to hold her chest high. Moreover, she was in her developmental phase, her waist was becoming slimmer, and her pelvis was expanding sideways, making her body increasingly unfamiliar. For example, in her past life, when she walked, her swinging arms could brush against her stomach, but now they could only touch her hip bones. She used to like placing her hands on her hips, but now she preferred to rest them on her hip bones. The connection between her hips and waist felt like a natural platform, perfectly accommodating her hands. Another reason for her hunching while walking was her fear of being greeted or questioned by other disciples. Fortunately, it seemed no one had the intention to approach her, only looking at the girl with either pity or mockery. Everyone knew she was about to leave. According to the rules of Kangmang City, outer disciples who were expelled would have their memories erased. So it was pointless to say anything now. When they met again, they would be complete strangers. When the time came, she would be thrown into some countryside with a false memory of being a wandering scavenger, along with a set of clothes and a few mundane coins, and whether she could survive would depend on her own fate. There were a few older boys who had just begun to develop feelings looking at Yu Shu's youthful face, and their minds, I wonder where she will be thrown. Once I get into the inner door and can leave the secret realm, I must go find her. Are you kidding? Although Senior Sister Yu looks decent, isn't Senior Sister by Xiao Xue from the inner door even better? She's our snow in the wind. By Senior Sister is unattainable, it's better to be practical. How did I not notice earlier that although Yu younger sister isn't top-notch, she's still quite pretty? Outer disciples are not allowed to date, but if she is expelled it really would be an opportunity. Yu Shu couldn't hear the evaluations from the other male disciples. She was just rubbing her palms alone constantly, hugging her arms, and walking briskly. It was now November, and the temperature was approaching freezing. Theoretically, she should be wearing winter clothes. Yet in Kangmang City, not a single piece of winter clothing could be found. Both outer and inner disciples could only wear autumn clothes to keep warm. It is said that this was also to harden their spirits. Moreover, the practices in Kangmang City were all related to ice and snow, making it necessary for disciples to acclimate to the cold in advance. Fortunately, since the focus for outer disciples was on fundamental training, various outfits were primarily neat and refreshing. Even if the female disciples' clothing had some patterns, Yu Shu could still barely accept it. As long as it wasn't too feminine, it was fine. What was there to be picky about? After crossing another stone arch bridge, she arrived at Elder Yan's residence, which did not differ much from the style of outer disciples, still very simple. One could hardly tell that this was a cultivation sect that could easily be mistaken for a small mountain village. It wasn't that it couldn't have an ethereal aura, but that would consume a lot of spiritual energy. And currently the cultivation world was sorely lacking in spiritual energy. Just look at the historical records. There were numerous stories of temples and Taoist temples exhibiting miraculous powers, but are there any now? Knocking on Elder Yan's door, Yu Shu had a moment of daze. The voice of the system echoed sweetly in her mind. 7-day sign-in task completed, officially activating the good person sign-in system. Reward attribute points. 10A blue interface unfolded before her eyes with her basic attributes listed on the left. Strength, representing physical power and solidity, was now 11. Agility, representing dexterity and speed, was now 12. Vitality, representing stamina and wound recovery speed, was now 13. Spirit, representing spellcasting intensity and chi recovery speed, was now 6. Insight, representing cultivation ability, was now 8. Below there was a line of small text. The highest value achievable by an untrained adult male is 10. Yu Shu felt like she could spit blood. After so many years of training, the former owner could only be slightly stronger than normal in strength, agility, and vitality. How lazy could she have been? Moreover, her spirit and insight were even worse than ordinary people. She truly was a waste. Let her change her fate against the heavens. Just as she was about to balance those two attributes through adding points, she suddenly paused. Perhaps it was better to wait. After all, she hadn't started cultivating any techniques yet, nor could she use spells. Adding points wouldn't make sense, right? She should continue familiarizing herself with the system. Looking further down below the basic attributes were the skills she had learned, densely packed in a long list which she could even flip through. It was a dazzling array covering a multitude of topics. There was even a skill for cleaning, and it had reached level 7. Washing clothes was at level 6, cooking at level 8, moving heavy objects at level 5, farming at level 6, and unclogging pipes at level 1. Outer disciples had to take on all the chores of the sect, so she had indeed done a lot of work before. Charm was also among them at level 8. Does this mean she could be considered an 8-point beauty? But why was it placed in a skill bar where the maximum level was only? If this could exceed level 10, it would belong to the category of inherent advantages, which defies In other game works, charm can reach 20 or 30 because it includes attributes like negotiation, but in reality this is obviously unrealistic. Negotiation and speaking rely on her interesting soul and cannot be increased with points. All skills had a small plus sign after them, seemingly allowing them to be upgraded like attributes. Yu Shu inspected them and found that aside from the level 4 basic punches and kicks, there was nothing worth up. As for charm, she wished she could downgrade it. It would be best to reduce it to level 5, which would make it less likely for others to talk to her. However, this could also be a good thing, as it meant she would likely learn techniques quickly in the future, directly ignoring insight and adding points to skills. Yu Shu was just excited about her impending rapid upgrades when she suddenly noticed that the plus sign behind basic punches and kicks was gray. When she focused her attention on it, a line of small text immediately appeared: strength requirement 12. Wow, upgrading skills requires basic attributes too. She looked at her useless attribute panel and felt that her future was not very bright. Next, she looked to the right side of the system interface, which was also divided into 2 parts. The upper part continued to display a 7-day check-in honesty challenge: be a good child who doesn't lie, be honest, and answer questions. Remaining time 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Reward attribute points 1. Yu Shu collapsed again. So the 10 attribute points she just received were the registration reward, right? To earn just 1 point of attributes after sticking to it for 7 days. It was directly reduced to 1/10. And judging by this, was not lying something permanent? Was she even allowed to live? Looking at the lower part, there was an additional task: helping others challenge. Help others and bring joy to yourself. Complete the challenge 50 times within 7 days, 050. Remaining time 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Reward inner vision technique, a basic cultivation method from the Iron Rust Mountain Taoist temple that can increase mental strength. The room was filled with a strong herbal fragrance, and numerous herbs were hanging to dry in plain sight. On both sides, shelves were lined with glass bottles, each inscribed with a formation containing immortal herbs that emitted a green glow floating in the air. This was the only place that revealed the nature of this realm as a secret cultivation sanctuary. In the center of the room, a huge scroll was affixed to the wall, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, bearing only a single character: Dan. 2 long swords with exceptionally long tassels hung on either side of the scroll, with an incense table and burner below. The continuous bubbling sound of concocting medicine could be heard, yet no relevant vessels were visible. To refine pills, a highly specialized alchemical furnace and an abundance of spiritual energy were required, making it impossible to concoct pills here. It seemed that Elder Yin was merely brewing some ordinary medicinal soup. Indeed, Elder Yin, renowned for his expertise in the path of alchemy, only possessed strength at the crystal realm, with a long way to go before reaching the golden core stage. Because of this, he did not prioritize cultivation and did not reside in the more spiritually abundant inner hall, but lived here instead to conveniently manage the outer disciples. Everyone has their own aspirations. He genuinely enjoyed the feeling of wielding power, managing a group of outer disciples, as if he were an immortal. If he moved to the inner hall as a mere crystal realm cultivator, who could he oversee? It was sufficient for him not to be controlled by others. At this moment, Elder Yin emerged from the inner room with a contemplative demeanor. In his left hand he held a mortar, and in his right a pestle, rhythmically pounding away. He felt that he should be pounding into the heart of that girl, making her even more anxious. He could also decide a person's fate with a casual gesture. This feeling was quite delightful. Then he saw the girl diligently sweeping the floor with a broom. Don't move. What are you doing? Elder Yan's composure shattered as he trembled, waving his hand and fixating intensely on the pile of debris swept together on the floor. Yu Shu pretended to wipe non-existent sweat and claimed, I'm helping the elder with cleaning. Though I don't understand why Elder Yin wanted to spread this pile of leaves in a corner of the room, cleaning it up should count as a helpful deed, right? But why hasn't the system given a prompt until now? She would soon learn the reason. Stop! Elder Yin shouted as he rushed over to snatch the broom from her hand, squatting down to inspect closely. These are the leaves of the withered blood vine. If they're not properly dried, even slight damage to the veins will ruin their medicinal properties. As he explained, he trembled as he gathered the pile of dried leaves, carefully examining the veins on the leaves and placing the ones that were still intact aside. He completely ignored the flustered girl beside him. Seeing the elder so serious, Yu Shu suddenly felt that Yin Luo Wang had an unexpectedly adorable side to him. She hurriedly crouched down to help, but was immediately met with Elder Yan's furious reprimand. Get away. Don't ruin my medicinal materials. Yu Shu quickly stood up, fidgeting with her fingers, feeling helpless. This was it. It seemed she was about to be expelled from the sect. But that was absolutely unacceptable. Being removed from the outer sect meant her memory would be erased. At that point, would she still be herself? And what if the system was erased as well? With this useless body, the system was the only thing capable of Elder, please give me another chance. Yu Shu could only plead softly. Next year, I will definitely advance to the... When she distributed the spoils to Wen Dongyang, she never expected to face the risk of expulsion. Even when Dongyang had not anticipated this. There were at least 20 to 30 outer disciples older than her, who had no issues. Why was she the one being chased? Yu Shu did not realize that it was the original owner of her body's lack of effort that led to this outcome. Others, even if they hadn't achieved results, had at least tried and underwent rigorous foundational training every day, genuinely wanting to change their fates. Unlike Ewing Shu, who was simply lying back and taking it easy. Of course I will give you a chance. Everyone who is expelled will receive one last opportunity from me. Elder Yan, who was busy sorting the medicinal materials on the ground, suddenly spoke up. But if you fail to pass, don't blame me for being heartless. It's all because you didn't put in the effort. He had indeed upheld fair enforcement for many years. There was no special treatment for this girl who showed no ambition. Even though he believed Ewing Shu would never pass the test, he still treated her equally to others. Hearing that there was still hope, Ewing Shu's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly asked, "Please show me, Elder. I will do my utmost to strive for it." Elder Yin did not respond immediately, but after carefully finishing cleaning up all the withered bloodvine leaves, slowly stood up, placing the mortar and pestle aside, hands clasped behind his back, and proudly said, "If you can push me back even half a step with all your might, I will allow you to participate in the summer assessment in half a year." "Oh, is it that simple?" The exclamation escaped her lips. Ewing Shu was only 17 before her transmigration, just an ordinary student with no scheming whatsoever. Seeing the girl's nature, Elder Yin was not angry. Outer disciples were mostly orphans gathered from various places, raised from a young age, and having been confined within the secret realm, it was normal for them to be somewhat naive. He had managed the outer sect for decades and was used to it. Elder Yin merely smiled and proudly explained, "I am at the crystal realm. Although I am skilled in alchemy, I am not adept in combat, but I am not someone that a little girl like you can easily defeat. Feel free to try." He shook his goat beard, quite proud. Showing off his strength in front of outer disciples was one of his favorite pastimes. In the entire Tsangmang city, this was the only place he could gain recognition for his own strength. Looking at the seemingly frail old man before her, Ewing Shu understood that the biggest challenge after her transmigration had arrived. The elder was right. After all, he was at the crystal realm. After practicing qi and establishing a foundation, only then could one reach this realm. The robustness of his physique had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, even though he claimed not to be good at combat. Just based on his basic attributes, even if Tyson were to attack, he might not be able to harm him. The only opportunity lay in his feet being straight, without any forward or backward shuffling, no points of force, and not employing any spells for defense or flight. It was purely relying on his body to withstand it. This was actually quite fair. As long as the outer disciple could achieve the goal, it meant they had the chance to pass the assessment. Otherwise, using spells for defense would not be a test, but a judgment and abuse. So all she had to do was make him lose his balance right. Ewing Shu's gaze sharpened, summoning the system to allocate all 10 attribute points she just received into strength. Instantly, she felt her body, though unchanged in appearance, suddenly became much more resilient. Even her fist felt powerful, no longer trembling slightly as it had before. At this moment, her strength attribute reached an astonishing 21 points, exceeding the maximum strength achievable by an ordinary adult by more than double. Elder Yin stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. However, upon seeing the sharp gaze of the girl before him, he suddenly felt a twinge of hesitation. Someone with such eyes would never willingly fall into despair. Could it be that she has been accumulating strength all along, preparing to challenge the next round of the teaching examination to enter the inner sect? Perhaps she really ought to be given another chance. It's decided then. If she kneels down and weeps later, I will let her off the hook, allowing her to remember her. With that thought, the elder slightly relaxed his imposing aura. However, the difference between relaxing and not relaxing was negligible, because due to the demands of alchemy, he was a spellcaster who had extremely neglected physical training, relying instead on keeping distance and bombarding enemies from afar. Defensive matters could be entrusted to magical artifacts and spells. Yet as always, despite all this, the body at the crystal realm was not something a frail girl could shake. But seeing this girl diligently retracting her fist, building up power, and swinging her punch, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. The pressure of the wind from this punch. After the punch from Ewing Shu struck Elder Yan's abdomen, it seemed to emit a suspicious sound, as if pressed down at the throat. But it seemed like it didn't. Could it be an auditory hallucination? The girl raised her head in confusion, only to see Elder Yan's face turned iron gray, gritting his teeth, looking at her with utmost seriousness. Looking down at the elder's feet. Not a single movement. Indeed, even with a strength of 21 points, she could not budge him. This is so difficult. But is it really so? Thinking of those outer sect peers, how many could reach such high strength solely relying on equipment? I estimate that even if they don't reach Tyson's level, they are still quite close, right? Something is off. Ewing Shu pondered for a brief moment, and understood her misconception. The test only required her to force the elder back, but it did not state that she could only strike once. With this in mind, the girl immediately revitalized her spirit, once again retracting her fist to build up power, looking towards the elder. The elder still wore a grim face, biting his teeth, showing no reaction. As expected, it turns out she could attempt multiple times. This time, she would unleash a combination of punches. Yu Shu twisted her waist, stretching it to the maximum, like a coiled spring, then suddenly released and punched. Whoosh! The small fist even created a sound of wind pressure. The target, of course, was still the elder's belly. But halfway through the punch, she suddenly noticed that Elder Yin actually took a step back. It was still that reluctant, shallow half-step back. He couldn't help but retreat. This girl's strength was beyond imagination, and she specifically aimed to hit others in the stomach. If you want me to step back, then push me or aim for a higher body part. Do you not know the principle of leverage? Are you out of your mind? Don't you want to stay in Kangmang City? Elder Yin intended to stop holding back, but after thinking it over, he felt that the previous hit was too painful. If she continued like this, he might not be able to withstand it. He could only step back half a step to indicate passing the test, while forcefully swallowing his groan of pain, squeezing out a word from his throat. Wait. However, now Yu Shu's strength attribute far exceeded her agility, and her control over her body was too weak to retract her fist. By the time the elder had just uttered a single word, her fist had already struck him hard. Yu Shu confirmed. Something must have made a strange sound just now, but it should not have been Elder Yin. She glanced at the elder's expression. He was still unresponsive. It just seemed that he was biting down harder, and his eyes were widened even more. It must have been because she couldn't retract her punch right. He must be angry. Yu Shu quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Elder, I was too abrupt. But thank you for your leniency. After speaking, she waited for a long time, but received no response. The girl secretly lifted her eyelids and discovered that Elder Yin still maintained the same posture and expression as before. She again asked softly, I should have passed the test, right? There was no answer. Elder! She grew bolder, raising her hand to wave in front of the elder's eyes. This time there was a response. Elder Yin did not move his teeth, biting down tightly, only moving his lips to squeeze out a word filled with disgust. Get lost. All right. Yu Shu immediately turned around and fled. This elder clearly intended to let her pass the test. It seemed he wasn't as harsh as he had appeared before. Could it be that he has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart? No need to ask anything further. He took the initiative to back down, which meant she had already passed the test. What more was there to stay for to be scolded? In any case, the outcome was good. On the way back, Yu Shu was overjoyed and quite spirited. The girl walked proudly, attracting the attention of her outer sect brothers. A senior brother who had just passed the test in the winter teaching and successfully advanced to the inner sect blocked her path, blinking his peach blossom eyes and asking junior sister, have you set a date? Can you tell me where you will be assigned? In the future, if there's an opportunity, I will visit you and leave you some money so you can have an easier life. He had just finished the apprenticeship and entry process and had returned to visit his former outer sect friends. He just happened to hear about Yu Shu's impending expulsion and waited here for her to come out. Now that he was in the inner sect, he could take the opportunity to receive inner sect tasks and go out anytime, so it wouldn't hurt to check on Yu Shu and leave her some wealth as a fellow disciple. Under the influence of the system's compulsion to answer, Yu Shu immediately said, truthfully, senior brother, how I passed Elder Yan's test and was not expelled. How is that possible? This senior brother named Hao first exclaimed in surprise, then incredulously sighed, just by you. He didn't mean to insult the junior sister, but looking at Yu Shu's thin arms, it seemed impossible for her to pass the elder's test. He had also gone through this and successfully fought for one last chance for himself, fully aware of the test content. Yes, I threw 2 punches, and then. Looking at the girl who continued to answer truthfully, senior brother, Hao shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You are lying. Seeing that even a powerful one who had already advanced to the inner sect had come to a conclusion, the other outer sect brothers and sisters began to jeer. I think Sister Ing Shu doesn't want to tell us where she will be exiled, right? It's too unfamiliar. I feel so sad. Junior sister, how about this? You tell us the truth, and then we all go to the elder to plead for you. How does that sound? The scene was in chaos. Under the system's restrictions, Yu Shu could only passively and futilely reply, seriously, no. Don't be sad. I wasn't exiled. No need, thank you. Damn, I really want to die. This was the situation I feared the most. With dozens of people chiming in, each speaking in turn, she had to listen carefully, distinguish each question, and respond one by one, fearing missing any question would lead to a failure in this 7-day check-in. The attribute points given might be wasted, but it didn't matter. The key was that additional inner vision technique. It was so annoying, so infuriating. At the moment when the atmosphere was chaotic and tense, the first to speak was the senior brother with the surname Hao. Everyone please calm down. It's quite simple to determine the truth of Ing Shu's words. How about we have a friendly duel? He decided that he would pretend to struggle to win, giving junior sister face, and thus she would fall in love with him. Moreover, this was not difficult to manage, although he had just been accepted into the inner sect, and had not formally begun cultivating the path of an immortal. He had at least passed the winter teaching. And he had passed the winter teaching by using stolen silver cutlery and going head-to-head against vampires. Despite sustaining serious injuries, his physical attributes were still far superior to those of the outer sect brothers, let alone this skinny junior sister in front of him. She hadn't even passed the winter teaching. Whether she won or lost was merely a matter of manipulation. The outer sect onlookers spontaneously formed a circle and started to cheer, shouting things like the liar must reveal their true form. Shu felt a bit intimidated inside. He was certain his strength far exceeded that of his senior brother, but in all other aspects he would inevitably fall short. Just by looking at his pre-battle warm-up agile little hops, he knew he would likely miss. No. He didn't know his own strength, so he might just catch him off guard. The first punch could very well hit. Today he would be a superhero winning with a single punch and knocking him down. The girl squinted her eyes at her senior brother searching for a weak defensive point that she could exploit for a decisive. Girls develop earlier, so Shu had grown to a height of 1.7 meters. Facing an opponent who towered over her, she did not feel physically intimidated, so she ultimately decided to target the head. She wasn't afraid of injuring him. After all, there were plenty of elders nearby. Even if she just casually brought over an intersect senior brother or sister, they could heal him with magic. Seeing the delicate junior sister before him and glancing at the cheering junior brothers around senior brother, Hao once again raised his hands and shouted, "Everyone please be quiet. We are just sparring. Junior sister's strength is surely insufficient, but I merely want to understand how she passed Elder Yan's test, nothing more." He then looked at Shu, raising an eyebrow in invitation. "Shall we go to a place where no one is around?" This way, even if she was indeed lying and did not want to spar, he could still help cover for her. And as a result, she would increase her fondness for him. Novels always write it this way. Love, oh how close it is to me. It's fine if I can't figure it out, I won't be able to sleep tonight, oh I understand. Shu nodded, clearly misunderstanding her brother's intention. This kind of person could not keep things hidden in their heart. She actually felt a bit the same. However, since that was the case, she thought of a good idea to increase her chances of winning. "Senior brother, don't you want to know how I passed the test? How about you take 3 punches from me first?" She shook her fist, eager to try. The outer sect disciples watching immediately started to stir. How shameless. Are you treating senior brother like an elder? You have no respect for senior brother at all. How with that little pink fist, don't say 3 punches, even if it were 10 senior brother would stand firm. Forget him, I could take it too. Let's be fair. If you take 3 punches you should admit defeat, and tell us the truth, how about that? Faced with the atmosphere, Shu had to seriously respond to every heckling question. No. Some of them. You can't take it. That's not possible. She felt a bit annoyed. It was best to quickly settle this matter, leave these fellows speechless, and then leave quickly. At this moment senior brother Hao had already assumed a horse stance, not responding to the girl's proposal, but his resolute gaze was already signaling her come on. When the little pink fist came he would pretend to be in pain, then stagger, lean back, and finally fall, as a dramatic. Of course, he would have to get back up afterward to maintain his face in front of the outer sect junior brothers and sisters. After junior sister took her 3 punches he would grab her hand, ask her if she was hurt, and show concern. The books say a man should have thick skin. As for whether junior sister would struggle, that was not within the realm of consideration. As the victor he was entitled to claim spoils from the loser. Fearing that her brother might backtrack, Shu did not dare to hesitate, immediately swinging her fist at his face. Don't hit too hard. Bang. Undoubtedly he was someone who could face vampires' heat, and his reactions and speed far exceeded those of ordinary people. When he saw junior sister swinging her fist, he even had time to throw out a cheeky comment and raised his arm to block. He wasn't foolish, he agreed to take 3 punches from junior sister, but never said he couldn't defend himself. Did he really think he had the physique of an elder at the crystal realm? But it was utterly useless. The moment his horizontal arm made contact with the frail fist, it was struck hard in the face by an incredible force. And that first punch was immediately followed by a second, breaking through his defense and striking his cheek, sending him flying backward. He even knocked down 2 outer sect junior brothers behind him. Senior brother Hao lay on the ground silent. The onlookers around were also speechless. A few of those who had just been the loudest quietly swallowed their saliva and took 2 steps back. Shu let out a long breath. The world had finally quieted down. However, seeing the seemingly unconscious senior brother, Hao, she felt a bit guilty. Not only had she deceived him into standing there to take a beating, but she had also beaten him so badly. After all, they were fellow disciples, she should check on him. Otherwise, if it got reported to the elders, it would create quite a fuss. Determined to act, the girl quickly walked over to the downed brother, pulling him up by the arms and under his armpits, speaking with great concern. Are you okay, senior brother? Can you still talk? With such a stir, senior brother Hao, who was already far stronger than the average person, slightly regained consciousness and waved his hand in a habitual attempt to show off. I'm fine, just help me up first. Shu used both hands to lift him up. She didn't even need him to exert his legs, as if she were pulling up a little. Helping others challenge. Help others bring happiness to yourself. Achieve the challenge 50 times within 7 days. 150, huh? Shu's expression changed. Senior brother, stand properly. Shu adjusted senior brother Hao's posture, clenching her fist and stepping back to a suitable distance. You promised to take 3 punches from me. We can't back out halfway, or else sister will think less of you. Wow. Before senior brother Hao could fully regain his senses, he lost consciousness again. The onlookers from the outer sect were first filled with question marks, and then their faces were filled with exclamation marks. The few who had been cheering the loudest were now on all fours, fleeing in disgrace. Shu stepped forward once again, kindly helping her brother up, asking if he was okay. Helping others challenge, help others bring happiness to yourself. Achieve the challenge 50 times within 7 days, 250. Senior brother, you are truly a good person. Shu's eyes brimmed with tears. Huh, how do you know my name is Haorat? Is it dawn already? Shouldn't I be cultivating? Senior brother Hao still seemed dazed. It's getting dark, senior brother. Do you want to take 3 punches from me again? Oh, this could help you train your muscles. Oh, I'm serious. Indeed. As long as she spoke the truth, the system would not determine her sign-in as a failure. Shu had gradually figured out the system. Then thank you, junior sister. Senior brother Hao remained dazed, merely responding in a muddled manner. Helping others challenge, help others bring happiness to yourself. Achieve the challenge 50 times within 7 days, 350. You really are such a good person. Until the very end, before senior brother Hao completely fainted and could not be revived, Shu had completed the challenge 10 times. The system was right, as she wasn't sure if she had helped others, but she was indeed quite happy. As she left, most had already run away, leaving only a small portion of the outer sect disciples trembling, as if they were facing the 7th-day demon, hiding and peeking at the girl, not daring to breathe, let alone speak. This effect was quite good. In the days to come it would surely be much quieter. When she returned to her small room, the kind senior sister had just emptied the water from the bathtub, looking at the wooden tub with unease. Wasn't it too heavy? If she had to move it to the warehouse, wouldn't that be too much of a burden? Moreover, she had clearly come to mock junior sister, so why had she inexplicably started helping her? Shu seized the opportunity, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed forward. Let me help you with your work, senior sister. The kind senior sister felt a strong sense of dissonance. This isn't right. Oh, I was clearly helping you, so how did it suddenly turn into you helping me? But seeing the frail junior sister hugging the bathtub, she quickly shouted, Wait, junior sister, let's lift it together. Shu hoisted the bathtub as if she were a hero lifting a cauldron, striding out the door with solid steps. Helping others challenge, help others bring happiness to yourself. Achieve the challenge 50 times within 7 days, 1150, leaving behind a dumbfounded senior sister. The confusion quickly turned into dread. Hadn't she just mocked junior sister? That was the junior sister who could lift the tub. How about I help you tidy up? She hurriedly chased after her, continuously waving to the terrifying junior sister, trying to make peace. Senior sister is a good person too. I've encountered so many good people today. Time flew by, and Shu indulged in her newfound habit of solitude, having successfully completed her 10 sign-ins 3 months later at the beginning of February next year. Although 2 attempts had failed due to carelessness, it made her more familiar with the system's judgment criteria. In these 3 months, she gained 10 attribute points from the sign-in tasks, 6 attribute points from additional tasks, 3 agility-enhancing pills, 2 each, and a talisman for the shadow technique. It seems the system compensates for the host's imbalanced attributes through additional tasks, which is why it provided her with 3 agility-enhancing pills, each restricted for her own use. Naturally, she consumed the pills immediately. As for the talisman, it was described as a secret technique from IGA in Japan that could create 3 shadow clones using only physical abilities to assist in battles. However, the shadow clones were extremely fragile. They would dissipate upon contact. Shu temporarily refrained from extracting the talisman from the system. There was also no place where it could be used. If she took it out and lost it, she had no storage ring to retrieve it. For the initial sign-in, she spent 2 attribute points to elevate the internal vision method to the 2nd level, gaining a total of 5 to her spirit attribute. That was all. Although she could internally view her own condition and traverse through her blood vessels, Shu could not sustain it for long. After only 10 to 20 seconds, she would suffer a splitting headache and had to forcibly cease the operation of the technique. This was likely due to insufficient mental strength. However, to further enhance the internal vision method and increase her spirit, she would need to raise her comprehension to 10. At this moment, Shu did not require any spirit attributes, nor had she learned any other techniques, so she decided to continue her previous strategy of not wasting attribute points. Thus, Shu's attributes were Strength 21, Agility 18, Vitality 13, Spirit 11, Comprehension 8, and 14 points available for allocation. Her main skills included Charm level 8, a Basic Fist, and Kick level 4, Internal Vision Method level 2, Cleaning level 7, Laundry level 5, Cooking level 7, Plumbing level 2, and so forth. The reason her laundry and cooking skills dropped was that the kind senior sister who helped her tidy up had taken over those tasks. This senior sister had a lovely name, Chui Yulu. The day after she had come to mock, but ended up being mocked herself, she brought a table full of delicious dishes to personally apologize to Shu, saying soft words like not recognizing a mountain of greatness. She even promised to take care of all the junior sister's miscellaneous chores. Shu immediately forgave her graciously. After all, the two had no real grievances, and she could gain benefits, so why not? Moreover, her cooking was simply too delicious. As they spent more time together, Shu found that Chui Yulu was quite perceptive. She wouldn't ask random questions, and the moment she sensed any discomfort from Shu, she would immediately stop talking. Of course, she didn't let the senior sister help for free. Shu took on all the chores of chopping wood and moving logs. Thus, a slender girl carrying logs almost twice her size, resembling a small mountain, became a frequent sight outside the gates of the Kangmang city. This also deepened the impression among the outer sect boys and girls who had witnessed her formidable strength that Shu was not to be trifled with. So on an evening 3 months later, as Shu finished her day of work and practice and walked into the outer sect cafeteria, the previously boisterous chatter immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the girl's footsteps, watching where she would choose to sit. Then a large portion of the surrounding tables immediately cleared. It wasn't that everyone wanted to isolate her. Shu was actually quite pleasant to look at, and many of the boys who had just entered puberty wished to get to know her, but found it too late. But she emanated an aura of do not approach akin to a demon king. Anyone who dared to speak a few extra words would instantly receive a terrifying challenge invitation. Who would dare? She even dared to fight intersect senior brothers. The tragic state of senior brother Hao Ren was still vivid in memory. Shu had now learned to take the initiative, driving away anyone who might ask her questions. There was only one exception: senior sister Chui Yulu. The mutual assistance over the past 3 months had forged a good friendship between the two. Although Shu knew that this senior sister, who was a bit older than her, was being so attentive for a reason likely related to the winter teachings at the end of October this year. But it didn't matter. By then she would definitely have enough strength to help, and one couldn't go without any conversation partners, right? That would be madness. Upon seeing the girl take a seat, Chui Yulu immediately carried 2 plates of well-prepared dishes to sit across from her, pushing one plate toward her. Try this. Chui Yulu pointed at one of the braised lion's head dishes, her face showing delight. I made this. Oh. Shu picked up her chopsticks and took a small taste, pursing her lips. Not bad. What's wrong? You don't seem too happy. As a woman, Chui Yulu keenly noticed Shu's dullness, greatly contrasting her usual demeanor of being unapproachable yet cheerful. Oh. The girl first gave a positive response as required by the system, then waved her hand. Don't ask. Otherwise she would have to come up with a response that could bypass the system's judgment. After 3 months of interaction, Chui Yulu was already quite familiar with her style, immediately silencing herself and lowering her head to eat. Shu silently sighed in her heart, scratching her tightly bound chest. She was an optimistic person, and it was hard for anything to affect her mood. But this time was different. A new 7-day system task had been released earlier. The sign-in task was nothing new, the same old routine. But the focus was on the additional task below: Lushan Good Deeds Challenge, provide financial assistance to those in need. Complete the challenge 10 times within 7 days, 010. Remaining time 6 days, 22 hours, 02 minutes. Reward the Great Yang Technique, a secret art recorded in the Cha Nu Sex female practitioners' manuals, capable of absorbing male yang energy for personal use, greatly enhancing one's own strength temporarily based on the opponent's realm. Use it more during tribulations or challenges. Note: additional rewards can only be claimed after completing the 7-day sign-in task. Completing the task wasn't difficult, but this reward. Does this foolish system have a mental illness? The Huan Yu sect is a wicked faction that broke away from the He Huan sect, exclusively accepting women, so this is clearly an evil technique. Don't you think this is somewhat inappropriate for a reformed system's identity? Moreover, the content of this technique. Just thinking about it made Shu's heart ache. Was she destined to do what her gender demands in the future? After finally managing to forget it through the tense and heavy life in the outer sect, it had to jump out at this moment to remind her. It was just infuriating. And seizing yang energy, whose yang would she seize? Wendong Yang. The junior sister should remember him, right? Just as she was feeling gloomy and angry, Chui Yulu suddenly mentioned a familiar name. Shu nodded with displeasure. How could she forget sending him into the inner sect to become a personal disciple? Chui Yulu immediately covered her mouth and whispered gossipily, he successfully established his foundation yesterday. Oh, my 3 months. Shu was shocked, completely forgetting her earlier unhappiness. What an outrage. Isn't it said that with the current concentration of spiritual energy, it takes at least a year to establish a foundation? To be precise, it hasn't been 3 months yet, but it's close enough. But I heard he isn't cultivating anymore, and is using that as leverage to pressure the elders into making some unreasonable decisions. I don't know the specifics. Threatening. What a joke. This was the first time Shu heard of a foundation-building disciple using their future to threaten a group of golden core and nascent soul elders. Yet Chui Yulu shook her head. I think the elders will definitely compromise. After all, he is a top-tier genius in hundreds of years, and they have no reason not to invest their efforts in nurturing him. Damn, comparing myself to others is infuriating. I'm not eating anymore. Here she was with a system, and she couldn't even measure up to a regular face. Yu Shu in a fit of emotion slammed her hand on the table, startling the other outer sect disciples who were quietly chatting. Instantly, the entire cafeteria fell silent. Yu Shu walked over to a randomly selected lucky fellow disciple next to her holding her barely touched plate and whispered, "Is the food enough?" "Sufficient, thank you." Think again. Isn't it not enough?" Satisfied with the answer, Yu Shu tossed a piece of vegetable leaf from her plate into the disciple's bowl. Lushan Good Deeds Challenge. Provide financial assistance to those in need. Complete the challenge 10 times within 7 days, 110. She turned to the lucky disciple's table-mate. "How about you? Can I have the braised lion's head? I want to eat more of the dishes made by Senior Sister Chui." "Nonsense. I've had that before. What do you mean, do you want to spar with me?" "Oh no, I wouldn't dare. Actually, I just remembered that I suddenly turned to Buddhism and can't eat meat. Can you spare me a vegetable leaf, Senior Sister?" Lushan Good Deeds Challenge. Provide financial assistance to those in need. Complete the challenge 10 times within 7 days, 210. This foolish system is too easy to trick. Although I might never use the rewards, I won't say no to free things. Keeping it as a collectible is also a good idea. Another week has passed. Every morning, the outer disciples of Kangmang City rise with the sound of the morning bell, wash up, have breakfast, and then begin to sit in meditation and contemplation in front of their doors. Regardless of the heat or cold, everyone must empty their minds, dispelling the distractions of temperature. Of course, for those novices who have yet to enter the gate, completely emptying their thoughts is quite difficult. Thus, following the elders' guidance, they only need to mentally count from 1 to 9 repeatedly. Once their minds are reduced to just these 9 numbers, they have essentially emptied their thoughts. It is said that this greatly aids in cultivating personal willpower. However, Yu Shu has never experienced that feeling. Perhaps those with too little perception are not suited for meditation. Of course, it could also be that she sleeps too soundly. Every day during meditation, Elder Yin naturally patrols the skies and has seen that girl sleeping in a disheveled manner, lacking proper posture. But at such times, he always covers his stomach as if remembering something, then shakes his head and silently leaves. She must have endured considerable hardship to cultivate her strength to such a level, right? Let her sleep a bit longer then. Yu Shu is completely unaware of the elder's actions. However, the other outer disciples do not think the same. Even the elder dares not provoke her. This female tyrant is utterly unrestrained. Who can discipline her? After the morning class, the outer disciples begin their day's work. Sweeping, cleaning windows, chopping wood, fetching water, farming, cooking. Everyone is assigned various chores that occupy about half of their day. The remaining time can only be used for cultivation. Of course, no one supervises you at all, depends on self-discipline. This is also a test. Without good self-control, one is equally unfit for the path of immortality. Therefore, it can be said that the entire outer disciples maintain the operation of the sect. However, Yu Shu is not significantly included among them. She is currently only responsible for chopping wood, and relying on her strength, she completes it quickly and then returns to her room to daydream. Cultivation. That doesn't exist. The training ground is too crowded, and being asked questions makes it genuinely difficult. Besides, it's too tiring. So when Elder Yin searched every corner and finally found Yu Shu lying on her bed with her legs crossed, eyes closed, the expression he revealed was one of exasperation. Am I being too lenient with her? Perhaps I should have kicked her out 3 months ago. But it's too late to say that now. Watching the girl spring up to make tea and serve him with great effort, he waved his hand and coldly huffed, "Come with me." Yu Shu was momentarily stunned. As the day was about to darken, where were they going? Would she still be able to eat later? But Elder Yin said nothing, maintaining a cold demeanor with his hands behind his back, stepping at what seemed an unhurried pace, yet was inexplicably fast, forcing Yu Shu to run her hardest to catch up. The more she ran, the more anxious she felt. However, Elder Yan's expression gradually softened. Running this fast, it seems this girl must have secretly practiced quite a bit. Perhaps she was just taking a brief break in her room. Soon after passing through a guarded arch bridge, a strong rural scent suddenly wafted into Yu Shu's nostrils. It was something like fragrant grass, like fruit pulp, like the fresh air after rain, like quietly blooming flowers. She slowed her pace and couldn't help but take a deep breath, immediately feeling her mind clear a lot. Looking around, although she could see nothing, it felt as if something was flowing around her. She must have entered the inner, and the material with the rural scent around her was spiritual energy. "Are you back to your senses?" Elder Yan's voice suddenly came from beside her, still cold and unpleased. "Humph. Then let's continue walking." "Yes," Yu Shu responded crisply. As she looked up, she saw 2 people flying across the sky, standing on swords. That is sword riding technique, the most basic of skills. Once you achieve foundation establishment, you can begin practicing it. Elder Yin seized every opportunity to inspire the outer disciples, and after explaining, gestured again, "Don't look, just walk." Without waiting, he continued, striding deeper into the inner sect. Yu Shu was forced to follow, but this time her pace slowed significantly. Seniors flying through the air, seniors exuding ethereal charm, a solid ice sculpture, standing in the square surrounded by drifting snowflakes, well-fed seniors, a crane holding a letter in its beak, long-legged seniors, elders casting colorful unknown spells, and frosty seniors. She found her eyes were already too busy. Until a moment came when Elder Yan's figure disappeared from view. Lost him. The girl stopped in confusion, looking around aimlessly. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded above her head as Elder Yan descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. Don't be curious. You'll have your turn in the future. For now, come with me. As he waved his hand, a cloud appeared beneath their feet, lifting them up and slowly flying forward. The sensation of weightlessness made Shu exclaim, "Ah, what the hell?" Elder Yan raised an eyebrow at the girl. How can this girl be so wild? She's like a little boy, utterly uncultured. Meanwhile, Shu sat directly on the semi-transparent cloud, poking and prodding in great curiosity. This is the cloud riding technique. If you choose to pursue the path of magic after entering the intersect, this will be the first thing you learn. However, Kangmang City primarily focuses on sword cultivation. The path of magic is relatively mediocre. We have arrived. The cloud began to descend, and Shu lay at the edge of the cloud, carefully watching the ground that was getting closer. There was a small courtyard, and above the courtyard floated 4 swords, their tips pointing towards the cloud. 9 turns wandering sword HM. From the moment he saw these 4 unceremonious swords, Elder Yan's expression turned dark. He quickly performed a spell to accelerate the descent of the cloud, paying no mind to Shu's startled exclamation, "Ouch. What the heck?" Elder Yan's expression grew even grimmer. Upon landing, a man dressed in a white Taoist robe was already waiting there. Elder Yan did not greet him, but directly pushed Shu forward with force, coldly stating, "I've brought you a person, Elder Bai." After saying that, he took off on the cloud without looking back. The girl who had been shoved stumbled a couple of steps, but quickly regained her balance due to her good agility, causing Elder Bai to nod in approval. To cultivate to this level, while being in the outer sect, is no small feat. You still haven't passed the teaching exam. Could it be due to bad luck? That's tough. I believe luck is the most important aspect of the path of immortality. His voice gradually faded from loud to soft, then turned into murmurs. Finally, he called loudly into the courtyard, "Dongyang, the person has arrived, come out. You must cultivate diligently from now on, understand? The Yin Yun Grand Competition next year must bring honor to Kangmang City." Shu was once again stunned. Dongyang. When Dongyang? Isn't he the person whose cultivation speed surpasses that of the system version of herself? She quickly spotted her former partner. The system notification sound echoed in her mind at the perfect moment. 7-day sign-in task completed, gained attribute point 1, received additional task reward, capture the sun technique. A new round of sign-in has already begun. Well-behaved disciple, your goal has been achieved. Now devote yourself diligently to cultivation. Master by a venerable elder of middle age whose mere presence commanded quiet awe glanced back and forth between the 2 young cultivators and offered a faint, enigmatic smile. I must now instruct sword techniques to the intersect disciples. I take my leave." With that, he transformed into a streak of sword light, swift as a falling star, and vanished into the distance. Left alone, the young man and woman stood facing each other in silence. To preempt awkward questions she could not answer, Shu seized the initiative and spoke first. She glanced toward Master Bai's departing path and asked curiously, "Who was that?" "Master Bai Jianxing, the intersect elder who oversees sword cultivation. It was he who accepted me as his personal disciple." His explanation grew increasingly fluent when Dongyang's initial nervousness and dry-mouthed hesitation gradually faded away. Suddenly, Shu's interest peaked. Then who was Bai Xiaoxue? Bai Xiaoxue, the peerless beauty of Kangmang City, famed as plum blossom in snowy wind, had long been her secret ideal, though she had never laid eyes upon Senior Sister Bai. When Dongyang replied, "Senior Sister Bai is Master's daughter." "Oh, what did you say?" Shu's tone began flat, then surged sharply upward. Her fists clenched, teeth grinding audibly. "So you two are, you've seized the advantage of proximity, stealing my love right before my eyes. That's it. I'm cutting ties." In any novel, film, or manga, this pairing would be destined for protagonists, especially given how prodigiously gifted this unremarkable-looking youth truly was. No, this wasn't merely protagonist chemistry. It was outright territorial declaration, a bold, self-assured assertion of ownership. Wait, no, it's not like that. When Dongyang had no idea what she meant, or why he felt compelled to explain, yet he knew with chilling certainty that failure to clarify would bring dire consequences. Senior Sister Bai and Master have a deeply fractured relationship, nearly severed entirely. She doesn't even reside here. In fact, I've spent 3 months within the inner sect, and still haven't once encountered her. You want to meet Senior Sister Bai? No, absolutely not. Truth be told, merely seeing her was more than enough. Shu planted her hands on her hips and murmured a low threat. "Humph. Remember these words well. Recall your appointment as Master's personal disciple wouldn't have happened without my influence. If you truly consider me your brother, then help me win senior sister Bai's heart. Understood? Ah. When Dongyang's mind spun helplessly. What up? Just tell me. Why did you summon me here? Yu Yingshu demanded exasperated. At last, onto the matter at hand. When Dongyang steeled himself dredging up lines rehearsed countless times in his mind, only to find himself utterly tongue-tied. Yingshu. Don't call me Yingshu. That's too gay. Heavens above. He was an orphan raised on the streets, sealed away in this secluded realm where no outside world existed. He knew nothing of internet slang. He had no idea what gay meant. Only blank confusion as he stammered. Then, how should I address you? Call me Dad. What's wrong? I'm speaking truthfully, unshakably honest, bound by his system. Yu Yingshu waved her hand emphatically. Enough chatter. State your reason now. When Dongyang snapped upright like a raw recruit facing inspection. I came to repay you. I petitioned the elders. They agreed you'd spend 2 hours daily attending to me. Don't get angry yet. Faced with a clenched fist when Dongyang leapt backward in one fluid motion, left hand thrust forward, right hand shielding his face. He couldn't fathom why he, a Foundation establishment cultivator, felt such trepidation before an outer sect disciple, theoretically just an ordinary mortal. Seizing the fleeting moment before her blow landed, he blurted out, "It's merely a pretext. Observe how abundant the spiritual energy flows here in the inner sect. 2 hours daily for your cultivation, plus secret instruction in chi refinement and Foundation establishment techniques from me. Surely you'll pass the summer trial." I could pass it anyway. Yu Yingshu halted her advance, but jabbed a finger repeatedly at him. Think I can't pin you down and beat you senseless right now, huh? Yes. When Dongyang raised both hands in surrender. You're absolutely right. Huh. You're mocking me, aren't you? Sensing disdain in his tone, Yu Yingshu dropped into a fighting stance. Let's settle this, now. Since acquiring her system, she'd reigned undefeated, convinced with quiet arrogance that none could rival her. And when Dongyang, freshly established in Foundation establishment, untrained in any Taoist arts, what possible challenge could he pose? The fiery spirit of youth thrives on competition, especially when one possesses extraordinary advantages. When Dongyang too caught the fervor, palms hardened into striking shapes, body lowered into a balanced, practiced crouch. Yet he remained bewildered. Why had they suddenly turned to blows? Hadn't their conversation been progressing smoothly moments before? Still, he lifted his gaze toward the girl across from him. Her features subtly matured over the past 3 months and declared, "If you lose, you'll obey me. Secretly cultivate chi and establish your foundation. Pass the summer trial. Then we'll become fellow disciples. Senior brother will guide you." Yu Yingshu lunged forward, fists flying wildly. No more talk. Lose and kneel to call me Dad. They clashed, fists and feet colliding in rapid succession. Leaving aside all else, 3 months of disciplined training had sharpened when Dongyang's martial form, each strike deliberate, every movement layered with counter-options flowing seamlessly one into the next. But brute strength overwhelmed technique. He'd only just completed Foundation establishment. No cultivation art mastered, no martial foundation laid. By wuxia standards, his meridians were newly opened, but lacking inner energy. Unarmed of any kung fu skill, his physical prowess merely doubled that of an ordinary mortal. After exchanging a few blows, Yu Yingshu realized their strengths were evenly matched, so she quietly boosted herself 5 strength to agility. Her strength now soared to 26, utterly dominating when Dongyang, while her agility matched his precisely. She held him down relentless. Yet, even now, had when Dongyang been granted just 1 more month, any cultivation manual, even the most rudimentary, 5 Yu Yingshus combined would not scratch him. Still beneath the barrage when Dongyang's temper flared. He believed his urging her to secretly cultivate chi was born of genuine care, and thus deserved acceptance. Time to strike decisively. Though Yu Yingshu possessed formidable strength, she fought without discipline or structure. When Dongyang feigned an opening, luring her into overconfidence, and closed and landing a single precise blow to her chest. Wah, ag. Damn it. Yu Yingshu clutched her injury and crumpled to her knees, breath ragged. Never, not once in her life, had pain struck so fiercely. That spot was still tender, aching even under gentle pressure, and tightly bound beneath bandages. A direct, forceful impact there nearly drove it inward. For an instant, consciousness itself flickered. When Dongyang rushed forward, flustered and earnest. Are you, alright? I'm so sorry. I've suffered soft tissue trauma. Does this look fine to you? Shall I rub it for you? When Dongyang asked, deeply skeptical. Surely areas with more fat ought to be more resilient to blows. Go die. With a huff, the young woman covered her chest. She hadn't known before whether this spot was vulnerable. Only first-hand experience revealed it truly was a critical weakness. This wasn't mere fat. It was a dense nexus of nerves, far more agonizing than taking a heavy punch to the abdomen. The intangible remained unimaginable. After pondering for a long moment, when Dongyang still suspected she was feigning pain, and thus cautiously broached the subject, I won, didn't I? If you lost to me, you must remain here and cultivate. Yu Yingshu had no intention of secretly cultivating just yet. With her strength, entering the inner sect was effortless. No need to risk such perilous undertakings. She shook her head urgently. You didn't win a damn thing. You ambushed me. Utterly unchivalrous. Let's go again. When Dongyang calmly pulled her upright and reassumed his stance, then let us continue. Truth be told, he simply wished her company. The cultivation pretext masked a deeply personal motive. Yet as an undisputed prodigy of the inner sect, surely she deserved such a privilege. Yu Yingshu likewise took her position, gave her chest one final rub, then traced 2 clear, deliberate circles upon it with her fingertip, her voice grave with warning. You must not strike here. If you do, you lose. Understood? The youth stared at the outlined circles, clenched his fist, and the lingering sensation in his palm sent shivers through him. After a long pause, he nodded, agreed. I won't bully girls. Should I land a blow on any of your vital points, I forfeit the match. Who the hell is a girl? Yu Yingshu loathed being treated like one. Instantly she assumed her fighting stance. Come on, let's continue. They exchanged several more rounds, and soon Yu Yingshu steadily gained the upper hand. When Dongyang fought with unnatural restraint, sensing that every inch of her seemed unnervingly soft, every point alarmingly vulnerable. Yet if he failed to counterattack, defeat would be inevitable. After brief reflection, sudden clarity struck him. He'd finally identified a spot that definitely wasn't weak, one safe to strike. He feigned an opening, coiled his power, then launched a lightning-fast side kick, his heel striking true, landing squarely between her legs. Ah, my mother. Oh shit, Aag. A piercing shriek tore from her throat. Yu Yingshu collapsed, doubled over in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably. But you don't even have one. The youth gaped, staring at her writhing, near-convulsing form, and guilt surged thick and suffocating. It's phantom pain, don't you understand? Absence doesn't mean absence of nerves. Bound by system protocol, Yu Yingshu instinctively answered truthfully. In truth, she felt her entire pelvis cracking apart. Through searing pain, she ground her teeth. Just wait. I will end you one day. We agreed. No strikes to weak points. Yet you targeted the most fragile spot. Her venomous vow sent a chill down when Dongyang's spine. Wordlessly, he hurried forward to help her rise. But his efforts were futile. Her legs refused all command, paralyzed by pain. Only after prolonged relief could she regain control. Just then a sharp, commanding voice cracked across the courtyard. What is this? The speaker stood foremost. A venerable elder draped in a deep purple robe embroidered with cloud motifs and coiling serpentine patterns. His voice was shrill, and acrid, narrow, triangular eyes hung above a deathly pale-faced lips stained crimson, like by Wuchang the Grim Reaper himself. At his age, he could never be an ordinary disciple. Indeed, when Dongyang stammered, Elder Feng, simultaneously signaling Yu Yingshu with his eyes to rise immediately. Yet Yu Yingshu remained utterly still. Any movement would betray her condition, and the pain was excruciating. Elder Feng did not stand alone at the gate. Behind him streamed a crowd of inner sect disciples, eager spectators drawn by the commotion. She couldn't bear such humiliation. Yet to those inner sect observers the scene unfolded quite differently. Whoa, heard rumors about an outer sect girl famed for brawling. Even dared strike Brother Hao. Today proves she's exactly as legendary. Look how badly Brother Wen fared. Bruises everywhere, his robes torn to shreds. I thought Brother Hao had held back deliberately. Now I see. That's Brother Wen we're talking about. Rumored a unseen-a-century genius. Even in millennia past, when spiritual energy flowed abundantly, he'd have been peerless. And yet, he too fell victim to her fury. How dare she? Wait, how did an outer sect cultivator sneak into the inner sect at all? Was she obsessed much? Shoo, keep your voice down. She's looking this way. Bow your head. Don't meet her gaze. What's there to fear? If Elder Feng Yuan catches us, we'll be flayed alive. Whoa, you just called Elder Feng by his nickname. You're doomed too. Yu Yingshu suddenly realized. Inner sect and outer sect weren't so different after all. Both harbored their share of irreverent souls. Silence. Have you nothing better to do? Elder Feng's voice lashed out again, and frost instantly bloomed across the ground between him and the two youths. Yu Yingshu shuddered violently. Her very soul seemed frozen solid. Even the whispering disciples fell mute, breaths held tight. Then another cry snapped her back. Brother Wen, how grievously wounded you are. A senior sister darted forth. Her complexion equally pallid, her hair curling naturally. She scanned both youths frantically, took 2 quick steps forward, then veered sharply toward Elder Feng. Master, Brother Wen is. Indeed, the rules are the rules. As if rehearsed, Elder Feng nodded, and before Yu Yingshu could react, he thrust his finger forward like a sword striking through the air. Seeing the visible torrent of spiritual energy condensing at his fingertip, Yu Yingshu's blood ran cold, and in her final instant poured every remaining attribute point into vitality. Strength 26, Agility 20, Vitality 19, Spirit 11, Insight 8. These were her current stats, yet clearly insufficient. Judging by that White Reaper's aura, he intended to kill her. Was it necessary? And was it so ruthless, to strike lethally without hesitation? Something felt profoundly off. She'd done everything possible. Her last conscious thought lingered only on that. Then, everything spun violently, dissolving into blackness. When consciousness returned, she found herself cradled protectively in someone's arms. He dares not kill me. When Dongyang whispered first, then raised his voice boldly, Elder Feng, you dare not kill me. Yu Yingshu opened her mouth, then froze. Where exactly were his hands? She wanted to shout, but since somehow this was not the moment. Why grip my abdomen? Feels oddly ambiguous. A little higher, perhaps. Humph. Do you truly believe you can shield her? A thunderous roar halted Elder Feng mid-motion. 9,000 years. What arrogance you wield. Bai Jianqing descended with overwhelming majesty. Two short swords whirling around her, four flying swords suspended in the sky, forming an impenetrable barrier before Wen Danyang. Her expression was glacial. Do you still think it's centuries ago? Heh. Elder Feng crooked a finger toward Yu Yingshu. This girl trespassed into the inner sect and injured your junior disciple. By law she must die. Do not mistake today for your era. Miss Yu has received explicit permission from the sect master. As for these two. Bai Jianqing finally turned to glance behind her. There she saw her beloved disciple, face swollen and bruised, clutching the young woman tightly, shielding her as if she were precious beyond measure. Even Bai Jianqing, who spent her days immersed in poetry and classical verse, whose eloquence was renowned, found herself momentarily speechless, searching desperately for words. When Danyang raised his hand first, we were sparring martial techniques. Yes, we were dueling. Yu Yingshu hastily affirmed, and twisting her elbow backward delivered a sharp jab, and I won. Elder Feng left with a stern face, while the onlooking inner disciples dispersed, satisfied with the news of the outer sect's brawler pinning down the inner sect's top genius. Soon only Bai Jianqing, Wen Dongyang, and Yu Yingshu remained in the small courtyard. Yu Yingshu, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got back up, dusting off her clothes. She took small steps, afraid of drawing attention. Who is he? Though the girl did not specify, everyone understood whom she was referring to. Bai Jianqing shook his head heavily. Feng Ban, a chief eunuch from the previous dynasty and the law elder of Kangming City. Considering his cultivation level at the spirit gathering stage, he is already quite long-lived. Thus master refers to him as 9,000 years old, actually mocking him. Wen Dongyang seemed to have a good relationship with his master and dared to interject Bai Jianqing's words at that moment. Yu Yingshu thought that if it were her doing this to Elder Yin, she would probably receive nothing but an eye roll and a cold snort. However, her injuries seemed to hurt less now. It should be due to the vitality attribute she had just activated. The girl tried to take 2 steps to the side, her hands on her hips, as she swayed slightly. When Dongyang's complexion suddenly turned rosy. All right then, goodbye. I dare not stay here any longer. Yu Yingshu felt that she had basically recovered her ability to walk slowly, and quickly asked to leave. It's too dangerous. Sooner or later, he will get me killed. Oh, Yingshu, are you leaving? Will you not come back again? When Dongyang felt an inexplicable panic in his heart, and hurriedly looked at his master. Yu Yingshu glanced sideways at the crowd, thinking, do you have to take advantage of the address? Did you not lose because you struck at the vital point, my dear son? Could you win without hitting below the belt? Bai Jianqing recalled his stubborn disciple's demeanor, and sighed helplessly, saying, don't worry, I will talk to the city lord later. A Feng Ban will definitely not trouble you because of this matter as long as you don't provoke him again. So young lady, just feel free to stay here, and you must come every day from now on. He paused, looking at the girl's visibly resistant expression, and added this as an order. The city lord and many elders had reached a consensus for the Kangming City sect, which could only be considered mid-tier. If they wanted to rise higher, they could only rely on the genius disciple Wen Danyang. Therefore it was still necessary to try to meet his demands. Yu Yingshu smiled with a tight-lipped expression, tugging at her lips, while giving the crowd a silent scolding. The content of her silent reprimand was a repeated phrase, you are doomed. Wen Dongyang's face turned pale, and he struggled to swallow. But soon he thought that what he was doing was for the good of Yu Yingshu and regained his composure. He pretended to be calm forcefully. He absolutely could not be looked down upon. When Bai Jianqing noticed the 2 young people seemingly exchanging glances, he suddenly laughed heartily. Haha, back in the day, I was like that with her mother. What a pity, after all we are not of the same path. She should be living quite well with him now. With some gray hair at his temples, but upon closer inspection it was dyed for effect. The middle-aged elder came back to his senses. I unintentionally recalled the past. Back then I was known as the Knight. No, never mind, I digress. Then I won't disturb you two, I take my leave. The respected elder actually bowed to the 2 disciples before flying away on his sword. It was uncertain whether to say he was easygoing or that he did not take his position seriously. Yu Yingshu looked at the crowd, trying to maintain their composure, narrowing her eyes. When Danyang immediately, seeing her intimidation still effective, Yu Yingshu smiled coldly and raised her chin pointing at the departing elder. By what was your master's nickname before? This is all intel. It can deduce skills, techniques, and even personality traits. This is greatly beneficial for my future development. Wen Dongyang indeed knew my master mentioned it. When he was rambling, no lecturing, he said he was called the king of nightclubs. But what is a nightclub? Uff. Yu Yingshu could not hold back her laughter but quickly straightened her face and admonished children shouldn't ask too many questions. What? I'm clearly older than you. The girl raised her chest, looking imposing. You reconsider who is older between us. Didn't you just lose my dear son? Do you want me to let you experience what paternal love is again? When Donyang seemed to have recalled something, hiding his fists behind him, steam rising from his head, stammering in response, you are older, you are older. Smart, that's right, be careful, I don't revisit our father-son relationship with you. Yu Yingshu looked at the sky and realized it was almost time for dinner at the outer sect. Glancing at her injuries, she had no mood to stay any longer, so she raised her hand. Then, that's it for today, I'll prepare sweet snacks for me when I come tomorrow. Oh. When Donyang was both surprised and delighted. You are coming back tomorrow. That's just great. Of course, if I don't come, what a waste that would be. After all, at the outer sect, I spend my days either sleeping or daydreaming. Here there's also a brawler to entertain, me plus free food and drinks, why not enjoy it? Moreover, Elder Bai promised to resolve the phone ban issue, and he would still have the city lord speak on my behalf, so there should be no problem. At most I could just avoid him. Most importantly, it was that alchemical foundation establishment technique. Since the crowd has such a significant influence in the inner sect, why shouldn't I learn it? Leaving behind a dutiful child who might be overjoyed to see his father every day, Yu Yingshu inquired along the way, seeking her way back to the inner sect. There was no helping it, this city was like a maze. Everywhere there were alluring senior sisters to mislead one. Finally, on the arch bridge connecting the inner and outer sects, she spotted a familiar face. Senior brother Haoren looked at the girl walking towards him, hesitating to confirm, is that you, junior sister? What a coincidence. Hey, why is this girl taking such small steps today? She seems much more reserved than before, like a completely different person from the bold leader she was before. But this was even better, it perfectly aligned with his ideal of a virtuous wife and good mother. Yu Yingshu, whose injuries had not fully healed, felt as though she had seen Feng Lingyue, her eyes brimming with tears. She still hadn't completed the additional task this time. Haoren seemed to have no memory of the previous encounter, and curiously asked the girl, why does everyone say I was beaten by you? Senior brother, you don't remember what happened 3 months ago. We had a duel. Huh. I remember there was a time when I inexplicably slept the whole afternoon, having many chaotic and incomprehensible dreams. Ah, so that's how it was. At that time we were sparring, and you were knocked over by me several times. What? How is that possible? How could I lose to a little girl from the outer sect? Haoren could not believe his ears. He was a ruthless person capable of tearing vampires apart in combat. It must be that you junior sister lost, and then fabricated an excuse because she didn't want to accept his invitation for a date. Senior brother doesn't believe me. Then we can try again right now. Alright, if I win you have to take me to a secluded place, Hurry up and don't go to any martial arts platforms. Oh, let's do it here. I can win in 3 moves, MMPH. Senior brother. Are you okay, senior brother? Get up, come on, the ground is cold. Emergency medical challenge, treat patients and injured, establish a bond of goodwill. Achieve the challenge 3 times within 7 days, 13. Remaining time 6 days, 21 hours, 46 minutes. Reward vitality pill, vitality attribute 2, only usable by the host. Yu Yingshu could not suppress her smile. It seems there is no need to find a lucky person for some pretense of injury and then healing. Yu Yingshu indeed learned the cultivation method for foundation establishment known as the cold pride technique, which closely resembles the environment of Kangmang City. The reason? It's still the same old saying, why not learn if you can? Although this should be a violation, the common face has a certain special privilege within the inner sect, and even the entire sect, enough to protect oneself. Moreover, since I wouldn't actually utilize it, just gaining some knowledge, who would notice? A little sneak peek could elevate my starting point in the inner sect. After all, I have nothing better to do. But once I truly started learning, it was a different story. What does this mean by concealing qi in the abdomen? Yu Yingshu asked word by word, holding the technique written for her by the common face. When Donyang had already sensed something was off, but still patiently explained, it means to circulate your qi within your internal organs. Then why conceal it? That character is key. To truly break through the first barrier and enter the qi refinement stage, one must be in a special cold room and control your qi so that it doesn't come into contact with the cold energy. Isn't that written earlier? Oh, could I have another piece of that pastry? It's quite delicious. This is for Elder Bai. It can replenish spiritual energy. When Donyang harbored deep resentment. Spiritual energy. I don't feel anything. You need to cultivate the cold pride technique, and only after breaking through the first barrier can you feel it. Then let's hurry to that cold room. Do I need to strip down inside? Thinking of so many beautiful senior sisters in the inner sect, Yu Yingshu's eyes sparkled. When Donyang was running out of patience, no need for that. Stop thinking about those random things. Please focus while studying. You need to memorize the entire cold pride technique before you can enter the cold room for cultivation. Memorize it all. That's obvious. What if you encounter problems when you break through? What if it works exceptionally well and you break through several barriers? When Dongyang showed no mercy if you don't memorize it to the point of perfection and a problem arises, you won't be able to find a solution immediately. It could be deadly. Moreover, you must first locate that qi within your body. Otherwise, how can you conceal qi in the abdomen? It's so difficult. Yu Shu flipped through the densely packed pages of thousands of characters, glanced at the sun, and declared it's time I'm leaving. As she spoke, she grabbed the paper to leave. Once back at her residence after eating and finishing her meal, she would take it out to ponder over it slowly. The results would surely be wonderful. You can't take this technique book outside. When Dongyang snatched the paper from the girl's hands, better to be cautious. Yes, caution is necessary. According to Wen Dongyang's estimation, if this girl were allowed to take the technique away, the possibility of the cold pride technique spreading in the outer sect would exceed 90. She certainly looked unreliable. Yu Shu understood. Sai, you're right. I am learning secretly, and it's against the rules. But if you want me to memorize thousands of words in just 2 hours every day, you just need to take it seriously. When Dongyang realized he had been using exclamation marks excessively lately, it's not just about being serious. Yu Shu was not lying and couldn't lie. She wanted to be serious too, but how could one control such things? It's just like in my past life during classes. Oh, what bad student doesn't know that slacking off in class is bad behavior? But what could be done? I can't control myself. Reciting could be overcome with time, but finding that feeling of qi. She tried using tricks for 3 days without results. She generally knew the reason for this situation. It must be related to her lack of comprehension, which was below even normal standards. This was a matter of personal talent. Previously, she could try eating some brain diamond or simply get electrocuted by a car, but now she had a better method. The system. After enduring half a month's ridicule from the common face, she finally used the 2 attribute points she earned to raise her comprehension to 10. The next day, she angrily beat up the common face. A week later, after raising her comprehension to 11, she finally found the so-called qi. Feeling triumphant, she beat up the common face again. It turns out the foundation for practicing the cold pride technique requires a comprehension of 11. No, regardless of the sect, the first step in qi refinement and foundation establishment is to find the so-called qi. Thus, it should be said that the constraint for mortals stepping into the path of immortality is comprehension. It is only 1 point higher than what an ordinary person can achieve, but that 1 point makes all the difference. The rest is simple. The cultivation techniques can be practiced without any strict attribute requirements if one does not rely on the system to allocate points. Comprehension merely relates to the speed of cultivation. Soon Yu Shu met the requirements to enter the cold room for the trials. However, a problem arose. For some reason, the amiable senior brother who used to guard the cold room was replaced by the female disciple who accompanied Elder Feng that day. And she would definitely not show any leniency towards Yu Shu. I'm sorry, that senior sister Shangwan. I think it's best if she doesn't find out about your qi cultivation. When Dongyang's face was filled with regret, her master is Feng Ban, that law enforcement elder. Yu Shu nodded repeatedly, not daring to have any thoughts of sneaking in. The Grand Eunuch looks like someone who would kill without a second thought. It's truly frightening. Plus, didn't Elder Bai also say not to provoke him? So, you'll have to wait until you enter the inner sect to cultivate. When Dongyang felt he was being quite tactful, at least he wouldn't provoke another beating. Efforts to conceal that she had actually surpassed his abilities were still quite a test of acting skills. However, he underestimated Yu Shu's capacity. How could she beat someone up over such a trivial matter? The girl suppressed her delight and put on a cold facade. Don't worry, I have my ways to bypass the restrictions of the cold room. Then she opened the system to check the requirements for upgrading cold pride technique from level 1 to level 2. Spirit 15, comprehension 17. If she doesn't cultivate herself, she must meet the attribute requirements to directly upgrade through the system. After seeing such extreme requirements, the common face immediately got a beating. But soon the girl cheerfully approached. Does it hurt, buddy? Let me rub it for you. Helping others challenge, help others, and find joy in yourself. Achieve the challenge 50 times within 7 days, 3,650. There was no choice. Well, under the system's influence, she had to bow her head, seizing every convenient opportunity to complete tasks. Did she really want to beat people up for no reason? This was all thanks to the good person sign-in task released by the system, which practically forced her to be a bad person. Thus Yu Shu worked hard on tasks to accumulate attributes, during which she accidentally failed once, wasting 7 days. Finally, after 9 weeks, she achieved her goal. She had cleverly leveled up her internal vision skill to level 4, gaining a total of 4 spirit boost, which allowed for such rapid progress. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. At this moment, her attributes were Strength 29, Agility 29, Vitality 28, Spirit 15, Comprehension 17, and 0 points available for allocation. Main skills included Charm level 8, Internal Vision level 4, Cold Pride Technique level 2, basic hand-to-hand combat level 3, cleaning level 6, laundry level 5, cooking level 6, plumbing level 3, and so on. This already included attributes gained from additional tasks. Moreover, after upgrading the cold pride technique to the second tier, she immediately gained the effect of 1 on 3 main attributes. Calculating this way, each level adds 1. By the time she reaches full level foundation establishment, it would indeed double a normal person's main attributes, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, half a year had passed since Elder Yan's assessment of Yu Yingshu's retention in the sect. It was now mid-May, and the summer teaching was approaching. The outer sect square was bustling with voices. Disciples were discussing among themselves, uncertain about the content of the upcoming assessment. However, summer. At least it was easier than the assessment in winter. The temperature was much more bearable. Some were forming cliques, but to little effect. It was easy to understand. Each time at most 10 people passed the assessment, usually only 5 or 6, and sometimes no one passed at all. The competition was fierce. Who could ensure that the limited spoils would be fairly distributed to those who deserved them? Even when Dongyang, upon receiving an invitation from Yu Yingshu, initially planned to monopolize the spoils. After all, it was the path to becoming an immortal. In the face of such temptation, human nature hardly mattered. Some were cramming knowledge about the mortal world, how to take a taxi, how to take the bus, how to work and earn a little fast money to acquire some gear for the assessment, where to stay, where to sleep, and so on. Each of them was an orphan with little exposure to the world. Exchanging information with one another was very helpful for passing the assessment. This was also one of the reasons why Kangmang City selected disciples in such a manner. Adaptation and flexibility were also important aspects of the cultivation journey. A few stood silently in a corner of the square, trying to cram at the last minute. The rest were all new disciples recruited by the guiding teachers over the past 6 months. Most of them were still children, with only a few older ones staring wide-eyed at the senior disciples preparing for the assessment, yet they understood little of what was happening. This batch of newcomers could not directly participate in the assessment for the first few years. They merely followed the elders around the city to gain some experience. At the same time, they needed to survive for 5 days without any supplies or assistance to gain experience for the future. Elder Yin, in charge of the outer sect, stood on the high platform with a stern expression, saying nothing. However, the disciples had already grown accustomed to it. Elder Yan's expression was never good. It was the inner sect disciples responsible for maintaining order and assisting who noticed the commotion, shouting repeatedly to calm the outer sect disciples who had already angered the elder. But it was all in vain. Just as a few were exchanging glances, preparing to cast spells or use force, a girl with short hair and delicate features appeared at the edge, stretching lazily. The square fell silent almost instantly. The extraordinary effect left several inner sect disciples in disbelief. How much authority must this girl have to create such an effect among the chaotic outer sect? Only a few oblivious individuals continued chatting, unaware of their surroundings. However, they were quickly reminded by those nearby. Close your mouth, Yu Yingshu is coming. Huh, where is she? The speaker turned to look, but was held back. Don't look. Do you want to get beaten? She even dares to hit when Dongyang. Actually, she forced me to break bricks 500 times the other day. My hands were almost gone after that. But afterward, she gave me a piece of pastry that supposedly only elders can enjoy. After eating it, my hands recovered by the next day, and I felt stronger than before. What? Has the bully turned over a new leaf? Is there really such good fortune? Nearby disciples were astonished. A gossip-loving disciple whispered with a hand over their mouth, "For my analysis, every 7 days you shimmy will cause some inexplicable troubles. It's remarkably accurate, just like a woman's cycle. Wow, Yushiji has 4 of these occurrences a month, exceptional for a bully. By the way, what day is it today?" "The first day." A clear voice chimed in from behind the inquirer. Gulp. A chorus of difficult swallowing sounds echoed around. Yu Yingshu smiled, amiably patted the inquirer's shoulder, and pointed to a corner by the wall. "Come with me over there for a moment." "Sister. I'm scared." The person turned back with a mournful expression. I'm afraid." "Haha, don't be scared, nothing's going to happen, and I'm here with you." Those nearby fell silent, yet they saw the girl pull out a pill from her pocket. Though it was dusty from lack of packaging, the medicinal fragrance was unmistakable. "Here, take this, it's for healing." She tossed the pill into the chosen disciple's embrace. The fortunate or unfortunate younger disciple cradled the pill as if it were a hot potato, repeatedly asking, where did this come from? Theoretically, outer sect disciples shouldn't have access to such good items. Yu Yingshu scratched her head and replied, "Honestly, I got it from a friend." Fortunately, when Dongyang was not present, otherwise he would have felt heartbroken seeing the precious item he gifted the girl casually tossed into another man's arms. However, the actual value of the pill was not high. It was merely a basic recovery pill. But it was produced by a proper alchemy furnace, much better than mundane potions. At least the immediate healing effect was remarkably effective after consumption. If the pill were of a higher grade, Yu Yingshu, who had yet to establish her foundation, might have exploded from its potency. When Dongyang had gone to great lengths searching for suitable medicine, He even staged a scene where he carelessly revealed the pill only to have it snatched away reluctantly. However, precisely because the recovery pill was not valuable, it could be tossed around by Ewing Shu like a candy to the lucky one she chose. One must also provide plenty of nutrients for the chives to grow vigorously. But this left the onlookers who had initially felt pity for the younger disciple feeling envious. Who should truly be pitted here? With such a pill, the success rate of the summer assessment would at least double. Immediately someone rushed forward attempting to trade for the pill with the younger disciple. Others, even more clever, went straight to Ewing Shu. Shimmy, how about you? Get lost. Get away. Our Yu Shimmy also has to consider her choices in selecting victims. Chui Yulu rushed over like a whirlwind, shoving the harassers aside. Her tone made it sound as if Ewing Shu were a sadistic bully. The misunderstood girl felt very upset. What did they mean by searching for victims? She was clearly a good person forced into this by a bad system. In fact, since she had crossed over, she had never randomly attacked someone without cause. It was always at the command of the Chui Yulu grasped Ewing Shu's hand, her eyes filled with pleading shimmy. Ewing Shu nodded cheerfully. Well, let's really. That's wonderful. Chui Yulu was so excited she nearly cried repeatedly, saying thank you for not holding grudges truly. Thank you so much. If even a strong sister who could beat up the inner-sex elders and kick the outer-sex kindergartners couldn't pass the summer assessment, then she certainly wouldn't be able to either. Thus the probability of her embarking on the path of cultivation would greatly increase. At this moment Ewing Shu was slightly taken aback. The voice of the system suddenly echoed in her mind. Special mission triggered. Gain 20 sincere expressions of gratitude within the sign-in duration, 120. Reward Demon Slayer Stick Earth Grade Superior Treasure. It compels demons to reveal their true forms upon contact. Wow, I got equipped. Moreover, this system can also randomly trigger special missions. And it seems that most of these missions give good rewards. Magical artifacts are categorized into 4 types: talismans, treasures, divine tools, and immortal artifacts, each divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and human. The items that ordinary people can see on television, like ancient Taoists performing spells, are called talismans. They possess some magic, but not much. The task I triggered offers something close to a divine tool. I must get my hands on it. Even if I have to make all the senior and junior brothers cry, I must obtain it. In mid-May, summer was already knocking at the door. In the north, people had begun to wear short sleeves, and most of them wore light shirts. However, in the secret realm of Kangmang City, the temperature remained low throughout the year. Even in midsummer, it was only slightly better than winter. Therefore, the outer disciples walking down the street with Elder Yin still wore conspicuously autumn clothing. Having participated in multiple assessments, they were no strangers to the situation. Including Ewing Shu. After warming their hands and feet, they all stripped off their outer jackets and pants to reveal the summer outfits they had prepared underneath. The style was uniform, simple white clothes and pants with a bright silver thread embroidered snowflake on the chest. Passers-by mistook this large group of young boys and girls for students from some school. However, upon closer inspection, there were slight differences. For instance, the males would tie a string around their biceps to accentuate their muscles. The females would also embroider beautiful patterns in certain places or alter the hems to be looser and more colorful. In short, they tried to enhance their charm as much as possible while keeping things simple, showcasing their uniqueness. Ewing Shu was no exception. She wore 2 layers of summer clothing. Thick and dense, just looking at it made one sweat. Junior sister, what are you doing? Chui Yulu was extremely astonished. Aren't you hot? It will definitely be a bit hot, but I should be able to endure it. The short-haired girl appeared to be forcing herself. At the same time, she wiped her forehead and fanned herself by pulling open her collar. Below her elegant neck, a delicate collarbone glistening with sweat and reflecting sunlight was inadvertently exposed. Chui Yulu immediately became alert, blocking in front of the girl while baring her teeth and glaring at the surroundings. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Previously, she only wanted to befriend junior sister Yu to pass the assessment, but now she had genuinely developed a fondness for this younger sister who was a month or so younger than herself. Ewing Shu's occasional display of nonchalance and elegance was indeed quite attractive. Thus, she was sincerely covering for her careless and oblivious junior sister. However, where are you going? A rather lively voice came from behind, making Chui Yulu feel quite drained. Could you please look in the mirror, my junior sister? Regardless, they decided to prioritize completing the summer assessment. At this moment, they had just stepped outside the secret realm of Kangmang City, having just exited a forest with a maze formation, walking on a country road with a town not far ahead. The goal of this summer assessment was still to hunt vampires. For some unknown reason, Kangmang City seemed to have a grudge against these creatures, and no one knew how they appeared north of Yinyun. However, based on the experience of the last winter assessment, all outer disciples already knew that vampires rarely appeared in rural areas with few people. The reason was simple. With fewer prey, the quality was poor, and after hunting it was easy for incidents to occur, making it difficult to hide. The disciples from various sects could easily track them down. Moreover, vampires cannot operate during the day. There are no places in the countryside to shield them from sunlight. Once tracked, it was as good as waiting for death. Cities, however, were different. They were a mix of fish and dragons with numerous buildings. Sometimes after a hunt, a corpse might remain undiscovered for a month, and some vampires would even band together to resist threats. Thus, upon learning about the summer assessment content, nearly all disciples wishing to participate chose the nearest. If one wanted to get there without money for transportation, relying only on their legs, it would take at least half a day. The summer assessment lasted only 5 days, and they had to return within the time limit. Except for a few disciples who suddenly noticed that junior sister you seemed a bit more charming and beautiful due to her confidence and demeanor, the rest unanimously began to sprint ahead. Chui Yulu was no different. Although Yu Yingshu appeared confident, she still held the girl's hand and began. At least their physical abilities, having trained their bodies through simple breathing techniques, were somewhat stronger than those of ordinary people. However, just after running a few steps, they were stopped by a boy who looked only 14 or 15. Wait, seniors, get out of the way, don't waste our time. Chui Yulu shouted bluntly. She remained harsh towards outsiders, especially since he was already delaying her interests. The boy did not step aside, but instead firmly opened his arms to block them, quickly promoting himself. My name is Chun-Li. I have studied mechanism formations in the library for 3 years and have diligently trained in physical arts. If it's about vampires, I can definitely help. Move aside. We don't have time to play with you. Chui Yulu pushed him aside. After saying that, she pulled her junior sister and intended to hurry after the large group that had already run far ahead. But Yu Yingshu suddenly stopped and tilted her chin towards the boy. If you can keep up with us, then we'll take you along. Chun-Li was overjoyed, responding loudly and firmly. Okay, thank you, senior sister, for giving me this opportunity. I won't let you down. Special task earned 20 sincere expressions of gratitude within the time limit, 220. Reward, demon slaying stick, a high-grade artifact that can forcefully reveal the true form of demons upon contact. Yu Yingshu said this for the task reward and didn't actually believe Chun-Li could keep up with her, because she intended to choose a faster way, taking the bus. However, this was a method rarely chosen by outer. Money was extremely precious among outer disciples. They could only take advantage of the opportunity of the biannual assessments to go out and earn it through odd jobs or begging. Every penny and cent had to be accounted for. Even saving up to buy a paper cutter was a great deal. Taking the bus. It would cost 4 coins from the county to the city. That's too expensive. Moreover, it would take a detour and make stops. It would only save 2 or 3 hours compared to running, which simply wasn't worth it. But Yu Yingshu didn't care, as she currently had several hundred coins in hand. That was all given to her by her devoted friend to help her through the assessment, so it was free to use. Moreover, she felt that spending money to buy time was incredibly worthwhile. At this moment, the 2 women happened to pass by a bus station, and a bus was slowly arriving. The girl pulled along her still bewildered senior sister and rushed inside. They quickly inserted coins into, sitting in their seats looking at the scenery inside the bus and the sci-fi-looking items next to the driver. Chui Yulu felt as if she had entered another world. This was the first time in her life she had ridden in a vehicle. However, thanks to the good mental quality she had developed from daily meditation, she did not show her astonishment. Where did you get so much money? She asked her junior sister in a low voice. Yu Yingshu gave a thumbs up, pointing towards the direction of the Kangmang City secret realm. A friend gave it to me. A friend. Chui Yulu's pupils instantly narrowed. Based on her junior sister's life trajectory, it was easy to guess one person, Wen Danyang. So you and he. Is that what happened? I have established a father-son relationship with him. All of this is his tribute to me. As she spoke, the bus just started, and the sound of the engine made her words sound intermittent. As long as Yu Yingshu did not believe she was lying, the system would not give a ruling of rule violation. Otherwise, if anyone could simply state any unknown human mystery, wouldn't it be possible to judge truth and falsehood? Establishing a relationship. Chui Yulu's eyes widened as she looked up and down at her fair junior sister, feeling an inexplicable worry in her heart. Then you need to take precautions. You're still young. Huh? What precautions? Yu Yingshu tilted her head, feeling that something was off. Chui Yulu was about to explain more, when suddenly a boy rushed in through the bus, closing doors. Wait. While speaking, he tossed 4 coins into the fare box. Then upon seeing the 2 senior sisters, he cheerfully sat down beside them. How did you get so much money? Chui Yulu felt that the world was too crazy. How could all her teammates be so? As for Yushimi, that was understandable. She had the top talent of the inner sect backing her. But how could this little junior brother be so rich too? Just look at that bulging bag, it must be worth at least 100. Chun-Li clasped his hands together, mimicking a lockpicking gesture, and grinned slyly. I know mechanism techniques. Last winter during the teaching session, I snatched a few contracts from lock companies. You call that mechanism techniques? Chui Yulu realized she had an abundance of astonished and puzzled expressions today. Aren't doors and locks all mechanical? So I thought it should count. Chun-Li took out a metal pencil case and opened it, revealing an array of intricate tools inside. So have I passed the test, senior sister? Yu Yingshu was not paying attention to the conversation between the 2. Instead, she was greedily gazing out of the window, even wanting to stick her head out. It was hot, too hot. The car felt stuffy, and she was already starting to sweat. Wrapped in bandages, it was bearable in a cold place, but outside was truly suffering, especially under the burden of double layers of clothing. But there was no other choice. This was the only way to hide the bandages underneath. Otherwise, if someone asked, she bound by the system to speak the truth could answer, but after uttering that embarrassing answer, she might have to deal with the questioner. She pointed her chin at Chun-Li. Go ask the driver where we should get off if we're going to the mall. Chun-Li acted like the most obedient little brother and rushed forward. However, doing this in a speeding car was very dangerous. He barely took 2 steps before losing his balance due to a sudden brake. Fortunately, he managed to flip in midair, maintaining his balance and capturing the attention of the other passengers. Yu Shu and Cui Yulu exchanged glances, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes regarding the boy's skills. The driver was startled by the jump, fearing that he might attempt some high-difficulty stunt, and quickly revealed the answer to him. Chun-Li returned with big strides, feeling he had successfully completed the task assigned by his senior sister, and thought he might have passed the assessment, thus feeling a bit bolder. Sister Yu, why are we going to the mall? Are we buying some tools? No, I want to buy clothes, Yu Shu replied honestly. At the same time, she shot a stern warning glance at Chun-Li. If you ask any deeper, you might end up being dealt with. The boy experienced the intimidating power of the first tyrant of Kangmang City for the first time. Cui Yulu was worried about wasting time and didn't dare to ask more, so she just clenched her fists and adjusted her sitting posture. Yu Shu noticed her companion's concern and reassured her, don't worry, tonight, I have a way to lure out the vampires. Killing 2 in 5 days won't be a problem, but the third one will depend on luck. Chun-Li replied, it's fine, I understand. Actually, as long as I can train and gain experience with senior sister this time, I'm already very satisfied. Chun-Li's response was appropriate, completely unlike a boy of just 14 or 15. I heard he spends all his time in the library. Reading a lot is truly beneficial. Yu Shu opened the window as wide as possible, leaning back in her seat to minimize movement, calming herself to avoid sweating too much and staining both layers of clothing. The method to lure vampires was something she and Wen Dongyang had summarized together during the last winter teaching. As long as she pretended to be weak and slightly tipsy, wandering the streets in the dead of night, when no one was around, there was a chance of attracting wandering vampires hunting nearby. She didn't know if it was because her blood had a sweet scent or if the number of vampires in this city had reached a point where they were everywhere. But what was the reason? Why had these beings which should thrive in the West all suddenly flocked here? Wouldn't they suffer from the local environment? While pondering these questions that were impossible to answer, the girl slowly closed her eyes. When she was awakened, the car was already packed with people and the streets outside were bustling. An unknown bustling shopping mall was right before her eyes. On both sides of the pedestrian street at the mall entrance, there were various game booths and snack stalls. What was even more eye-catching was a pale-skinned young foreign woman lingering around several snack stalls, while 2 tall, sturdy foreign men stood by looking rather helpless. Cui Yulu and Chun-Li couldn't help but take a few extra glances. They usually had little contact with ordinary people, let alone foreign friends. After jumping out of the car, Yu Shu headed straight for the bar nearby the snack stalls. Hey, senior sister, the mall entrance is over here. Chun-Li's high-pitched childish voice drew the attention of those around them, including the 3 foreigners. I know, but this can make money, right? Yu Shu rolled up her sleeves. Moreover, I have to show off my masculinity. If she could win the favor of that foreign lady and talk to her for a few sentences, oh, that would be pure bliss. They say foreign women have a short shelf life, but when they are young, they are truly unstoppable, invincible. And they can also make money. The stall owner at the bar saw business coming and quickly put down his folding fan to greet them, introducing in a tone that seemed to both reject and welcome, yet was quite self-satisfied. As long as the little girl can hang on this bar for 100 seconds without falling, 100 yuan reward will be presented immediately, but the registration fee is 10 yuan. No one could refuse his seasoned tone. Sure enough, this girl, who looked somewhat cool, directly threw out a 100 yuan bill full of bravado. I want to try 10 times. Off. The stall owner was taken aback. Since opening, he had never encountered such a situation. Narrowing his eyes to look at the girl's slender arms and legs, he scratched his head, feeling that today's money would be easy to earn. Uff. The foreign woman at the nearby snack stall chuckled softly, turning to her 2 companions and saying a bunch of things in a foreign language while pointing at Yu Shu, who was ready to go, seemingly thinking she was overestimating her abilities. Among the 2 men, one immediately nodded in agreement, while the other shook his head and pointed at the girl's chest, saying something. Then Yu Shu mimicked Xiao Long and wiped her nose, jumped up and gripped the bar with both hands. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, she switched to one hand and finally did pull-ups with just 2 fingers. The stall owner was initially disdainful, then shocked, anxious, and finally trembling in disbelief. His gaze was as humiliating as a Libyan seeing a Chinese blocking his door, insisting on competing in ping pong. After 100 seconds had passed, the girl landed gracefully, preparing for her second round, when the stall owner rushed up, dismantled the bar, and handed Yu Shu 300 yuan bills. Here's your 100, and he'll give you 200 more. Please let me off easy. You, I have elders and children to support, and it's not easy making a living. Oh, shouldn't you be thanking me? Ewing Shu accepted the money but did not move. Thank you, thank you. I thank your ancestors for 8 generations. The girl waited for a while, not hearing the system's prompt, clicked her tongue. Tisk, you're not sincere. I think we should continue. I beg you, I beg you. Thank you, miss, for your generosity. Special task, earn 20 sincere expressions of gratitude within the time limit, 320. Reward, demon slaying stick, earth tier, upper grade treasure, can forcefully reveal the true form of demonic creatures upon contact. Ewing Shu nodded in satisfaction, taking her 2 already starstruck followers and headed straight for the nearby nail hammering and ring tossing stalls. Soon after, she received 2 more expressions of gratitude. She occasionally stole glances at that beautiful foreign lady, only to suddenly notice that the 3 foreigners seemed not to be paying attention to her, but were seriously discussing something, even escalating to a slight argument. Ewing Shu stood at the entrance of the mall with her hands on her hips, feeling utterly refreshed. She had completed, although the process was rather tortuous, involving moments of hesitation to enter stores, embarrassment to speak, attempts to discard bandages, and dealing with Chun-Li for payments. But it ultimately came to an end. A gentle breeze flowed through the entrance, causing the girl's single garment to flutter and cling to her body, revealing glimpses of the black athletic wear underneath. Wearing 2 outer garments was merely to conceal the bandages. Now that the goal was achieved, there was no need for further suffering. It was incredibly refreshing. Moreover, this athletic wear was cool, breathable, and snug without the annoyance of flapping around. It was simply tailor-made for someone like her. However, a new problem arose. As the breeze blew, the girl's gradually shapely figure became more pronounced. Chun-Li, with innocent curiosity, boldly remarked, "Why do I feel like you should Ji is a bit different from just now." His naive nature, confined within the secret realm and lacking contact with the outside world alongside his daily immersion in the library, made it difficult for him to grasp the various uses of inner garments. "I have been liberated, and now I am in high spirits," Ewing Shu replied honestly. Breathing was much smoother now. It was Chui Yulu who noticed some discrepancies and teased, "Hey, why does Yushimi seem quite impressive?" "Really? I don't feel that way," the girl said, while pulling open her collar to take a look inside. Chun-Li, who had been staring over, immediately received a playful slap from Chui Yulu, turning his face at a 90-degree angle. "You want to take a look too?" Ewing Shu said, tilting her waist slightly towards this side. Chui Yulu quickly helped cover her neckline, struggling to comprehend the girl's behavior. "What are you doing? Don't do that in the future." "Hey, we're both girls, it's fine." Ewing Shu, using her identity to take advantage, extended her hand mischievously. "Let me see yours." For some reason, Chui Yulu suddenly imagined giving Yushimi a playful slap, just like she did to Chun-Li. Fortunately, it remained a thought. Just as the two were fooling around, Chun-Li, covering his head, looked pitifully at the corner, bewildered by what was happening, when a rough Mandarin mixed with foreign words suddenly echoed above the 3 disciples of Tsangmang City, "We need assistance." Then a shadow loomed over the 3. Raising her head, she realized it was one of the men who had just followed. Only at close range could she tell how tall he was. He was at least 3 heads taller than Ewing Shu, the kind of height that made it difficult to hit his head, even by jumping. However, upon hearing the man's opening remark, the girl intended to refuse. Since he could recognize a few of them, it indicated they belonged to another world. But she wasn't an official disciple. How could she participate in the wonders of another world? Wouldn't she just be flicked away with a finger? Yet the man's next words extinguished her thoughts. "We are vampire hunters seeking the help of outer disciples of Tsangmang City." Ewing Shu halted her steps. Even Chun-Li, this child, discerned the issue. Vampire hunters. Were they looking for help to deal with vampires? This was indeed worth considering. Vampires weren't particularly strong. They simply reproduced quickly and were numerous. The high-ranking princes and dukes were few and far between, making encounters rare. Moreover, this group of hunters wasn't very powerful either. They were still within the realm of humanity, not vastly different from the 3 of them. The main point was that having a target was far simpler than aimlessly searching for vampires at night. The key question was, how did they know that the 3 of them were outer disciples of Tsangmang City? Sensing the trio's confusion, the foreign man smiled slightly and pointed to a nearby cafe. "How about I treat you to coffee, and we can discuss it slowly?" The cafe was not crowded. A student wearing glasses was typing furiously on his computer. A few others were reading magazines alone, while some gazed pensively out the window. In the far corner of the hall sat the other 2 from the foreign trio. Upon seeing Ewing Shu and the others enter, the foreign girl snapped her fingers coolly and rattled off a string of foreign words. Ewing Shu could be quite sure that she was not speaking English. As for Chui Yulu and Chun-Li, they were utterly clueless. They had never even heard a language other than Chinese. Not only were the 3 confused, but the waitress was as well. "Humph." The foreign girl chuckled and put on a serious. One of her male companions shook his head helplessly, raised his hand, and said in slightly fluent Mandarin, 3 cups of freshly brewed coffee with roasted beans." Then he looked at the 3 from Tsangmang City. "Help yourselves, it's on me." Upon hearing that someone was treating, Ewing Shu instantly felt delighted. As everyone knows, foreigners are often generous, not to mention this group of vampire hunters. She too snapped her fingers to call the waitress, "Bring me 2,000 and cash 1 cup. 1 cup of that." Having never tried this drink, the girl could only randomly select one from the menu with her eyes closed. Shui Yulu and Chun-Li followed suit, blindly choosing as well. "Waitress, it's fine, just go ahead and serve it. Didn't you hear? He's treating you." Shu pointed at the foreign man. She was currently in dire need of money. After the public face had helped her so much, she felt she should bring back a souvenir when going out. It should be a phone, one that could play games and read books. He would surely like it. However, something that could catch his eye would cost at least 1,000 yuan. Where could she get that? Unfortunately, the waitress seemed to misunderstand the girl's seriousness and thought she was joking. She only brought 3 cups of coffee to the three, leaving the cash order completely overlooked. Shu took a sip of her pure black coffee with indignation, and her face immediately scrunched up. The taste was akin to chewing a number 7 battery and tasting the liquid that seeped out. "Humph," the foreign girl laughed again. "Miss, you probably aren't suited for this pure coffee. You might want to try adding a bit of it." The foreign man pushed over a packet of cream and sugar, and then crossed his hands in a tower shape on the table, adopting a serious demeanor. "I think we should get straight to the point. According to your Huaxia civilization, it should be called river and lake children, unconstrained by trivialities, right?" Another man picked up the conversation. "As previously mentioned, we are vampire hunters. My name is Jack, he is Martin, and this lady is Angela." He paused noticeably when introducing the foreign. Shu could tell that at least the last name was fake. However, she didn't bother to press the matter. After all, this girl wouldn't speak Mandarin, so theoretically, there would be no communication. "Let's talk about why we are outer disciples of Songmang City. Isn't that obvious?" "Of course it's this outfit," Jack chuckled, pointing at the snowflake embroidered on their clothes, and continued provocatively, "You should be in an exam, right?" Shu and her friends felt the depth of the other party's understanding of them. However, Martin quickly revealed the answer. "It's the information age. If you want to know something, you can find it on dedicated websites. Besides, if we want to operate in the northern Yinyan region, we need to investigate the local situation thoroughly." Jack added, "We also know that the content of your exam is to hunt vampires. That's perfectly aligned with our work, so why not join forces? You can know that too." Shu was utterly astonished. Was there an insider in the sect? Or did Songmang City post a recruitment announcement on that so-called No need to ask about that, Martin laughed heartily. "Currently, almost all forces north of Yinyun are trying their best to deal with vampires. But only Songmang City would be willing to send newcomers out to expend energy." Through the telescope, an abandoned factory comes into view, sprawling over a vast area with wild grass, thriving under the fierce afternoon sun. Inside, there are numerous intact shipping containers and debris, along with 3 partially collapsed factory buildings, and several others reduced to mere remnants. That group of vampires is hiding in there, probably around 20, but definitely not more than 30. Martin informed the girl about the situation. Shu lowered the telescope and gazed at the seemingly empty factory across the road, frowning as she asked, "How do you know this so well?" "Our brothers are trapped inside, and the information was transmitted through the transmitters hidden in their bodies," Jack replied, casually, while adjusting his gear. A silver longsword, of finely crafted crossbow bottles and jars filled with liquid of various colors, and a small suitcase brimming with modern technology. When the suitcase opened, it revealed a computer akin to something out of a spy movie, complete with various interface cables and probes, causing Chun-Li to drool. Even the well-informed Shu couldn't help but steal a glance. However, she quickly regained her composure and asked again, "Brothers, so you seek external assistance to rescue them?" "No," Martin shook his head. "It's to eliminate this group of vampires. In fact, those 2 captured comrades were also victims of a failed raid." Upon saying this, he shot a heavy glare at Jack. This made Shu realize that there seemed to be more to their words than met the eye. But it didn't matter. After all, she would only be assisting, while the real charge into battle would be handled by these 3 so-called vampire hunters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to help. Thinking of this, she confirmed for the last time what she was to do and what she would gain. "I just need to guard that escape route right. And afterwards we get 3 portions of the vampire's fangs." Indeed, these hunters also need fangs as proof of their kills. "That's right, this time we will not underestimate them, and have brought equipment supplied by headquarters. Those low-level vampires will definitely not be our match." Martin nodded. "But our goal is to completely exterminate these filthy creatures, leaving none behind, so someone must keep watch over the escape route. However, if one of the 3 of us is assigned to guard the remaining 2, we'll find it much harder to launch a frontal assault on over 20 vampires." "So that's why you chose me," Shu replied calmly. It must have been her stunning performance on the horizontal bar at the mall that caught their attention. Jack confirmed, "Yes, God bless, at a time when we were at our wits' end you appeared before us, miss. You must know with every passing second our brothers are in greater danger." Shu rolled her eyes, thinking that judging by how leisurely they looked, they seemed not to be concerned about the 2 captured brothers at all. Angela, feeling rather impatient, waved her hand, spoke a string of foreign words, and took the lead toward the abandoned. Martin smiled apologetically. In any case, we will be responsible for the frontal assault. You just need to guard the escape route that was just pointed out. As much as possible, I mean, try not to let them escape. For some reason, we need at least 20 vampire fangs, so once they are killed, make sure to extract the teeth in advance, and do not let them be lost with the bodies. With that, they followed Jack and Angela, the foreign girl. All three of them carried glimmering silver weapons with delicate crossbows hanging at their waists, and their chests and belts were adorned with various potion bottles and tools, attracting the attention of nearly all passers-by. However, the trio acted as if they were oblivious to the world, their eyes focused straight ahead, as if they had experienced many similar situations and were already accustomed to the onlookers. Moreover, since they were foreigners, the ordinary people watching assumed they were engaged in some kind of cosplay or filming a movie or short video, causing no commotion. Wait. Yu Shu suddenly recalled something. With the sun so harsh, do we really need to guard the escape route? Wouldn't vampires just die out there? They are merely afraid of sunlight, not instantly fatal. Martin waved his hand without looking back. These creatures can withstand exposure to sunlight for 3 to 5 minutes without issue, and with so many underground manholes around, if they flee, it's hard to track them again. Furthermore, there are passers-by. If things aren't handled well, won't it cause a huge uproar? It is precisely because of the fear of causing panic in the ordinary world that various forces require such actions to be scheduled for nighttime. However, vampires become significantly stronger at night and can transform into bats to escape, which complicates things. Moreover, this isn't her homeland. Even if chaos ensues, what can be done? With no more questions, Yu Shu followed the three foreign friends into the factory, while Chun-Li cautiously closed the already rusted door, symbolically preventing passers-by from entering to avoid seeing anything they shouldn't. Cui Yulu followed closely behind the foreigners, witnessing them chatter away in a foreign language, brandishing silver swords as they charged into a dark basement. Once sounds of battle and the screams of vampires erupted from within, she nodded at Yu Shu and signaled with a gesture. Only then did the girl run toward the vampire's escape route. Better safe than sorry. The escape route is set at another exit in the underground area, which should have been discovered by these so-called vampire hunters during their previous raid. However, due to underestimating the situation or fearing exposure to the mundane world, they did not carry much equipment, which led to their failure and the hurried retreat of two comrades left behind. The subsequent situation is merely Yu Shu's speculation. The three foreigners are likely under the lead of that young lady, attempting to annihilate this group of vampires while seemingly abandoning those two comrades. Otherwise, if they were fully equipped enough to push forward, they would have already launched an attack instead of waiting for reinforcements from headquarters or looking for a way to block the exit. Judging by the actions of those two men, they still possess some conscience and have intentions of rescuing their comrades. Just now, weren't they emphasizing the need to block the escape route? This implies that his goal in searching for help was not to annihilate the vampires, but rather to find a reason to persuade Angela to launch an immediate assault and rescue their comrades as quickly as possible. Thus, everything regarding why the foreigners sought him for assistance suddenly connects. It was merely an excuse to... Unexpectedly, the foreign lady, who appears as delicate as an angel, has a rather cruel heart. Yet there will turning into a vampire affect intelligence. Why do the vampires gathered in the abandoned factory, fully aware of their exposure and the impending new wave of attacks, not escape, but instead remain and wait for death? Is it the restless blood that has clouded their judgment, or is there another motive? Yu Shu glanced at the narrow staircase beneath her feet and the shadowy corridor without thinking further. In any case, it has nothing to do with her. In fact, the two exits in the underground area of this abandoned factory are of the same size. It's just that the other side is shielded from sunlight by a huge corridor, while her side is almost directly exposed to sunlight, hence designated as the escape exit. Therefore, her task is quite simple. Just block the entry, kill one if they come, kill two if they come, and that would suffice. Under the radiance of the sun, the combat capability of vampires decreases drastically, leaving them with no time to engage in prolonged battles with her. Moreover, even during their peak, she is not afraid of vampires. If even senior brother Hao's physique can engage them heated, then isn't she capable of taking down a child with a single punch? Combat is not merely a simple game of numbers. If one cannot break through their defenses, then one cannot. A flock of sheep will never be able to bite a lion to death. Yu Shu indeed feels a bit arrogant, but that is the truth. Furthermore, in the event of an unforeseen situation that she cannot handle, she can always turn and flee. Given the intensity of the afternoon sun, even if she stands outside, motionless, no vampire would waste their time attacking her. This is also the reason she agreed to participate in this operation. If it were in the inconspicuous hours of the night, it would undoubtedly be a risky endeavor with more losses than gains. Of course, Yu Shu's cautiousness has also earned her several rounds of laughter from Angela. Although she couldn't understand the babble, the disdainful laughter that had almost become Angela's catchphrase was enough to convey everything. Looking at the escape exit that was completely still, Yu Shu suddenly felt something was amiss. Why does it seem less hot than before? Is it cloudy? She then realized that a large mass of dark clouds had obscured the nearby sky at some point, blocking the originally harsh sunlight, and even the wind had turned sharp and chilly. It resembled the calm before a storm. Not good. Yu Shu's expression changed drastically as she turned and shouted at Cui Yulu and Chun Li, who were stationed not far away, "Run." Just as she turned around, a gust of chill rushed towards her from behind. At the same time, a slippery and sharp chuckle lingered in her ear. "Hee, this girl's blood smells so sweet. Those 3 apprentice knights are yours. I want to taste the dessert first. Watch out, you pervert, I'm a boy." The girl shouted and immediately turned her body, her slender, yet flexible waist charged with power as she delivered a powerful punch backward. It was no longer acceptable to not fight back. Regardless of the species, exposing one's back to a hunter is the most dangerous act. Only with overwhelming strength can one make them retreat. Although it's cloudy now, it's not to the point of being unable to see one's hand in front of oneself. It's merely like the evening, where sunlight still exists, and the vampires cannot endure in such conditions for too long. So, it comes down to which side can hold out longer. However, after delivering her first punch, Yu Shu's heart, her small fist was completely enveloped in the grasp of the shadow behind her. Amidst the clash of immense forces, she was pushed back 5 steps, while the shadow only retreated 3. This is troublesome. The opponent's strength and agility are completely superior to hers. He is certainly not a low-level vampire, but at least one of noble rank. A noble rank means he can wield several forms of dark magic to some extent. She cannot allow him the chance to Yu Shu steadied her stance, crouched slightly, and then like a leopard poised to pounce, she surged forward again. "Oh, this little girl is quite interesting. I'm getting excited," the slippery voice from the shadow said nonchalantly, teasingly, waiting for the girl to pounce closer, adding, "Don't disturb our dance, you all go deal with those 3 reckless knights." "All right. Hee, this girl is in luck. She will be personally enjoyed by the ancients. Did you hear? My nose can smell from afar. She is fully blossoming, filled with the sweetness of a girl," accompanied by various voices. Shadows instantly flew out from the escape route, brushing past Yu Shu, heading straight for the underground entrance. There were at least a dozen or 20 of them. Didn't Jack and Martin say there would only be a little over 20 vampires down here? How wildly inaccurate was their intelligence? But now there's no time to ponder this matter. Those vampires, chatting in various teasing languages, passed by and stirred up winds that tousled the girl's short hair, and her clothes fluttered, yet it did not affect her path forward. "Aren't you looking for a duel? Then let me show you the punch of the #1 fighter outside of Songmang City. I dare to hit even when Dongyang, so what's one more?" "Die!" Yu Shu yelled fiercely, leveraging her momentum to land another heavy punch against the shadow. She was also sent flying back by the force, yet she immediately charged forward again upon landing. With the opponent targeting her, fleeing would be useless and would only allow him to cast dark magic. The only option is to keep attacking by time and use the power of the sun to weaken him. That is the only chance for survival. Facing the girl's relentless assault, the shadow known as the Ancient extended a hand, as if inviting her, laughing sharply. "Come dance with me, feel the despair as your blood boils. That is the most delightful moment. Who wants to dance with you? Not me." Yu Shu held her breath, exchanging a flurry of punches with the shadow, landing 7 or 8 blows in quick succession. Then with a sudden kick, she executed a high knee strike, not even realizing how flexible her body had become. The shadow was caught off guard by this sudden assault and quickly stepped back. The difference in strength between the two was not so vast as to be overwhelming. The ancestor's approach was merely to wear down the opponent's stamina. However, the girl's attack was not finished. After the kick, she seized the opportunity to strike downward again. Bang! The ancestor crossed his arms to meet the powerful downward strike. The extraordinary strength shattered the tiles beneath him. However, with a slight exertion of his body, he managed to push the girl back, causing her to stumble. Taking advantage of his opponent's unbalance, he charged forward with both hands. "Where do you think you're touching?" Yu Shu shouted loudly, accurately blocking the incoming hands with her chest and pushing them to the sides, using the momentum to deliver a headbutt. The headbutt involved using the hard part of one's head, like the forehead, to strike the softer parts of the opponent's face, such as the nose. The ancestor felt a sharp pain in his nose, tears welling up in his eyes as he staggered back several steps, covering his face. This was the first time since their encounter that Yu Shu gained the upper hand. She rubbed her forehead, brushed her hair back, and took a moment to catch her breath. The shadow also reevaluated the girl. After a brief exchange, both realized the other's strength. Indeed, Yu Shu's attacks lacked precision, but the ancestor's strikes could only be described as childlike brawling. Unlike Yu Shu, who had practiced for a few years and had been forced to throw a few punches when Dongyang had sparred dozens of times, learning some basic techniques. The shadow, on the other hand, had no techniques at all, lacking even the most basic skills. He relied entirely on his extraordinary physical attributes, overpowering with force rather than finesse. It was as if an utterly ordinary person suddenly endowed with immense power displayed such behavior. Therefore, there was definitely a chance. "Come again." Yu Shu dashed forward. This time she did not merely throw punches directly, but used a flying knee to close and forcing her opponent's defenses wide open before launching a series of elbow strikes. This was also a technique taught to her by Wen Dongyang, a powerful move with significant lethality. However, she had not practiced it thoroughly, having only grasped the general concept. Once you establish your foundation, who still practices punches? Isn't it better to wield a flying sword? But this was sufficient to deal with the shadow who knew nothing at all. Yu Yingshu continually recalled the techniques and key points taught by the general crowd during her training, including correcting her own missteps. For this move, she had to pull her hands back, which would give her greater strength, and that was right. For this move, her waist had to bend. Oh, she still remembered the pressure he had applied to her abdomen. Get it? For this move, her legs needed to kick straight and flat, so she could smoothly transition into the next move. At least that's how he explained it when he was supporting her calves. Next was the elbow strike, bending her waist not too much, but engaging the strength of her entire back muscles. He had even used his fingers to guide the movements of her muscles, and it felt great. Why does it feel so basic? Speaking of which, since the general crowd had already established their foundations and was about to receive their flying swords, why bother learning such seemingly useless martial arts? Just to teach herself to ensure she could pass the summer assessment smoothly. How considerate of him. While feeling grateful, the girl continued to use her elbow strikes, pushing the shadow further back. Horse stance, public peak, southern snake, entanglement, thunder strike from the ground. The shadow was flustered and struggled to respond, soon finding his back against the wall with nowhere left to retreat. Then boom. Yu Yingshu's flying elbow struck the shadow's chest, collapsing the wall. The two battled deep inside the abandoned factory. Not far away, Chun-Li caught sight of the scene out of the corner of his eye, feeling a wave of intense emotions rising. From the moment the vampires poured out of the escape route until now, it had been less than a minute. In such a short time, the two fighters had exchanged dozens of blows, their punches and kicks leaving after images, everything happening in the blink of an eye. Moreover, as a mere mortal who had not yet established their foundation to be able to shatter a brick wall with a single punch. So Yu Shiji is this fierce. No wonder she was a bully who dominated both the inner and outer doors. Just then a hand slapped the boy on the head, and an older voice urgently shouted, "Hurry up, why are you dawdling? Get moving." Oh. Chun-Li hurriedly bowed his head, continuing to fiddle with the parts in his hands. After urging his junior, Chui Yulu looked worriedly at the factory wall that had been breached, listening to the continuous sounds of battle inside, and kept encouraging herself. In cultivation, one must possess at least a minimum of courage. One cannot simply hide behind others to pass the assessment. Come on, you can do it, Chui Yulu. One cannot let Yushimi bear the burden alone. To achieve dreams for the future, this is a necessary step to take, and now is the closest time to success. It is destined to be a struggle. Are you done yet? Hurry up. With this thought, Shui Yulu urged the boy again. Almost done, just need to assemble these two parts and attach the rope. Done. Chun-Li raised his head, holding up a makeshift spherical device made from scrap iron wire, wooden planks, and torn canvas found throughout the factory. Then it was snatched away by Shui Yulu. You're so slow. Get away from me, don't look back. She slapped the boy again, and with a steel bar she had found trembled as she ran towards the factory opening. Then a burst of purple light exploded from the eerie factory, and Yu Yingshu was sent flying out through the breach. Damn it, I was careless and fell for his seal. The girl, covered in dirt and grime, scrambled to her feet and rushed to explain her mistake to her sister. After all, she had to maintain her image in front of her fellow disciples. But she quickly realized a problem. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. I came to help you. Shui Yulu mustered her courage and immediately threw the spherical device at the shadow that was advancing. Bang! The shadow, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the sphere, and a large bundle of canvas burst out, temporarily obscuring his vision. At the same time, a strong smell of garlic oil wafted over. To flee or to fight? In that brief moment, Yu Yingshu asked herself this question. Opportunities are fleeting. The girl didn't wait for her inner thoughts to answer, and directly snatched the steel bar from her sister's hands. Why even ask? As the eldest brother, if she backed down, how could she help her fellow disciples in the future? Let's hit him. She still had her trump card. Yu Yingshu pushed Shui Yulu back, saying, "Get back." Then she reached into her collar, pretending to take something out, but in reality, she retrieved a reward from a mission from a few months ago. Shadow technique charm, a secret of IGA, can create 3 shadow clones that can only use physical techniques to assist in combat. However, the shadow clones were extremely fragile, though any touch would cause them to dissipate. Under the astonished gaze of Chui Yulu, Yu Yingshu split into 4, each bearing a mischievous smile, each wielding a steel bar. The powerful phantom, upon breaking free from the garlic oil canvas, was immediately pounced upon by 4 rogue girls, each wearing an identical expression of determination. The steel bars used to support the structure rained down in chaos. The F4 girls showed no mercy, striking the phantom's head, feet, abdomen, and more, bringing it to the ground in an instant, followed by a flurry of brutal blows. They jumped up to strike it. The phantom emitted a series of pitiful howls, its misty body continuously morphing, bulging, snapping, twisting. Yet it kept regaining its form. Vampires, especially those of noble rank, are characterized by their extraordinary regenerative abilities. Dukes and princes, those who do not fear the sun, are not truly unafraid. Rather, the speed at which the sun burns them is simply outpaced by their recovery. Though Yu Shu's attacks seemed ineffective, she grew more and more invigorated. Do you know how valuable this scroll is, huh? As the girl struck fiercely, gritting her teeth, her expression resembled that of a character who, after finally growing hair, had it brutally yanked out, pain etched across her face. Yet she understood that such attacks would not inflict any substantial damage upon the phantom. Seizing an opportunity, she attempted to stab it right in the heart with the steel bar. The heart, which drives the flow of blood, is the source of a vampire's power. The phantom was aware of its vulnerable spot and desperately shielded it with its arms. However, as the steel bar was blunt and the girl's strength was no match for this self-proclaimed ancestor, she couldn't pierce it. Let's see how long your clones can last. Just as the vampire laughed triumphantly, a club silenced its remaining words. Instead of getting angry, it cautiously lurked within the gaps, waiting for the right moment to pounce, aiming to grab the ankle of one clone. It intended to pull it off balance to drain its blood and regain strength, but as soon as it exerted force, the clone vanished. So that's how it is. The ancestor felt it had seen through the flaw and, temporarily suppressing its pain, launched an all-out assault, sacrificing defense in all other areas while protecting its heart, attacking the F3 girls frantically. Chui Yulu sensed danger and turned to flee. Yu Shu had no time to worry about her and focused on maintaining the pressure of the attack. Fortunately, the clones were quite adept in battle, and seeing the enemy change tactics, moved with agility to avoid. Hold on for just a bit longer, maybe the sun will rise. Suddenly a voice called from behind junior sister Catch. Yu Shu turned back in a hurry, immediately overjoyed. Her senior sister had somehow found a sharply. The girl immediately took it, replacing the slightly bent one in her hand, and with a fierce shout abandoned defense and charged straight at the phantom. You die. The phantom was focused on pursuing the clones and completely failed to notice what was happening behind it. Caught off guard, it was suddenly pierced in the heart by Yu Shu, who poured all her strength into the strike. Although its arm successfully blocked the sharp steel bar, the inertia still knocked it to the ground. As the girl pushed down with all her might, the bar slowly penetrated through its arm bone. Yu Shu's forehead bulged with veins, her eyes wide open, teeth clenching as she exerted force with all her might. She had never worked this hard, even when clearing clogged pipes. The remaining two clones seemed to understand this was the final moment, gathering all their spiritual energy. Each of them swung their hammers at the end of the steel bar before dissipating. With two boosts of force, the steel bar sank a few more inches. Ugh. The phantom seemed to exhale its final breath, and its struggles diminished significantly. Yet it was still a little short. The ancestor knew that if it gave up now, it would face eternal death, so it summoned its last ounce of strength to twist its body. In this way, the tip of the steel bar would pierce through the heart, but would shift just enough to graze the atrium. While it would damage a small part of the ventricle, it would still leave a chance for escape. A vampire of his rank should not have to transform into a bat, otherwise it wouldn't be so much trouble. Just as Yu Shu was desperately trying to direct the steel bar into the right position, a loud shout came from behind. Oh, I'm coming. Junior sister, be careful. Chui Yulu, holding a large solid marble slab used for steps, smashed it down on the end of the steel bar. Poof! The steel bar suddenly plunged down, and the phantom instantly transformed into a solid form, revealing its original appearance, a middle-aged man. His eyes bulged, and he seemed to want to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he could not suppress the explosion of blood heat, and his entire body began to dissolve with the blood. Yu Shu was quick and agile, forcefully prying off his slightly elongated fangs, then sighed, as she flipped her body over, lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Fortunately, senior sister, if you had come any later, I would have had to apply pressure myself. Yu Shu's chest heaved as she spoke in bursts. Chui Yulu, sitting on the ground in a disheveled manner, looked up curiously at her words. Oh, was that not okay? It turned out that junior sister also had a way to achieve victory. Well, if it were in the past, that would be fine. The girl waved her hand nonchalantly. But now if we're not careful, we might get banned from airing it. Banned from what? Why can't I understand what junior sister is saying? Chui Yulu stuttered, her face suddenly turning red as she turned her head to see Chen Li running over excitedly, immediately pulling him into a big hug, causing him to spin around in confusion. Kids don't listen to that. What did the senior sisters say? Chun Li was bewildered. It was said that your senior sister was a fierce bully, but why did she seem so easy to talk to while senior sister Chui was extremely violent? No one had ever hit him like that before. The boy was stunned for a moment, blinked, and reached out his hand to Chui Yulu, watching Yu Shu anxiously. We should hurry and leave. There are still many vampires below. Yu Shu scrambled to her feet, grabbed the sharp steel bar she had just used to kill the phantom, weighed it in her hand, and shook her head. No, I need to go down. Chui Yulu grabbed Chen Li's hand, allowing him to pull her up, and responded with confusion, why bother with those foreign people? It's dangerous below, let's hurry. Can anything be more dangerous than me? I just took down their ancestor. The girl rested the steel bar on her shoulder, gave a thumbs up, flashed a row of neat white teeth, and her eyes squinted with a smile. Besides, you two haven't claimed your spoils yet, so don't worry about me, you'll be back shortly. Chui Yulu admitted she was slightly charmed by this girl, and even the hand of her junior brother, which she had not let go of since being pulled up, tightened slightly. She sighed, realizing that her junior sister was indeed charming to both genders, while she attempted to persuade her further. But Yu Shu waved her hand vigorously, turned, and left them with a slender silhouette. It's okay, those small fry can't hurt me. In the underground of the abandoned factory there are lights, but no electricity, only a few oil lamps and candles whose origins are unknown to the vampires, providing some illumination. However, they possess night vision, enabling them to see clearly with even the slightest light, but this posed a challenge for Yu Shu. The girl squinted her eyes and carefully inspected her surroundings, barely able to make out the area around her. The structure here is extremely simple, divided by enormous rust-covered machines whose names are unrecognizable, with no walls in sight. The machines have pipes connecting to the ceiling, likely the lower parts of the main machinery from the factory. The underground was constructed merely for maintenance, convenience, and space saving. Not far ahead, a fire blazed fiercely, clinging to the floor and machinery. A few individuals who called themselves vampire hunters, but were referred to as knights by the true vampires, were fighting desperately, illuminated by the light emitted from the flames. As Yu Shu entered the underground, she immediately spotted their flickering figures and the gleaming silvers. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that behind the three foreigners stood a gaunt man, with a broken leg leaning against the wall, with his remaining leg holding a crossbow, in his right hand aiming silver-tipped arrows at each approaching vampire, while clutching a bottle of dark green potion in his left hand, poised to throw. Yet no matter what, he refused to fire the bolt, and the potion remained forever in his grasp. This was the last silver arrow and the final potion of the knights. Rather than waste them, it was better to keep them as a deterrent. In front of him were Jack Martin and another, wielding their long swords, continually fending off the swiftly attacking vampires. Standing in the center, theoretically the strongest, was none other than Miss Angela. She took on most of the attacks, and the silver sword she wielded occasionally glimmered with a white light, which the vampires seemed to dread, retreating significantly each time to give the others a moment to breathe. While Angela attacked, she was also conversing rapidly in fluent foreign language with her companions, her tone high and fierce, resembling an angry tirade. However, the shadowy figures around them, continuously shifting positions and screeching, seemed unconcerned about prolonging the battle, instead taunting their adversaries in return. You're doomed. How reckless to charge in like this, truly brainless knights. I want to drink that white-skinned girl's blood, no one else can have it. Are you stupid? You'll be burned by her blood, you idiot. Quickly, someone go find some water to extinguish the fire. We have night vision, they do not. The shadows continued to shout various taunts, even casually chatting as they wore down the stamina of the knights. However, the vampire's words reminded Angela of biting her lip. She took advantage of the retraction of her sword to cut open her wrist, forcefully splattering the flowing blood. Swish! The basement immediately echoed with the sound of flesh sizzling on a hot iron plate, followed by the vampire's eerie howls. They were forced to retreat a considerable distance, one of them colliding with the stealthily approaching Yu Shu. The girl did not hold back, delivering a heavy strike to the head, followed by a swift, lethal blow that shattered the vampire's heart through skin and bone. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the other vampires had yet to react, she delivered another crushing blow that smashed one from the shoulder blade to the heart, rendering him certainly lifeless. The third vampire who had been attacked finally reacted, desperately protecting his heart with both hands, while Yu Shu executed a low kick followed by a punch that crushed his skull. This was also a method to kill a vampire. In an instant after slaying 3 enemies, the knights finally got a clue. Angela immediately shouted, "Why are you only just arriving, you fool?" Her pronunciation was precise, speaking Mandarin better than anyone else. Special task: collect 20 sincere expressions of gratitude within the sign-in duration, 620. Reward: demon slaying stick. Earth class superior treasure can forcefully reveal the true form of demon creatures upon contact. Yu Shu felt she might be hearing things, unsure whether to complain about the system or the foreign girl, and took a while to respond. "How can you speak Chinese? You were supposed to guard the escape route. What on earth were you doing?" Angela did not answer the girl, but continued in rapid Mandarin, "How could you let so many vampires sneak around behind us to ambush us? The system has already issued a warning. I must respond. I was battling their ancestor." "What ancestor? How could you take so long battling a mere low-level vampire? I see you must be stalling for time. However, considering that you ultimately overcame your fears and returned to the right path, I will pardon your sins." Angela waved her wrist, once again splattering a large amount of blood, causing the gathering vampires to shriek, and then she raised her sword, sneering, "Follow me, let's kill our way out of this hellish place." But as soon as she finished speaking, she felt dizzy and stumbled. This was a sign of excessive blood loss. She had cut. Martin immediately stepped forward to support her, but was forcefully shaken off, followed by a barrage of stern reprimands. I am someone you cannot touch. Know your place, apprentice knight. Yes. Martin bowed his head deeply and turned to carry their comrade who had lost a leg. But he was immediately pulled back. However, if you can recite Psalms 19 to 21 silently, I will graciously allow you to assist me temporarily. Remember to be grateful. The brief commotion among the knights did not prompt the vampires to attack again. Instead, they gathered on the other side, a dark mass with at least 30 present. Finally, one voice cautiously asked from within, what do you think happened to the ancestor? The ancestor? Yu Shu's mind raced, and she pulled out 2 longer fangs from her pocket, grinning maliciously as she displayed them openly. Of course, he's already dead, killed by me with this stick. She swung the steel bar, lunging forward 2 steps. Impossible, it must be fake. The vampires screeched as they retreated more than 5 steps. How could a mere human kill an ancestor? Beside her, Jack, who had already stood alongside the girl, looked at the fangs in her hand in shock and shouted, Baron level. Angela, seizing the opportunity while the vampires were stunned, charged forward directly. What are you standing around for? Kill them, leave none alive. The recent victory over the vampire baron filled Yu Shu with an overwhelming confidence, and the brief skirmish revealed that these low-level vampires were utterly incapable of contending with her. Their physical qualities were only slightly superior to those of ordinary humans, relying merely on the terrifying appearance granted by their shadowy forms and a floating ability reminiscent of anti-gravity. Otherwise, how could senior brother Hao face them heathen? He might overpower an ordinary person, but against Yu Shu, she could simply stand there and let them strike. Without using any weapons, she might still remain unscathed. Thus, it was under Angela's lead that they launched a counterattack, but the main force was Yu Shu. Moreover, this seemingly contradictory lady was losing far too much blood, and adhering to the principle of not wasting what had been shed, she desperately swung her wrists in the direction of the enemies, forcing the group of vampires to constantly reposition themselves in a futile attempt to dodge, much like encountering a homeless man indiscriminately urinating on the street. This led Yu Shu to entertain a dark suspicion. Could this lady be saving up her monthly output to concoct potions? What she flung out was akin to heavenly blossoms scattering in the sky, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Alas, if only she had such an ability, it would provide some motivation and spare her from living each day as if counting down to an execution. The sensation of her abdomen being twisted like a knife was truly indescribable. It was said that one had to reach the golden core stage and choose to abstain from all external food, only consuming the essence of the sun and moon to eliminate such a mundane response of the body. Otherwise, one could only wait for the soul transformation to depart from the mortal body. Even the birth of a nascent soul couldn't mitigate it. However, this might have been manageable in the past when spiritual energy was abundant, bringing countless benefits with hardly any drawbacks, but now it was a plight where she could neither enjoy the delights of exquisite celestial cuisine nor cultivate at a satisfying pace. Foods made from celestial herbs cultivated with heavenly methods could greatly replenish the spiritual energy that was perpetually lacking within her. Yu Shu had once partaken in a similar meal among the masses. Upon returning, her monthly discharge, which typically occurred once, had inexplicably arrived a full half-month early and lasted over 20 days, directly overlapping with the next, when Dongyang nearly met his demise. Digressing. Yet during the battle, Yu Shu could still allow her thoughts to wander so freely, all thanks to these vampires who were simply too weak. Especially when Jack, burdened with a severely injured teammate who could not fight, tossed his broad-bladed silver sword over to her, replacing the club she held. It was as if he had handed over a toy. Vampires had no resistance against silver items. The specially treated silver sword sliced through their bodies as effortlessly as cutting through paper. In a mere few breaths, a handful of them managed to encircle more than 30 vampires. Yu Shu had already begun bending down to pry out fangs of the slain. Occasionally, a few wielding small knives had already received special attention, too scared to approach for a follow-up attack. Finally, after a methodical slaughter, the remaining vampires realized that the tide had turned. They began to look around, seeking companions who shared the idea of fleeing. It is only natural to want a partner in crime when committing immoral deeds. At a certain moment, after Yu Shu again acted recklessly, using her formidable strength to pierce the heart of some unfortunate soul, the vampires, now devoid of fighting spirit, almost unanimously erupted in a chorus of screams. Run! Don't let them escape! Charge! We must annihilate them here, leaving not a single one alive. Angela shouted in response, using her last ounce of strength to push Martin, who was supporting her forward. Hurry and kill. It was evident that these words were meant for Yu Shu. The girl received the signal, understanding the implied meaning, and followed the instructions accordingly. It was not that she wished to obey the foreign lattice orders, but because these vampires posed a genuine threat to society. Each one eliminated would bring a bit more stability to the surrounding area. Special task earned 20 genuine expressions of gratitude within the sign-in duration, 720. Reward demon-slaying rod, a top-tier Earth-grade treasure that can forcefully reveal the true form of demon creatures upon contact. After chasing down a few more vampires, the system notified the girl that she had completed another task, yet she had no idea who was expressing gratitude toward her. Was it Angela, who lay on the ground still cursing trash idiot too slow? That seemed unlikely. However, no matter what, vampires were endless. Their numbers were too many, and those participating in the pursuit were too few. Even if the basement was crowded and the corridor narrow, a dozen or so still managed to escape. How could this happen? Angela complained with a drawn-out tone as the battle had just ended. Then she took a deep breath. She spoke in Chinese, but Yu Shu quickly covered her ears. It wasn't until several minutes later, when Angela, parched and coughing, finally paused, that she let go. Martin and Jack had evidently grown accustomed to such matters. Each carried a wounded comrade, one with a broken leg, while the other supported Angela, walking outside in silence. Upon exiting, sunlight immediately bathed their faces. Yu Shu took a deep breath, expelling the musty odor of the underground from her lungs. Then she noticed Angela mimicking her actions exactly. Trash. Idiot. Rubbish. Useless. You two brainless imbeciles. I already said an ambush was certain. With an immediate raid, I look at the outcome. Why didn't you wait for reinforcements? Even sneaking that ancient steam gun over would have sufficed. Damn it, I knew from the start that I shouldn't have followed the rules. Under the sunlight, Angela's face was pale. Her wrist wound had curiously healed, and after cursing her comrades, she seemed to have regained some strength, enabling her to stand and walk unaided. She kept stealing glances at Yu Shu, muttering to herself, damn it, now I might fail the assessment. Yu Shu felt a certain someone's burning gaze. Opening her palm, revealing the sharp fangs of the vampire baron she had been clutching tightly, she attempted to extend it. Hey, do you want this? Yes. No, you're quite perceptive. Angela's eyes lit up as she leapt forward, diving toward the fang. Her movements were agile, completely unlike a severely injured individual who had just bled out. Yet Yu Shu quickly retracted the fangs, revealing a mischievous smile, her free hand curling like a dragon's claw. Unless you let me grab you. She didn't harbor much fondness for this foreign lady, but keeping the fangs for herself held no real significance. She might as well barter for some benefits. However, this idea of a simple grab was still off the table, but felt too perverse and undermined her noble image. Didn't she see that senior sister Cui and junior brother Chun were already rushing over? Moreover, in a sense, she was already tired of such things. Thus Yu Shu extended her hand once more. If you want it, we must be straightforward. The first step is your true name and origin. My name is Angel. This is a literal translation, and the writing style is already quite different from the original. Okay. Angel once again demonstrated her proficiency in Chinese, then shot a fierce glare at Jack. Moreover, I never intended to use a fake name. It was all his own decision. Jack shrugged, feeling the need to explain his actions. In a foreign country, one must be a bit cautious. So I misunderstood her. It turns out that the seemingly proud and aloof girl wasn't distancing herself from me, but rather the warm-hearted foreigner who was trying to win me over had his own reservations. She continued to ask, then what is your full name? The more details the opponent reveals during negotiations, although the information might not be useful, it subtly puts the other party in a subconscious weaker position. But Angel shook her head, unwilling to divulge more, and provided an excuse that seemed utterly absurd to Yu Shu. My name is just Angel. The rest is just a meaningless and complicated code. If you prefer to call me 4005, feel free. What 4005? A big spray gun. Yu Shu didn't even want to expose such a shallow lie. The Conway 4005 was a tank developed by the Empire on which the sun never sets decades ago, boasting an 183mm caliber, and was the largest tank in the world at that time. The girl recalled Angel's foul-mouthed tirade in the basement, even while suffering from severe blood loss, and asked, so where exactly are you all from? Don't tell me something about vampire hunters, okay? We are from Malta, Jack said proudly, holding his head high, and he offered no further explanation. As if everyone in the world should know about this place. Moreover, Martin, Angel, and that knight with a broken leg all wore the same expression. Yu Shu was left with a head full of question marks. She was merely a 17-year-old student in her past life, particularly poor at studying, and in this life, she had barely been exposed to the world. How could she possibly know what those 3 words meant? Moreover, this world was clearly different from the one before her transmigration. Perhaps Malta was a newly emerged fictional place. As for Cui Yulu and Chun Li, they had only just seen live, leg-bending foreigners for the first time today. Angel clearly noticed the odd expressions on the faces of the few, but she showed no intention of explaining, exuding a vibe of it's your fault for not knowing, and directly moved on to the next topic. We are here to complete a trial, just like your biannual assessments. As long as I pass, I can regain a portion of my strength. However, thanks to those 2, I've already failed. She glared fiercely at Martin and Jack, then placed her hands on her hips. But I will forgive them as always. All right, now bring forth the Baron's teeth, but don't think you'll receive gratitude. were simply conducting a fair special task. Gain 20 genuine words of gratitude within the sign-in duration, 820. Reward Demon Slaying Stick, a high-grade, Earth-level treasure that forces demon creatures to reveal their true forms upon contact. Considering that I've already completed 3 tasks with the seemingly duplicitous girl Shu simply tossed the teeth over, as they were of no use to her anyway. It was better to exchange them for benefits. Oh wow. These are indeed Baron-level teeth. I never expected your strength to reach a level just below mine capable of killing such a foe. Angel examined the teeth carefully, gasping in admiration, then became smug. This way I can successfully complete the assessment. By then I will acquire powers beyond your imagination, little sister. Tell me, what do you want? Anything I have I can give to you, including those 2 fools. Well, I want money, all the money you have on you. Shu had already thought out her demands. I am quite loyal. When Danyang has helped me a lot, so I must repay him. The primary goal is to buy him a smartphone. Admittedly, the secret realm does not allow modern tech products, but since when Danyang already has his own storage ring, sneaking one in is quite simple. Moreover, storing items in the storage ring does not affect the flow of spiritual energy within the secret realm. Many senior brothers and sisters do this. Otherwise, once we enter the outside world, how do we stay in touch? Sending messages with flying swords. Or raising a pigeon. However, things were unexpectedly disappointing for Shu. A few foolish and wealthy foreigners pooled together for quite some time, but they only managed to gather a little over 600 in cash. This amount combined with her own was barely enough to buy a single phone. Forget it, let's put the common face aside for now. Oh, I might as well buy a piece of bread to get by. I should have bought for myself, but I can't hide electronic products in the secret realm without a storage ring, so I can only buy one for when Danyang. Damn, I'm so jealous. No way, when I return, I must let him experience the love of fatherhood again before I can give him a gift for Children's Day. Shu sighed, taking the money, and pointed at Angel's waist. Hand crossbows, all of them for us. No way, these are limited. Martin immediately stepped forward and firmly refused. But after seeing Angel's displeased expression, he thought for a moment and extended a finger. We can only let go of one. Then give it to junior brother Chun. The girl casually waved her head. After all, once she entered the inner door, she would learn sword control and wouldn't be playing with such outdated things. Chun-Li was completely different upon seeing such a finely crafted item about to fall into his hands. He was extremely excited and did not refuse, exclaiming loudly, "Yes, thank you, senior sister." Special task, gain 20 genuine words of gratitude within the sign-in duration, 920. Reward Demon Slaying Stick, a high-grade, Earth-level treasure that forces demon creatures to reveal their true forms upon contact. Shu waved her hand, indicating that it was a trivial matter, then said, "Lastly, the 3 vampire teeth we originally agreed upon should double." She raised her eyebrows at Chui Yulu and Chun-Li. "Once we 3 marry and pass on our disciples, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Although most of the teeth were her own effort, having more wouldn't hurt. This item was a windfall for the foreigners, but here it couldn't even add to her gains, and after taking enough quantity, the rest would be better as favors. Unexpectedly, Chun-Li was the first to shake his head. "No, senior sister, our Kangmang city still lacks an elder proficient in trap formations, so I just want to be an ordinary inner disciple and focus on researching this area without demanding techniques." Chui Yulu immediately followed suit. "Thank you for your kind offer, junior sister, but my intentions do not lie here. Right now. I can't explain, but you'll understand soon enough." Special task, gain 20 genuine words of gratitude within the sign-in duration, 1120. Reward Demon Slaying Stick, a high-grade, Earth-level treasure that forces demon creatures to reveal their true forms upon contact. Although she had completed 2 special tasks, Shu was not happy. Her goodwill was not accepted, which made her feel, "Then just give one more. He'll become an official disciple myself, okay?" Shu crossed her arms, pouting angrily. She must become an official disciple, who otherwise falling behind the common face would be too embarrassing. Seeing that she seemed to have angered her junior sister, Chui Yulu was not in a hurry. She knew that this girl's temper flared up quickly and faded just as fast. She was quite straightforward and had no small-mindedness. So she rolled her eyes and immediately asked, "Since we still have 4 days of free time, where should we go?" "Junior sister, you decide." "Really? I get to decide. Then let's go to a place where we can quickly understand the whole world." A hall filled with computers. The abrupt sounds of shouting, curses, and announcements are intertwined with the clattering of keyboards and the crashing of mice. The air is saturated with the odor of foot sweat, body odor, instant noodles, smoke, burnt wires, and a fermentation scent emanating from a body that has not bathed for an extended period. Chui Yulu and Chun-Li were initially very unaccustomed, suffering from ear ringing due to the noise and dizziness from the strange smells. But by now they could basically ignore it. In contrast, Shu felt as if she had returned home free and easy, remaining calm throughout, even having taken off her shoes the day before to curl up in a chair for a nap. The other 2 watched in amazement. Indeed, this was the place Shu referred to as the place to understand the whole world, an internet cafe. None of the three had successfully completed their foundation establishment, and their sect had not provided any identification theoretically preventing them from entering such a place. Fortunately, this dilapidated internet cafe chosen specifically was not a proper establishment. Considering they had booked 4 days in a row, the owners skillfully handled the paperwork for them. However, since entering the cafe, the only thing Ewing Shu had done related to serious business was to look up what mall. Total time spent 3 minutes. It is an island nation located in the central Mediterranean south of Sicily, Italy. Although small, it has a population of just over 50,000, but it is home to a world-renowned organization that excites many young people, the Knights of Malta. Its predecessor was one of the 3 major knight orders of Europe, the Hospitallers. It is said to have been demilitarized and become a purely charitable organization, but the current situation clearly suggests otherwise. No further information could be found. This is not something that can be publicly displayed for ordinary people. After that, Ewing Shu began to frantically study the various unique games of this world. Shouting and eating instant noodles, she perfectly blended into the surrounding environment, making the other two appear out of place. However, with the so-called assistance of the mechanism technique, Chen Li quickly grasped the principles of computers and networks, soon proficiently wielding the mouse to search for various knowledge. Now only Cui Yulu remained confused. She simply could not understand what was so appealing about this. Was watching 2 little figures fight really that interesting? In the end, it was still Ewing Shu who could not bear to see her like this, and found her a drama which finally settled her. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the 5th day. After staying just a little longer, they would have to return to Kangmang City to report their achievements. Everyone was seizing the last moments. Their equipment, clothing, and that exquisite hand crossbow were all stuffed into a burlap sack piled at their feet. Chun-Li had already self-taught various programming languages with astonishing talent, and was currently cramming on what is called low-level architecture. Cui Yulu wiped her tears while watching a touching ancient romance drama. The tissues on the table already piled up like a small mountain. Ewing Shu's seat was empty. She had gone to the bathroom, and a certain online game was still running on the screen. She had generously donated all the earnings from her brick to the newbies, earning their heartfelt gratitude. At this time, the special task had been completed a total of 19 times, just waiting for the final sprint. After a long wait, Ewing Shu finally came back, shaking her hands, and sat back down in her chair looking refreshed. "Why were you gone for so long?" Cui Yulu curiously looked at her junior sister's hands. If she remembered correctly, this girl adhered to the principle of not washing her hands after using the bathroom, being too lazy to do so. What was different this time? "I just slipped up at the last moment, you wouldn't understand," Ewing Shu answered with a skilled honesty that evaded the system's detection, shaking the mouse cord, and ready to re-engage in completing the special task. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from behind. "Is that not?" Initially, Ewing Shu did not realize that the person behind was referring to her. Although she was rated an 8 out of 10 by the system in terms of appearance, she was not top tier. Besides, she was barefaced without any makeup, and there were many girls on the street prettier than her. Furthermore, to make it easier to manage and not draw attention, she had specifically cut her hair to just above her ears, which reduced her appeal in the eyes of many who disliked short hair. At least during these few days in the internet cafe, she had not seen anyone come up to flirt with her. Such characters who would only appear in various works, unable to move when encountering a beautiful girl, are still rare in reality. However, the surprised person quickly turned to Ewing Shu, observing her concentrated gaming posture while continuously comparing on his phone. What are you doing?" Ewing Shu immediately noticed this person responding in a thick dialect from Yinyan North Prefecture. "Nothing." The surprised inquirer appeared very shy, touching his naturally curly brown hair with a faint step. The top button of his shirt was undone, half tucked into his pants, while the other half hung out, giving off an incredibly sloppy appearance. After initially shaking his head in denial, he quickly realized he had misspoken, leaning forward again and flipping his phone to present it to the girl. "Isn't this just you?" Although the appearance wasn't very clear, it could be seen that it was a short-haired girl, and with this outfit, it looked almost identical, didn't it? Moreover, the cheering siblings beside her should be this sister and brother, right? A video was playing on the phone. A girl dressed in a neat white outfit was hanging from a pull-up bar with one hand, continuously doing pull-ups, her long straight legs swinging restlessly. The camera's resolution was low, making it hard to see clearly. The specific appearance was very vague. Standing beside the girl, the cheering siblings, while on the other side a tall foreign man was pointing at the girl, arguing with 2 companions. This was indeed the scene from a few days ago where Ewing Shu played on the pull-up bar at the mall entrance, attracting Miss Angel's attention, captured unknowingly by someone. Fortunately, it was not very clear, otherwise the audience would immediately focus on her hands gripping the pull-up bar. At that time, she wasn't using just one hand, but merely 2 fingers. That would have been too shocking. Yet even so, this video caused a stir online. A delicate and slender female effortlessly playing on a pull-up bar, something that even professional teams might find difficult to accomplish. The top comments in the comment section were all debating similarly titled posts fake. This video is definitely edited. Today's youth have gone crazy trying to get famous. Using a formula to calculate if the video is real, this woman could easily break the leopard 2 with her bare hands. Yes, the one hit by a soil-based grenade. The spectators beside her were definitely part of her team, right? Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. The video is definitely real. The girl is the weakest in our M79 nebula. Yu Yingshu glanced through it and grew increasingly alarmed. This was absolutely a violation. As a practitioner, one should avoid revealing their strength in front of mortals, which is a strict rule to be propagated in Kangmang City. It is not that it is absolutely forbidden, it's just that if caught, one would have to face punishment. Fortunately, the video was too blurry to be seen clearly. But she could not stay here any longer. Bound by the system, if this curly-haired boy asked anything more, she would certainly be unable to conceal the truth. Anyone with eyes can understand what's going on in this video, right? Yu Yingshu threw out this vague statement, evading the system's detection, which also served as a response to the curly-haired boy's previous question, then grabbed Cui Yulu and Shunli, turning to run. We can't stay any longer. In the secret realm of Kangmang City, at the innermost end of the inner sect, there stood a magnificent hall that Yu Yingshu had never entered. Dozens of elders lined up on both sides, with the city Lord Mu Jingtai seated in the foremost position. One could tell just by the name that this person belonged to the most tedious kind. Indeed, Mu Jingtai had a square face and a buzz-cut, a man of upright character who approached tasks with meticulousness, exuding an air of solemnity from every inch of his being. The long journey of cultivating immortality was already dreary and dull, and with his personality, no one was willing to work alongside him. Yet everyone preferred to assign the most challenging tasks to him. As long as a promise was obtained, one could rest assured that he would exert his utmost effort to accomplish the task. At this moment, Mu Jingtai was forcing a smile that should theoretically appear amiable, gazing at the young girl in the center of the hall, who was said to have hidden in the outer sect for 9 years, and was now making a remarkable debut. The elders on both sides shared the same sentiment. According to the classification of Kangmang City and most cultivation forces, anyone who could attain the golden core would surely become an elder. Even if one did nothing, they could still hold the title of an honorary elder. At present, apart from 2 elders who happened to be in seclusion, all the rest were present. Elder Yin was naturally among them, currently standing at the very end, stroking his beard with a look of satisfaction as he watched the gracefully blossoming young girl. This girl had been so thin and small when she first entered the secret realm, resembling a tiny bean sprout. Yet years had flown by, and now she could choose to become a direct disciple of a certain elder, having unknowingly transformed into a stunning beauty. What remained unknown was which boy would ultimately benefit from her. In the front row, Bai Jianxing wore an expression of delight, already contemplating how to respond to the other elders' envious congratulations. It must be me. After all, I have someone beneath me. When Danyang and this girl are a pair, right? Oh, to suddenly have 2 direct disciples, what a delightful trouble. How should I teach them in the future? Who knows, in the future, I might even be honored with the title of Master of the City, Lord of Kangmang City. Mu Jingtai observed the girl below, pondering for a long time before finally asking, so have you made your choice? Which elder do you wish to select as your master? Yes, Yu Yingshu cupped her hands respectfully and then pointed to an empty seat. May I ask who this elder is? She was still somewhat in a daze. Upon returning to the secret realm and presenting the 2 vampire teeth she had obtained, she was directly brought here by Elder Yin, without even a moment to react. Moreover, less than 10 minutes had passed, and the city lord along with the elders had all gathered to await her choice. One could only say that the style of Kangmang City was indeed swift and decisive without any formalities. However, apart from Elder Yin and Elder Bai, she was completely unaware of everyone else, and it was only reasonable to inquire before making a choice, right? Mu Jingtai nodded, his voice resonating like thunder in the hall. This is Elder Lu Mo, who is currently in seclusion, striving for the 7th level of Golden Core, skilled in swordsmanship and artifact refinement. Yu Yingshu shook her head. No, alchemy and artifact refinement seemed daunting, akin to subjects of chemistry, physics, and mathematics, instilling a sense of dread. She would not select an elder involved in any of those fields. This already eliminated more than half of her options. Moreover, she preferred a young and beautiful female teacher, which would allow for the development of a special narrative with her master, even if it meant using her convincing appearance to approach an unsuspecting master and unlock some exquisite CGs. However, with such conditions set, her options were severely limited. If it came down to it, she might just have to settle for cohabiting with one Danyang. But having such a true genius by her side would indeed be a bit detrimental to her confidence. She decided to take another shot at luck. With this thought in mind, Yu Yingshu pointed to the last available space. Then who is this? Mu Jingtai's expression changed, and instead of answering directly, he waved his hand. She is not a good teacher. You should choose another elder. Oh. Yu Yingshu was taken aback. Why was that? Yet seeing that the city lord did not wish to explain, she reluctantly turned to Bai Jianxing, raising her hand to speak, but heard Elder Yin chuckling behind her. Let me explain to Shu elder, Yin said glancing at the smug by Ji Unxing secretly grinding his back teeth, and then continued this elder's name is Su Weidao, a spirit realm cultivator, known as the Ice Condensation Immortal, also called the Ice Condensation Fairy. She excels in spell casting, particularly in the mystic Ice True Induction technique, which she is renowned for in Yinbei. However, I must say that she rarely handles affairs and seldom appears in the city. She is either in seclusion or traveling. Therefore, once you become her disciple, do not expect her to guide you too much. As Elder Yin began to speak, Bai Ji Unxing's expression changed drastically, fearing that this old man would pull some trick to undermine his good fortune. However, upon hearing the latter part, he calmed down, a smile returning to his face. It turned out Elder Yin still had a broad perspective. This explanation was merely to dispel Shu's thoughts. Right. Watching Bai Ji Unxing relax, Elder Yin secretly grinned. Do you think I am helping you? Wrong. From my understanding of this girl after hearing this explanation, her choice is bound to be. I choose Elder Su Weidao as my master. Sure enough, a clear voice immediately rang out in the hall. With people disappearing and matters dwindling, who else would she choose if not her? With the system in place, she was most afraid of having someone chat endlessly beside her. Especially a master who would offer unknown guidance. If they asked endless questions, how could she complete her task? Besides, she could freely choose to upgrade skills. And if she encountered any difficulties in her cultivation, there was still the genius when Dongyang to consult. However, such a choice immediately stirred commotion within the hall. Shu, have you thought this through? Mu Jingtai leaned forward, his brow furrowed, gazing intently at the girl. I will not interfere with your choice, but you must understand that the inner sect's assessment of cultivation progress is far stricter than that of the outer sect. If you fail to meet the standards, you will be immediately expelled with no second chances. And under Elder Su, there will be no one to meticulously guide you, nor will anyone replenish your spiritual energy or set up a dedicated gathering array for you. However, you can still join your fellow inner sect senior brothers and sisters to attend lectures and train, but this effectively means that your status as a direct disciple is essentially empty. So if you regret it now, it's still not too late. The reason for the inner sect's stringent assessments in Kangmang City is also due to spiritual energy. Once it is discovered that a disciple's cultivation speed does not meet the standard, it indicates that their aptitude is insufficient, and thus they need not remain to waste spiritual energy. It would be better to expel them quickly and give the precious opportunity to the next talented disciple. For such small sects, survival and stability can only be achieved through such cruelty. Faced with the city lord's inquiry, just as Shu was about to nod in confirmation, a sharp, cold voice sounded from the elder's seat. I think there is no need to be so entangled. Because this disciple has already committed a grave mistake, let alone being a direct disciple, she might not even be able to retain her inner sect status. I believe there's no need to be so entangled. This disciple has already committed a grave mistake. Not to mention her direct transmission, even her inner sect status might be at risk. The elder Feng Ban, who was evaluated as longevity by Bai Ji Unxing despite being at the spirit gathering stage, stepped forward. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines, turning to glare at the meticulously immaculate, yet extremely detestable eunuch from the previous dynasty. What do you mean by that? An elder, losing all formalities, directly yelled at Feng Ban. Shu confirmed that she did not know this elder and had no connection with him. In fact, even if she were to explode right there, he wouldn't shed a single tear. That only left one answer. This elder might genuinely be annoyed with Feng Ban to the extent that he was looking for an opportunity to confront him. Looking around, all the other elders wore the same expression. It was as if a good soup had a drop of rat droppings added, or like a beggar walking into a brothel. But facing the unfriendly gazes, Feng Ban didn't care about his dissonance. Instead, he pointed directly at Shu and denounced loudly. I have concrete evidence that she has secretly learned the inner sect's cold pride technique. What a... The hall erupted in gasps and stunned silence. Shu couldn't comprehend why their reaction was so exaggerated. Wasn't it just learning something that anyone entering the inner sect would acquire? Was it necessary to be so dramatic? Bai Ji Unxing's face changed dramatically after his initial shock. He had already guessed who had taught this girl the cold pride technique. Therefore, the result of this summer's teaching should not count, for the reason is simple: she is already a chi refiner. But there's no need to worry. I've already sent Shangwan Xian to guard the cold pool and left divine sense covering there, ensuring that this girl will not complete the chi introduction. What does chi introduction mean? Shu was bewildered. Her skills were directly upgraded by the system. She hadn't undergone any refining process. Though she felt somewhat different afterward, she couldn't quite articulate it. Besides, what was the big deal about chi introduction? What was there to worry about? Seeing the confused expression on the girl's face, Feng Ban's tone became even more certain. How to deal with her for secretly learning the inner sect's technique is a matter for the outer sect. But as the law elder of the inner sect, I absolutely do not allow anyone to enter the inner sect through dishonest means in the assessments. Rules are rules. Shu continued scratching her head. What does this mean? Do I still have to face punishment? She looked around attempting to seek help from someone familiar. It was no wonder she was scared how anyone in the hall could squash her with a single finger. Moreover, just a moment ago, everyone had been smiling, so why the sudden change? The events were unfolding too quickly for her to know how to respond. Elder Yin wore a grim expression, remaining silent, staring gloomily with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating something. Ahem, Bai Jianxing seemed to recall something, cleared his throat, and reluctantly spoke. Once Qi introduction is completed, one cannot rid their memories through the soul transfer technique. In other words, Yu Shu opened her mouth, seemingly understanding something. According to the regulations of Songmang City, if one fails the outer sect assessment or commits a major violation, they are to have their memories erased and sent to live in the mortal world with no further inquiries. So the current problem is that Feng the eunuch is using the excuse of her secretly learning the cold pride technique to prohibit her from entering the inner sect. But the outer sect cannot find a way to punish her. Oh no, won't that mean death? Watching Elder Yan's increasingly cold glare, Yu Shu felt a chill running down her spine. But why on earth did she learn that broken technique? It's all that public face's fault, damn it. This is such a disaster. Don't let me see you, or I will make you lose your vitality. While cursing, a white figure flew in from outside the hall, landing next to Yu Shu in an instant, and a blue long sword spun twice before being stored in the visitor's storage ring. Before the girl could clearly see the visitor's identity, a familiar yet annoying voice that sounded ordinary like that of a common soldier urgently shouted, "You can't punish her." When Danyang, Feng Ban barked, "Is this a place you can intrude upon?" The youth completely ignored the old eunuch and anxiously looked towards the position of the city lord of Songmang City. I taught her the cold pride technique. Alas, Bai Jianxing let out a long sigh. Mu Jingtai slowly stood up, his expression solemn, but not surprised. I had already anticipated this. Yes, the city lord is wise. When Danyang clasped his fists, first offering a small compliment, then looking expectantly, so. We'll discuss your private teaching of the technique later, her matter. Mu Jingtai trailed off, contemplating for a long while, without providing an answer. Feng Ban stepped forward, cupping his hands. City Lord, are we really going to break the rules that have been in place for over 1,000 years in Songmang City? His voice was sharp, echoing throughout the grand hall. This sentiment also struck the hearts of every elder. Indeed, the matter wasn't major, it was merely a disciple who deserved death. How many had died during assessments every year? But should they really repeatedly break the rules for this? Songmang City, with its relatively low strength, had managed to survive in a world of diminishing spiritual energy, relying on its harsh rules. This was the legacy of their ancestors. But that talented youth was their hope for rising in the world. Should they really ignore his opposition, even planting hatred in his heart, to forcibly enforce the family law? It's a dilemma, a difficult choice. You can't harm her, or I will. When Dongyang's face turned red as he screamed hysterically at Feng Ban. He was still a youth, and having been trapped in this ancient little world since childhood, he had yet to touch the outside world, remaining extremely naive, and couldn't think of a better solution. Even Yu Shu in her past life was just an ordinary student. Although she had slightly more experience than when Dongyang, it was still limited. She was even inferior to him in some aspects. Feng Ban looked at the boy, a cold smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. What do you intend to use those threats? Before he could finish, a sudden change occurred. A blue sword light suddenly shot out from Dongyang's storage ring and fiercely slashed at his left arm. Including Mu Jingtai, all the elders gasped, and the closest several directly appeared beside Dongyang, in a sort of instant movement, with several hands grasping the sword blade. Blood dripped, soaking the ground. The blue flying sword deeply cut into Dongyang's left arm by at least 3 centimeters, almost severing it. The boy gritted his teeth, veins popping, remaining silent, only glancing back at the girl behind him with bloodshot eyes. It's fine, don't worry, I'm here. In his gaze there was a clear conviction. As for Yu Shu, she was already stunned by this scene. This seemed to surpass the bounds of filial piety. How could he be so ruthless? How was she supposed to repay this? Should she sever their father-son relationship? But that was no joke, damn it. Bai Jianxing remained silent, casting a spell to heal Dongyang's injury. How to handle this troublesome matter was the city lord's responsibility. He only wanted his disciple to be well. But halfway through the healing, he suddenly exclaimed, gradually stopping his hands. Then he fixed his gaze on Yu Shu. Ultimately, he abandoned his disciple and directly grabbed the girl's arm. His eyes grew even brighter. What's wrong, old Bai, still not healed? An elder reminded anxiously. No matter how to deal with it afterward, they must first ensure the future hope of the sect is unharmed. Even if they could reattach it if severed, and even find someone from Tianji sect to craft a new arm for him, it would still be smoother for the original to cast spells, wouldn't it? But some elders, followed by Jianxing's gaze, first puzzled, then quickly understanding. Moreover, more and more people were realizing this. Huh. Bai Jianxing finally laughed heartily, then turned to Feng Ban, who stood alone aside, clueless about what had happened, and said with delight, I remember Elder Feng just mentioned that you had already sent Shangwan Xian to guard the cold pool, and also left your divine sense there. If that were true, then Miss Ewing Shu absolutely had the strength to advance into the inner sect. What do you mean? Feng Ban's tone was laced with an undeniable hint of urgency. He did not understand the connection between the two and wanted to refute it, but seeing so many elders surrounding Ewing Shu made him feel that arguing was seemingly pointless. An elder dressed in a white Tai Chi robe stroked his long beard and laughed heartily, directly announcing, "This child has already cultivated the Han Ao Ju to the second level." "What?" Feng Ban exclaimed in shock. Mu Jingtai also stood up from his seat, slightly leaning forward. Even the usually stern Wen Dongyang, who taught the girls their techniques, had his fierce expression replaced by astonishment. Everyone knew that the extremely strict Feng Ban would never allow any favoritism, not even towards his. Thus Ewing Shu would never step into the cold pool and break through the Han Ao Ju by using the gathered cold qi to draw the energy into her body. And in the entire world, the only place that could contain such a rich spiritual energy cold pond apart from the cold pool of Songmang City was thousands of miles away, making it impossible for her to rush there in time. "Quickly tell us how you cultivated the Han Ao Ju to the second level." Finally, an elder voiced what everyone was thinking. According to their knowledge, no one had ever been able to cultivate this technique without using the cold pool, because it was designed specifically to utilize the characteristics of the cold pool. Even the so-called genius Wen Dongyang, who was said to be a rare talent in hundreds of years, could not bypass this hurdle. Ewing Shu had already realized that her chance to turn the situation around was imminent. Not only could she avoid punishment, but if she handled it well, she could also enter the inner sect with the title of genius. That was the same treatment as Wen Dongyang. To be able to overshadow Wen Dongyang was the most comforting. She cleared her throat, raised her chin slightly, struck a suitably proud pose, and lightly huffed, "Of course I cultivated it myself." She did not dare to lie, but what she said was also the truth. Whether completing tasks or adding skill points, it was all done by herself. Upon hearing this, Wen Dongyang tilted his head in confusion. From what he understood, the probability of this girl actively cultivating on her own was approximately 0. But the elders did not know that, except for Elder Yin, who had a slight understanding of the girl and hesitated for a moment. The others all became excited and cheered. "Wu, she can break through without relying on the cold pool. Our ancestor is watching over us. The good days for Songmang City are coming." First it was Wen Dongyang, and now it's Ewing Shu. I no longer expect a third to appear. Lock them both in a small black room for a year, and maybe a third will appear. Elder One, you're joking. It would have to be locked up for at least 10 to 20 years. By then we could nurture 10 or 20 powerful beings in the nascent soul stage, and unifying the Yin-Yun cultivation world would be within reach. Is the goal just Yin-Yun? Be bolder 500 years. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Ewing Shu felt increasingly uneasy. How can these elders be getting more and more absurd? Don't you all think about cultivation at all while you're always daydreaming? And Wen Dongyang, why are you blushing? It's just being locked up with me, not like I'm some legendary by Xiao Shui. We can only duel with swords, and I'll poke you through with my sharp blade, right? Just as the elders were celebrating, Mu Jingtai approached with a smile, when Feng Ban suddenly shouted sharply, "Wait." She did indeed commit the mistake of learning the technique secretly, didn't she? That was a mistake made while she was in the outer sect. Oh, it has nothing to do with now. Bai Jianqing immediately countered, "The inner and outer sects are separate and do not interfere with each other. Do not forget this is a rule set by our ancestor." Bai Elder emphasized the word rule. Feng Ban's face flushed red, but she is now an outer sect disciple. I, the inner sect, do not welcome her. But she passed the assessment, didn't she? Isn't it enough to enter the inner sect for being able to cultivate the Han Ao Ju to the second level without using the cold pool? Bai Jianqing was quick-witted. Looking at the tongue that flicked up and down, Ewing Shu somewhat understood why this middle-aged uncle had once been called the king of nightclubs. Feng Ban had been caught in a dilemma. According to the regulations, the inner and outer sects of Songmang City were independent, unless caught in the act of wrongdoing in the inner sect. Mistakes made in the outer sect were solely the outer sect's business. The girl who made the mistake should be handed over to the outer sect for punishment according to the rules, and the specific punishment details were all clearly outlined. But the current problem was that she had inexplicably become an inner sect disciple, and learning the Han Ao Ju was no longer an issue for the inner sect. But she had clearly made a mistake. Feng Ban felt as if he had fallen into a paradox, but if he could have some time, he should be able to sort out his thoughts. However, Mu Jingtai had already walked to the girl's side, and after personally probing her meridians, he smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, there is no chilling qi from the cold pool, but the Han Ao Ju is truly in operation. His strength far surpassed others by a large realm, naturally allowing him to uncover more information. After confirming that the girl was not lying, he stroked his beard and nodded. You still need to soak in the cold pool. Having that cold qi will be very beneficial for your future cultivation. Ewing Shu immediately reacted, clasped her fists, and bowed her head. Yes, disciple obeys. Mu Jingtai's words had already indirectly agreed to her promotion to the inner sect and the dismissal of punishment. The other elders, along with Wen Dongyang, all breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Ban stamped his foot, his originally sharp voice filled with resentment as he turned back like a disgruntled wife. If you all disregard the ancestral laws, I see I can't serve as the law enforcement elder anymore. Saying this, he raised a misty light and swiftly dashed out of the hall. Hey, Elder Feng, Elder Feng. Mu Jingtai waved his hand behind him, watching as the misty light flew far away. Without pausing, he sighed and shook his head, no longer pursuing, but walked towards Yuing Shu, speaking as he walked. I'll have a good talk with him later. According to ancestral rules, Tsangmang City indeed needs someone who is meticulous about everything and everyone. Now let's get back to the main topic. He looked seriously at the girl. With such talent, it is no longer suitable for you to continue under Elder Su. Please choose another elder. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of elders immediately stood proud. Among them, Bai Jianqing stood out the most. He even subtly signaled to his disciple to showcase the best side of the man. However, without even thinking, Yuing Shu blurted out, I still choose Elder Su Wei Dao to be my master. What kind of joke is this? If she learned from someone else, wouldn't they know how special she was and keep asking various relevant questions? Then would her task still be completed? How could she continue to add skill points? It would be a deadlock. Ying Shu, you must understand. Mu Jingtai shook his head, preparing to persuade further with a deep voice. The girl directly placed her hands on her hips, bringing out the already proven effective old trick, otherwise I won't learn. When Dong Yang's expression faltered, the other elders were also left speechless. Tisk, why do today's young people always resort to this threat? Do they really think we elders are easy to bully and can't bear to lose a promising talent? Just as he was about to speak again, when Dong Yang stepped forward, if Ying Shu doesn't learn, then I won't learn either. He warmly sent a reassuring glance towards the girl. Don't worry, I'll help you. Yuing Shu also looked back with gratitude. We are brothers fighting tigers, and we will easily handle these. In a remote courtyard covered in dust, a few solitary wooden houses stood nearby, where several senior sisters busied themselves in one of the buildings, not sparing even the roof and chimney. They were certainly not doing it out of kindness. Rather, the inner sect had specifically issued a task to tidy up the residence of Yuing Shu, and although the reward was only a single spirit stone for each person, the work was not strenuous, and they had spells to assist them, so why not enjoy it? This was a benefit that every direct disciple received, allowing them to experience the care from their sect. Last year when Danyang had a similar experience. Only this time it was several senior brothers who came to help tidy up the house instead of senior sisters. From this small difference, Yuing Shu felt she had already overshadowed the ordinary face, patting his shoulder with a smug smile. Haha, I have lovely senior sisters helping me while you only have honest senior brothers. It seems our importance is quite different. When Danyang twitched the corner of his mouth, right, what you said makes sense. There was no point in arguing, it was meaningless. Speaking too much might get him hit. Yuing Shu praised the ordinary face's perceptiveness and glanced at his left arm. By the way, is your arm okay? It's fine now. When Danyang demonstrated by waving and gripping, so many elders and the city lord helped with the treatment that I didn't even end up with a scar. Well, that's good. Speaking of which, you weren't really going to cut off your arm, were you? The girl looked oddly at him. Or were you just putting on a show to threaten them? When Danyang blinked, seeing the girl carefully hiding all her worries beneath the surface, and chuckled. Of course it was just a show. Don't worry, why would I actually cut off my arm for you? Phew, is that so? That's a relief. You scared me. Yuing Shu patted her chest, her smile returning to her pretty face. And even if you really did cut it off, the elders could reattach it, so you had it all planned out right. But you're quite ruthless. How else can one grow stronger? When Danyang repeated his famous saying he looked at the girl who was still patting her chest and breathing heavily, and suddenly seemed to discover something new, surprised. By the way, how come you've changed so much after going out this time? Yuing Shu didn't need to look up to know where the ordinary face was looking, but due to the system, she could only answer truthfully, pretending to be calm. I changed my undergarment. Ahem, speaking of which, this thing is rather uncomfortable once on, nowhere near as good as before. She glanced nostalgically at the ordinary face's chest. What she meant was that it was nowhere near as comfortable as in her past life. But when Danyang obviously misunderstood, then what did you use before? Bandages. Bandages? No wonder. When Danyang's eyes immediately lit up, reminiscing, while stroking his fist, then quickly asked, so where are those bandages you took off? I threw them away. Threw them away? Where? In a mall accessible directly by bus from the secret realm. It's been many days now. Which floor? When Danyang's gaze suddenly became determined, his nostrils flaring, his tone filled with a certain conviction. Fourth floor. Wait, do you have a serious illness? The girl, forced to answer truthfully, felt a chill run down her spine with the illusion that if she were asked further, she might even have to reveal the color of her underwear. What are you asking about bandages for between brothers? Can you eat them, lick them, or boil soup with them? Yuing Shu dared not think further and quickly changed the subject. Oh right, I bought you a gift hidden in a tree hole on the left side of the secret realm's exit. It's a domestic smartphone. Do you like it? Due to the special nature of the Kangmang City's secret realm, disciples always exchanged technological products in similar ways. The sect didn't mind, and no one would take things indiscriminately. When Danyang nodded repeatedly, I like it. I'm very grateful. As long as it's from you, I like it. He then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I'm about to go out soon so I can conveniently retrieve and use it. Where to? Yu Yingshu casually asked. To browse the mall, do a sect task. When Danyang spoke vaguely, making it hard to understand. The girl was about to ask again when he quickly changed the topic. Because I secretly transmitted your Haneo Ju without permission, I have to be punished. In 2 days I will be going into seclusion with the city lord. After saying that, he tightened his mind and stared at the girl's reaction. Yu Yingshu immediately congratulated him sincerely without any hesitation. That's impressive. This is hardly a punishment, it's clearly a reward. Secluding with a nascent soul expert is something many people wouldn't even dare to think about. That's true. They always find ways to force me to cultivate. When Danyang scratched his head, his expression unclear whether it was happiness or disappointment. But this means we won't be able to see each other for a long time. Hey, it's fine, you do your thing. When you come out, I'll find you a junior sister. I'm not bragging, with my charm women can't help but stop in their tracks when they see me. The girl flicked her hair, rather pleased with herself. When Danyang, however, was greatly shocked, no longer daring to imagine what absurd things this girl could do. Through prolonged interaction, he had long discerned that Yu Yingshu was a person who meant what she said. Moreover, he had sensed that this girl's thoughts were certainly not quite right. Although this made their interactions comfortable, if she were to get serious, it would be terrifying. Despite her insisting that they were brothers, he certainly didn't want to really be brothers with her. When Danyang could only subtly advise, you are still young, but it's better not to think about these things for now. Huh? Who's young? What are you talking about? Yu Yingshu put her hands on her hips and glared at him with one eye larger than the other. You're my big brother. If I'm young, are you a baby? No, I mean you're not young anymore. When Danyang stumbled upon seeing something that captivated him, blinking rapidly, then shifting his thoughts. But haven't you noticed you're a bit big now? Finding someone of this level is still quite hard on a girl. Big? Yu Yingshu scratched her head in confusion and looked down, following the ordinary face's gaze. When she looked up again, a vein had already appeared on her forehead. Hey, where are you looking? Accompanied by the girl's crisp, angry shout, that fist, which was completely disproportionate in strength and size, swung fiercely. If you don't hit me for 3 days, I won't stop until you laugh at my body. Today, if I don't beat you into a sewing machine, I won't be named Zhao. What body deformity? Isn't it perfectly healthy? Hey, where are you hitting? If you keep this up, they'll fight back. Damn, you can even use a flying sword. I've long found you unpleasing to the eye. Come on and fight back. Let's see who's stronger now. You think you can take me? I can handle you with one hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Special task earned 20 heartfelt gratitude during sign-in duration 2020. Task completed. Reward Demon Buster Stick, a high-grade, Earth-level treasure that can force demons to reveal their true forms upon contact. The few senior sisters tidying up the rooms for the new little junior sister were trembling in a corner, watching the little junior sister turn into a furious warrior, mercilessly beating the inner sect's top genius. That seemingly small fist created small craters in the ground with each swing. This was truly someone who just ascended to the inner sect. The room is elegantly empty. There is a bed and a table with a brand new quilt on the bed and a pair of chopsticks on the table. Nothing else. There isn't even a wash basin. To put it bluntly, the curtains in this room are merely clothes allocated from the outer sect, hung up by Yu Yingshu to make a meager disguise. As for what Yu Yingshu is wearing now, of course it is the clothing of an inner sect disciple. The garment is a pure white base with silver thread embroidered snowflakes on the chest. In contrast to the outer sect, the material of the clothing is significantly more luxurious, adorned with 3 golden threads on the shoulders and arms shimmering under the sunlight. The pants are still primarily neat with 3 golden threads embroidered on both sides, and a belt is provided at the waist. It may not be from a branded source, but its value far surpasses that of any branded goods in the world. Beneath the jade-like material of the buckle, there is a small magical formation engraved. It can be activated by crushing it to send a distress signal containing one's location to the sect. Hit can also be triggered passively to withstand an attack from no higher than the crystallization realm. This is a disposable magical tool. It is a privilege reserved for direct disciples. Other inner sect belts can only defend against attacks from the Foundation establishment realm. As for why it is a belt and not some other small item, it is purely due to its value. The smaller this item is, the more expensive it becomes. Songmang City is not as large as other places, so saving costs is essential. However, Yu Yingshu is not wearing this inner sect disciple outfit right now. Instead, she is curled up in bed, resting her eyes. After all, hitting people is also a physically demanding task. Moreover, just like a dog marking its territory in a new environment, she needs to mark her bed as well. At least before engaging in this activity, she is convincing herself that this is not breaking her vows, but rather a necessary ritual. Otherwise, why go through the trouble of draping a curtain made of old clothes? Isn't it just to conceal herself? Just as the moment was coming to a close amidst her days, Ewing Shu heard a loud knocking on the door of the next room, accompanied by a strong voice shouting, "Sister Bai! Sister Bai! Has Sister Bai returned? Sister Bai!" The girl's mind was a muddle, and it took her a while to— In the entire Songmang city, the only one surnamed Bai who is also called sister is Bai Xiao Shui. The most beautiful woman in Songmang city, the plum blossom in the snow, lives right next door. What? She is also Elder Su Wei Dao's disciple. There's no time to mark territory now. Well, I must hurry and go out to clarify this. Fortunately, amidst her busyness, Yu Ingshu did not forget to put on her clothes. Thankfully, after such a long time, the senior brother, who came to visit Bai Xiao Shui, had not yet left. When Yu Ingshu stepped out, she saw him stuffing something under the door. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" She was the first to ask. By now the girl had gotten used to taking the initiative while speaking to avoid others asking too many questions. The senior brother raised his head, and indeed, he looked incredibly honest with a round face full of sincerity. He clasped his hands together and said, "Apologies, junior sister, I did not mean to disturb you. I did not know that the next room was already occupied. I am new here." Yu Ingshu briefly introduced herself and then looked under the door gap. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I am delivering a love letter to Sister Bai." To her surprise, the honest senior brother admitted to his actions with remarkable ease and openness. This was too outrageous. Don't you intersect disciples need to avoid outsiders when writing love letters? I am astonished by what I have learned and confused by the reasons I jumped straight to the topic to ask. The only thing I am interested in the Sister Bai you mentioned is, Bai Xiao Shui doesn't junior sister know? The honest senior brother revealed the answer the girl had been longing for, then continued, "Oh, that's right, Elder Su is elusive, and Sister Bai has been out on a sect mission, so naturally no one informed you about these matters. But it's alright, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. What is Sister Bai doing?" Yu Ingshu wasted no time. The honest senior brother shook his head. "I heard there's some sort of demon appearing in Ningzhou, but the specifics I am not— Our Yanyan North is a long way from Ningzhou, isn't it? What does that matter? The high-speed train takes only a few hours, much less effort than flying with a sword. They're just cultivating, they are not fools. Since they are not in a secret realm, why not use the convenient and efficient modern technology? Then why did Sister Bai choose Elder Su as her master? I guess the reason should be the same as for you, junior sister." The honest senior brother's surprising words revealed that he was not as simple-minded as he appeared. Sister Bai had an extraordinary encounter in her childhood and obtained a body refinement inheritance. Thus, she insisted on becoming a physical cultivator, which is unheard of in Songmang City. Because of this, she fell into conflict with her father. Elder Bai, the nine-turned sword immortal, would never agree to his daughter becoming a physical cultivator. That being said, Sister Bai has her own complete inheritance and does not need a true master, which is why she chose Elder Su, who would not disturb her. Ah, no wonder. Yu Ingshu nodded slowly. It turns out there is such a secret between Bai Jianqing and his daughter, but this also happened to benefit her. Under the same master, a handsome junior brother and a beautiful senior sister would generally lead to something happening. She immediately asked, "How old is Sister Bai now?" This time the honest senior brother gave an unexpected answer. "She should just be slightly older than you, junior sister." "What? How can she still be called sister?" Seeing the girl's confusion, the senior brother smiled wryly. "Here, we only consider the time of entering the sect to determine seniority. Sister Bai is Elder Bai's daughter. She has been living in the secret realm to practice since childhood, successfully establishing her foundation before the age of 8, and now she is at the peak of foundation establishment, preparing to break through to the crystallization realm. Her strength is astonishing, so she certainly qualifies as a sister." The room was utterly bare. Only a bed and a table remained. The reason soon became clear. All newly admitted inner disciple initiates lived under identical austerity. Beneath this lay an unspoken imperative. Do nothing else, devote every fiber of your being to foundation establishment. Upon successful foundation establishment, disciples may accept sect missions and venture freely into the secluded realms for cultivation trials, earning spirit stones and other currencies to furnish their quarters as they wish. Likewise, among formal sect disciples, those who have achieved foundation establishment constitute the largest cohort. Yet due to the current scarcity of spiritual energy, even disciples once capable of further breakthroughs remain stalled. Only those with peerless talent may advance beyond this threshold. Take Kangmang City as an example. Over 100 foundation establishment cultivators, yet fewer than a dozen golden core cultivators, and on average only one emerges per decade. Recall that attainment of the golden core marks true entry upon the Taoist path, the backbone of any sect. Their lifespan alone reveals this: 3 to 4 centuries, wholly transcending mortal bounds. Foundation establishment, by contrast, corresponds roughly to the innate realm of martial cultivators. Its longevity mirrors that of ordinary mortals, granting, at most, robust health and extended years. Crystallized cultivators, however, acquire faint traces of immortality's grace. They are commonly addressed as cultivators or Taoist masters. With modest care, they live up to 150 years, figures revered by common folk as elder immortals or legendary sages such as Zhang Sanfeng. Those who attain the spirit-infused realm gain limited dominion over celestial qi, enhancing spell potency, yet conferring no physical enhancement. Their lifespan remains capped at 3 to 4 centuries. The nascent soul realm is terrifying indeed, granting no less than 5 centuries of life. Mu Jingtai Kangmang City's current lord stands at 370 years, still in his prime. The divine transformation realm extends life to 7 to 10 centuries, duration contingent upon fluctuations in ambient spiritual energy, thus subject entirely to heaven's will. Naturally, numerous esoteric arts exist to prolong life. Feng Ban undoubtedly cultivates one or several of them. Yet do not mistake longevity for transcendence of mortal mentality. These venerable elders remain in spirit little removed from ordinary men. Consider a 2-year-old child stricken by sudden illness falling into unconsciousness, only to awaken decades later as a 65-year-old elder. Could his perceptions and knowledge possibly match those of a naturally aged human? Surely he would still struggle to articulate coherent speech. The same holds true for cultivators. Bai Jianxing, the ninefold sword immortal, stands at 177 years, yet over 140 of those were spent in solitary seclusion. Hence his demeanor retains the unsteadiness of youth. The same logic applies to the other elders. Thus jubilation filled the grand hall earlier. Having all endured the corrosive influence of modern technology, why feign senescence? Was not joy itself the more authentic path? After all, their own sect had just produced another genius rivaling Wen Danyang. Was this not cause for celebration? Yet Yu Yingshu, the very disciple upon whom such lofty hopes rested, now found herself deeply troubled. She yearned to cultivate, but reliance on her system would betray no trace of innate brilliance. Recall skill augmentation via the system demanded rigid attribute thresholds staggeringly high. Even completing every 7-day sign-in task and allocating all earned attribute points solely to skills Yu Yingshu estimated it would take a full year and a half merely to perfect the remaining 8 levels of the cold aloof art. Such pace, though commendable, bore no resemblance to genius. Without genius, how could she surpass Wen Danyang, and later ride him like a steed? To possess a system, yet outperform no one, would that not invite ridicule? And speaking of the system, another vexation plagued Yu Yingshu. A new sign-in challenge had commenced, but the bonus tasks had vanished. It appeared the labor reform system ceased refreshing attribute-enhancing rewards once strength, agility, and vitality reached baseline sufficiency. Thus, to continue advancing, Yu Yingshu must divert attribute points toward her highest stat, strength, to retrigger bonus tasks and claim agility and vitality as free gains. Consequently, progress in the cold aloof art would slow further still. The optimal strategy therefore lay in investing minimal points into insight while cultivating the art manually, leveraging insight several times greater than that of ordinary mortals. Yet she feared even this accelerated cultivation might fail to satisfy the elder's expectations. Her current insight stood at 17. Judging by Wen Donyang's 3-month foundation establishment, that wretched scoundrel's insight must exceed 100. May he forever remain loveless, doomed to seek solace only among men. Silently cursing her eldest son, now sequestered in deep cultivation with Lord Mu Jingtai to prepare for next year's Yin Yun Grand Competition, Yu Yingshu dressed meticulously and strode calmly toward the frost pool. Had Lord Mu Jingtai not stated it plainly, her cold aloof art lacked a vital thread of frost, requiring immersion within the pool to restore its essence. And now that she was an inner disciple, surely no one would impede her passage. It appears one must fully submerge the body within this so-called frost pool to commence cultivation. Frost pool, surely water lies at its heart. Where there is water, garments must be shed. Might fair senior sisters await within. This was after all a legitimate opportunity to unlock narrative scenes. Senior sister, junior sister is here to bathe you. The cold pool serves not only as a means to break through the second layer of the Haneo technique. When inner disciples of Qi refinement find themselves hitting a bottleneck, they can seek the cold energy originating from the same source as their cultivation method to assist their practice. However, this becomes ineffective after foundation establishment. Not only is it useless to you, but if you exhaust all the cold energy, what will the other junior brothers and sisters do? Thus, when Yu Yingshu arrived here, there were only a few people in the cold pool. Some were sitting cross-legged on the rocks, while others had submerged themselves deep within the cold pond. There were both men and women. The mixed genders left Yu Yingshu puzzled. Had she misjudged earlier? Sharing one pool. Was it some kind of wet body temptation? But isn't it a bit inappropriate with male cultivators staring at her? She tightened her clothing, feeling she might not be no matter, at worst, she could find a rock to pretend to meditate on while secretly glancing at the senior sisters entering the cold pond. As long as her mind didn't slip, there would always be more solutions than difficulties. Unfortunately, Kangmang City is too traditional and has not introduced outside bathing facilities, though otherwise she would have to see the drainage pipe exposed. Lost in thought, when Yu Shu reached the edge of the cold pond, she realized she had misjudged. The so-called pond contained not a drop of water but a mist that was ethereal like dry ice, yet congealed. The area around the cold pond was already frozen with frost, and the cold air penetrated through her shoes, drilling into her bones, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Just from this sensation, one could tell that the mist was definitely freezing. At this moment, no one in the entire cold pond noticed her arrival. Everyone was busy cultivating. If a newcomer entered, they would have to stop their practice and open their eyes to take a look, which would mean they could forget about foundation establishment for life. Inside the cold pond, a senior sister was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by cold mist swirling around her body, gradually converging into her hands at the dantian. Seeing her so oblivious, Yu Shu felt that even if she reached out to grab her, she might not react. But she decided against it. This senior sister was not even as developed as herself, who was not fully grown. Looking around, and seeing no one paying attention to her, Yu Shu stepped directly into the cold pond. Cool, cold, icy, chilling. She felt her feet instantly lose sensation, as if someone had frozen them with liquid nitrogen. But after shaking her toes, it seemed they were still there. Moving her ankles seemed fine too. This was truly, her feet and half her legs felt completely disconnected from her senses, yet she could move freely, and they appeared to be still attached. Pulling up her pants to take a look, and pressing a few times, her skin's elasticity felt normal. Like encountering a world wonder, Yu Shu's interest peaked instantly. She found a slightly indented spot at the edge of the cold pond, comfortably leaned against it, and prepared to study it for a while. As expected, although she had mentally prepared in advance, the feeling of half her body disappearing still startled. The mist then wrapped around her, climbing along her body until it completely covered her. Yu Shu's thoughts were unaffected, but she felt as if she had been exiled to the void and shattered into pieces, leaving no remnants. It was as if she had no hands or feet, and even the chest that she was used to feeling was gone, let alone any notion of breathing or heartbeat. It was merely a stream of consciousness floating aimlessly in the vast universe. When she reopened her eyes, what met her gaze was no longer the wisps of mist, but the abundant and condensed spiritual water energy. Theoretically, one should not see spiritual energy before foundation establishment. This was one of the benefits bestowed by the cold pond, allowing practitioners to intuitively understand the process of absorbing and circulating spiritual energy. The girl merely sensed slightly and immediately grasped the faint energy sensation within her body, which was resonating with the external cold energy. She dared not waste this fleeting opportunity and promptly allocated the remaining attribute point to her comprehension, raising it to 18, then immediately began to circulate the first chapter of the Han-Ao technique, which she had long memorized to absorb these water attribute spiritual energies. At this moment, her comprehension was nearly twice that of an average person. Her recent insights and the quasi-ethereal state were benefits brought about by her heightened comprehension. Then an unexpected change occurred. As Yu Shu circulated the Han-Ao technique, the water spiritual energy began to surge in violently, completely unlike what the incantation described as gentle opening meridians and nourishing the body. Instead, it was a frenzied, relentless force filling her vacant meridians. If one were to draw an analogy, it could be compared to the 1,000-man one-blade style from the Tokyo Not Hot series. It belonged to that kind of forceful infusion. Yu Shu attempted to halt her technique, but how could her meager strength stand against the spiritual energy? Moreover, her entire meridian system seemed to operate autonomously like a 50-year-old woman, sucking in a mouse through the wall. It was as if a vacuum chamber had suddenly been opened. Oh, how could it be closed again without letting it fill with air? Fortunately, at this moment, her entire body had no sensation. She was completely unaware of any possible feelings of pain, cold, or fullness. Her mind, however, remained clear and alert, and she immediately recalled what the public face had previously said. If any problems arose during cultivation, one should promptly seek answers from the incantation. This was also why she had to memorize the entire Han-Ao technique. While feeling grateful to the public face, Yu Shu meticulously recalled the incantation 3 times. Then she cursed in her heart, "You really are a piece of shit." The incantation had never mentioned how such a situation would. The entire Han-Ao technique relied entirely on the rich water spiritual energy of the cold pond, gently expanding its own meridians, allowing the body to initially acclimate to terms like cold and frost, and making a slight shift towards the water spiritual route in preparation for future cultivation of advanced techniques in Kangmang City. The entire text was gentle and slow. Potential mistakes were merely about not rushing if one took a wrong turn in the meridian and how to remedy it, etc. Moreover, the water spiritual energy was fundamentally gentle. It had never been stated that it could be so violent. "Wen Dongyang, you really are screwing me over." The girl wanted to shout this as her last words. But due to her meridians being constrained, her body was completely unresponsive to commands. From the outside, she appeared extremely comfortable and relaxed, leaning against the edge of the cold pond with her arms spread wide, like an old man enjoying a bath just short of a towel on her head. Thus she could only curse in her heart. If one were to carefully calculate, every crisis she had encountered since her transmigration had been related to that dog when Dongyang, and each time he had led her into trouble. Was he some kind of star-crossed individual born to bring misfortune? After cursing in her heart, Ewing Shu felt much better and became considerably calmer. She could no longer rely on the system, and she had no attribute points at hand, making it impossible to operate. She could only depend on herself to figure out what the current situation was. At this moment, Ewing Shu's situation resembled that of digging a riverbed. Initially, it was agreed to dig and channel water simultaneously, utilizing the water's power to moisten the soil for better construction. However, the method employed now was to dig the riverbed first and then release the water. The surging flow propelled by inertia was beyond the capability of human strength to stop. One must fill all the riverbeds completely before being able to halt it. Furthermore, during the filling process, the water could also wash away some stones from the riverbanks, slightly widening the river. After pondering for a brief moment, Ewing Shu finally confirmed that this was the helpless situation she currently faced. The system's upgrade of her Han Ao Ju merely opened up all her meridians and paved the way, yet there was fundamentally no vehicle to traverse it. Only a faint sense of chi inherent within the girl remained. Thus she could not continue her cultivation. Yet upon entering the cold pond, the water chi, upon encountering this girl whose body was a tailor-made highway for itself, could not help but surge in rushing and frolicking. Even if she wished to resist, there was no way. The Han Ao Ju was still operational. The technique could not stop, and the spiritual energy continued to rush inward. It had created a bug within a death loop. Thus, by a stroke of coincidence, the water chi continuously filled all the meridians that the system had opened for the girl, gradually coming to a halt. The reason there was no mention of similar circumstances in the Han Ao Ju's incantation was that such occurrences had never happened in the history of Tsangmang City for thousands of years. This technique required the cold pond for cultivation. Without it, one could not practice at all, just as red braised pork must contain meat. Those like Ewing Shu who relied directly on system upgrades were unprecedented in the past, and would likely be unparalleled in the future. Thus, after realizing the reason, she found herself without any means to act, merely watching and hoping that the surging spiritual energy would not explode her meridians. However, her vitality of 28 points should have played a role. As the surging spiritual energy battered and damaged her meridians, they were simultaneously mended. Moreover, the water chi itself was gentle, but once it filled the meridians, it immediately began to nurture the damaged areas. Thus, after this experience, she was surprised to find that she had not sustained any harm. Perhaps it should have been quite painful. But being nourished by the extremely cold water, chi made it hardly noticeable. On the contrary, the state of the Han Ao Ju perfectly matched the description of the 5th level. Her meridians filled with water chi, gradually transforming her innate spiritual root towards the water attribute. The so-called foundation establishment is the foundation for cultivating immortals, emptying out the chaotic substances within the body, absorbing, accepting, familiarizing, and transforming spiritual energy in preparation for the future. Upon opening the system to check her skills, she found it to indeed be the case. Even her 3 basic attributes had each increased by 3 points, reaching a strength of 32, agility of 32, and vitality of 31. However, the requirement for upgrading the Han Ao Ju from the 5th to the 6th level had also changed to a mental acuity of 32 and comprehension of 32, which were astronomical figures she could not hope to achieve. This meant that either Ewing Shu would waste half a year raising these 2 values sufficiently, or she would have to cultivate personally, and that was only to reach the next level. Then let's do it herself. One cannot always rely on the system. Unlike other powerful clearing characters, if it fails, it would only be considered a minor aid, and relying solely on it would not be satisfying. After all, her current comprehension had already surpassed that of ordinary people, hadn't it? Moreover, the results of her cultivation were quite good. After a brief days, she had raised the Han Ao Ju by 3 levels. If she continued a few more times, wouldn't she surely surpass when Dongyang, leaving him embarrassed, only deserving of her to play with his foot? She, a character theoretically meant to be the male protagonist with the system, was being crushed and surpassed by another genius with a common face. Now that there was hope for a comeback, how could she not be excited? She truly wanted to see the expression on one Dongyang's face when he learned she had broken his 3-month foundation establishment record. It would surely be quite splendid. And let that old monitor phone who always wished to torment her see what kind of genius he almost stifled. Thus, just for this outcome, let her strive for it. Ewing Shu opened her eyes brimming with uncontainable vigor and saw her senior brothers and sisters surrounding her, having gathered unknowingly. Each one looked at her with a mix of curiosity, astonishment, jealousy, and admiration. Hey, what is this? Ewing Shu could not help but asked curiously, feeling her vocal cords dry, itchy, and stiff, as if they had not been used for a long time. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Wrapped in water chi, shouldn't she be unable to speak? What exactly happened? Upon hearing the girl speak, someone immediately exclaimed. Others quietly reminded, should keep it down. Do you know who she is? The outer sect's great demon king. I, with my 8th layer of chi refinement, am afraid of her. Seriously. Once I enter the inner sect, even the strongest will have to become a junior sister. I just wonder when she became a direct disciple at. The junior sister is so cute. Several people surrounded the girl, pointing and discussing, including the senior sister, who had been cultivating in the cold pond earlier. Yu Shu looked around and was astonished to find that there was not a single strand of water chi left in the cold pond. No wonder she was able to speak. The senior sister, who had been forced to interrupt her cultivation, said with some frustration, I was just about to break through to the 9th layer, but alas. I guess I'll have to wait a few days to come back. Sigh. I wonder if I'll have the same inspiration then as I did today. I didn't know it would turn out like this. I'm sorry. Yu Shu was always forgiving in front of beautiful women. Moreover, she was not a domineering villain. The earlier misdeeds attributed to the Demon King were purely the system's manipulation to make her a good person. No wonder. Even when this beautiful woman was speaking, while slightly bent over, there was not a hint of turmoil. After apologizing, she naturally tried to rise, but the girl quickly discovered that although she could move, her legs were frozen numb, and half her body felt as if it were filled with lead, completely stiff. The side effects of absorbing excessive water chi in a short period had arrived. Thus, she naturally reached out to the nearest senior brother, hoping he would help her up. The senior brother was taken aback. Hesitantly, he reached out his hand, only to be swatted away by senior sister. Get away. You lot should stop trying to take advantage of the junior sister. Saying this, she personally helped Yu Shu up and kindly said, as a girl, you mustn't be so reckless. By the way, my name is Yang Pingping, and you? Yang Pingping. What a nice name. After exchanging identities with the senior brothers and sisters, Yu Shu discovered that they were unaware of when and why she became a personal disciple, nor did they know that she had advanced the Han Ao Ju to the 2nd level without relying on the Han Tan. It seems that the elders have not leaked the events that occurred in the hall. Surely such a lack of confidentiality must be against the rules, right? With someone like Feng Ban, an overly meticulous old eunuch, present, each elder should be quite troubled. From Yu Shu's perspective, even the sect master Mu Jing Tai seemed helpless against this guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made that expression at the time. Just as she was thinking, someone soon mentioned Feng Ban. Should keep your voice down. We can't make noise in the Han pool. It disturbs others' cultivation. A senior brother, looking sneaky, caused 2 senior sisters to stifle giggles. However, he kept stealing glances at the silent Yu Shu. Unlike in films and novels, cultivators do not all possess ethereal beauty, as this is entirely unrelated to talent. Moreover, with the current conditions of scarce spiritual energy, to ensure the continuation of the sect, one cannot solely rely on appearances. Indeed, while one can make slight adjustments to their appearance during the foundation establishment process, it is merely a minor alteration. A complete transformation is impossible. Furthermore, 99 of people in the cultivation world have little to do with the nascent soul. Surgery is also out of the question. Inserting technological products into one's body equates to blocking the channels for spiritual energy circulation. Therefore, someone as rigid as senior sister Ping Ping can only hope to make slight enhancements during the foundation establishment, or perhaps use some cushions or similar items to elevate themselves. Thus, the overall appearance standard in Songmang City is akin to that of ordinary people on the streets, with a mix of good, bad, and mediocre. Moreover, the current era is not like before. The benefits of fasting have diminished compared to normal eating. As a result, women who do not fast inevitably have a few days each month where they cannot cultivate, cast spells, or engage in battle. Coupled with Songmang City's harsh regulations, the number of female cultivators has significantly decreased, leading to a severe gender imbalance. In such a situation, even someone as young and unrefined as Yu Shu has become a rare gem. Anyone with discernment can see that this girl will definitely not grow crooked. As for Bai Xiaoshui, this celestial sister is not to be trifled with from afar. It's best just to admire her without harboring any expectations. Thus, every senior brother in the Han pool, after joking, would steal glances at Yu Shu's reactions, inevitably stirring envy among the senior sisters. All being females competing for beauty is instinctual. However, seeing the innocent expression of the little junior sister, completely oblivious, yet adorably sending her silent affection back, this envy slowly dissipated. Why do we call him Feng Fang Yuan? Yu Shu also whispered along with everyone. She had completely lost her image, crouching in a circle with several senior brothers resembling gossiping aunties at the village entrance. 2 senior sisters initially sat on nearby stones, maintaining their dignity, but upon seeing the girl's captivated expression, they could only helplessly move closer to the group of men to participate in the conversation. Otherwise, all the attention would be stolen by the little junior sister. Without rules, there can be no square. Feng Zhang Lao has rules, so we all call him Feng Fang Yuan, one senior sister said with a pout. Shush, pay attention. If you mention his nickname, his little birds will hear it. A senior brother shrank his neck and took 2 steps back, visibly displaying his inner fear. Senior brother 2 laughed. Little birds. You think Feng Zhonglao is like the 9-clawed spider Varys? He doesn't have that kind of ability. Then why don't you call him by his nickname? Senior brother 3 teased, his eyes lighting up. By the way, what part are you all at? Share what you've read so far with me. Moi. Yu Shu tilted her head. She knew that this world had subtle differences from the films, games, and books she had encountered before. What piqued her curiosity was why the senior brothers seemed to be discussing a novel. This didn't seem to align with the path of cultivation. Noticing the girl's confusion, senior brother 2 continued with a smile. Little junior sister, are you also interested in storybooks? How about I lend you what I've read so far? Yu Shu nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling. Before the inner door establishes a foundation, she cannot go anywhere. This finally adds a bit of color to her monotonous cultivation life. Using the opportunity where several senior brothers and sisters seemed to have grievances against Feng Ban, she inquired, why do I feel like Elder Feng is targeting me everywhere? Remove the word feel, and he's not specifically targeting you. Yang Pingping rolled her eyes, her tone filled with disdain. He targets all of us in the inner sect. This prompted the senior brothers to grumble. Yet previously I was caught sleeping in the Han Tan and was punished to run bare-chested in the freezing weather for a whole morning, almost dying from it. What you experienced is nothing. Have you forgotten my incident of sneaking out of the secret realm? If I hadn't coincidentally broken through the Han Ao Ju to the next level at that time, an elder by had spoken well of me, I would have probably been killed by him long ago. Yu Shu suddenly realized that Feng Ban was not just targeting her, but every single person present. Until a senior brother quietly complained, Feng Yuan is such a terrible person. Oh no, Elder Feng just sent me a transmission saying I insulted a teacher and ordered me to go to the law enforcement hall for punishment. He wore a mournful expression, looking reluctantly at the other disciples who had escaped a calamity, before finally turning to Yu Shu. Little junior sister, can you fulfill one wish for me before I leave? Can you tell me how many levels you've cultivated the Han Ao Ju to? Even the spiritual essence of the Han Tan has been completely absorbed. It must be quite exaggerated, right? 5th level. Yu Shu had nothing to hide. The extraordinary speed of her cultivation indeed triggered a wave of exclamations. Then came several curses. They had been rounded up by Feng Ban for making noise in the Han pool. Yu Shu's calculations had completely fallen through. She initially believed that with her extraordinary cultivation speed capable of advancing 3 levels in one go, it would be a matter of time before she fully mastered the Han Ao Ju, surpassing Wen Dongyang's records. However, in the subsequent cultivation sessions, no miracles occurred. After several visits to the cold pond, the bloody truth revealed that the special ability brought by the system could only take effect once. After directly advancing 5 levels, she could only rely on her own efforts thereafter. That progress would be considerably slower. Furthermore, after the news spread that her junior sister had reached level 5 in Han Ao Ju during her first cultivation session, she now only dared to practice in her own room, completely avoiding the cold pool for assistance with the water's spiritual energy. During her initial visits, a large number of senior brothers and sisters came to observe her, eager to see just how impressive the inner sect's new genius junior sister was, and hoping to gain some insights from her cultivation. Moreover, the subsequent rounds of questioning drove her to the brink of madness. It even reached a point where she had to lie to cope, leading to a failure in the weekly sign-in task. Losing attribute points was trivial, but the key was that the week's additional task had granted a talisman equivalent to the Li Jianju used in the Golden Core stage, and now she had gained nothing. It would have been better not to have received it at all. The immense loss left Yu Shu reflecting deeply, ultimately deciding to avoid going out unless necessary and focus on finishing her Han Ao Ju first. After all, she had already tried the cold pond and seemingly felt no effects. Thus the girl resolved to work hard, and in the following month, aside from the initial failure caused by her senior brothers and sisters' inquiries, she dedicated all the attribute points earned from the remaining 3 sign-ins to her comprehension, raising it to 21 points. The Han Ao Ju finally reached the 6th level. Since her main attributes were already balanced, there were no additional tasks for these 3 sessions, so she didn't have to go out to impress anyone, and it further proved just how precious that previous Li Jianju talisman was. Fortunately, she had noted the appearance of the senior brother who had caused the task failure with his reckless questions, and she planned to get her revenge when the opportunity arose. However, after the new sign-in task was released, Yu Shu stopped her cultivation and stepped out of her room. It wasn't because of the additional tasks, as that section remained blank. Rather, it was because her current state was not suitable for cultivation. The girl crossed her arms, her face pale, appearing even weaker than usual, lacking the demeanor of confidence, and instead walking with small, hesitant steps. Her steps had to be small, steady, and she couldn't run or jump. If she had to squat, her knees had to bend inward, and her back needed to remain straight. This was to avoid any leaks. Yes, these were experiences she had summarized after several similar incidents since her arrival more than half a year ago. She herself had gone from feeling lost, despairing, and upset at the beginning to now being accustomed to it. It was just that her mood wasn't particularly good. Shu attributed this to the side effects of her physical discomfort. Anyone who felt as she did would undoubtedly not have a pleasant mood. Her lower abdomen felt like a vortex made of dull blades scraping against her internal organs, while sucking away all her energy, making her every move appear exceedingly weak. As for that muddy feeling, it was even worse, nauseatingly damp and cold and impossible to cleanse. She could only endure it. Previously, she had a common appearance to accompany her, but now with the city lord in closed-door cultivation, it was unlikely she would emerge for at least a year and a half so. Shu decided to seek out Chui Yulu to complain. With her senior sister's skillful cooking, her body would surely feel much better, right? Ever since entering the inner sect, the two had been apart and had not seen each other. The accommodations for ordinary disciples in the inner sect were similar to those in the outer sect, consisting of rows of independent small houses, but most were empty. Those were the residences of senior brothers and sisters who had already established their foundations, but many of them had left the secret realm to undertake tasks for the sect, or were out training and did not reside there. Given the current concentration of spiritual energy, the foundation establishment realm constituted the majority at the base level. To seek breakthroughs, one could only search for their own opportunities, whether it be ancient elixirs left behind, a cave rich in spiritual energy, rare herbs now extinct, or forging connections with other cultivators to exchange insights on breakthroughs. Relying solely on the sect's techniques was far from sufficient. Of course, to encourage disciples to venture out and train, Songmang City also set clear prices for their techniques. If one wanted to exchange, they must complete sect tasks to accumulate spirit stones. And if one sought to widen the gap in combat power, they needed to do the same. The more techniques and skills one mastered, the more methods they had in combat. After foundation establishment, there were no techniques that could directly advance to crystallization, golden core, or even nascent soul. All progress relied on daily accumulation. Therefore, seeking ancient inheritances was also a viable option. Throughout history, many sects had perished due to the scarcity of spiritual energy. Even finding a residence of a foundation establishment disciple from another sect could provide an opportunity to learn their techniques. By drawing parallels and synthesizing their own secret techniques, it was not impossible. Then after their death, the residence containing such techniques would become a trophy for others to explore. She couldn't help but wonder how future generations would feel when they discovered her dwelling filled with all sorts of movies, games, magazines, and novels. Shu secretly plotted her scheme to trick people 100 years into the future, contemplating whether to establish a few more fake Shu Shinzuin caves and place false techniques meant to deceive inside, letting this world experience a bit more love. It would be a form of helping others, wouldn't it? After all, she was a system-designated good person. Thinking of such delightful matters, the girl's mood improved slightly. Her steps grew a tad larger, and her body seemed to feel less cold. The secret realm's temperatures were perpetually below freezing, and now she longed to run outside and bask in the warm sun. No wonder so many disciples after foundation establishment chose not to reside in the secret realm. Dressed in the disciple's attire, Shu stood out awkwardly, with the 3 golden lines symbolizing her status gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Many senior brothers and sisters cast strange glances her way. The unusual sight of her during cultivation in the cold pond had already spread. Everyone here knew that Songmang City had produced another genius like Wen Danyang. However, what was she doing here? This place was a muddy pit. Geniuses should be looking down from the phoenix pool high above them. Hadn't the previous one called Wen Danyang looked down on them and refused to speak a word? A senior brother who had seen the girl twice in the cold pond approached her, just beginning to say junior sister, but was directly interrupted by Shu's cold face. Not in the mood, leave me alone. Constrained by her physical discomfort, it was difficult for her to greet outsiders with a smile. Also restricted by the system requiring her to speak honestly, she interrupted before others could show signs of questioning, which was the simplest way to maintain her sign-in tasks. This also created an impression of her being cold and unapproachable, deterring others from bothering her. She had done the same in the outer sect. The same would certainly apply in the inner sect. As such, the observing senior brothers and sisters sneered, realizing that she was indeed just like that previous junior brother named Wen, arrogant and indifferent. Several senior sisters who had witnessed this turned their heads deliberately as she passed by, pretending not to see her. Genius always invites jealousy, especially a young and beautiful junior sister, which made the senior sisters even more envious. Shu first visited Chun-Li along the way, but the young junior brother was not in his room. After inquiring, it was learned that he spent his days either cultivating or sleeping, mostly immersed in the library. The girl was too lazy to search for him specifically. Anyway, she had nothing else to do. So she asked along the way and finally found the residence of senior sister Chui. Slightly smaller than her own living space, it was flanked by fellow disciples who had also entered the inner sect at the same time. The space between the buildings was narrow, and the walls made of wooden boards had holes in them. Although they had been patched up with paper, they still leaked air and were not soundproof. Every new disciple entering the inner sect was assigned to such dilapidated accommodations. On the surface, it was said to cultivate their will and strengthen their bodies, but in reality the senior brothers and sisters had already selected the good houses, leaving only the shabby ones for the newcomers. However, once newcomers passed through the chi refinement stage, they could do the same. Alternatively, they could spend precious spirit stones to issue sect tasks or purchase furniture to spruce up their living quarters. Considering that this indeed could motivate new disciples, the elders tacitly allowed such behavior. However, this room had only undergone the most rudimentary repairs, barely livable. There were no curtains, and looking through the window one could see that the bed inside had no mattress, just a few planks pieced together with a thin blanket piled at the head. Even the water in the basin looked like it had frozen solid. The conditions were only slightly better than those of a home. No, perhaps it was worse than being homeless. At least it wasn't as cold outside as in the desolate city's secret realm. While Ewing Shu was in shock, a familiar voice came from behind her. "Ah, junior sister, what brings you here?" "Senior sister." The girl turned around in surprise, her face immediately filled with concern. "Why are you living in such a place?" "I still have a few sheets." Chui Yulu had a face full of spring breeze and a hint of relaxation, as she said loudly, "No need, I'm leaving soon anyway. Not that you understand me every time. Some people's constitutions are just different, they have it tougher than others. You're doing fine. Oh, I know someone who can't even stand up straight from the pain. It's okay, I just need to drink more hot water." Ewing Shu gave a thumbs up, looking strong, and trotted out the male universal answer. However, it felt a bit strange. Oh, wasn't this usually meant to comfort others? Why was it being applied to herself? Chui Yulu smiled kindly, tidying the messy hair atop the small junior sister's head, and turned to lead her toward the intersect cafeteria. "Come on, I'll treat you to a special meal. You surely came here for this, right?" Ewing Shu didn't reply, but the way her tongue licked her lips revealed everything. Having fought together during the summer training, their relationship had evolved from mutual use and superficial friendship to true sisterhood. No sisterhood that crossed gender lines. After all, during the battle against the vampire ancestor in the abandoned factory, Chui Yulu could have safely observed from a distance or turned to flee, but in the end she threw herself into the fray and helped immensely. One had to know her strength was far inferior to that of either side in the battle. If it were Ewing Shu in her place, considering her position, she would have thought there was at least an 80 chance she would have acted in a more cowardly manner. However, regarding this kind of relationship, Ewing Shu felt a bit awkward. It was something she had never experienced before. It's fine to have an arm around the shoulders of a male, but to be this intimately close with someone who had no blood relation, as if they were sisters, made her feel somewhat not quite accustomed. But it felt nice, warm, gentle, and tender. If it were a man holding her hand, she would only feel an overwhelming surge of emotions, but being led by a woman, senior sister, she shockingly felt no romantic feelings, only friendship. This was clearly not right. If her past self had been led by a girl like this, her heart would have probably jumped out of her mouth. Could this be the psychology of women? Ewing Shu suddenly felt a bit afraid and lost, unsure if it was due to her own transformation or the unknown future. But one thing was certain, she was slowly changing imperceptibly. Reflecting on it, when she had just crossed over, her eyes were like searchlights, constantly scanning the senior sisters, using her body as a template to replace them with 3D models, and she was extraordinarily excited every night, having to relieve her worries. But now, looking at her senior sister was just out of habit. Perhaps also due to that little bit of obsession in her soul. After looking, it was over and no thoughts would arise. She could only pin her hopes on the legendary beauty of Yan Bei Shui, Zhong Feng, Mei Bai Xiao Shui. She hoped she could awaken the things that were gradually disappearing in her. I hope so. Ewing Shu felt a tinge of sadness, and then playfully scratched Chui Yulu's palm, trying to see if she had developed feelings beyond friendship for her. Unfortunately, there were none. Moreover, her hand was soon tightly grasped, and Chui Yulu warned her with a glare, "You can't treat others like this in the future, especially not males. That guy named Wendong Yang is off limits too, otherwise you'll get eaten up." "Oh, I forgot you've already been completely devoured. What are you talking about?" Ewing Shu wanted to retort, but suddenly realized that this line seemed a bit off-sounding, as if it were a last wish. She recalled what her senior sister had said when they first met, and she suddenly jolted, hurriedly asking, "You? Did you just say you were leaving? Where to?" "Out of the secret realm." Chui Yulu shrugged, explaining casually, "It's been a month, and I still haven't found my chi sensation, as I thought my talent is lacking. Today is the last day of the assessment, so I'll be leaving tomorrow to live as an ordinary person. Just too bad I didn't learn the Haneo Ju, so I can't be a superhuman out there bending steel pipes and such." Although she spoke of it as a pity, her steps remained light and cheerful, as if she had shed a heavy burden, or that her aspirations were already within reach. Ewing Shu's expression changed, pulling Chui Yulu's senior sister. "Aren't you afraid of losing your memories?" "How could that be? As long as you enter the inner sect, your memories won't be wiped. You know that, right?" Chui Yulu remained confident. It seemed she had her reasons for wanting to enter the inner sect at all costs, even though she had opportunities to become a direct disciple, but chose to give it up. She had long known her talent was insufficient, so all her efforts were merely to avoid having her memories erased. If it were before, Ewing Shu would only wish her well. After all, she could contact her once she established her foundation. But now, after learning a particular secret, she could not think like that anymore. Senior sister, this is bad. Only by practicing the Han Ao Ju to the second level and completing the Qi induction in the cold pool can one become immune to the soul erasure technique. When I became a direct disciple and chose an elder as my master in the main hall of the inner sect, Bai Jianxing told me this in person. Senior sister, this is bad. Only by practicing the Han Ao art to the second layer and completing the Qi induction in the cold pool can one be completely immune to the soul transference technique. No, that can't be. Even if that's true, perhaps entering the inner sect would mean our memories wouldn't be erased. Upon hearing Ewing Shu's words, Cui Yulu paused, her face filled with hesitation. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone mentioned it before? Her tone was light in rebuttal. Perhaps even she knew the answer to this question. Because anyone who can enter the inner sect through normal means is undoubtedly the best in terms of comprehension, talent, and willpower. Rarely is there anyone who cannot even complete the Qi induction. As for the few exceptionally rare individuals who cannot even meet the entry standards, having their memories wiped and being sent away wouldn't create any waves, no one would know. Thus the saying that once you enter the inner sect your memories won't be erased has circulated throughout Songmang City. Ewing Shu was thinking even deeper. Perhaps the elders are well aware that I am helping Cui Yulu and Chunli cheat, but they simply do not care. Even if one ascends to the inner sect through underhanded means, their true nature will soon be revealed, and they will not lose anything in the process. And if they truly manage to overcome all obstacles to successfully establish their foundation, then consider it a gain for themselves. One must admit that the harsh testing methods maintained by Songmang City for such a long time indeed efficiently screens suitable disciples for the sect and ensure its survival for a millennium. Small sects lacking the foundation of large sects can only resort to such unconventional means to maintain their own heritage. Thinking of this, the girl forced herself to calm down and analyze carefully. It seems senior sister is lacking in comprehension. She had previously figured out through experimentation that the hard requirement for having a sense of Qi and starting to practice the Han Ao art is a comprehension level of 11. Below this number, no amount of effort would be of any use. So how much time is left? She looked seriously into Cui Yulu's eyes, determined. I will think of a way. There is no time left. Today is the last day. Cui Yulu's eyes gradually filled with panic. But she still held a glimmer of hope. But what if your guess is wrong? Maybe as long as we enter the inner sect our memories won't be erased. Hopefully, Sai. Ewing Shu sighed deeply, yet her worries remained unaddressed. Suddenly she felt a faint chill enveloping the two. Then she watched in astonishment as the senior sister who had prevented them from entering the cold pool on that day when the public was secretly passing on the Han Ao art appeared at the end of the road, walking step by step towards them. Shangwan Xin. Cui Yulu took a breath, gripping the girl's hand, starting to tremble slightly. What's happening? Ewing Shu looked back and forth between the two, puzzled. She recalled that Shangwan Xin was a direct disciple of Elder Feng Ban. So is she here to deliver the final notice on behalf of the eunuch Feng? Indeed, under the knowing gaze of the girl, this seemingly mature woman of about 28 years old strode confidently to Cui Yulu, making an inviting gesture. Come on, junior sister Cui, perhaps this is the last time I shall call you this. But time is up. I believe you have yet to grasp the sense of Qi, right? No, then I will. Cui Yulu tightened her grip, her fingertips turning white, her face mirroring the same pallor. Even the rehearsed words trembled. Then allow me to tidy up and exit the secret realm on my own. No need to trouble Elder Feng. A beam of sunlight shone down from the sky in the afternoon, but the warmth around the few was dispelled by an inexplicable chill. Shangwan Xin stared at Cui Yulu, who seemed to realize something, suddenly chuckling, lightly waving her hand. No need to be so troublesome. You should first come with me to see Elder Feng. As for your luggage, it should not be necessary. As soon as her words fell, Cui Yulu's face turned ashen and her legs began to tremble. She had already caught the implication in Shangwan Xin's words. Troublesome. No need for luggage. This is clearly to take her for memory washing, right? And then she would be casually thrown into some mountain village. Why is that? She had already exhausted every means to enter the inner sect. The outcome should not be like this. If in the past Cui Yulu had maintained a reluctantly accepting attitude towards having her memories erased and becoming an ignorant villager in the outside world, now she was completely resistant. After staying with junior sister Yu at that place called Internet Cafe for 4 days, witnessing the internet technology and the exciting lives of the characters and dramas, she absolutely did not want to be filled with a bunch of false memories, becoming as mediocre as a country chicken. She too wanted to live that exciting life. Moreover, how could she forget everything in this world of cultivation, flying swords, spells, and every person she encountered? Right. There is someone who might be able to help me, if she has created so many miracles. Thinking of this, Chui Yulu immediately turned her head, tightly grasping Ewing Shu's arm. Her face filled with pleading, her shaking legs were about to kneel down, her eyes wide, her expression earnest, as if she had grabbed onto a lifeline. Ying Shu Jr. sister, save me, help me. You must have a way, right? Ewing Shu was about to say something when she was suddenly startled into silence by a voice that burst forth in her mind. Special task, help Chui Yulu complete Qi induction. Reward divine arrow stab, an ancient secret technique of the soul departure sect that condenses divine consciousness into an arrow to stab the opponent. The higher the spiritual comparison, the better the effect. Another special task. Could it be that I have the quality to trigger tasks simply by being sincerely beseeched? Last time, it seemed a similar situation occurred. But this is a secret technique. I can't refuse to help now. Besides, I originally intended to help. Coincidentally, I can try the previous idea. Seeing the girl still in a daze, Shangwan Xian stepped forward and firmly grasped Chui Yulu's hand sternly, saying, don't struggle. Lacking a sense of qi means you lack a sense of qi, no matter what. You cannot practice the Haneo art unless it's a strong individual at the elder level or above helping. However, due to sect rules, they will not take action. Moreover, even if helping, it would only be like pulling seedlings to help them grow. Even if one could induce qi, they would still be unable to cultivate further and would be invited out of the city. The emphasis in her speech kept pounding against the eardrums of the two. As long as I can preserve my memories. Chui Yulu cried out, her voice breaking. Whether or not she would be expelled from the secret realm was not within her demands. She only wanted to keep this precious memory. Alright, I will think of a way. Ewing Shu's clear voice suddenly interjected between the two as she pulled her senior sister's hand, running towards the cold pool. Anyway, with the sunset approaching, we still have some time today, right? Two relatively young women are leading the way, closely followed by a mature woman who appears to be effortlessly gliding forward, leaping far with each step. Ewing Shu runs while looking back, constantly trying to increase her speed, but unfortunately Chui Yulu cannot keep up, and every time she runs it seems like she is losing control. Moreover, the ease with which her pursuer follows her makes her feel threatened for the first time by her fellow disciples. Don't follow me, or I will hit you. The girl swings her fist, revealing her small tiger teeth, striking a fierce pose. Unfortunately, while she could defeat anyone in the outer sect composed entirely of ordinary people, the situation is entirely different in the inner sect. Chui Yulu pulls her junior sister gently and whispers, be careful, she is at the 8th level of crystallization. I heard that in a few years she will reach the golden core stage, just like Elder Feng, and is a law cultivator, so she should be strong in close combat. Wait. Ewing Shu interrupts her sister's admonition, her eyes wide with disbelief. Are you really suggesting I go up against her? Huh, can't you win? Chui Yulu appears visibly stunned. In her mind, this junior sister seems to be capable of anything. Although no one in the sect knows, she has witnessed it with her own eyes. Ewing Shu can even kill a Baron-level vampire. Ewing Shu shrugs her shoulders. A Baron-level vampire is likely quite different from a crystallized cultivator, right? However, seeing that Shangwan Xian is just maintaining a certain distance and not approaching, she gradually lowers her guard. Just now, Shangwan Zin's reprimand to Chui Yulu sounded like an ultimatum, but the more Ewing Shu thinks about it, the more it feels like a reminder. Could this person be an ally? Ewing Shu cautiously does not fully lower her guard and continues pulling Chui Yulu as they run toward the entrance of the cold pool. Those above Foundation establishment are not permitted to enter. That's the rule, right? She shouts at Shangwan Xian. Shangwan Xian shakes her head. Don't worry, I won't go in. You all keep your voices down. Don't disturb the disciples who are cultivating inside. Her gentle voice made Ewing Shu's expression change, sending chills down her spine. She quickly pulls Chui Yulu inside while quietly asking, why doesn't senior sister Shangwan at the crystallization stage go out to train, but instead manage these sect matters daily? I heard she has traveled outside for over 20 years and has now returned to prepare to succeed her master's position. Chui Yulu, being a gossip enthusiast, perfectly answers the girl's curiosity. Yet she is still secretly startled. Over 20 years. Yes, senior sister Shangwan is almost 50 now. Whoa. So she takes care of herself. Really well. Ewing Shu experiences the age issue in the cultivation world for the first time. Unlike other elders who clearly look old, she subconsciously thought that Shangwan Xian, who she had seen a few times, was of the same generation as herself. It turns out she is not considered an elder, but rather an old aunt. It seems that when she follows the system's wishes as a labor reform offender, she still needs to inquire about her senior brother's ages beforehand, so she doesn't inadvertently bully the elderly. After warning herself, the girl suddenly bursts into laughter. So senior sister Shangwan's current status is almost like that of a disciplinary committee member in an exciting campus romance film, being caught by the protagonist and forced to do certain morally questionable things. What disciplinary committee member? Chui Yulu asks curiously. For some reason, seeing her junior sister's smiling face makes her feel less tense than before. Go away, this is an adult topic that children shouldn't ask about. Yu Shu uses a finger to push her senior sister back, then immediately notices the senior brothers and sisters meditating on the rocks nearby, quickly lowering her voice and pointing to the cold pool. You sit cross-legged inside. I will help you try it out. Chui Yulu doesn't waste words following her instructions, and after a few deep breaths, she enters a state of seeking the sensation of qi. However, she still finds nothing. Don't worry, you'll give it a try. Chui Yulu feels her junior sister sit down behind her, small hands poking and pressing on various acupoints, seemingly searching for something. Then Yu Shu leans close to her sister's ear and whispers, "Relax, I'm coming in." Chui Yulu's face flushes, but she only feels her junior sister's hands on her shoulder blades, without any other sensation. Like everyone else, she has been frozen stiff after encountering the condensed water spiritual energy. However, in reality, Yu Shu has already used the internal viewing technique several times. This is the first technique rewarded to her by the system, which not only enhances her spirit, but also allows her to observe the specific state of her body in a special way. At this moment, by connecting with Chui Yulu through the omnipresent water spiritual energy, she can barely use this method to search for the hidden strand of qi deep within her sister's body. As long as she finds it, it will be easier. This is also a tactic Yu Shu thought of on the fly. The effect is quite, just as her spirit was about to reach its limit, she finally found that strand of qi hidden in some meridian within her sister that everyone is born with. What the Marshall family refers to as internal cultivation of a single breath is precisely this. The girl does not dare to delay, wrapping it in spiritual energy and immediately pushing Chui Yulu out of the cold pool to restore her Bodhis awareness, urgently whispering, "Quick, it's right here, grab it." Chui Yulu understands the urgency, not daring to hesitate. She immediately focuses on the slightly painful spot inside her body, striving to sense it. At this moment, that strand of qi wrapped in Yu Shu's spiritual energy has become extremely conspicuous and hard to miss. Following the guidance of the incantation, Chui Yulu pulls and tugs, and soon that strand of qi becomes loose. Run it according to the Han Ao Ju. Quickly, let's draw the qi into our bodies. Yu Shu can no longer care about the volume of her voice. Her spirit is extremely depleted, and in a cold sweat, she uses her last ounce of strength to push her sister into the cold pool, watching her finally enter a meditative state before collapsing onto the ground. It is not exhaustion, but a combination of nausea, vertigo, vomiting, and a feeling of being lightheaded. This is the result of energy depletion. After resting for a few minutes, feeling somewhat better, she finally manages to sit up and look around. As expected, all the senior brothers and sisters who were originally cultivating in the cold pool have gathered around. What's going on? What miracle has junior sister caused this time? I don't know, it seems like. Look at that. Chui junior sister. Oh my god, drawing qi into the body. She isn't. She. The astonished senior brother stops speaking, realizing that he is being too loud, and also because of the fist that junior sister is swinging at him. The speed of that fist is so quick that he is caught off guard, suddenly being yanked by his collar. Huh. How did my feet leave the ground? Oh my, this junior sister who is half a head shorter than me, how could she lift me with one hand? All the observing senior brothers and sisters have the same shocked expression. What kind of monster are you? Aren't we all in the qi refinement stage? But they see Yu Shu grinning and threatening. No one is allowed to shout loudly. If you disturb senior sister CS cultivation, I will. Huh. She shakes the poor senior brother she is holding up. Ah, so satisfying. After so many days without the system issuing any good deeds tasks, she couldn't resist being a big shot for so long and felt pent up. There's no other way, as I said before, unless an elder or someone above that level intervenes, it is unlikely for her to forcibly draw in the qi. Moreover, doing so would essentially ruin her future prospects, leaving her with little hope for cultivation. Leaving aside Chui Yulu, who was still deeply engrossed in meditation, and after threatening several other senior brothers and sisters, as soon as Yu Shu stepped out of the cold pool to catch her breath, she heard Shangwan Xian lecturing her. It is indeed a lecture, and the implied meaning within this statement is quite clear. The elders are unwilling to help, and there's no need to assisting her would only invite criticism from the old eunuch Feng Ban. In the entire Kangmang city, there is only one person with the authority to do so. That is to have her seek help from the city Lord Mu Jingtai. Yu Shu had long understood Shangwan Zin's hidden intentions. The probability of success in doing so is indeed quite high. If it were someone else, it might not work, but she is a prodigy, like when Dongyang destined to elevate Kangmang city. Perhaps simply promising to cultivate diligently and be willing to help others would earn her Mu Jingtai's casual assistance. After all, it wouldn't cost Kangmang city anything. However, Yu Shu planned to try it herself, first to see if she could create another miracle. As for the outcome, naturally, it was a win-win situation. The girl subtly contracted her abdomen, but quickly straightened up again, allowing the sunlight to bathe her, while she grinned and glanced at the cold pool. This body is really troublesome. After staying in the cold pool for such a short time, and not just lying on the ground, why is the pain in my lower abdomen even more severe? If before it was like a dull knife scraping flesh, now it feels like being bombarded by a HIMARS complete with satellite precision guidance. How sensitive am I? I can't let outsiders see my weakness, otherwise where would I put this face? A grown man getting his period and dealing with menstrual cramps, bleeding excessively like some chicken, it's downright embarrassing. How could I let others find out? Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Having a common face that can withstand punches while senior sister Chui has gourmet food, those two could greatly alleviate my discomfort. As for the others, let's forget it. Meanwhile, Shangwan Xian waited for a while, and seeing the girl keep making faces at the sky without answering, let out a cold snort. Junior sister looks quite clever. You can't possibly not understand, can you? Could it be that your brain is muddled because of your period? I can understand, but... Ewing Shu widened her eyes. How did you know? Shangwan Xian frowned and didn't answer. Aren't we all women? Isn't it evident just by looking? With your pale little face and your tendency to walk with your knees pressed together, who do you expect to fool? But you are already this old. How come you still haven't gotten used to it like a child? Is it a physical issue? And it came. Shangwan Xian pouted. Hurry up and establish your foundation. Then you can go to the scripture pavilion to see for yourself. Regarding Chui senior sister's chi guidance, what exactly do you intend to do? Where is she? She only spoke half of her earlier statement, causing Ewing Shu to glance at her curiously, unsure of what she was getting at. However, there was no time for further inquiry now. System restrictions meant I could only answer the question. Chui senior sister is in seclusion in the cold pool. Seclusion? What is she secluding herself from? She can't even sense chi. Is she not afraid of freezing to death? As Shangwan Xian spoke, her eyes suddenly widened. You helped her sense the chi. There was only this one answer. Without the ability to sense chi to guide the water spiritual energy, it could pose a life-threatening issue. These two are not fools. They would never recklessly engage in such dangerous behavior. Indeed, Ewing Shu nodded. That's right, and it's not that difficult. I don't understand why such a simple matter requires the elders or city lord to intervene. She hasn't even established her foundation, yet she can forcibly make anyone sense the chi within them. However, assistance from the cold pool is still necessary. Otherwise, simply sensing the chi that obeys her will, without the rich spiritual energy to open the meridians, is still useless. In contrast to the girl's whimsical thoughts, Shangwan Xian was filled with shock. How did you? Tell me in detail, how did you accomplish this? Her words were stuttered, and Ewing Shu immediately became serious. The girl, who was a labor reformer with a system, feared this the most. Being directly questioned and required to provide a detailed explanation unless she wanted to forfeit her task rewards, every subsequent word needed to be carefully considered. Ewing Shu took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm while regretting her earlier carelessness. Being overly proud and boasting about something that could cause problems would inevitably lead to such consequences. I self-realized a method to observe the physical meridians and then connected myself with Chui senior sister through the water spiritual energy, using this method to find her chi. The rest is unnecessary to mention, right? She deliberated for a moment before providing such an answer. It conveniently avoided the system's scrutiny. However, unexpectedly, Shangwan Xian took a few steps back, examining the girl back and forth with a cold smile, self-realized. What a joke. I didn't expect that the junior brother Wen Danyang would be so bold as to bring you into the scripture pavilion and secretly learn the divine observation technique meant for golden core practitioners. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she must have guessed wrong. Firstly, the scripture pavilion is personally guarded by her master Feng Ban. How could two little mice sneak in to steal books? Moreover, even if they managed to get in, why would they choose to learn this divine observation technique, which is utterly useless for chi training and foundation establishment? Even taking 1,000 steps back with this girl's strength, it would be impossible for her to master this technique, right? Ewing Shu was also bewildered. What divine technique? No. The system just taught me an internal viewing method. Isn't this a basic cultivation technique from Iron Rust Mountain? Why does something similar become a golden core technique in Kangmang City? It's the divine observation technique. To arbitrarily insult sect techniques is a grave taboo. Junior sister should remember that. Shangwan Xian glanced at the still bewildered girl, soared into the air, and left a remark. I will report this matter to master. You stay here and take care of junior sister Chui. Okay. Ewing Shu mumbled in response. She felt that Shangwan Xian was truly hard to evaluate. On one hand, she was very strict and unyielding, while on the other, she seemed to genuinely care for her junior brothers and sisters. At this moment, a senior sister named Yang Pingping with a chest size of A approached the entrance of the cold pool and greeted the little junior sister she had met a few times. Junior sister, you're here to cultivate again. Hey, working so hard, even during your period you don't take a break. It's tough for me. Ewing Shu rolled her eyes. How does everyone know about my unusual condition? But she heard Yang Pingping continue. It's fine. Once you establish your foundation, go to the scripture pavilion and select a technique called Warm Palace Chi. Just operate it during your period and you'll feel much better. There's such a good thing. Thank you, senior sister Pingping. Yu Yingshu suddenly understood why Shangwan Xian had mentioned going to the scripture pavilion after establishing her foundation. However, wait a minute, did Shangwan Xian go to the scripture pavilion to find Elder Fengban because of my internal viewing method? Oh no, this is bad. Senior sister Pingping, please take care of Chui Yulu for me. I'll be back soon. The girl blurted this out and hurriedly ran towards the innermost part of the inner door. Leaving Yang Pingping behind, deeply resentful, my sixth sense tells me that your way of addressing me seems quite disrespectful. How infuriating, who even calls her Chui Yulu? Yu Yingshu rushed towards the location where Mu Jingtai was in seclusion. It didn't matter if she leaked, what was more important than the urgency of the situation. Seeking the city lord was not for Chui Yulu, but for herself. When the eunuch Fengban arrived at the cold pool, he would certainly demand she hand over the inner vision method, even if it was just to describe the basic principles. This is understandable. If it were herself, she would do the same. Moreover, she also wanted to hand over this technique. At least it could be exchanged for some spirit stones or treasures, right? There is already a rule in the sect's regulations. Any disciple who acquires any technique or secret art not found in the scripture pavilion during their travels can sell a copy for an exorbitant price to Tsangmang City. Of course, if it were some rare materials or celestial herbs, elders involved in refining weapons or alchemy would also come forward to purchase them. It is a form of mutual benefit. Furthermore, this is a matter of free choice. If others say that the technique they impart cannot be shared, or if you do not wish to share, Tsangmang City will not force you. Everything is based on willingness. This model is somewhat reminiscent of a sharing platform. However, the issue lies in the fact that as a mere chi refining disciple, being able to create a technique is already far-fetched, and achieving something that only golden core practitioners can do through this technique is even more so. If you don't self-validate your innocence, it's truly hard to explain. Don't want to hand over the technique. That's fine, but at the very least you have to explain how you comprehended it and the principles behind it, right? How can Yu Yingshu answer such questions? Moreover, she also couldn't provide it, as she couldn't even grasp the most basic principles of the inner vision method. The technique given by the system is learned directly and added to your skills. When using it, you just follow the method etched in your mind and operate the spiritual energy or spirit. You cannot cultivate it yourself. Everything given by the system can only be upgraded using attribute points. Unless you can obtain a manual on how to cultivate like the Han Ao Ju, can you bypass the system to cultivate personally? So how could she know how to cultivate it? It's like knowing how to shoot a gun or throw a grenade in a first-person shooter game. You know all the gameplay, but when you click the left mouse button, how the bullet kills the opposing player. How could she possibly understand the programming behind it? You are given a master-level sword technique. You can kill with a branch, but how it was honed to this level, how many times a day you practiced, how many wooden dummies were destroyed, how much sweat was shed. If you haven't experienced these, how can you tell others how to practice with a technique gained out of thin air? Sword techniques can be fabricated, but the thing about cultivation techniques. Right now, the only one Yu Yingshu has come into contact with and cultivated is the Han Ao Ju, and she can't even make analogies, let alone deduce the cultivation process of the inner vision method. Perhaps in the future, once she practices more and broadens her knowledge, she might be able to deduce the process from the techniques provided by the system and compile it into a book to sell to Tsangmang City. But right now, that's impossible. She can't even fabricate a story. Under such circumstances, if she is questioned too much, she will inevitably expose herself. If she ignores the questions, she could simply endure the task failure. However, she would also miss out on the special task reward that is only granted upon task completion. The Divine Arrow Strike. This is another technique book that the stingy system has finally bestowed upon her. It is described as an attack-type technique. How regrettable it would be to give up now. Therefore, to avoid task failure, she could only seek Mu Jingtai for help. Only he could suppress Fengban. If she sought other elders, even if they were willing to help, it would at most equal the power of the dead eunuch, and it would be inevitable that she would be bombarded with questions leading to task failure. Yu Yingshu dashed forward, completely ignoring her own condition, desperately running towards the location of Mu Jingtai seclusion. Shangwan Xian and Fengban were both flying, their speed far surpassing hers, so now it was a race against time, exerting all her effort to prevent task failure. Thanks to Wendong Yang. Fortunately, before following the city lord into seclusion, he had informed her of the seclusion location and invited her to visit when she had time. Otherwise, she would still be wandering aimlessly in the inner sect like a headless fly. Closer, the red-tipped side hall marked by a weather vane on top. That's the place. The girl deftly maneuvered around a couple who were flirting, ignoring the reprimands coming from behind, and as she rounded the corner, she quickly wiped her hands under her skirt while no one was watching. Fortunately, there was no blood. Sniffing. There was no scent of the sea either. Then she rushed straight to the side hall's entrance, mimicking the cat call Wendong Yang had taught her earlier. 3 short meows. Just a bit too fast, sounding like a cat in heat. She couldn't knock on the door or climb over the wall. That would definitely violate the rules. If she disturbed the city lord's cultivation, that would be a grave sin. Meow, 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 get your ass out here, meow, 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 meow. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a neutered cat before? As Yu Shu called out, she glared fiercely at the curious seniors passing by. At the same time, she felt a sense of sorrow within. In this state, how was she any different from a neutered tomcat? Moreover, after being neutered, she was still running and jumping, causing her wounds to bleed profusely. The scariest part was having to go through this every month as if she had an endless supply of eggs to be removed. Then she heard footsteps coming closer from within, almost rushing to the door, pulling back the bolt, and breaking the spell of warning and defense. When Dongyang opened the door with a face full of surprise, a fiery heart visibly shining on his face, "Shu, you really came to see. Get out of the way." The girl pushed the boy with a common face aside, not even glancing at him, and stormed in with great fervor, leaving behind a boy whose fiery heart had turned cold. Yu Shu briskly walked towards the side hall, frequently peering left and right in search of Mu Jingtai's figure. She was feeling tense. What if that city lord, like in the novels, casually closed a major gate and couldn't be disturbed? I would have to abandon my plans and consider plan B. That would mean sacrificing the reward and lying to get through the crisis. But that would truly be heartbreaking. When Dongyang continued to chatter behind her, his mind filled with joy at seeing his father. Has anything major happened outside these days? Have you been diligently practicing? Are you getting used to the food in the inner sect? Have you grown taller? Why didn't you bring me a gift? If you ask me one more time, I'll buy you a gag to shove in your mouth. Yu Shu replied, exasperated. Oh. When Dongyang fell silent, but showed no signs of being disheartened by the reprimand. What a good girl. Even though she was so impatient, she still earnestly answered every one of his questions, though all her responses were the same, 2 words. And although her height hadn't changed, other aspects had slightly different proportions. He followed closely behind the girl, watching her dash around. This place had many restrictions, even he had to be cautious. If no one watched over this reckless girl, she'd get herself into trouble in no time. The side hall was exceedingly large, seemingly containing formations or similar things. In any case, the space here was definitely not as it appeared from the outside. After pretending to wander around a few rooms, the girl felt this wasn't the way to go and turned back to ask, "Where's the city lord?" "Oh, are you here to find City Lord Mo?" When Dongyang was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Was that her main purpose? Was visiting him just a side note? If he knew that visiting him was hardly even a side note in Yu Shu's mind, he wouldn't know what to think. But before he could speak, Mu Jingtai walked out from the nearest door holding a teapot. "So it turns out Shu is here to see me." He sounded quite awkward. As a nascent Soul Realm expert, he had known Yu Shu had arrived the moment when Dongyang opened the door. He originally thought the two would have some alone time together and had intentionally provided them space, yet it turned out she was looking for him. Mu Jingtai glanced at when Dongyang, who had all his attention on the girl, cleared his throat and was about to say something when he suddenly widened his eyes, his lips curling into a smile of surprise. "Oh, has Shu's Han Ao Ju been cultivated to the 6th level already? At this rate, haha, it seems the future of Tsangmang City rests on both of you surpassing those so-called prestigious sects, and it won't be long now. Congratulations." When Dongyang chimed in, clasping his hands together with a sincere smile. Yu Shu grinned, but refrained from dwelling on this topic. What would they think if they found out that her cultivation speed would return to normal from now on? She quickly got to the point. "City Lord Mu, I have something to ask for your help. It's like this." The girl briefly recounted how she had forcibly elevated Chui Yu Lu to the level of guiding qi into her body through her self-understanding of the technique, and stated her request. You can create your own techniques, but you don't want to share them." After a brief shock, Mu Jingtai quickly accepted reality. Aside from being pleased that their sect had gained a talent capable of innovating techniques at the qi refining stage, he had no other thoughts. Mainly due to when Dongyang's previous example, he was somewhat accustomed to it now. Mu Jingtai stroked his beard and continued, "If you don't want to share, that's fine. You may not be fully aware of our sect's rules. Elder Feng strictly adheres to these and will not force you. No, it's not that I don't want to share, but the circumstances around the creation of this technique are somewhat complex. I can't even understand the most basic principles right now." Yu Shu directly interrupted the city lord's words. "I can explain how the spiritual energy operates internally, but I don't think that would be of much use, would it?" This behavior seemed somewhat impolite, and when Dongyang nervously glanced at Mu Jingtai. But on one hand, Yu Shu was still young, and in her past life, she was merely a student confined to the classroom every day, not really understanding these matters. On the other hand, Mu Jingtai had always been gentle. He even graciously allowed this girl to take Su Wei Dao as her master, and the punishment for when Dongyang's private transmission of techniques was merely to follow him in closed-door cultivation, which indeed gave off a vibe of being a soft-hearted person. And indeed, Mu Jingtai seemed unconcerned, nodding understandingly. "Ah, I see. You are restricted from discussing everything about the inner view of meridians, but you still came to me to find a way to pass Elder Feng's checkpoint, right?" The girl nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining. Truly, he was a nascent soul master. His comprehension ability was astonishing. In just a few words, he was almost grasping the truth. "All right, no problem, just wait a moment." Under the girl's delighted gaze, Mu Jingtai, who seemed to never refuse anyone's request, readily agreed, took out a talisman, whispered a few incantations, and the talisman immediately emitted a faint white light, flying swiftly away. Now Elder Feng won't question you about this technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the ceiling of the side hall trembled, and a soft cold groan echoed outside, a sound that would make anyone's heart tighten upon hearing it. I've angered Elder Feng again. They'll have to set up a couple of tables later. Mu Jingtai murmured, then turned to the girl. However, that inner disciple named Chui will be expelled from the secret realm immediately after completing the guiding qi into the body and will no longer be a disciple of Songmang City. In fact, even if they didn't do this, she wouldn't stay here for long. After forcibly guiding the spiritual energy like this, she would have no way to operate those water spiritual energies, and her entire path of cultivation would come to a halt. Thank you, City Lord. Yu Shu expressed her gratitude. After all, this was the result that senior sister Chui wanted. Mu Jingtai raised his hand, not yet finished. Our sect hadn't anticipated that someone below the elder level could perform such a technique, so we will not punish you for this action this time. But now Elder Feng has gone to carve this rule onto the giant stone in the inner sect plaza, so you must never do such a thing again. No problem, I won't do it again. One last request, Mu Jingtai said, looking at the girl, who nodded twice. He then seized the opportunity to propose a third condition that might be hard for her to accept. Since you can create your own techniques, you must participate in next year's Yin Yun Grand Competition to bring more benefits to our sect. If you can enter the top 10, then I won't consider today a wasted effort. Seeing the girl appear somewhat resistant, yet accepting, he smiled with satisfaction. Mu Jingtai was not merely a soft-hearted old man who cared for his disciples. He was adept at turning bad situations into good ones and enhancing favorable ones. Otherwise, how could it fall to him to be the city lord? Songmang City, what merits and abilities does it possess to accommodate these two rare talents in hundreds of years? When they eventually traveled outside and experienced the grandeur of those prestigious sects, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't harbor feelings of resentment. So now was the time to increase their sense of belonging. If he forcibly pressured Yu Shu to reveal the truth, she certainly wouldn't hand over her technique and would instead feel resentful towards the sect. It was better to go with the flow, win a favor, and gain some benefits. As for Elder Feng, right, he could use the beautiful prospect of Dong Yang and Ning Shu meeting in the finals to persuade him to calm down. Although this was unlikely, one should always speak as positively as possible when comforting someone. Chui Yulu could only say a few farewell words to Yu Shu before being forcefully sent out of the secret realm by Feng Ban, who was watching with a cold expression. The two didn't even have the chance to exchange contact information. However, Chui Yulu mentioned before leaving that she would make a name for herself outside and wait for her little junior sister to find her easily. Her cold pride technique had already reached the second level, granting her some enhancements. Coupled with her already formidable physique among ordinary people, she could be considered a small superhero. Therefore, gaining fame should not be a difficult task for her. Yu Shu successfully obtained the divine arrow thrust technique, and with the system's assistance automatically attained the first level of mastery. As before, she had no idea how to cultivate this technique. Yet the method of using it inexplicably appeared in her mind. Concentrate the spirit, wrap it with spiritual energy, and after locking onto the enemy, with divine sense, pierce this mental force into the opponent's sea of consciousness. Just looking at this description, doesn't it seem like the cultivation process is quite clear? However, Yu Shu didn't even know how she managed to condense her spirit. Why does circling the mental force through the sea of consciousness in both directions allow her to solidify such an ethereal thing into something arrow-like? Why did Wen Dongyang do the same, but achieve no results? There must be some special cultivation related to the sea of consciousness or the spirit before attempting to utilize it. But this process was something the system simply did not provide. Want to know? Go find it outside yourself. However, right now Yu Shu was not troubled by this matter. Her act of helping another disciple gather qi at the cold pool had already spread widely known not only within the inner sect, but also to the outer sect. At first, everyone speculated about what method she had used. After all, theoretically, a qi refinement stage disciple is just slightly stronger than an ordinary person with no other special traits. Could it be her strength that was already outrageous? But soon the inner sect disciples discovered a newly carved rule on the giant stone inscribed with the sect's regulations in the plaza. All disciples are prohibited from privately assisting others in passing any stage of the qi refinement period using any technique. Isn't this clearly pointing to Yu Shu? So she learned a new technique. Isn't it said that qi refinement disciples can only practice the cold pride technique and all efforts are aimed at foundation establishment? How could she disregard this rule? Is being a direct disciple so impressive? Thus a chain reaction began. Many felt they had been treated unfairly, and with jealousy at play, more were simply curious and bored, naturally forming groups to question Yu Shu. Of course, she could not answer these questions, otherwise she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to seek Mu Jingtai's assistance to silence Feng Ban. Staying shut in was not a solution. Firstly, she still needed to eat, and secondly, there would always be disciples shouting directly at her door. As soon as they were heard, she had to go to the window and respond seriously to the shouter. This appearance only brought more questions. There are always times when one cannot hide. I came up with a method to introspect my meridians, and that was how I helped senior sister Chui gather chi. Ewing Shu stood by the window, hands on her hips, looking angrily at the 7 or 8 senior brothers and sisters outside, impatiently saying, "Can you please stop disturbing my cultivation?" Seeing the girl finally respond directly, they were silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "How is that possible? You created a technique out of thin air." A senior sister with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes laughed so hard she could barely breathe, saying, "I've been at Foundation Establishment for over 50 years, fought countless battles, and faced death more times than I can count. Yet even I couldn't create a technique of my own, and you. She is a genius in our sect, senior sister." Though this person was trying to persuade, the tone clearly oozed jealous. The older senior sister raised her eyebrows, her tone rising with her eyelids, but she's still just at the chi refinement stage. She only knows the cold pride technique and hasn't been exposed to any other techniques. How could that be possible? To create a technique out of thin air requires not only strength and experience, but also a wide range of knowledge to draw from. Even though the backbone of the cultivation world is those at Foundation Establishment, there is a world of difference between that and chi refinement, which is merely a strong, ordinary person. Foundation Establishment, especially those who have practiced other techniques, are akin to celestial beings. Listening to their laughter, Ewing Shu pressed her lips together tighter, and ultimately unable to contain herself, she concentrated all her mental energy and aimed it at that senior brother who was pouring salt on her wounds with jealousy. Divine arrow thrust him. The senior brother let out a muffled grunt, rubbing his forehead and shaking his head. "I've said everything I needed to say. If you still don't believe it, go ask Elder Feng to clarify." Ewing Shu slammed this statement down and forcefully shut the window. However, she could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. There was no choice, she had exhausted her mental energy. Damn it, she initially wanted to target the older senior sister, but having immersed herself in Foundation Establishment for many years, her mental strength was undoubtedly many times greater than Ewing Shu's, making it utterly ineffective to pierce her. She could only choose a fellow chi refinement stage senior brother. But unexpectedly, her mental strength had to exceed that senior brother by at least 50%, yet it only had this little effect. The other party was only slightly dazed, yet she almost fainted. What garbage, what rubbish. Cursing in her heart, she struggled to get up and began to pack her things. She couldn't stay outside anymore. At this rate, even if she wasn't driven mad, the check-in tasks given by the system would be hard to continue. Damn it, I'm going to find City Lord Mu to enter seclusion together. Dong dong dong. Shall you wear? The persistent knocking echoed through the side hall as the first light of dawn broke, accompanied by the crowing of roosters. In the courtyard, Mu Jingtai was burning incense and brewing tea with a meticulously prepared breakfast made by the intersect chef laid out on the table. He carefully divided it into 3 portions, not touching a bite, waiting for the 2 disciples to be seated before enjoying it together. How wonderful it is to see the 2 future stars of the sect working so hard. Suddenly life feels full. In the past, I only thought about how to preserve this ancestral land of 1 Mu and 3 Fun, but now I suddenly feel like I want to challenge the Shushan sect. But that should be something for the next generation to do. I just need to take good care of these 2 talents and let them. Listening to one of them calling the other to get up, Mu Jingtai's heart filled with joy. They have such a good relationship. The boy is wise and honest, able to draw inferences from one instance, while the girl is well-read. A crisp, lazy, and irritable voice with strong, penetrating power came from the bedroom. "What the hell are you yelling for? Can't you just let me sleep in peace? And don't call me Xiaoyuer, just use my full name, understand? If you can't call me Baba, then at least say all 3 characters of my name." Mu Jingtai, who was enjoying his thoughts, spat out his tea in surprise. Then came Wen Dongyang's calm and steady voice. "It's time to eat, Xiaoyuer. What the hell are you talking about? You think I'm dead? Just leave me alone. It's not that cold in the secret realm today. You don't need to dress too warmly. Remember to wash your face and comb your hair, okay? What are you, a brain-dead person? Is your brain leaking out? It's barely morning and you're yelling like this." The early bird catches the worm. Now is the best time to feel the morning vitality. Besides, the city lord is waiting for you to have breakfast. Listening to the 2 of them talking through the door, Mu Jingtai contemplated how to describe this female disciple. Being well-read and sensible is certainly out of the question. In any case, she's quite beautiful and delicate. Just then a loud bang of a door echoed, and the 2 young people walked toward him one after the other. Not bad, at least she's quite sensible. The city lord stroked his beard and nodded slightly. He then heard Wen Dongyang softly urge, "Hurry up, or the food will get cold." Then came the girl's annoyed reply, "If you think him slow, go find a rocket launcher. And don't call me Xiaoyuer." It's understandable why the girl was so irritable. Any normal male troubled by such issues as heavy bleeding and abdominal pain would not be in a good mood upon finding a stain on the sheets due to an unrestrained sleeping posture. If at that moment another male were to call you by a name that sounds excessively delicate while you were enjoying a dream, anyone would curse. However, when Donyang remained calm and indifferent, not at all worried about possibly annoying the girl, "I think this name suits you well, I'll call you that from now on." He knew that the girl's temper would rise quickly but disappear just as fast. She wouldn't remain angry over such trivial matters. At most there might be a bit of bickering whenever he called her in the future, but that adds some spice to life, doesn't it? Now the elders in Kangmang City all called her Ying Shu. "I absolutely cannot be like them. I must be a bit." Indeed, Ying Shu sighed. "Sigh, I shouldn't have lent you that book." That was a traditional martial arts novel she borrowed from her intersect senior brother to flip through during idle time. However, on the first day she moved into the side hall, seeing everyone around her focused solely on cultivation, she thought it might broaden his horizons and lent him the 2 books she had read. As a result, she gained this nickname that very day. How unfortunate. With an irrepressible weariness, the girl sat down with when Donyang, her arms crossed, as she casually nudged Mu Jingtai. "Good morning, city lord. There's no need for formality with me, who just don't let Elder Feng see you." Mu Jingtai made a light-hearted joke, winking at the girl who seemed to have gained a bit more spirit. "After breakfast, go wash your face. You've been unwell these past few days. I rest more, and don't push yourself too hard in cultivation." Contrary to expectations, the dishes made from celestial fruits and herbs are not delicious. It is akin to the leftover food from the previous night at home, where the chef merely tossed together a few materials with complementary attributes, stir-frying them haphazardly until they resemble the dish before serving it. Noticing the girl's subtle expressions, Mu Jingtai could only explain with self-deprecation, "No one in Kangmang City researches how to create such items, and we can't afford the expensive celestial beasts. Even the dishes lack any richness, so they indeed aren't very palatable." There is a restaurant in Zhongzhou called Taotai Gate that specializes in creating celestial cuisine to enhance the cultivator's strength. As Ying Shu listened to the Lord's explanation, she held a bowl of porridge and slurped loudly. After chewing a piece of vegetable leaf mixed in the porridge, she found that the stem unexpectedly had barbs that pricked her mouth. After forcing it down, she felt a slight pain akin to being stabbed by needles. That is Lei grass. When chewed, the thunderous essence contained within it will erupt, but it is not truly painful. Seeing the girl frown, Mu Jingtai explained further, "Just eat it. It will benefit your cultivation at least 100 times better than fasting. But don't overindulge. With your current constitution, too much might clog your meridians. Doesn't that count as cutting corners and giving special treatment?" Ying Shu recalled the evaluations from her senior brothers and sisters. Mu Jingtai nodded. "Of course it does, but who can say anything to me? Just don't tell Elder Feng about it." His seemingly serious exterior combined with a friendly demeanor endeared him. The girl slightly relaxed and bravely asked a question unrelated to the meal. "Elder Feng. What? You want to know why Kangmang City needs someone like Elder Feng, right?" Fortunately, Mu Jingtai, hidden beneath his unassuming and stern exterior, had excellent observational skills. He immediately elaborated. "This is a rule set by our founding ancestor. No matter how prosperous a sect is or how wise its leader may be, it requires someone to nitpick. His duty is to point out flaws, big or small, and correct them regardless of who they belong to. In reality, up until now, Elder Feng has done quite well and has helped Kangmang City avoid risks on several occasions." His words clearly hinted at some hidden stories, perhaps a recollection of past events. However, Ying Shu did not notice this, and simply agreed like an inspector, "Right. Exactly, as long as you understand." Mu Jingtai nodded repeatedly. However, his methods can be quite harsh and very strict. Most of the elders within the sect have grievances against him. "I just hope you both can try to understand." He said so much just to hope that these 2 young individuals likely to lead Kangmang City in the future could grasp the inherited system from their ancestors. Ying Shu shrugged, offering no response, but hastily finished the last bite of her dish, putting down her bowl and chopsticks with a long sigh. "I'm full. Why did you eat so little? Is it not to your taste?" When Donyang frowned at the girl, pointing at the empty bowl, "Eat a bit more. It's beneficial." "Eat full I am." Ying Shu repeated each word carefully. "This dish is so wonderful. Oh, does she not want to eat more? Just treat it as medicine, right?" The problem is she couldn't eat anymore. With such a slender waist and a small stomach, how much could she hold? These 2 burdens on her chest could not serve as a stomach, and the heaviness only affected her balance and tired her shoulders. They were simply worthless. In the past, she didn't realize how great a flat chest was mistakenly valuing a busty one. She crossed her arms and leaned against the back of the chair, preparing to just chat. At least she knew that leaving the table in the middle of the meal was improper. Anyway, these 2 were eating quite quickly, so it wouldn't be long. But she soon noticed when Donyang was subtly watching her. "Tsk." Ying Shu immediately focused her spirit and struck out. What was there to see about a loser? Look at the long-legged senior sister instead. When Donyang showed no visible reaction, but he quickly realized that his actions had been discovered. He promptly cleared his throat and lowered his head to eat porridge. Meanwhile, Yu Shu sighed in her heart. Divine Arrow Strike is absolutely useless. It has no effect on someone with a higher spirit power than herself. Even with Yu Shu holding back, she could only use 90% of her spirit power on Wen Dongyang, and it merely felt like a mosquito bite to him. If it were any less, he wouldn't feel anything at all. The two had privately tested it before, and after calculations, Wen Dongyang's spirit power was likely around 20, hardly enough to completely overwhelm her. Just work hard. I can only hope the system will provide some reliable techniques so that one day I can stand on his face and take a leak. Mu Jingtai watched the two youngsters interact and shook his head with a smile, suddenly asking Yu Shu, "Did you come up with that method of attacking with spirit power yourself?" "Oh." Yu Shu was stunned after stuttering. "How did the Lord know about it?" The girl immediately suspected that someone might have leaked it, but seeing Wen Dongyang's equally astonished expression, she felt guilty for her distrust of him. Although this guy often tried to take verbal advantage, he was still quite loyal as a buddy. However, hearing the increasingly urgent prompts from the system, Yu Shu had no time to think of an excuse, and could only answer truthfully, "Yes, I developed it myself. I just like to mess around." "But how did you know?" To this question, Mu Jingtai didn't even want to reply. "I am at the nascent soul stage. How could such minor actions escape my notice? Let alone the nascent soul stage, in front of someone at the golden core stage. This technique was practically tangible." Yu Shu saw the answer in Mu Jingtai's expression and became even more disappointed in Divine Arrow Strike. "It can't be used for attacks, and there's no stealth involved. The consumption is particularly high. It's utterly worthless, isn't it? So this can't be said right." Mu Jingtai squinted his eyes, sizing up the girl, then lowered his head to continue eating, and said, "Fine, I won't ask. However, it would be better if you refrained from messing around with these useless things. At this stage, it's best to focus all your thoughts on foundation establishment." "Yes, I understand, but this thing can't be rushed." Yu Shu conceded. She didn't want to mess around. It was just that the system forced it upon her, and she couldn't refuse. Feeling the insincerity, Mu Jingtai continued earnestly. "Hundreds of years ago, there were indeed a few sects that specialized in techniques that nurtured spirit sense to harm, but without exception, they all perished due to a lack of spiritual energy. The reason being their means of combat were singular and the effects were not significant. Moreover, the higher the spirit power, the harder it was to cultivate. There was a small sect that researched dual cultivation methods to nurture spirit sense, taking a different path, but unfortunately such things easily led disciples astray, you understand, and as a result they were wiped out." "Oh." Did the 6 major sects besiege the Bright Summit? Yu Shu immediately thought of the techniques the system had provided her in the past. Mu Jingtai was taken aback, grinning and shaking his head. It was not that exaggerated. At that time, a relatively weak righteous sect easily eliminated them. The days spent in seclusion with the master are truly delightful. It is a time where one can witness their own progress every day and feel the growing pulse of energy within their meridians. When Mu Jingtai begins his cultivation, he activates a special spirit gathering formation that permeates the entire underground of the side hall, benefiting both Yu Shu and Wen Dongyang. Moreover, during the nascent soul period, the residual spiritual energy that spills out is sufficient for both, with the energies inside and outside overlapping, although the spiritual energy surrounding them during cultivation does not reach the density found in the cold pond. It is rich in variety, providing a mix of spiritual energies rather than just water, chi akin to a blend of vitamins A, B, C, D, and E, perfectly catering to the needs of the human body. Furthermore, it is inexhaustible and continuously fills their meridians. Previously, Yu Shu took a month to break through the 6th layer of the Han-Ao technique. Now, merely 2 months later, she has already reached the 9th layer. It is worth noting that for the vast majority of techniques, the further one advances, the more difficult it becomes, and the Han-Ao technique is no exception. Yet in these 2 months, she has ascended 3 layers. The next step is foundation establishment. Of course, this is also due to the girl allocating all 5 attribute points earned during the past 2 months to her comprehension, raising it to 26. However, why did she only receive 5 attribute points when she could have obtained 8? That is a question for the beaten-up Wen Dongyang. Every beating he received was due to his loose tongue. Initially, Yu Shu felt quite guilty, thinking it unreasonable to beat up her only reliable friend. But she simply couldn't hold back. Attributes. Such precious things could vanish with just a few careless words from him. Wasn't it reasonable to give him a beating? It is like winning 5 million, and then seeing a close friend tear up the lottery ticket. Not killing him would be considered merciful, especially after winning 3 times and him tearing it thrice. Wen Dongyang is now so battered that he seems indifferent, laughing even more joyfully after each hit, proudly, wearing a look as if he relishes the beating. Mu Jingtai merely watches with a smile from the sidelines, not bothering to intervene. What a pity to see the genius of Kangmang City, who could easily surpass Wen Dongyang, be rendered useless by just a few of his words. Yu Shu could only rage silently in her heart. 3 months into the inner sect, and her Han-Ao technique is stuck at the 9th layer. Just a tiny bit more, and she could break Wen Dongyang's record. Of course, she knows that even if she did surpass him, it would be by a stroke of luck. Firstly, she upgraded the Han-AO technique to level 2 in advance using system points. Then this coincidentally triggered a bug in the technique's cultivation, raising her directly to level 5. And finally, being appreciated by the Elder City Lord, she successfully secluded herself with Mu Jingtai, receiving almost an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. As for Wen Dongyang, he had nothing. He managed to establish his foundation solely relying on the ordinary spiritual energy of the inner sect, having scarcely visited the cold pond. His talent is indeed extraordinary. During these 2 months, Ewing Shu once again witnessed what true genius looks like. He learns any technique several times faster than ordinary people. For example, there is a sword technique called the Kai Tian Jian, which Mu Jingtai explained took him nearly half a month to learn as he elaborately described the wonders of this sword art. His intention was to guide her away from dabbling in spiritual sense techniques, steering her towards mainstream methods that would most effectively enhance her combat strength. After all, both inner vision of meridians and piercing with spiritual sense require exceptionally high mental strength. However, just as he finished half of his explanation, Wen Dongyang had already unleashed a sword energy that cleaved through the sky. What the? Ewing Shu was left dumbfounded. She could only emit an exclamation that caused Mu Jingtai to frequently glance over with a frown. When Dongyang stylishly stored his sword in his storage ring, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, turned around, glanced at the girl with a side profile, and with a thumbs up, flashed a radiant smile. So after seeing this sword, do I have a bit more appeal to you? Definitely not. Ewing Shu instinctively replied, and then she realized she had made a mistake. Appeal can also refer to friendship. And indeed, she admired the public face even more. Thus, sign-in task failed. Next task will begin in 3 days, 15 hours, and 44 minutes. Damn it. Why do you talk so much? In the puzzled gaze of Mu Jingtai, the previously serene and innocent girl suddenly erupted, repeatedly producing muted sounds as she rolled up her sleeves and charged at Wen Dongyang. It looked as if Yi Wen had encountered the Black Dragon. However, Wen Dongyang remained blissfully unaware of his misdeeds, dodging left and right with a cheeky grin, occasionally letting himself get hit on purpose, then feigning extreme pain, while laughing, enticing the girl to continue her assault. Mu Jingtai watched for a long time, opened her mouth several times, but still refrained from revealing that this guy had secretly learned all the defensive techniques from folk martial arts, such as the iron cloth shirt and the golden bell shield. This is quite nice. The two children are fighting. Their relationship should gradually improve, right? But they are truly geniuses. How long did it take me to establish my foundation back in the day? 16 months, or was it 15? Even so, I was already considered a focus of training. Preparing for foundation establishment. 2 months have passed since the breakthrough from the 9th to the 10th layer of the Han-AO technique, during which Ewing Shu took a full 2 months. This speed was only possible because she was in seclusion with Mu Jingtai. She estimated that if she were training outside normally, it would take her at least another year to reach this stage. It is extremely difficult. The transition from 9 to 10 is a completely different experience compared to the smooth progress of other stages. Eliminating impurities from the body, adjusting the meridians, expanding the dantian, preparing for the future condensation of the inner dan, transforming the physique to accommodate more spiritual energy. Foundation establishment is about laying a solid foundation for cultivation. It is also a process of transforming the body from acquired to innate. If we were to discuss it, martial cultivators also have the concept of innate, but it is entirely different from that of cultivators. In the innate stage, martial cultivators possess greater strength, far surpassing foundation establishment cultivators in terms of power, speed, and agility. However, this situation will gradually reverse as the cultivator learns more techniques, becoming increasingly close to the crystallization stage until they completely surpass martial cultivators and leave them far behind. As innate beings, martial cultivators cannot practice immortal techniques unless they are willing to completely abandon their internal skills and start from scratch. And even then, they are likely to be hindered by their comprehension and spiritual root talents. An ordinary person training in martial arts can achieve some success with determination, but for cultivation, without comprehension or a spiritual root, even if one works tirelessly 247, they will absolutely not be able to accomplish the most basic step. Not to mention what comes after. In just 2 months, Ewing Shu managed to achieve an Allen attribute for comprehension, raising it to 30. That's right, just 4 points. The rest are all with the half-dead Wen Dongyang. This fellow is getting bolder, and Mu Jingtai is there assisting him. For example, the reason for the last failure was that the city lord suddenly asked with a smile whether the young girl had considered marrying in the future. As a time-traveling abnormal patient, could she not have thought about it? Even if the answer is go to hell, can't she just say she hasn't considered it? So how should she respond to that? Thus, many times when faced with difficult questions, Ewing Shu would even take the initiative to abandon the task. After all, she had gotten used to failing multiple times. After she establishes her foundation, she'll just need to keep a bit of distance from these two. Right now, isn't it mainly about enjoying that atmosphere of cultivation? Moreover, when she started her foundation establishment, Mu Jingtai even set up a small spirit gathering array for her, just to make the process smoother. Isn't that good? Yu Shu finally noticed a hint of jealousy in Wen Dongyang's eyes, and with satisfaction, she sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. It seems she didn't wash her face this morning. There's still eye crust on her. In the quietness, the girl keenly caught the sound of the youth whispering to the city lord. You better wait. The girl swore fiercely in her heart, while also wondering, why does it feel like this fellow is deliberately provoking her lately? Could it be that she was bullied into developing some special attribute that would make it hard to find a partner? But there was no time to think more, as the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly tightened, then began to collapse inward. Foundation establishment has begun. The spiritual energy filled each meridian, and the body could no longer accommodate more. Under the operation of the Haneo technique, all the spiritual energy began to rotate according to a certain rule, causing the entire Bodis meridians to tremble, shatter, and peel away. The spiritual energy, without a dwelling, guided by the Haneo technique, gathered towards the center Dantian, condensing and gradually expanding into an area capable of holding all spiritual energy. This is the Sea of Qi. From now on, there will no longer be any concept of meridians. This is something only martial cultivators use. As for cultivators, after experiencing foundation establishment and obtaining the Sea of Qi, their entire body will transform into something akin to meridians, manipulating spiritual energy with ease. However, the newly formed Sea of Qi is extremely fragile, unable to hold all the original spiritual energy. Any excess will disperse throughout the limbs and bones, strengthening the foundation of the body. It can also be, as when Dong Yang said, to collect them and focus on enhancing a specific aspect: muscles, organs, bones, vision, smell, and more, even expanding the Sea of Qi and enhancing spiritual roots. But for Yu Shu, foundational attributes can be quickly enhanced through system point allocation and rewards from additional tasks. Only the spirit attribute can only be painfully increased slowly. She possesses an ancient divine sense attack method that has already faded away, and it is of high quality. Just hearing this description, any middle schooler would want to find a way to develop it right. Whether it's weak or not can be set aside, just ask if it's cool, right? Yu Shu did just that. She exerted all her efforts to control this spiritual energy, pushing it upward to the brain sea of consciousness, using her mental strength to absorb and transform it. Once foundation establishment is completed, she opens her eyes, pushes away Wen Dongyang, who was almost pressing his face against hers, and finally opens the system interface to check the results that have been converted into numbers: strength 36, agility 36, vitality 35, spirit 20, comprehension 30, and 0 points available for allocation. Main skills include charm level 8, inner vision technique level 4, Han Ao technique level 10, divine arrow stab level 1, a basic fist, and kick level 5, cleaning level 5, laundry level 4, cooking level 5, drainage level 3. Wait, why did the spirit attribute only increase by 5 points? In just 5 months, the junior sister has established her foundation. The inner sect brothers and sisters are unaware that Yu Shu carried numerous buffs even before becoming a direct disciple, nor do they know that during her mysterious absence, she had been siphoning off the enlightened moments of the city lord Mu Jingtai. All they can comprehend is the passage of time. 5 months. Though not as impressive as when Dong Yang, she is undoubtedly a rare genius not seen in the last few centuries. What kind of virtue does their Tsangmang city possess to have 2 such geniuses in such a short span? Moreover, this also validated the claim that Yu Shu had forcibly guided Cui Yulu with her self-created technique. She is a top-tier genius. What's wrong with casually creating a technique? Furthermore, unlike the aloof Wen Dongyang, who barely bothered to glance at them, this junior sister was genuinely engaging. After establishing her foundation, she roamed around the inner sect, bidding farewell to her old friends. When greeted by her brothers and sisters, she was always forthcoming with her words, answering every question. Wasn't her earnest demeanor 100 times better than that of Wen Dongyang and others? She never looked down on others because of her talent. Yu Shu found Chun Li, the youngest disciple in the entire inner sect, who had already completed the process of guiding qi into his body. He was currently methodically learning the 3rd layer of the Haneo Ju without any remarkable achievements, except for the pile of broken mechanisms in his room, and a photo of Cui Yulu's profile tucked between the pages of a book. No one knew when this kid had secretly taken it. Senior sister Yang Pingping had already practiced the Han Ao Ju to the 9th layer, but her foundation establishment was still far off. Based on experience, the last step took the longest. The girl left her a pile of sweet pastries. These were high-grade items that could replenish spiritual energy, which she had persuaded Wen Dongyang to steal from the city lord's room while he was in seclusion. Of course, at that time, neither Wen Dongyang nor the city lord Mu Jingtai, who was secretly observing from above with divine sense, had thought that this girl was not just being greedy, but intended to give the sweets away. There was no helping it, these treats were durable and could be stored for a long time. Facing the newly emerged genius of the sect, Yang Pingping also inquired about the key elements for breaking through to foundation establishment. Yu Shu earnestly replied, the further away from Dong Yang the better. This left her senior sister dumbfounded. The girl pondered for a moment, feeling that she had no more acquaintances left, and wanted to leave the secret realm to enjoy the outside world, when she was suddenly called by Feng Ban, who wore a gloomy expression. Wait! The sharp voice thoroughly disrupted Yu Shu's good mood. Looking at the girl, who turned around impatiently, her face filled with disdain, Feng Ban remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes at this problematic disciple. Finally, Yu Shu broke the silence. First, what is it? When speaking to an elder, remember to add respectful titles. Feng Ban never missed an opportunity to criticize others and then beckoned someone behind him. The mature beauty Shangguan Xian, who appeared to be in her late 20s, but was actually over 50, approached with a paper. Feng Ban glanced at the paper bag, his cheeks twitching, and after a long pause continued, according to the sect's rules, every disciple who successfully establishes their foundation will be taken out by a senior brother or sister to address their identity issues and introduce basic precautions. Also, the bag contains benefits from the inner sect. Benefits? Yu Shu looked curiously at the bulging paper bag, intrigued by its contents. Seeing that Feng was not specifically trying to cause her trouble this time, and considering what Mu Jingtai had told her, she finally clasped her hands and made a vaguely respectful gesture. Thank you, Elder Feng. Feng Ban nodded, turning away with his hands behind his back, yet still speaking in a harsh tone filled with criticism. Next time, remember to place your left hand above when bowing to an elder. What you did is only appropriate for funerals. You don't need to bend your upper body so much. Keep your back straight and your head slightly lowered. Always remember that you represent our Songmang city. When standing, keep your legs together. Why do you resemble a boy? So uncultured. As he summoned white mist to disappear, his voice gradually faded until it was gone. So annoying. Yu Shu bared her teeth at the elderly overseer far up in the sky and rebelled with her right hand on top. Only this time her back was straight and her legs were together. Then she glanced at Shangguan Xian. After the incident with Cui Yulu, she had determined that this senior sister who had once offered help was an ally. At the very least, she adhered to the rules as an ally. Indeed, Shangguan Xian merely smiled, giving Yu Shu a light scold, as if to warn her that her mischievous actions had been noticed. Then, shaking the paper bag in her hand, she softly said, shall we go to your room first? Huh? Why? Yu Shu was perplexed. To change clothes. With your conditions, junior sister, when you go out you should at least dress beautifully, right? Shangguan Xian handed over the paper bag and explained, after establishing your foundation, you won't have so many requirements, but it's best to change into your disciple's robe when returning to the sect. Here, I've picked this out for you, it should fit well. The clothes women's wear made Yu Shu's face turn bright red. Her current pure white disciple's robe had few feminine features, and she could wear it without guilt, but the items in the bag. A cute sweatshirt with bunny earmuffs, a red windbreaker, jeans that seemed too tight to fit, lace underwear, and undergarments shapewear for her hips, and even a scarf. How could there be thigh-high white stockings as well? The girl shivered with her hands, almost dropping the bag. Huh? Does junior sister not like it? Shangguan Xian noticed her unusual expression and hurriedly asked, or do you want to wear a skirt? No. Yu Shu shook her head repeatedly. She didn't even want to accept this pile, let alone a skirt. Shangguan Xian nodded. I figured as much. Whether for exploration or slaying demons, one cannot avoid fighting. A skirt is inconvenient on many levels. We'll just take this. Yu Shu picked out a scarf and returned the remaining items. Well, I only wear the disciples' robe. Shangguan Xian paused for a moment, but did not take the bag, saying it's probably because junior sister has grown up in the outer sect since childhood, so she cannot accept these things yet. However, it's already winter outside, it even snowed a few days ago. Are you sure you'll only wear that when walking outside? Yu Shu was momentarily stunned. She had been trained to not fear the cold much, but wearing thin autumn clothes in freezing weather would be quite shocking. There was no helping it as she picked out the windbreaker, saying, then I'll just put this on outside. This outfit wasn't bad, or it had few distinguishing features. Shangguan Xian squinted her eyes, picking up the bunny ear sweatshirt. Since you're already wearing such a thick windbreaker outside, it doesn't matter what you wear underneath. Just think, if you go somewhere and take off your outerwear, people will see that you're wearing such an oversized disciple's robe. The girl hesitated for a moment, realizing that what her senior sister said was also not wrong. As for the hat, she could just not wear it. Shangguan Xian shoved the sweatshirt into her hands, then picked up the thigh-high white stockings, resembling a devilish salesperson. These are very warm, you know. They prevent cold air from reaching your legs. You wouldn't want to experience period pains again, would you? Moreover, they are worn inside, so no one will see them. Well, that's true. The girl accepted the stockings, feeling that her senior sister's words made a lot of sense. Then Shangguan Xian handed her the skinny jeans. Junior sister, your legs are actually quite slim, and the shape is excellent. With these stockings helping, wearing these might even make you look a bit fuller. You should try them. They have great elasticity and can support various movements, plus they look quite stylish. The words of the senior sister sounded like a devil whispering in her ear. Yu Shu's heart stirred. She had bulges on top, and no matter how she covered them it was useless. She certainly couldn't associate herself with being handsome, but looking stylish could still help her attract girls. The two of them exited the secret realm, taking public transport taxis and the subway. Upon discovering that the junior sister was not unfamiliar with these matters, Shangwan Xian skillfully probed for the reason. Yu Shu replied roughly, "I have encountered it before." At the same time, she recounted her experience of taking the bus during the previous lesson, with teacher Xiao managing to deflect the question without violating system principles. On the subway, Shangwan Xian still sat upright, her lumbar spine straight, hands resting calmly on her thighs, gazing straight ahead. Her demeanor was in stark contrast to Yu Shu, who was slouched lazily against the seat. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Moreover, ever since she changed into this outfit, it seemed like so many people were focusing their gaze on her. Damn it, was she deceived by her senior sister? The girl turned her head to glance at her meticulously groomed senior sister, pursing her lips, afraid to speak. It was like a student being with someone in their 50s who could be their grandmother. Naturally, they would be taciturn. Even if this grandmother appeared to be less than 30. They were clearly not from the same generation. How could they have any common language? However, Shangwan Xian spoke up, tilting her head and asking without revealing her teeth, "Does junior sister like Wen Danyang?" Huh, how could that be? Yu Shu's eyes widened in surprise, her brows raised and mouth agape, completely unable to comprehend why she would ask such a question. Several nearby passengers turned to glance at the girl. Shangwan Xian shot a stern look their way, and somehow those passengers immediately lowered their heads to look at their phones. She looked at the girl, her mood seemingly improved, and continued to ask, "So does Wen Danyang like you?" Yu Shu remained confused. She had no idea what kind of medication her senior sister must have taken to ask such an obvious question. Could it be that she had some issue with the common face? It shouldn't be the case. After being in seclusion for so long, he had never looked at Mu Jingtai in any way that crossed the line. After hearing the girl's answer, Shangwan Xian's lips curled slightly, adjusting her collar, and nervously, yet straightforwardly asking, "Do you think he would like me?" Yu Shu gaped, completely bewildered as to how the topic had shifted here. But you senior sister, you. So does he not like someone older?" Shangwan Xian shrugged her shoulders, showing a hint of nervousness. "I just thought you had a good relationship with him, so I wanted to consult you." "Yes, he doesn't like older girls." The girl made a definitive statement, then thought for a moment, and added with two fingers raised, "He prefers someone slightly younger than him." Even if it meant failing a sign-in task that could be completed in just a few hours, she had to save her brother from the fire. Although, as the saying goes, a woman aged 30 years gives up her kingdom, Wen Danyang was so gifted that he didn't need to covet such a kingdom. Moreover, senior sister Shangwan was not just 30 years older than you. She would drain you dry, brother. You cannot handle that. And because you failed to sign in, just wait to see how you compensate me. The girl, who felt she was lying, awaited the system's judgment calmly, but after a long time, there was no sound from the system. She opened the interface to find that the countdown was still continuing. Strange. Does this mean that one can freely express opinions on things they know nothing about without regard for right or wrong? Yu Shu scratched her head. Shangwan Xian immediately pressed down the few rebellious strands of hair that had been messed up by Yu Shu, sighing as she said, "If that's the case, it seems I have no chance, sigh." "But junior sister, you meet the criteria, right?" "Hee, but it's impossible for us to." Yu Shu continued, awkwardly scratching her head. Unless they both changed their orientations, bending two straight boys together would be quite a challenge. To avoid further entanglement with Shangwan Zin's emotional issues, she directly switched to a counter-question mode. "But senior sister, why are you interested in Wen Danyang? He has potential talent and isn't bad-looking. If you don't seize him, someone else will." Shangwan Xian glanced at the girl, her words all about feelings. Yu Shu continued to try hard. "But senior sister, shouldn't you look for someone who is around your age?" "I don't fancy those. Actually, my criteria for choosing a partner aren't high, really." Shangwan Xian extended a few fingers, listing them one by one. "First, they have to look decent enough, right? Then my current strength is at the crystal stage. He must at least be at the nascent soul stage. The cave abode should at least have 2 5th-grade spirit gathering formations, and savings should be at least 100,000 spirit stones. The flying sword doesn't need to be a top-quality immortal tool, but when going out, a top-quality artifact should be available. Otherwise, how can one maintain their image? I am to become the law elder of the future Tsang Mang sect. The male counterpart must at least be a high-ranking elder or sect master of a large international sect, and the grand elder should not exceed 70 years old. As for the above criteria, if they can't meet them for now, it's fine, but they must at least have that talent and future. Then we can work hard together, right?" Yu Shu listened, drenched in sweat. "Oh dear, as a single woman of a certain age, don't be too picky. If this drags on, you'll only be left with a twilight romance." However, she suddenly heard Shangwan Xian attacking with another question. "By the way, do you really think there's no possibility between you two at all?" "That's definitely the case," the girl instinctively replied. "Sign-in task failed." Next task starts in 4 hours and 21 minutes. Yu Shu could not understand why the two of them chose to get off at this bustling location on People's Avenue. Nor did she comprehend why her senior sister brought her into the Spring City Electric Power Bureau. She looked at the sign at the entrance several times, constantly rubbing her eyes, and finally confirmed that she was not mistaken. It was indeed the local Electric Power Bureau. What are we doing here? Is it that senior sister's cave abode has lost power, and she's here to pay the bill? But wait, we can pay online now. How many people come here in person? Besides, isn't it much more convenient to go to the branch office? What's the point of coming to the main bureau? At this moment, there were only 2 open windows in the lobby of the Power Bureau with not a single staff member present. Several maintenance workers in green uniforms stood in the corner chatting and laughing. Upon seeing the two enter, they immediately stopped talking and stared at them with intense scrutiny. Yu Shu could clearly sense those gazes shifting from her face to her feet, lingering on her legs for a moment before returning to her upper body. Then all the attention shifted to her senior sister. Regarding this situation, Yu Shu felt no jealousy, only complete confusion. It is often said that youth does not recognize the beauty of mature women, mistaking young girls for treasures, but she couldn't agree with that notion. Girls are so lovely, soft, and fragrant aside from having a little weight on their chests and some shoulder aches and experiencing monthly discomfort. Tisk, it seems there isn't much else to it. Humph, ignore them. Shangwan Xian turned her head, treating the piercing stares like a knife to the bone as if they were nothing. Just as she wanted to reassure her inexperienced junior sister, she noticed that the girl showed no signs of shyness or anger from the hungry wolf-like gazes. Instead, she was also staring intently at her gaze no different from those workers. She shook her head, casting aside that sense of discomfort, and led her junior sister toward the stairs. Let's go upstairs. As she spoke, she deftly bypassed the no loitering sign and produced a hard plastic card from somewhere to show the security guard. Yu Shu immediately heard the murmurs of the technicians. Tisk, it's that group of connections again, never doing anything, not even showing up for work, just coming to clock in and earning more than us. Don't say that. Be careful not to let the superiors hear. But isn't there a bit too many connections here? It's the main bureau. All sorts of leaders' relatives are definitely arranged here. Don't mention it. Last time we went out to fix the high voltage line, the leaders insisted we bring a few connections along, probably to beef up their resumes, right? However, when we arrived, those people disappeared entirely. After the repairs were done, we had to wait for them to come back, not knowing where they had gone to have fun. These young people. The technicians' quiet yet unrestrained voices trailed up the stairs, leaving Yu Shu's mind filled with questions. It felt like there was some hidden truth behind all of this. Don't think too much, you'll find out soon enough. Shangwan Xian did not waste her breath explaining, but instead showed her the answer through action. The two of them ascended, and every floor they passed had countless offices with staff members moving about, but none of them were their destination. They finally reached the top floor. The dimly lit corridor was filled with shadows, half-open and half-closed lights, and a water dispenser humming softly by the restroom, with a half-empty bottle of soda left on the windowsill by someone. Everything was no different from the other floors except for the doorplate. Instead of some office or any familiar name, it boldly displayed Director Su in penmanship. It was perplexing. Other offices had names of managers with various surnames like Zhao Qian's son Li. Remember this surname Su, he's specifically in charge of us, Shangwan Xian introduced with a sense of pride. As the largest sect in the Spring City area, having someone dedicated to their liaison was only natural. Although the size of Kangmang City might not even rank in the top 50 across the country, Yu Shu was still confused. Responsible for what? What kind of place is this? Do you see the stairs in front? That leads to the rooftop. Shangwan Xian still did not answer, but continued to explain. When you have flying and concealment abilities in the future, you can also descend from above at night, ensuring no one sees you. This area prohibits the installation of any lights or floodlights that can illuminate the sky for several miles around. She paused, watching her junior sister nod in confusion before knocking on the door of Director Zu's office, adding, "Of course, if there's no urgent matter, it's safer to take the stairs." Huh? Why? Haha, of course it's hard to explain if those ordinary people see you. Inviting those popular science influencers to debunk it and dragging in some scientific basis costs a lot of money. A hearty laugh came from inside, followed by the door opening, revealing a round-faced, slightly plump, balding. He didn't even glance at Yu Shu, but carefully scanned Shangwan Xian instead, then wiped his greasy right hand on his clothes and extended it in a handshake gesture. Good to see you again, senior sister Shangwan. Do you have another Foundation establishment newcomer with you? Shangwan Xian ignored the outstretched hand, patting Yu Shu on the shoulder, her tone turning cold. I brought this child to register. A massive office desk, an old computer making strange noises, and a pot of bamboo placed in the corner. The ceiling fan remained still, and the heater was positioned just behind the desk, but the temperature was evidently insufficient as a small heater sat on the floor, shining a glaring light towards the desk. This office was rather ordinary, showing no signs of anything special. Yu Shu sat on the sofa, watching her senior sister handle the pleasantries with Section Chief Su, waiting for him to finally get to the point. Shangwan Xian, however, did not sit in a chair standing tall, like a sturdy pine, impatiently watching Section Chief Su tapping away on the keyboard with a finger gesture. Without waiting for a question, she proactively spoke up. My name is Yuing Shu, female, Han nationality, from Kangming City. How old are you? Though it was a simple gesture, his typing speed was incredibly fast, and soon Section Chief Su had entered the basic information and initiated the questioning. Yuing Shu immediately replied, 19. This is just an estimate, but it should be close enough, right? Hee. Section Chief Su chuckled, glancing at the girl, yet made no further movements. Shangwan Xian shook her head. Born on September 5, 2005. Watching Section Chief Su begin typing again, she turned to her junior sister. You didn't think they would gather all you orphans without conducting any investigation, did you? Moreover, the External Affairs Elder has already uncovered the specifics of the circumstances under which your parents abandoned you. Would you like to know? Yuing Shu was completely stunned at this moment. Why had no one told her about these matters before? Was it really because she was so insignificant? What a beast. I am truly a beast. How could she not control her hands? She vowed to quit next time. After a brief internal critique, she quickly shook her head. I don't want to know. Knowing wouldn't matter anyway. Those were the parents of this body, not her own. Alright, I will note it down. Parents, unknown birthplace. Kangming City orphan. Section Chief Su, evidently accustomed to such situations, continued entering the information without waiting for Shangwan Xian to speak. Shangwan Xian stared intently into Yuing Shu's eyes, as if trying to discern whether she was concealing any emotions. You can always check the information regarding your parents at the Scripture Pavilion with Elder Feng. I probably won't go check. Yuing Shu replied without a hint of hesitation. Section Chief Su continued to enter Data Foundation establishment time. Should be in the next couple of days. They'll just say it was the day before yesterday. Oh, it doesn't really affect anything. How long did it take in total? 16 months. This time before Yuing Shu could respond, Shangwan Xian answered first, glancing at the girl casually. Yuing Shu understood this was to keep her abilities concealed. Indeed, achieving foundation establishment in just 5 months would certainly be shocking, and it would be troublesome if it drew unwanted attention from other factions. However, her situation was already well known in Kangming City. How long could she really keep it under wraps? Even so, the fact that she managed to reach foundation establishment in just over a year caused Section Chief Su to look up and seriously appraise the girl for the first time. It seems that Kangming City will have a place in next year's Yin Grand competition, with 2 geniuses emerging. Yuing Shu realized again that there was no need to hide her talent for long. Perhaps sustaining until next year's competition was the goal of her senior sister and the elders. Shangwan Xian stepped forward, blocking Section Chief Zu's gaze at her junior sister, her voice cool and calm. She is a disciple we intend to cultivate carefully. Yes, indeed. 16 months, just 2 months longer than that kid named one from last year. I have a deep impression of him. By the way, is he doing well? While Section Chief Su casually inquired, as if he were making small talk internally, he was quite dismissive. 16 months is already considered a key discipline. Kangming City really is weak. He heard that in the nearby Guanxin Cave there had been 2 who reached foundation establishment in just a year, while at Shushan there were several who did it in 9 months, and anyone taking longer than a year wouldn't even rank. However, this might slightly improve their performance in the future, which was still good news. He hoped to achieve a title but not hearing any news about Wen Dongyang, Section Chief Su felt a pang of sadness again. Senior sister had watched him grow from a thick-browed youth to a balding middle-aged man, yet now she wouldn't even shake his hand, nor would she bother to say a few more words. He pushed the keyboard away. I'm done here. Come back in 7 days to collect your documents. Then you can take on some outsourcing tasks. Collect documents. Outsourcing. Yuing Shu was stunned. You explain it to her. I have work to do. Section Chief Su said, gripping the mouse, fully focused on the screen. Judging by the rhythm of his hands, he was likely playing a mini-game called Free Cell Solitaire. Shangwan Xian took out 2 cards from her storage ring, waving them in front of the girl. One was an ID card that everyone had, and the other was the work permit she had shown the security guard when entering the building. She explained, when you're out and about you need to have your own identity, right? Every newly established disciple must, and there are uniforms too, Section Chief Su added casually while playing. Uniforms? Yuing Shu blinked, looking puzzled at her senior sister. Since entering here, she had not understood many things. When doing the work of slaying demons and eliminating evil, having a uniform from the Electric Bureau along with your work permit can solve many problems. You wouldn't want to be barred from certain places due to the difficulties posed by mundane guards, right? Moreover, if any signs of battle are witnessed by outsiders, you can use an electrical incident as an excuse. Shangwan Xian explained very seriously. However, at her level, that uniform didn't hold much significance, as she could easily enter any place she wished. Yuing Shu began to understand the identity of being part of the Electric Bureau was indeed useful. Furthermore, with branches across the country, it facilitated national communication and control, allowing countless cultivators to be assigned various reasonable identities. Otherwise, how could such an organization possibly have so many connections? Most of the people inside were likely cultivators, right? It seems she could no longer view issues from a mundane perspective. She then connected the two new terms slaying demons and eliminating evil. Outsourcing. It refers to the demons and monsters that they cannot handle. They will outsource those tasks to us cultivators, rewarding us with spirit stones for our efforts. Shangwan Xian glanced at Section Chief Su, evidently implying something. Spirit stones. Can I take on an outsourcing task now? Yu Shu's eyes lit up. I desperately need spirit stones. With spirit stones, she would be able to exchange for various skills in the scripture pavilion. She didn't care much about warming her chi, but she had long coveted the sword control technique and flying methods. Section Chief Su raised his head. Don't get ahead of yourself, sister. You can take on tasks, but they are all quite difficult here, not suitable for a novice like you. Especially considering you're still a key disciple being cultivated by Kangmang City, they certainly wouldn't want to throw you out there to fend for yourself. That said, Kangmang City was extremely harsh on all disciples who had not yet established their foundation, to the point of cruelty that even outsiders couldn't bear to watch. However, they were quite protective of inner disciples who had already established their foundation. Shangwan Xian also shook her head. Junior sister, if you want to earn spirit stones, there are quite a few sect tasks available over at the main hall. You could start with the simpler ones and gradually accumulate experience. The task from the sect M. Yu Shu showed great reluctance. She had visited the main hall before, and the so-called sect tasks were mostly mundane chores for new disciples, such as tidying up living quarters, tending to the celestial garden, and assisting in alchemy and weapon forging. The only slightly interesting task was capturing outer disciples who had defected during examinations. The elders provided a smaller range through calculations, and those accepting the tasks would go there to slowly search with photographs, capturing them to erase their memories before releasing them. However, this kind of work was too cruel, and Yu Shu believed she could not accept it. Additionally, there were high-priced purchases of specific materials or items. This was even more elusive, with no clues to complete the task, relying only on luck. It seemed that the heroic deeds she imagined, slaying demons and upholding justice, were all allocated to the Electrical Bureau. That makes sense. Kangmang City is not a righteous path, nor is it like Maoshan, which has a need for ghost refinement, so there is no obligation to help maintain order in the outside world. Seeing the little girl staring eagerly at him, Chief Su smiled. He pressed a few keys on the computer, turned the monitor around, and with his chubby fingers pointed at the screen. Here, take a look. This is the simplest work we have here. You should practice more. Yu Shu immediately leaned forward to watch closely. It was a page from the Electrical Bureau's management system, likely used as a disguise, and in the open document, there were 4 prominent words: expel filthy beings. The more detailed content was not visible. There was a small plus sign at the back, but the mouse was in Chief Su's hand. He had no intention of letting the girl see it. So to complete the task, it's not just about having the strength, you also need to have a reserve of relevant knowledge. The outside world is not that simple. Chief Su turned the monitor back and cast a proud glance at Shangwan Xian. This task was indeed among the simplest, yet it was quite special. It involved expelling tricksters. Without the relevant knowledge, one would certainly be unable to complete it, not even knowing where to start. Chief Su specifically picked this task for the girl, fearing that presenting other combat-related tasks, such as exterminating vampires or capturing werewolves and fox demons, would give her a false sense of hope. Who knew how strong this little sister's practical abilities were? Shangwan Xian immediately stepped forward to intervene. Let's go, we've finished here, hurry back with me. Senior sister, I want to try this. Yu Shu did not move her feet, but pointed at the computer, her eyes sparkling. Since there was nothing to do in the outer sect, she had read a few books about basic knowledge in the library. At least she knew that such things were feared precisely because of spiritual sense attacks. Or rather, if they awakened their consciousness to become soul cultivators, they could only train their spiritual sense. Thus, once their spiritual sense was damaged, it would essentially lead to their demise. Their attack patterns could only showcase aspects of spiritual sense. But with her strong mental power, and Chief Su mentioning that this was merely the simplest task, the effectiveness of spiritual sense attacks was quite poor, meaning it was likely that he could attack without her even noticing. Having already established an invincible position, what was there to fear? Junior sister. Shangwan Xian wanted to persuade her again. No, I've made my decision. Yu Shu stubbornly shook her head. She needed spirit stones, but did not want to engage in those dull tasks, so this was her only path. Kangmang City had one advantage: as long as you did not violate the rules, you could do whatever you wanted. The elders would at most advise you, but they had no means to force you to do anything. Chief Su curiously observed this scene. After all these years, it was rare to see a young disciple who had just established their foundation openly defying elders. No, it should be the first time. Even that arrogant young man from the last time, the one surnamed Kid, had hesitated before ultimately giving up. Right. Shangwan Xian wanted to say something more, but before she could speak, her expression changed dramatically, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at Yu Shu. Yu Shu proudly raised her eyebrows at her senior sister, retracted her spiritual sense, stepped forward to the front, and pointed at the computer. He'll take this job. Are you sure? Chief Su looked back and forth between the two, hardly believing his ears. Why wasn't Senior Sister Shangwan stopping her? Did Kangmang City recently change its policies? Are they no longer treating the lives of inner disciples as trivial? But isn't this what you were supposed to focus on cultivating? He hesitated a bit, then should I sign your name? While saying this, he looked at Shangwan Xin. Shangwan Xin's expression was neutral. She neither agreed nor opposed. She was silently wondering, when did this girl develop methods for spiritual sense attacks? This path is going astray. Seeing no response, Chief Su simply gathered his resolve and repeatedly tapped the keyboard. This is your own choice to seek death. You cannot blame anyone else. But you probably want die, or it's just the lowest level wild ghost, and for someone at the Foundation establishment stage, they would merely suffer a severe illness at most. Perhaps Senior Sister Shangwan thought the same. Let her suffer a bit. Having come to this conclusion, Chief Su pulled out a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it over. All right, the address and precautions are all on here. Once completed, come back to report and submit a report. As for the reward, there will be someone to deliver it to your Kangmang City later. Oh, isn't it settled on site? Yue Shu was puzzled. Doesn't this complicate things? I would like it to be simpler too, but this is the rule of your Kangmang City. Chief Su said with a half-smile, looking at Shangwan Xin. Shangwan Xin admitted calmly the sect will take a 10% cut of your reward as operational funds. Furthermore, only after receiving your reward and getting feedback from the External Affairs Elder to the Electrical Bureau can you take on another outsourced task. Yue Shu nodded. Although this system sounds quite exploitative at first glance, considering that they provide free food and accommodation while training you in Foundation establishment, taking a 10% cut seems reasonable. However, why does it feel like I'm a delivery person? But she heard Senior Sister continue, by the way, although you can live outside after establishing your foundation, you must return and stay for 2 months each year. You can set the time yourself. It doesn't have to be completed in one go. The main purpose of this rule is to allow the elders to see your progress, keep track of your situation, and check if anything has happened. If you exceed the time and do not return, the elders, or even the city lord, will have to personally intervene to look for you. Now, if she doesn't say anything, perhaps after completing this task, this girl will feel capable and won't come back at all. Chief Su suddenly interjected, actually, there's another reason to encourage you to come home often, so you don't forget your roots while playing outside. Hehe. Shangwan Xin coldly stared at Chief Su without saying anything. You talk too much. Feeling the chilly atmosphere between them, Yue Shu hurriedly waved her hand. It's fine, I understand. Chief Su wiped his cold sweat and made a gesture to send them off, then go downstairs to find a team of standby maintenance workers. I will notify them to be prepared. Ah, what is this? A 5-seat pickup truck filled to the brim with tools jolted along the road. The vehicle's poor shock absorption placed immense pressure on Yue Shu's tired shoulders. Fortunately, due to her connections and the assignment from her superiors, she was seated in the passenger seat, avoiding the discomfort of being cramped with others. Furthermore, her thick and oversized jacket concealed the weariness of its owner. Yue Shu was on her way to Lishui Garden Community with a few technicians she had encountered earlier at the Electric Bureau to conduct maintenance on a transformer. Of course, her primary focus was not on the maintenance work, but rather under the guise of the workers she intended to perform a ghost exorcising operation in a residential unit within the community. The technicians were unaware of the girl's true identity. They merely regarded her as a connection of some leader, thus completely ignoring her presence. Aside from a few opportunists, there were rarely any grassroots workers who would show any respect to someone who was merely a connection, especially if that person could potentially meddle in their affairs. Stop at the intersection ahead, I want to buy a pack of cigarettes. They chatted nonchalantly, paying no mind to the... One of them waved his hand dismissively. No need, I've got some here. Saying this, he lit a cigarette, and the three in the back seat divided the smoke before stuffing a cigarette into the driver's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Sensing the smell of smoke, Yue Shu coughed violently. After spending a long time in a place filled with spiritual energy, she found this acrid smell quite intolerable. Especially those technicians, seeing the girl's reaction, subtly exhaled smoke in her direction. Damn, are they... Today, let them know that humans cannot compete with dogs. Yue Shu silently rolled down the car window. The chilly wind of early winter rushed into the cabin, instantly freezing the 3 men inside. Achoo! The driver sneezed first, causing the car to sway. Sister, aren't you cold? He wiped his nose and was the first to speak to Yue Shu. The girl shook her head and replied, honestly, not cold. This temperature could only be considered the warmest weather in the vast city's secret realm, and she had long since become accustomed to it. Taking advantage of the red light, the driver silently extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and turned to convey a message to his 3 colleagues with his eyes. However, Yue Shu showed no reaction to this act of surrender. At this time, just past 6 o'clock, the sky was growing darker, and a new sign-in task came to her mind. But this one was slightly different from the usual. Detected that the host's strength has reached a breakthrough, thus the random pool for additional tasks will include several higher-level challenges. Wish fulfilling challenge beginner. If someone requests something, you must agree. Achieve 100 challenges within 7 days, 0-100. Remaining time 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Reward, decrease vitality by 10 points, increase strength by 10 points. Wait, what? This reward is quite interesting. Freely adjusting the main attributes of the body, could it be that all newly added challenges are of this chaotic director type from Yogg-Saron? But it perfectly fits her needs. Losing vitality is not a problem. As long as strength increases, there will be challenges that refresh every 7 days to increase agility or vitality by 2 points until these two attributes catch up with strength. This is simply the best trick to save on attribute points. But this task seems a bit tricky. Wish-fulfilling. Does that mean if someone tells her to die, she must comply? Oh, wait, this is an additional task calculated by counts, so it doesn't require her to obey every command. She just needs to complete 100 times. The girl suspected she had read it wrong, rubbed her eyes, and continued to stare in disbelief. Then she noticed another blind spot. This was still a beginner challenge. If she were to raise her level later, would it transform into a requirement to agree to all requests? Or perhaps increase the numbers to 1,000 or 10,000, effectively making it impossible for her to choose. The few technicians in the car watched the girl staring blankly ahead, letting the cold wind mess up her hair, as if to compete with them in enduring the low temperature, and finally couldn't take it anymore. Yet they still did not want to speak with her. The driver silently manipulated the control panel on his side, raising the glass on the girl's side. One worker in the back seat immediately took a comfortable drag on a cigarette and exhaled the smoke toward the front. Creak. The glass was once again pressed down by Ewing Shu. The driver turned back to glare at his colleagues. So you three can huddle together to warm yourselves, huh? I'm the one driving. If I shake, I might crash you all. Do you believe that? Only after they extinguished all the cigarette butts did they raise the glass on the passenger side again. Creak. It was pressed down once more. Ewing Shu remained silent, as if she had not done anything. The driver, initially confused, then seemed to understand something, opening all the windows until the smell of smoke dissipated before closing them again. He also set all the window controls to a locked state, so only the driver could remotely control the windows. Ewing Shu quietly pulled out the latest model of a fruit phone. This was a gift given to her by Shangwan Xian, along with a small capacity storage ring meant for every successful Foundation establishment disciple in the intersect. Ordinary intersect Foundation establishment disciples do not have such a small and expensive item. They only receive a storage bracelet, which has a much smaller space, about the size of an ordinary backpack. As for her ring, it has the capacity of a suitcase. She had not known such benefits existed before. However, there was one thing she found puzzling. Clearly, when Danyang should also have a phone of this highest caliber, so why was he so excited about giving her his domestic 1,000 yuan phone? Does he know that this open system can access certain open websites? But none of that is important. The girl dialed a number, and when it connected, she held it to her ear. Hello, Section Chief Su. The driver silently unlocked the car window. The passenger window was immediately pressed down. The cold wind rushed in, and on the other end, Section Chief Su politely inquired, "You Ing Shu, right? What's the matter?" "Nothing, just checking if you're busy." "Damn." Section Chief Su muttered under his breath, "Don't call me if there's nothing important." "All right. Wish-fulfilling challenge beginner. If someone requests something, you must agree. Achieve 100 challenges within 7 days, 1100. This task is really easy. Hanging up the phone, the girl simultaneously heard the driver's plea, "Sister, can you roll up the window? It's a bit cold in here." Creak. As soon as he finished speaking, the passenger window was raised and closed. Wish-fulfilling challenge beginner. If someone requests something, you must agree. Achieve 100 challenges within 7 days, 2100. He sighed deeply. This girl is quite agreeable. Maybe she was just trying to assert her dominance over the others. Creak. The glass was pressed down again. He thought too much, as she was simply a bit crazy. The driver cursed internally and slammed the accelerator, causing the pickup truck to suddenly speed up. Let the wind blow even fiercer. The three people in the back seat, directly exposed to the wind, were suddenly overwhelmed by this mutual destruction strategy and hurriedly pleaded with the girl, "Sister, please close the window." The window was immediately closed. Wish-fulfilling challenge beginner. If someone requests something, you must agree. Achieve 100 challenges within 7 days, 3100. And it was pressed down again. The entire car was on the brink of collapse. How did they end up with a neurotic girl? Is this a game? The cold wind was first blowing on her. Is she not afraid that her delicate face might? Why is her face still rosy, showing no signs of being cold? Ewing Shu paid no mind to the critical gazes of the three. Between being a theoretical good person and a practical good person, she had to choose to be a good person. Ewing Shu issued her order in a calm tone. The driver immediately complied. No matter what this neurotic girl wanted to do, he decided to follow her lead. Right turn. Right turn. Another right turn. Still right turn. Right turn. The driver, having made 4 circles around a building while enduring the strange gazes of passers-by, finally couldn't help but speak. "Sister, what exactly are you trying to do? Why don't we get to work? We still have to clock out." "All right, let's go then." Wish-fulfilling challenge beginner. If someone requests something, you must agree. Achieve 100 challenges within 7 days, 4,100. Turn left at the next intersection. Painting a tiger's skin is easier than painting its bones. Knowing a person's face does not mean knowing their heart. The green snake and bamboo shoot have no poison, and the yellow wasp sting is not deadly, but the most poisonous is a woman's heart. Several technicians silently cursed Ewing Shu using poetry and verse. It was not that they wanted to speak elegantly, but rather that they had exhausted all the vulgarities they could muster. At that moment, each of them had tears streaming from their noses, their faces nearly numb. As they got out of the car, the cold wind outside shocked them awake, and they even felt a hint of warmth and happiness. It was certainly better than the overwhelming feeling inside the car. It feels good to be alive. Ewing Shu, who had become synonymous with madness in their hearts, jumped out of the car, stretched lazily, moved her legs, and waved her hand, while saying, "You all take your time with the repairs, they'll be back." The technicians dared not express their anger. This girl looked young, but she was one of their new leaders. Her words could not be ignored. Only after the girl's figure disappeared into the darkness did they dare to quietly voice their discontent. "She is truly a pure lunatic. She looks like a pretty young girl, but how could she be so brainless at such a young age? How could someone like her climb above us? It's just, look at her age, as she might still be in school, right? I'm just curious how she got hired. What else could it be? She must have a powerful background. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Remember last year there was a girl named by Xiao Shui who looked even younger than her. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. I guess she's just a relative of someone influential who came here for an internship to gain some experience." But speaking of which, what happened to the group of workers who were with by Xiao Shui? They've been discharged from the hospital. Each received a large insurance payout, enough to buy an apartment in the capital. But they really did suffer. Several technicians chatted back and forth, continuously rubbing their faces and jumping on the spot, with none going to the back of the car for tools. Finally, one person opened the car door and squeezed into the cabin. "Anyway, that relative of an influential person must have gone to some warm place in the community. I think we should warm up for a bit too. Let's turn the air conditioning to the max quick." Sure, relatives of influential people are indeed like that. Whenever they go out for field work, they usually disappear and never do any work. Of course, if they did work, would they still be called relatives of influential people? It's really working late at night. Who knows if there's any overtime pay? The group grumbled as they collectively squeezed into the cabin. Ewing Shu could not hear their evaluations of her, but she could guess what they were saying. But she did not care. It didn't matter. If it weren't for the regulations from the Electric Bureau that required beginners to be accompanied by a work team in case of accidents, they could use maintenance incidents as an excuse. She wouldn't be following a bunch of people around. If she was asked a question she couldn't answer, that would be troublesome. Once she completed a few tasks and successfully passed the beginner period, who would care about technicians? It would be much more convenient to just climb over the wall and enter the community. However, there was one good thing about following them. Ewing Shu entered the elevator, swiped the universal elevator card given by the property management, and went straight to the 16th floor. This was much more convenient, otherwise she would have to rely on her own legs to climb up. The corridor had 2 households per staircase, and at the entrance of the other household there were shoe racks and doormats, while Ewing Shu's target was the door that had nothing at all. Using the key given by Section Chief Su to open the door, what first caught her eye was a ground covered in dense milk. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The room was exceedingly empty, with white walls and window glass stained with several unclear blood footprints. She understood what was going on. The task information given to her by the section chief was very clear. The bureau had previously sent a cultivated feng shui to handle the dirty things in the room. Millet is the foremost of grains, an essential factor for human survival, growing by absorbing sunlight, and is rich in yang energy. Spreading it on the ground can obstruct the dirty things from settling, forcing them to walk continuously on the walls without rest. Just by closing the doors and windows for a few days to block their passage, they can be worn out to death. This is a form of folk sorcery. However, based on the current situation, it was clear that these dirty things were much strong enough to ignore the millet. Thus, the headquarters sorcerers could not handle it, and had to outsource the work, which fell to Ewing Shu. As cultivators, they naturally have more methods, and do not need to use such low-level backward techniques. Ewing Shu first retrieved an item from the system that she had obtained long ago, the demon-slaying stick, a high-quality, earth-level treasure capable of forcing demons to reveal their true forms upon contact. Items given by the system can be stored in the interface as long as they are not used. However, now she already had a storage ring which, although smaller in space, was still enough to hold a stick. Indeed, this demon-slaying stick was just a step away from being a divine weapon, yet it looked just like a broken black iron stick. Infusing it with spiritual energy was like casting a stone into the sea. It couldn't be wielded remotely like other magical treasures, so it can only be used for close combat. But that's fine, or perhaps this treasure only has the ability to reveal the true forms of demons, akin to a demon-seeing mirror, and lacks combat capability. Thus, using it for long-range combat is not better than using a brick. Tisk, it's just a bit of a shame, as she thought she would soon be able to wield it like those real immortals, using spells to control objects and repel enemies. Yu Shu clicked her tongue, holding the demon-slaying stick in her right hand, constantly tapping it against her left palm, her demeanor casual and carefree like a street punk. Come out. She stared intently at a corner of the living room. There was no response. Swish, swish, the scattered millet created 2 lines of footprints. The sound of rolling grains suddenly intensified. But she paid no heed, flying up with a kick to send more millet flying towards that corner, continuing to shout, "Not coming out. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, she took 2 large strides, raised the stick, but as she dropped it, she slightly miscalculated, transitioning from a downward chop to a horizontal sweep, striking fiercely to her left. Ow! Oh! After a brief eerie howl, a long-tongued woman in white, missing her chin, was knocked. Her face was covered in corpse spots, her withered hair disheveled, and her scalp was slightly bald. Her eyes were filled with confusion and the anger of being deceived. The demon-slaying stick successfully revealed this soul cultivator's true form, allowing her to enter a state vulnerable to physical attacks. Yet Yu Shu did not proceed in that manner. Instead, she focused all her mental energy and stabbed fiercely at the target. The long-tongued woman's eyes bulged instantly, and then her shriveled body swelled like an inflated balloon, almost instantaneously exploding into a pure mass of murky energy. Hee, I never said I saw you. You came over here to seek death on your own. After so much training, Yu Shu had become quite meticulous in her speech. She had not yet learned the method of spiritual sense searching, and thus could not detect the exact location of the dirty thing. But she could use deception, making it think she was just bluffing as a novice, prompting it to attack her. At the moment of attack, a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy appeared, which she captured. The demon-slaying stick did not care whether you were invisible or transparent, as long as it made contact, it would immediately take effect. Then, using her spiritual sense to attack, such a ghost that acted solely on instinct and had no intelligence would immediately be reduced to ashes. Finished. Yu Shu dusted her hands of non-existent ash, feeling a bit dizzy from overextending her mental energy. She put the demon-slaying stick into her storage ring, and just as she turned around, she saw a woman as thin as a bamboo pole standing at the door, almost touching the door frame. The 2 locked eyes, neither making a move. The newcomer had a standard internet celebrity face with elongated eye corners, a sharp chin, and what seemed like cheek fillers. If one had to describe it in a word, it could only be likened to a snake spirit. In terms of figure, she could rival senior sister Yang Pingping, suggesting that the transformation was not yet complete. Initially, Yu Shu thought the person was an ordinary individual who had seen something they shouldn't have. With an awkward smile, she hid her hands behind her back, retrieving her phone from her storage ring, preparing to seek external help on what to do in such a situation. But she quickly halted her actions. No, she had clearly closed the door just moments ago. How did this sister manage to open it without her noticing? Moreover, what was that faint hissing sound that filled the air, reminiscent of a venomous snake flicking its tongue? Yu Shu did not take out her phone, but instead grasped the demon-slaying stick in her hand. The woman, resembling a bamboo pole, seemed to have made a firm decision, stepping into the living room and shutting the door behind her. The 2 once again fell into a silent gaze. For Yu Shu, this silence only grew more prolonged. She had now confirmed that the newcomer posed a problem. While her most potent attack method, her mental power, was in a state of exhaustion akin to a skill cooldown, requiring at least 10 minutes to be usable again, and to recover to peak condition would take no less than 20 minutes. This was under the premise that she had just gained the upper hand in a mental contest without suffering defeat. Otherwise, if her sea of consciousness were to sustain damage, recovery would take several days of nurturing. Looking at it this way, besides the weaknesses of mental attacks, such as being low in power, consuming a lot of energy, and having cooldowns, there was now an additional drawback: it was easy to get hurt while playing with fire. No wonder this was a cultivation method that had long faded from history. In the brief silence, Yu Shu found herself criticizing the spirit arrow stab in her heart. Then the unidentified bamboo pole woman moved. She started to step forward slowly, and the floor covered with millet immediately made a rustling sound. Yu Shu also noticed that the newcomer's eyes suddenly transformed into copper-colored vertical pupils after a blink. They resembled those of a wild beast. Her footsteps quickened. This behavior was blatantly hostile and clearly aimed at her. The best defense was a good offense. Yu Shu no longer engaged in any ridiculous acts of courtesy and directly swung the demon-slaying stick hidden behind her back. Whoosh! The stick, symbolizing incredible speed, swung through the air. The bamboo pole woman's body seemed boneless, bending backward like a U-shape in response to the attack, while her lower body and other parts remained unaffected. Her arm even reached out during the process of dodging the attack. With fingers together, her fingertips pointed towards Yu Shu, resembling a snake's head, striking swiftly at the girl. Fortunately, Yu Shu reacted quickly, shrugging her shoulders and tilting her head to evade. Looking at the dense earth element spiritual energy condensing at the fingertips, if it had hit, it would have been no simple matter. Monster! Yu Shu shouted, furiously colliding her flying kick against her opponent's knee. Bang! The two fought evenly matched. The bamboo pole woman wore an astonished expression, unable to believe that such a slender girl could match her in strength. She must not let her use her flying sword or summon magical artifacts. Thinking this, the bamboo pole woman fiercely lunged forward again. What she did not know was that Yu Shu had not yet had time to learn sword control and possessed only one piece of ordinary equipment, the iron stick in her hand. Ignoring her allowed the girl to seize an opportunity. In the next round of attack, Yu Shu blocked the path of her opponent with the demon-slaying stick. Just as the bamboo pole woman pressed her hand against the stick in an attempt to move it aside, a flash of earth light appeared, and a python as thick as an adult's arm replaced the tall figure. Without arms or legs, the confused python slumped to the ground. She still couldn't comprehend how she had. Yu Shu was equally frightened. Creatures like insects, snakes, lizards, and spiders were already on her list. If one had cultivated for several years and had more exposure, it would be fine. At this moment, she had just established her foundation, and her experience was not much better than that of an ordinary person, leaving her unable to resist a soul-level shock. Moreover, shape-shifting creatures were guaranteed to be of a higher tier than herself, evidenced by the dense earth element spiritual energy gathered in her hands. However, these creatures could not cast demonic arts before condensing their demon core, and their only means of attack was physical prowess, which is why they fell behind in struggles against cultivators. In the lower tiers, they were completely crushed by practitioners. What use was it even if the upper tiers were formidable? It was a mismatch. In the few seconds that Yu Shu's scalp tingled, the snake demon reacted, first lunging at her ankle with its mouth open. But the girl's legs were slightly longer than those of other women of the same height, allowing her to evade nimbly, just barely avoiding the snake demon's bite. Then she swung the stick again. Smack! This time the snake demon crashed against the wall. After transforming into a demon, its size no longer held an advantage, and it could not match the girl's strength. Moreover, for some unknown reason, its magical power could not be activated, rendering it unable to transform back into human form. Should it run? She would think of a way to handle her sister later. She couldn't risk her own safety. With that thought, the snake demon smashed its head through the window and turned to escape. But just halfway out, it felt something tugging at its tail. Turning its head, it found the girl grinning wickedly, grabbing its tail and wrapping it around that peculiar stick. The stick was also emanating strange magical fluctuations, sapping its strength. What a strange feeling. The snake demon's resistance weakened, ultimately slumping into a rope shape, its tongue flicking out, creating an image of being utterly dazed. Initially, Yu Shu thought it was feigning weakness, but soon realized that it seemed to have truly passed out. However, to be safe, she tied the snake demon's head and tail into a tight knot on the demon-slaying stick. Then, holding the stick, she dashed downstairs. At the same time, she tried hard to forget the cold, slippery sensation she had felt when grabbing the snake earlier. She understood why the empty house had attracted filthy things even the professional practitioners could not handle. In theory, even if filthy things were drawn by the lack of yang energy, due to the house being vacant, it should not reach a level that even professional practitioners could not cope with. At most, it would just make the new occupants seriously ill or suffer from insomnia for a while. This is commonly referred to as the discomfort of moving into a new home. But with a snake demon present, it was a different. Such creatures carry a heavy energy, easily attracting filthy things to linger, which is why ordinary people feel a chill down their spine when they see a snake in the wild. However, how to deal with it? Yu Shu blinked, stepped out of the door, and then sprinted furiously towards the direction of the Kangmang City secret realm. Living creatures cannot be tossed into the storage ring, so she could only run with it, hoping that no passerby would notice her. Yet she felt as if she had forgotten something. Wait, why did the color of the demon-slaying stick become lighter? Moreover, the spiritual energy inside was visibly depleting. Oh no, what if the snake demon wakes up once the spiritual energy runs out? Inside the back of a large pickup truck, several cold and shivering technicians cursed again before asking, has that small connection already sneaked home? The spiritual energy of the demon-slaying stick was evidently insufficient, so Yu Shu infused all her spiritual energy into it, barely managing to bring the snake demon back to the secret realm. Along the way, she had nearly forced out all her bodily functions, running in the freezing cold and emitting white smoke, which solidified her belief in one thing: senior sister Shangwan was right. Venturing out without learning a few techniques is truly difficult. Even if she had merely learned sword flight, it wouldn't be so exhausting. Had she casually learned an offensive technique, she could have suppressed the snake demon without such peril. Upon returning this time, she had no intention of going out again without mastering at least 7 or 8 techniques. Fortunately, she now had spirit stones. The outsourcing work from the electric company paid several times more than the rewards from the sex tasks, enough to support her learning. Moreover, there was this snake demon. She clearly remembered that the inner sex pill room was always purchasing monster inner cores at high prices. This was also the reason she brought the snake demon back. First, she couldn't extract cores. Second, whether this snake demon even had an inner core was still uncertain. However, even if it didn't, it could be raised until it did right. A little less spirit stone wouldn't be a problem. Whether it was 1,000 or 800, it was not too much, and 50 or 100 was not too little. After all, a book on sword flight only costs 100 spirit stones. Without this outsourcing adventure relying solely on sect tasks, it would take at least a month to exchange for this manual. Upon seeing Ewing Shu return with a snake, the reactions of her seniors varied significantly. Some admired, "I didn't expect junior sister to like snake meat. If you had said so earlier, I would catch it for you every day." Some were jealous, bringing everything into the sect, judging by this attitude. She is going to monopolize public resources to cook snake soup. Truly deserving to be a direct disciple, she has privileges we do not. And there were those with peculiar thoughts. How I wish I were that snake held in junior sister's arms, watching her sweat profusely. Huh. Senior sister Shangwan. Is there something wrong? However, Ewing Shu's aim was certainly not the kitchen, but rather to rush to find Mu Jing-tai, the only expert she knew in the entire sect who could handle the snake demon. The city lord was still in closed-door cultivation in the side hall. The one opening the door was the cheerful Wen Dongyang. I didn't expect Xiao Yuer to return just after 2 or 3 days. The boy, startled by the sudden pile of python thrown into his arms, exclaimed, "Go deal with that. I'm going to inform Lord Mo." Ewing Shu, as always, rushed straight into the inner room. Wen Dongyang looked at the girl's retreating figure and suddenly recalled a little trick he had read about, quickly calling out, "Wait. Your outfit looks nice. Don't girls like it when others compliment them? Xiao Yuer should be the same, right?" However, Ewing Shu didn't even turn her head, casually waving her hand. "Senior sister, Shangwan bought this for me. This size is too slim for you. If you like it, just ask her where she got it, or I can buy you a set once I earn some money." Among brothers, no need for excessive courtesy, it's just a set of clothes. "That's not what I meant." Wen Dongyang muttered to himself, looking down at the still unconscious snake, and then turning to the kitchen. "To deal with it, right? I didn't expect Xiao Yuer to be into this." The snake demon had just opened its eyes to see a youth grabbing its neck, brandishing a kitchen knife high. Before it could react, the knife came down. The kitchen knife was barely nicked. The snake demon couldn't help but laugh. Although its power was severely diminished after transforming into a demon form, its defensive capabilities had increased several times. A mere mortal weapon. As it pondered, it saw that the youth summoned a gleaming flying sword from somewhere, aimed directly at its head. The snake demon was frightened. Its scales stood on end, and it instinctively curled up, then rolled over and transformed into human form, saying, "Wait." When Dongyang, not waiting for it to finish, immediately slashed again, shouting, "Hey, it's actually a demon." The flying sword was different from a mortal sword, especially since Wen Dongyang's sword was clearly a high-quality one, and his own strength was formidable. Not to mention being cut, even being pointed at closely by this sword, made the snake demon's skin ooze blood spots. "I can't win, absolutely can't win." Terrified, it immediately prostrated on the ground, repeatedly knocking its head. "Spare me. Great immortal, spare me." Little demons have their own survival rules. Before they transform, they are indeed weaker than cultivators, and to survive they must learn some skills. Surrendering is one of those skills. Unexpectedly, the youth was unyielding, fingers forming a sword formula, and the flying sword stabbed again, without mercy, his face stern. "Accept your death. Xiao Yuer wants you dead, you must die." In a desperate situation, the snake demon relied on its transformation to narrowly escape one sword strike, repeatedly pleading for mercy in human speech. "I have a sister who hasn't transformed yet. If I die, she will surely perish too. Great immortal, you're taking 2 lives at once." "Wait." Mu Jing-tai suddenly appeared in the kitchen, his eyes shining as he stared at the snake demon, then turned to Ewing Shu, who had followed closely. "Where did you catch her?" "Huh. In an empty room, with no one living in it. What's wrong?" The girl was confused. Mu Jing-tai did not reply, but instead reached out to the snake demon. "Stay here as the beast of Songmang City." Songmang City is not a righteous place. It operates on doing whatever it takes to strengthen itself. It is entirely normal to have strong retention measures, and even more ruthless methods await behind. Moreover, being a guardian beast often involves mutual benefit, each party taking what they need. The demon beast loses its freedom, but gains a near certain path to transformation into a greater demon. And the sect can obtain inexhaustible materials from the divine beasts. Of course, ascending a divine beast requires a far greater amount of spiritual energy than that of a human. This is the only factor currently limiting various sects from accepting wild demons. However, most demon cultivators who can transform will seek an opportunity to enter a sect. Demons live much longer than humans. A mere few hundred years is insignificant to them. As long as they can transform, everything is worth it. Yet faced with such temptation, and against Mu Jing-tai's irresistible hand, the snake demon turned around, resisting with all its might, without a moment of hesitation. Mu Jing-tai dared not force her further. If not willingly, even if a demon beast stayed in Songmang City, the outcome would not be good. For now, the priority was to resolve her mental block. Just as he furrowed his brow, feeling this matter was difficult to handle, Ewing Shu, who was listening to Wen Dong Yang's dialogue with the snake, while killing it, stepped forward. Your sister is probably in that room, right? I'll go fetch her. Sister Snake, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your sister, would you? I surrender. The snake demon immediately gave up resistance. It swayed its tail and boldly continued, but I have one request. You must also accept my sister and help her transform into a demon. The snake demon's surname is Su, and her name is Su Zhan. It is said that just before her transformation, she happened to see a television drama about a senior snake immortal in a farmer's home, which inspired her to adopt that immortal's name for her human form. However, because she is not white, she dropped the first character of her name. There is another reason that prompted her to do so. Her younger sister Xiaoqing. The elders of Kangming City were deeply moved by such a coincidence and expressed their desire to collaborate with Su Zhan for 1,000 years, nurturing her into a 1,000-year-old snake demon. A snake immortal, just like in the drama. The reason everyone was so invested is that the extreme Yin attribute of the snake immortal perfectly aligns with the cultivation methods of Kangming City. A mere drop of her blood, flesh, or scales could be refined into various elixirs that assist in cultivation. This even includes secret medicines that increase the success rate of forming a golden core. Aside from that, once Su Zhan successfully transforms into a demon and forms her demon core, even just sitting beside her in meditation would greatly accelerate the cultivation speed due to her extreme Yin attribute. The only creatures with such effects above her are the dragon clan. But now where are the dragons? Even while just think about it, with the spiritual energy in the outside world so thin, how difficult is it for a creature to awaken its intelligence and cultivate into a demon within its limited lifespan? Only those demon clans with heritage can continue to nurture their descendants across generations. A wild, and yet an extreme Yin attribute snake demon, who even transforms directly at once, ready to provide blood for pill refining. There's probably no other like her in Yanbei. How could the elders not be pleased? Thus, they readily agreed to her request to have her sister, Xiaoqing, transform within a century. In the demon clan, cultivation is closely tied to bloodline. If the elder sister can transform, there's no reason the younger sister can't. When the time comes, everything will fall into place. Until Ewing Shu returned with a small palm-sized dark blue curly-haired kitten. Honestly, she had turned that entire building upside down searching for it, and the residents had even reported her to the property management for scavenging. If it weren't for her identity with the Electricity Bureau, she would have had to knock out a few people to escape. You call this a sister? Feng Ban said, grabbing the kitten by the scruff and holding it before him, staring wide-eyed at it with a more piercing voice. Meow. The cat's expression was extremely innocent. Gripped by the scruff of its neck, it couldn't even move. Quick, give it to me. Su Zhan took the kitten, skillfully cradling it in her arms and rubbing it against her. She appeared beside me just before my transformation. This is undoubtedly fate's arrangement. Moreover, if humans can call dogs sons, why can't I refer to this cat as my sister? Ewing Shu at the back quietly asked by Jianqing, what breed is this cat? Its fur is all curly. It's a Devon Rex cat, by Jianqing, known as the king of nightclubs, promptly answered, showcasing his extensive knowledge. However, this fur color is quite rare. Likely it was abandoned due to its ugliness. Can it transform? By Jianqing chuckled, dryly, not responding. Cultivation emphasizes overcoming all odds and standing proudly in the world. If even pampered pets or those cared for by humans could transform. In today's world, there must be at least several billion domestic pets, and I have never heard of any that have become sentient. If you ask me, if this wild cat were thrown into the deep mountains and forests, it might have a 1 in a million chance to transform otherwise. Another elder, without moving his lips, spoke softly. When Dongyang leaned in, does little you wear like curly hair? He stroked his own hair, pondering whether he should chase after the latest trend. I like big waves, go away. The girl refused to even glance at the young man, feeling utterly embarrassed by him calling her little Yuer in front of so many elders. Well, then I need to get extensions. When Dongyang contemplated. Bai Jianqing leaned in. Just getting extensions might not be enough. Oh, if you trust me, don't say anything right now. As a former nightlife veteran, he was quite adept in emotional matters and wished he could impart all his skills to his disciple at once. After driving when Dongyang away, he continued to probe the girl. In your opinion, has this cat awakened its intelligence? If it had intelligence, would I have had to scour that entire residential building 4 or 5 times? Ewing Shu shook her head with a grin. At first, this silly cat struggled, but later it found a pet shop that had not closed yet, bought a cat treat, and after possibly tasting snack for the first time in its life, it was immediately conquered, purring and even needing milk on her. That feeling. The girl, also enchanted by the fluffy creature, immediately bought a pile of cat treats, which are now in her storage ring. However, upon returning to the secret realm, she discovered that this cat was actually the pet of a snake spirit, making all her purchases utterly useless. The girl sighed, turning to say, I'm going to rest now. My reward for completing the task hasn't even been credited yet. They'll have to wait until tomorrow when the Electricity Bureau is back to work so I can find Section Chief Sue to submit my report. After it is reviewed, only then can the reward be sent to the secret realm, and Kangmang City will take a 10% cut. Given the efficiency of state-owned enterprises, this process will at least take 5 to 7 days, right? As for the reward for capturing the snake demon, it's clearly not the right time to demand it. So right now she has no spirit stones and no reason to covet the Sutra Pavilion. After running back and forth for most of the night, she urgently needs rest. But just a few steps away, the cat, named Xiaoqing, struggled to jump down from the snake spirit's hands, constantly following the girl around, as if recognizing her as its master. Xiaoqing meow woo, Suzhen, Yuing Shu. A single cat treat won you over. Of course it's not just that. Xiaoqing glanced at the snake spirit's flat figure pressing closer to the girl. The most delicious thing it has ever eaten in its life is the treats Yuing Shu gave it. The softest milk it has ever needed is from Yuing Shu, and the most pleasant scent it has ever smelled is also from Yuing Shu. Most importantly, there's an indescribable instinctive choice. How could it not follow Yuing Shu? Mu Jingtai observed for a while, and finally awkwardly broke the silence. Ahem, you can't tame a cat, right? That's not right. Bai Jianqing, still knowledgeable, asked the snake spirit. How long have you known this cat? Xiaoqing has been following me since I transformed. Su Zhan's mournful tone made many elders lower their heads and cast warning glances at Yuing Shu. Quickly returned the cat to her. Yet they heard Su Zhan continue. It's been almost a week now. After a long silence, someone finally stammered, has it really been a week? Of course. At first I even caught mice and picked up bread for her, but she wouldn't eat any of it. I was afraid she would starve, so I thought of using a cultivator's idea, wanting to catch something tender for her to try. Bai Jianqing's expression was complicated. It's strange that a little kitten could eat these things, but didn't starve after a week. So the only thing it ate this week was the treats I fed it. Yuing Shu silently lowered her head, planning to take a look at the little kitten that had nestled at her feet and wouldn't leave. Oh, didn't see it. Slightly bending down, she bypassed the obstructive object and happened to meet Xiaoqing's round rolling eyes. The curly-haired kitten Xiaoqing had spent the previous night sleeping beside Yuing Shu. However, its daily routine became quite regular afterward, following Yuing Shu around quietly during the day, and at night, it would find its way back to the back mountains pill room to sleep with its sister, the snake spirit. Cats are afraid of the cold, and the only place in the vast Songmang City that maintains a high temperature year-round is the pill furnace in the pill room, making it warm inside. This brought considerable comfort to Su Zhan, who even brought various rare treasures to feed Xiaoqing. However, after being scolded by Elder Yan from the outer sect, she stopped doing that. Those rare treasures were painstakingly cultivated by Elder Yan. Instead, Su Zhan began to sneakily feed Xiaoqing with pills. Fortunately, Xiaoqing was not foolish and refused to eat anything unrelated to cat food, so all those pills ended up benefiting Su Zhan. The manager of the pill room, Elder Yan, tacitly approved of this matter. While it was definitely not suitable for humans to consume them, it posed no issue for demons, as these pills contained spiritual energy beneficial for the snake spirit's cultivation. However, Yuing Shu was quite pleased that the cat wasn't sleeping beside her at night. This little creature would often cause a ruckus at night, waking her up repeatedly, and in her effort to ease her worries, she broke her vow once. Moreover, she believed that Xiaoqing's choice to go back and sleep was not solely because the pill room was warm. Her own bed was quite warm too. She thought it might be due to her overly bold sleeping posture, as the cat had been hit 4 or 5 times throughout the night, unable to bear it, thus opting to abandon sleeping beside her. Logically, she shouldn't have known about these things that happened while she was asleep, but she just knew. There was no reason. She just knew. As soon as she looked into Xiaoqing's innocent round eyes, the reason naturally appeared in her mind. Moreover, Yuing Shu suspiciously checked the wall her bed leaned against. She could faintly see fist prints and foot marks, confirming her vague suspicion. However, this wall was made of extremely thick solid wood and reinforced with an array its strength comparable to steel. How much strength did she use while sleeping to cause this? Xiaoqing endured such force 4 or 5 times, but still played around like nothing happened during the day. Its vitality was incredibly resilient. To make it up to Xiaoqing, Yuing Shu specifically went out to buy the most expensive cat food to feed it. As for water, there was plenty of snow in Songmang City to lick up. Since she had never raised a cat before, she felt this. After eating the cat food, Xiaoqing's response was quite simple. It gave Yuing Shu a thorough stomping. The girl felt parched from this constant up and down sensation, and just as she was about to take action, she remembered she had just broken her vow a few days ago, so she could only awkwardly flee to the scripture pavilion to start selecting her cultivation techniques. The reward for the outsourced task from the Electric Bureau had yet to be credited, but Songmang City had already delivered her reward for the snake spirit, Su Zhan, yesterday. A full 1,500 spirit stones. Moreover, it was said that most of the elders believed this significant sum was too much for a newly established disciple, fearing that Yuing Shu might not handle it well, so they intended to withhold a large portion. However, Feng Ban angrily reprimanded those who did not adhere to the rules and allocated the full reward. Yu Yingshu's opinion of the old eunuch slightly improved. At the small square in front of the scripture pavilion, a small arena was set up where two senior brothers were sparring, and the exciting battle attracted a large crowd of onlookers eager to learn. Sword control, magical artifacts, finding gaps, sword shadows, gracefulness, spells. The battles of the two satisfied all of Yu Yingshu's fantasies about cultivation. "Are you here to select your cultivation techniques?" came a voice from beside her, belonging to Wen Danyang. Yes. Yu Yingshu nodded, thinking that this guy finally knew to save her some face and not call her nickname in front of so many people. What a coincidence you're here to choose too. It was hard to imagine how often this genius came to the scripture pavilion. The two most dazzling direct disciples standing together drew considerable attention. Wen Danyang looked dismissively at the others, not even sparing a glance at those he regarded as local chickens and dogs, focusing entirely on the tall and slender girl beside him. "The things I want to learn have already been prepared for me by Master Bai Yu. I don't need to come to the scripture pavilion to select." "How enviable!" Yu Yingshu exclaimed. Unlike her own master, whom she had yet to meet even once. "You can also switch now, though I believe Elder Bai would surely accept you as a disciple." Wen Danyang looked nervous. "No, Elder Su has her own merits." Yu Yingshu shook her head. She was indeed drawn to the tranquility and lack of disturbance on Su's side. As for learning techniques, isn't it just a few spirit stones? She had plenty of those. Yu Yingshu suddenly raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what are you doing here?" "Today Lord Mu said he would go to the electric bureau to handle matters regarding the snake spirit Sujin, so I was given a day off." When Danyang scratched his head. Since the founding of the nation, it has been forbidden for demons to cultivate privately, and due to this agreement, every successfully cultivated demon must report to the authorities, essentially applying for legal documentation. Taking a day off is one thing, but you still haven't said why you're here. Right? Why am I here? The boy's gaze wandered from the girl, and then drifted to the arena above, suddenly brightening. "Oh right, I came to watch their battle." "Huh. A genius like you would actually watch such matches." "Yes, even the weak can inspire the strong with some combat insights." When Danyang invited the girl, "Come on, don't just watch those two fools. If you want to learn any exquisite moves, I'll teach you later." Even Yu Yingshu felt that her brother was somewhat arrogant. The senior sisters and brothers who were paying attention to their conversation were even more so, and someone immediately shouted, "What did you just say, Wen? What did you say, Wen?" A loud voice shouted. Other senior brothers glared at Wen Danyang with jealousy. Not only was he arrogant, but he also insulted the two fellow disciples fighting on stage, both of whom were at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. How could a mere novice who had just established his foundation for less than a year dare to look down on them? Moreover, you actually managed to win over the sweet and charming junior sister. If we were to rank the top 10 beauties of Kangmang City, the first would undoubtedly be by Xiaoxua, while Yu Yingshu would at least be in the top 3, making her a target of envy. Once the anger of the senior brothers was ignited, the senior sisters also turned their attention to Yu Yingshu. The thought process of the women was much simpler. First, you are both beautiful and outstanding. Second, even the most coveted and domineering young master Wen Danyang has fallen under your charm. These 2 points alone were sufficient. However, it was still Wen Danyang who had spoken recklessly, so they did not dare to rashly confront Yu Yingshu. No excuses. But soon the girl provided an excuse. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Wen Danyang remained indifferent, behaving as if he were untouchable, and reached out to take Yu Yingshu away. Of course, Yu Yingshu could not allow him to pull her along. While shoulder to shoulder and playful gestures were acceptable, holding hands was too intimate. However, such blatant behavior enraged the senior brothers. "What do you think you're doing? In broad daylight, how dare you lay hands on our junior sister in front of everyone? You have no respect for us." Quickly apologized to the two senior brothers. The senior brothers rolled up their sleeves, all ready to confront him. They had long been displeased with him, and were seizing the opportunity to remind him of his place. The disciples gathered outside the scripture pavilion were not those who could only practice chi day in and day out. They were all practitioners who had established their foundations, many of whom were over 30 years old. However, due to lengthy periods of seclusion in cultivation, their mentalities remained youthful, but still one cannot allow a mere 18 or 19-year-old to mock them daily. When Dongyang's face instantly turned cold, "Apologize. Why? Am I wrong? You are too arrogant." The senior brothers were ignited by his expression, which conveyed that everyone present was beneath him. Even the senior brother, who was focused on the duel on stage, was disturbed by the commotion below, pausing to curiously. After getting the gist of the situation, one of them extended an invitation to Wen Dongyang. "How about you come up and spar with us? Don't worry, I will only use 50% of my strength against you." Why not go all out with 100%, and let me see how much of a gap exists between us?" Wen Dongyang straightened his back, looking up at the stage. The path of cultivation is about constantly challenging the strong, for only by doing so can one overcome oneself and surmount all obstacles. Even if this senior brother is stronger than him in cultivation level, so what? In terms of understanding combat strategies, he is certainly far inferior to himself. At this moment, the youth's resolve was firm, radiating with a blazing brilliance. Such a spirit inevitably caused another senior brother on the stage to feel inspired. How about I also come and learn from your skills? It was not an admiration for Wen Dongyang himself, but for his mindset. If he could spar seriously with such a person, it would surely enhance his own understanding and insights into the Tao. At the very least, he could grasp the unique interpretations of the junior brother's skills. What's wrong, junior brother? Go for it. A mocking voice emerged from the crowd. Soon someone chimed in, shut up. A clear and sharp rebuke interrupted the escalating taunts, as Yu Shu stepped forward pointing at the source of the mocking voice. If you have any grievances, come up here and say it. Having personally experienced a similar atmosphere after forcibly drawing chi from Chui Yulu, she despised those who dared to hide behind others and mock. What you said makes sense, we are indeed lacking, but with two senior brothers here it is more than enough to deal with him. The voice that had initially been mocking changed its stance. But isn't our junior sister also criticizing us? Why not join us on stage to prove yourself? Yu Shu, caught off guard, and about to retort, suddenly felt Wen Dongyang grip her arm. This genius youth, who had just established his foundation for 3 months, summoned his flying sword, circling around and forcing the senior brothers and sisters, who were gradually encroaching, to step back a few paces. Looking up at the stage, he declared, "Then I shall challenge the 2 senior brothers with junior sister." Yu Shu. Huh? Yu Shu was bewildered. Why are you dragging me into this mess, Wen Dongyang? I'm innocent. How has it been since she met him that she has been repeatedly put in such predicaments? Before the girl could react, the senior brother on the stage nodded and replied, "All right, we won't bully you. Whoever faces the junior sister will only use 30% of their strength." How does that sound? The junior sister is also a rare talent, and it is said that she could already create her own techniques during the chi refinement stage. Perhaps they could learn something from battling her. Yu Shu continued to be dazed. Isn't this still bullying? I haven't learned any techniques. How can I spar with you? Am I supposed to use my fists to compare with the hardness of your flying swords? Just as she was about to refuse, she suddenly felt the grip on her arm from Wen Dongyang tighten significantly. Turning her head, she found the crowd watching her with serious expressions. Sparring will be beneficial for your cultivation. His eyes clearly conveyed this message. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Special task triggered. A helping hand, agree to a companion's request and defeat a strong enemy. Reward 1 free attribute point. Attribute points. Yu Shu's eyes lit up as she saw the title of the task. A helping hand. Could it be that the crowd has some untold troubles that require her assistance? The girl bit her lip, finally making up her mind. She opened the system interface, looking at the completed 99 requests and the remaining 2 hours of task time. Extending 3 fingers, she slowly spoke. I can agree, but I have a request. I've not learned any moves yet. I came to the scripture pavilion for this purpose. Therefore, please allow me 3 hours to learn a few techniques for combat, and then I will come and seek your guidance. Request challenge beginner. When someone requests, it must be agreed to. Complete 100 challenges within 7 days, 100,100. Task completed. Vitality 10, Strength 10. Special task, a helping hand, agree to a companion's request and jointly defeat a strong enemy. Reward 1 free attribute point. Having completed 2 tasks in a row, their rewards would only be distributed after more than 2 hours. The premise is that during this final period she cannot lie. This is also where Yu Shu's opportunity lies. Since Yu Shu entered the scripture pavilion, the discussions outside have never ceased. 3 hours. What can be done in 3 hours? Does she think she is someone special? Like a reincarnation of our ancestor? To put it bluntly, even if the ancestor were to reincarnate here, 3 hours would not be enough to learn any secret techniques. With spiritual energy so abundant, it's a far-fetched notion. Is there no back door in the scripture pavilion? She won't run away, will she? Perhaps our little junior sister is quirky and avoids us all. She eats alone every day and might be suffering from the infamous social anxiety, unable to handle such large crowds. That would be unfortunate for junior brother Wen. Forcing her into the arena will surely make her dislike him. Wen Dongyang stood motionless on the stage, ignoring the distracting comments below that disturbed his Tao heart. For Yu, sparring with a master is a golden opportunity that could bring her countless benefits. How could she possibly resent him for this? Impossible. Achoo! The young man suddenly sneezed. Oddly, his nose had been itching since just now. Could he be falling ill? However, isn't it said that after foundation establishment one does not easily fall sick? Could it be that he has been overexerting himself lately? In the scripture pavilion, Yu Shu muttered curses at that troublesome fellow. Damn it, I knew that being with you would lead to no good. She traced her finger along the shelves of books, circling one of the secret techniques. While searching for something to learn, she also cursed Wen Dongyang. The plan was to find 3 secret techniques. Within the 3 hours, she would attempt to learn one herself, while the other 2 would be upgraded using the attribute points obtained from completing the task. After all, her attributes were high enough now, so it shouldn't be a problem to level up various techniques to the 1st or 2nd level. But what should she learn? This one. The girl's finger stopped on a thin booklet. Palm Thunder, a basic Taoist spell that unleashes a rapid thunder strike, possessing extraordinary power particularly effective against soul entities. Yu Shu knew that the claim of extraordinary power was nonsense. Even the simplest of spells would boast so much. In reality, it was merely a trick to strike thunder from the ground. Considering that ordinary people might not even die from being struck by lightning, one can imagine how useful this technique could really be. Yet Yu Shu had no other options. Among all the low-level spellbooks, this one was the thinnest. With the beginning and end trimmed away, it contained only 2 pages of substantial content, making it theoretically the quickest to learn. She immediately patted the cover and asked the attendant who had been following her, "How much for this?" 20. The attendant brother smiled. "This is a low-level human tier spell. If not practiced to a high level, I fear it won't be able to cause any harm to practitioners. Are you sure you want to learn it?" As these attendants were temporary workers assigned by the inner sect, they naturally paid attention to the sparring outside. Moreover, as a man, he hoped that the little junior sister would win. Thus he offered his advice. "I suggest you learn this water-to-sword technique, which allows you to control a water sword to counter your opponents. At a high level, it can switch between water and ice forms, bypassing physical barriers while causing injury with ice. It'll take them all. How much?" Yu Shu waved her hand. This water-to-sword technique was quite similar to the sword control technique. Since she couldn't learn the latter, now finding a lower-tier substitute would be just fine. The attendant brother was taken aback. "Huh? The 2 books together cost nearly 200 spirit stones. This water-to-sword is an upper-grade human-tier spell. If you are short on spirit stones, I can lend you some. Is it of a higher tier than the sword control technique?" Yu Shu raised an eyebrow, expressing her surprise, and then with a flourish said, "No worries, I have plenty of money now." These ordinary disciples were unaware that Yu Shu had earned 1,500 spirit stones by capturing a snake spirit. Still, the elders were tight-lipped, fearing phone bands nagging. "Really? Truly impressive, little junior sister." Having made a good sale, the attendant brother immediately became excited. They also had sales performance targets, and reaching certain sales figures would earn them bonuses. Otherwise, who would come to work in the scripture pavilion? In his excitement, he tried to lead the junior sister to another shelf, pointing to one of the books, 100 Saints Flash Technique, discovered by a brother in the battle 100 years ago from a collapsed cave, similar to the technique of shrinking space, but can be used in combat, allowing for fluid movement amidst numerous attacks. "How much?" 1,000 spirit stones, but this is a mid-grade earth-tier technique. Moreover, facing certain extraordinary attacks, it's safer to dodge than to withstand them with a spiritual energy shield. That resonates with my thoughts, I'll take it. Yu Shu relished the feeling of being a wealthy person. She waved her hand. "Also give me a gathering spirit shield, and bring me the sword control technique." Gathering Spirit Shield, a mid-grade human-tier basic defensive spell that condenses spiritual energy around the body to form a shield. Sword Control Technique, a mid-grade human-tier sword art that allows control of flying swords to attack enemies from a distance, serving as the basis for most sword techniques. The shield was for protection. As for the sword control technique, she had no flying sword, learning it would be meaningless, and she just wanted to keep it as a memento. Cultivating in spells was not the girl's original intention, as she sought to become a sword immortal. Altogether, these techniques cost Yu Shu 1,400 spirit stones, and she instantly became broke again. The attendant brother quickly brought over the spellbook's titles. "Junior sister, per the rules of the scripture pavilion, these techniques cannot be taken outside. I will open a private room for you where you can cultivate or recite them without time limit. As for dinner, I can provide takeout service here." He wouldn't miss any opportunity to earn spirit stones. "Is there a need to eat here?" Yu Shu rolled her eyes. She underestimated her own system. "Huh. Does junior sister want to memorize them first?" The attendant nodded and reminded her again, "But be careful, you must not copy them privately. If discovered, it would be a serious offense against the sect." From start to finish, he never considered that Yu Shu intended to master these techniques and use them in the arena. Even the most basic Palm Thunder, no matter how high her talent, would require at least half a day to learn right. To reach a level where it could injure someone, it would take at least 10 days. Otherwise, it would only release a thin thread of static electricity. You don't think you are a golden core expert who has already comprehended the path of spiritual energy. Crackle. A violent flash followed by a loud thunderclap interrupted his thoughts. Yu Shu held the Palm Thunder technique, raising her hands, staring dumbfounded at the stairs she had just blown up. It wasn't. She just read the technique and attempted it based on her understanding. How could it? Everything happened. She opened the system interface and was shocked to find that the level of Palm Thunder in her skill bar was 7. No, what just happened? The onlookers outside the scripture pavilion were startled by the thunderous sound, falling silent in a moment of shock. After a long while, they exchanged glances and said, "It should be the junior sister, right? Who else would be bold enough to dare to try spells inside the scripture pavilion? Could it represent? It signifies that she has already learned the spell in such a short time. Moreover, judging by the sound, its power must be considerable." Does this mean that a spell she just learned has already reached a high level? After a moment of silence, the discussions suddenly erupted again, even louder than before. On the arena, the senior brothers waiting for the two rising stars exchanged a glance without speaking. With his arms crossed, when Dong revealed a warm smile. "Humph, as expected of you, little Agio." Inside the scripture pavilion, Fengban appeared at the ruined staircase entrance with an icy demeanor, looking at the debris. The corners of his mouth twitched as he turned his head to glance at the girl, his sharp voice tinged with chill. "A fine rosewood staircase, including materials and labor, costs 50 spirit stones. Not too expensive, it's only right." Yu Shu wiped the cold sweat and obediently took out spirit stones from her storage ring. This fine would let her off for her violations in the scripture pavilion. The old supervisor was indeed being lenient with her. However, Fengban unexpectedly touched the nearby wall, and the second floor ceiling, continuing with a cold grunt. "The walls and floor are cracked. They need repairs as well. Another 50 spirit stones." Yu Shu trembled as she handed over her last bit of savings. "Is this dead supervisor calculating my balance? Damn you and Dongyang, this is all your fault. I'm out of money again." With a sorrowful face, she sent off the extremely cold Fengban, showing her little tiger teeth at his back, before following her senior brother into a small room. Once the door was closed and she was alone in the room, she began to investigate her unusual situation. How could she cultivate the palm thunder so quickly? Even if its level is somewhat low, and even though her comprehension is relatively high, it shouldn't be possible to automatically cast it just by reading the manual once right. Moreover, she managed to practice it to level 7 at once. Her spirit is high, but spirit only correlates with power. For such a low-level spell as Palm Thunder, the enhancement is not significant, and it cannot be the reason for such rapid leveling. Strange. Yu Shu scratched her head as a thought popped into her mind. Could it be that I am a prodigy at spell cultivation? With that in mind, she immediately took out the manual for the high-quality spell Transform Water into Sword to look it over. Whether or not I am a genius depends on this book. The girl rubbed her eyes and focused intently as she opened the manual. The first time, second time, third time. She read it 7 times, reaching the point of being able to recite it backward. However, after twisting her wrist and gesturing for a long time, she couldn't even summon a drop of water. What's going on? Yu Shu scratched her face, feeling utterly disappointed at not being a spell genius. No choice but to practice. She did not intend to waste her attribute points on Transform Water into Sword. According to her senior brother, this skill only allows the water sword to transform into an ice sword at higher levels, having combat effects. At levels 1 and 2, it is practically useless, merely a larger water gun. However, Yu Shu's comprehension was still exceptional. It only took her 2 hours to successfully practice Transform Water into Sword to level 1. Such talent, although it pales in comparison to when Dongyang exceeds 99 of people. Moreover, she can gradually increase her comprehension for upgrades in the future. However, the summoned water sword is better described as a water arrow. Its weight is honestly less than what she could produce herself. At this moment, the countdown for the task finally ended, and a voice echoed in the girl's mind. Sign-in task completed. Reward attribute points 2, vitality 10, strength 10. A new round of sign-ins has begun. Additional task: teaching and imparting knowledge. Basic combat. Personally teach others combat-related knowledge. 50 times 050. Reward vitality fruit x1. Nice. Finally, it's time to start giving out basic attribute fruits. Yu Shu was initially a bit excited, which diluted her earlier sense of defeat. She didn't consider the difficulty of completing the task 50 times. Being a good person isn't hard, it just requires a bit more effort. Then, buoyed by this energy, she opened the manual for 100 Saints Flash. But the first page hit her like a ton of bricks. Why is this in traditional characters? It looks cumbersome. Some characters she doesn't recognize, and even in the information age it uses parallel prose. How on earth am I supposed to understand this? Looks like it's time for the system to step in. After all, the main reason to exchange for this low-level manual was to let— if I were to exchange for a higher level one, on one hand, I might not have enough money, and on the other, my attributes might not meet the requirements. Learning skills through the system has strict attribute demands. Moreover, even if I learned it with my scant spiritual energy, I might not be able to release it. As for 100 Saints Flash, as long as she can use it, she stands a good chance of winning. Summoning the system interface, she focused her gaze on the manual cradled in her palm, silently thinking. Learn 100 Saints Flash Technique, a unique movement technique created by the 100 Saints Elder. When cultivated to a high level, it can ignore spiritual energy restrictions for forced movement, achieving swift speed. Meeting the learning conditions, it will cost 1 attribute point. Would you like to learn? Yes. Yu Shu nodded in response. At the same time, she was curious as to why the system's description of 100 Saints Flash Technique differed from her senior brother's. It was clearly more detailed from the system's perspective. However, she soon became interested in the piece of information about using 100 Saints Flash Technique that had suddenly appeared in her mind. Similarly, there was no process for cultivation, it only provided usage methods. However, with this manual in hand, she had to memorize it even if she had to hard memorize it. To come back to the scripture pavilion and look through previously bought manuals, she would have to pay 10% of the price. Kangmang City was really cutting corners on spirit stones. Fortunately, her high comprehension of 26 points granted her almost photographic memory. Even if she encountered obscure characters, she could rely on her memory to solidify their appearance. After flipping through it a few times, she could recite it fluently. Next, with the remaining time, she memorized both the manuals for sword control technique and spirit gathering shield, of course, without achieving the same level up effect as before with Palm Thunder. Then she allocated her last attribute point to Divine Arrow Stab, raising it to level 2. Of course, other skills have manuals, and she could learn them gradually. Thus, precious attribute points should be allocated to skills that currently don't have manuals. Being able to allocate another attribute point to 100 Saints Flash was already quite generous to that troublesome fellow. Finally, there's that arena outside. Ewing Shu slowly stood up, stretched her waist, and once again cursed. Damn you and Dongyang, causing trouble for no reason. In the past 3 hours, Ewing believed that most of the onlookers outside would disperse, but unexpectedly the news of the 2 rising stars in Kangmang City challenging their seniors was spread by well-meaning individuals. As a result, even more people came to watch. One could describe it as a sea of people. Some even rushed back from the outside world. In the cultivation world, observing the battles of masters greatly broadens one's horizons and increases one's knowledge. Thus, many famous duels attract countless cultivators to witness. However, if juniors challenge seniors and succeed, the spectators can gain significant insights, especially when both parties are from the same sect. Everyone uses the same techniques. Seniors should have practiced their techniques far longer than juniors, making their application more refined. How could they be defeated by mere juniors? This indicates that the techniques used by the juniors must possess some unique aspects, which is precisely what they should. Therefore, although many did not believe that the 2 renowned rising stars could defeat their opponents, they still chose to. What if they did? Moreover, their willingness to accept the challenge surely indicates some remarkable quality. There's always something to learn. Not only the Foundation Establishment and Crystal Realm seniors from the intersect came, but even quite a few from the Chi refining stage. However, they could only stand at the periphery to observe. Without having successfully established their foundation, and with limited spiritual energy, they could only see a few shadows on the flickering arena lit by night. Rent a telescope. The binoculars offer a wider view, while the monocular provides clarity. You can even see Senior Sister Yes' face. In the outer crowd, Chun Li did not miss any business opportunity. His sales pitch caught the attention of many Foundation Establishment seniors. Give me a monocular. With my spiritual eye and this kind of artifact, I could even count the fine hairs on Senior Sister Yes' face. How much? Just 1 spirit stone, senior brother. What about us in Chi refining? We don't have spirit stones. No problem, we can trade for it. I want a monocular too. But let me be clear, I'm not doing it to see Senior Sister you. A coarse voice sounded. Immediately someone was astonished. Hey senior brother, you, a Crystal Realm cultivator, are here to observe a duel of this level. But if you want to see the situation clearly, binoculars are more convenient. Mind your own business. Damn it, why hasn't Senior Sister you arrived yet? She won't be running away, will she? The coarse voice's mumbling sparked gasps from many. Right, isn't it time? Where is Senior Sister you? If she doesn't come, my telescope will be a waste of money. Oh no, I wanted to capture her fighting stance in a painting. A senior brother who had already set up a frame looked utterly Of course, some were overjoyed. It's better without that little girl being an eyesore. This way I can look at junior brother one from every angle. Of course, most of those saying this were female. At the very edge of the arena, those who were not so strong, or had already reached a level where they no longer needed to observe such low-level battles, had clearly turned it into a star-chasing event. However, there were still a few who took advantage of their status. Junior brother Chin, I promise to pay you back for the telescope rental once I establish my foundation. Don't worry about it. A robust Chi refining disciple held the telescope high, laughing heartily at Chun Li, who was trying to snatch it back. You can't do this. We're all cash transactions here. This is a small business. Chun Li was anxious. If he couldn't deal with this rogue, his business would surely be affected. Didn't he see how the gazes of those nearby had changed? Surely some among them would have similar thoughts. Just as Chun Li was about to seek help from someone he knew, a striking figure rushed out, and without a word delivered a punch to the rogue's face, sending him flying. Ewing seized the telescope from the rogue, who was now dazed, and stuffed it back into Chun Li's hands. Then, with her hands on her hips, she looked around at the crowd and loudly proclaimed, "This kid is under my protection. Causing him trouble is the same as causing me trouble. Do you hear me?" No one spoke. Everyone stared at this delinquent girl who looked like a failure in society, when suddenly someone exclaimed, "Senior Sister you, what are you doing here?" "Shut up. Of course I have some personal matters to attend to." Ewing first answered the crowd's question and then patted Chun Li's shoulder again. "Where are the hand crossbows the Malta Knights gave you? Let me borrow them." Though they might be of little use, she wanted to seize every means possible to increase her chances of victory. If she was going to fight, she had to win. "They're in my bedroom." He'll go get them right now. Chun-Li hurriedly pushed through the crowd rushing towards his home. Suddenly someone in the crowd whispered, "Senior sister, you aren't thinking of running, are you?" "Run? How could I? I will definitely win this match." Yuing raised her thumbs, standing there with her hands on her hips waiting for Chun-Li to return. This posture made her waist appear even slimmer. But in reality, she just thought standing stiffly looked a bit silly. Hugging her arms would be even more awkward, so she could only do it this way. A senior brother silently swallowed while the senior sisters felt envy and suddenly spoke up. "How about we place a bet?" Yes, let's open the betting." The previously coarse voice of the Crystal Realm cultivator quickly sprang into action, pulling out tables, chairs, paper, and pens from his storage rings swiftly, setting up a betting table. Come, place your bets." "I bet on senior sister you winning." "I bet she loses." "Me too." Be rational, with an assured loss. Almost 30% of the people bet on Yuing to lose. The remaining majority watched coldly. They were not betting on the outcome, but waiting to see what the parties involved would say before deciding to follow suit. Several senior sisters provocatively looked at the girl who did not disappoint them. She confidently walked to the betting table, slammed her palm down with force, and in an extremely cheerful voice declared, "I bet on myself to lose." The crisp sound echoed far and wide, causing Wen Dongyang watching this farce from the arena to stumble and nearly lose his balance. Many chuckles could be faintly heard. Thus more and more of those who were previously observing began to follow suit, following the lead of the party involved. If even she believed she would lose, wouldn't that determine the outcome? The coarse-voiced senior brother's expression grew increasingly grim, his fingers twitching as he seemed to calculate how many spirit stones he would have to pay out this round. Until the crowd gradually dispersed, the main culprit behind all this quietly approached to strike up a conversation. "Hey senior brother, what's your surname?" Yuing whispered, trying to get closer. "No need to be formal. My surname is Bai, and my name is June. Let's discuss something. Can you change my previous bet to bet on myself to win?" At this moment, Bai Jun was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation and replied irritably, "Once you've bet, it can't be changed." Yuing raised an eyebrow. "I didn't put in any money. How can that be called a bet?" "Huh?" Bai Jun blinked, recalling that it seemed this girl had indeed shouted that earlier. She really hadn't placed a bet. Yuing seized the opportunity. "Then it's settled? He'll bet on myself to win, not a large sum, just 100 spirit stones." After saying that, she turned to leave. Hey, where are the spirit stones?" Bai Jun hurriedly called, "Senior brother, you're already in the Crystal Realm. Can't you lend me these few spirit stones?" Yuing looked at him with disdain. "Once I win, the benefits will be split evenly. Now I need to go compete. Don't delay me." Bai Jun waved his hand distantly, smacking his lips, feeling that something was off about this situation. If she lost, not having placed a bet meant no loss. If she won, she would still take a portion of the wager from him. Tisk, indeed, the prettier the woman, the more deceitful she is. He would have to keep his distance from this girl in the future. On the arena, two groups of opponents stared at each other, searching for possible flaws. One of the sword cultivators called out, "Junior brother, how about we spar with our swords against each other?" "Sure." In front of outsiders, Wen Dongyang was usually taciturn. However, Yuing Shu interrupted. "No way, let me fight you instead." "Oh." The sword cultivator furrowed his brow, glancing at the scripture pavilion. "If I'm not mistaken, junior sister, you is a spell cultivator, right?" The palm lightning from earlier was heard clearly by everyone present. Even when Dongyang softly advised, the attack power of sword cultivators is too strong. With your current strength, it might be hard for you to hold on for long. Why not choose that spell cultivator? They'll finish my battle quickly and come help you. Stop talking nonsense. Are you the boss, or am I? The girl shot a fierce eye roll at the crowd. This guy actually looked down on her, thinking she couldn't win, right? When Dongyang was stirred by that eye roll, unable to contain himself. Taking advantage of the opportunity while his teammate couldn't speak, Yuing Shu pointed at the sword cultivator. "Let us two fight. Those two can play around. Watch me finish the battle in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The sword cultivator was momentarily stunned, clearly misunderstanding the girl's intent. "How much do you want to lose this spar?" The gossip about the little junior sister betting on her loss had already spread, leading to the natural assumption that her actions were meant to hasten her defeat. When Dongyang mumbled softly, "Actually, I can support you. There's no need for you to ruin your reputation like this." How many spirit stones do you have?" Yuing Shu rolled her eyes again. "I don't have any at the moment, but I will have some in the future." When Dongyang trembled from the eye roll. All his cultivation manuals were given by Jianxing, and he was busy with training, never taking on any tasks, so he naturally had not a single spirit stone. Poor thing. The girl's brief comment deeply wounded the young man's heart, and she quickly followed up with another blow. "Don't say I didn't take care of you. They'll give you 100 or 80 spirit stones later." Being offered money by a woman, especially one he cared for, was deeply damaging to a man's pride. However, Yuing Shu did not realize this. Talking about money among good brothers was too vulgar. Besides, he would soon make a small profit from the bets placed by Bai Jun, and he could always take on outside tasks. Providing 100 or 80 spirit stones as startup funds for the younger brother would be just a drop in the bucket. This guy's combat power was so strong, when he needed him in the future the money would not be wasted. She shot when Dongyang, a just-watched look, then turned to the sword cultivator. Shall we begin? But I have a small request. You can't fly, okay? Junior sister hasn't learned the flying technique yet. The sword cultivator quickly understood the reason and nodded vigorously. All right, no problem, I'll cooperate to end this quickly. At this point he still believed Yu Shu was intentionally trying to lose to him. Meanwhile the audience below the arena had already grown impatient, chattering to urge them to start quickly, or they would miss the cafeteria's meal. The few of them did not hesitate, each bowing to their chosen opponent and assuming their stances. Only when Dongyang remained unconvinced, trying one last time before the match officially started. Little Yu, how about we switch opponents? Spell cultivators at the beginner stage have a significant disadvantage against sword cultivators. Shut your crow's mouth. Yu Shu snapped at her teammate, then immediately unleashed a palm lightning towards the sword cultivator. Boom. The thick lightning beam illuminated the astonished faces of everyone, signaling the official start of the spar. Gasps erupted from the audience. This is the palm lightning junior sister just practiced. Such power. I don't believe it. Right, she must have practiced it before. It's just a basic spell, no matter how powerful it won't pose any threat to the senior brother. Just watch. It's the surging tide sword. This means junior sister Yu is losing. The excitement was understandable as most of the audience had placed bets on her to lose. On the arena, Yu Shu launched 3 palm lightnings in succession. Apart from causing her opponent to blink a few times, it indeed had no effect. Her opponent didn't even move, the protective chi shield barely rippled. There was no way around it, the spell's level was too low. It might work wonders against ghost cultivators, but it simply didn't have enough power against human cultivators. It was merely a matter of sound and shadow effects. Yet with a single attack her opponent had Yu Shu flustered and struggling to respond. The Surging Tide Sword was a unique sword technique of Tsangmang City, with layers of wave power attached to the flying sword. When practiced to a high level, each contact generated 7 or 8 layers of force. Yu Shu had not yet learned defensive spells and could not withstand the attacks. She could only use the technique transform water into sword to conjure a water sword that barely resembled a sword to block. Though that sword shattered upon contact, being made of water, it could always reassemble after breaking, striving to intercept from afar. However, the sword cultivator could have ignored this meaningless water sword and directly controlled the flying sword to attack Yu Shu, but he continued to tangle with the water sword. It seemed he wanted to make the loss look more graceful for the little junior sister. The continually disrupted and reformed water sword made the audience burst into laughter, the scene resembling waves crashing against a mountain. But after the laughter, an unspoken silence fell upon them. Transform water into sword. Is that a technique from the human rank? How long has the little junior sister been at Foundation establishment? Has it been a week? Has perhaps? Wasn't it said that the elders favored the little junior sister, allowing her to start learning techniques during the chi refining stage? The quiet discussions among the few sparked astonishment in the hearts of others. Truly a prodigy. But that water sword, which seemed to have just been practiced not long ago, was resilient yet weak, and under the constant slicing of the flying sword, it was gradually shrinking and moving towards the girl. Anyone with keen eyes could tell she was on the verge of failure. On the other side, when Dongyang, who was battling the spell cultivator, watched with anxiety. Losing in her first spar could leave a very negative memory in little Ye's heart, affecting her mindset. He had to finish this battle quickly and go help her. With this thought, when Dongyang no longer held back, he summoned 2 more flying swords from his storage ring and attacked his opponent. The 3 swords combined in a stunning manner, instantly breaking through the spells that had just suppressed the young man, turning the tide of battle. 9 turns floating sword. The spell cultivator's pupils shrank sharply, immediately abandoning all offensive actions and shifting to full defense. Even controlling just 3 swords consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, as long as he could hold out waiting for his companion to defeat the little junior sister would secure their victory. The 9 turns wandering sword is an extraordinary skill of Kangmang City, fundamentally representing the strongest sword technique of the sect. Bai Jianxing has only managed to practice up to the 7th sword. It is said that 800 years ago a senior uncle could unleash all 9 swords simultaneously, striking with the force of a revolving wheel, impervious to all. Facing him alone is akin to confronting 9 masters of swordsmanship. Of course, there are numerous restrictions and weaknesses associated with using this ultimate skill. Nevertheless, even so, when Dongyang, who can unleash 3 swords simultaneously, has attracted the attention of the vast majority present. Gasps of astonishment rose and fell like waves. Some senior practitioners in the crystallization realm squinted their eyes, carefully observing the sword formula in the young man's hands, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, trying to decipher even the slightest nuances of this ultimate skill. Even learning just a bit of swordplay technique from this would make the trip worthwhile. In that moment, Yu Shu felt a significant reduction in the intense, burning gazes directed at her. Immediately, the pressure from her opponent escalated. The overwhelming power of the incoming tidal sword shattered the previously maintained water sword with a single strike, and then it charged straight towards the girl. Yu Shu understood that her opponent aimed to quickly eliminate her, and then rushed to assist their companion in encircling Wen Dongyang. However, she had no choice but to turn and flee. The unremarkable battle drew low laughter from the audience, still focused on the girl. Let's go watch Junior Brother Wen instead. A beauty may be pleasing to the eye, but strength is far more important. One genius wields a sword, while the other studies spells. I thought I might learn a trick or two about using magic, but alas, I don't use a sword. Sorry, I remain consistent in my choice of beauty. Huh, where did Junior Sister you go? A fellow practitioner holding a monocular suddenly exclaimed. This caused many to shift their attention back. Yet the girl who should have been pursued by the flying sword had completely vanished, leaving behind only a flying sword gleaming with azure light, executing the tidal sword technique, seemingly perplexed. Then that sword suddenly began to vibrate violently in an erratic manner, as if its master was encountering some interference. The crowd turned their gaze to the sword cultivator dozens of meters away, and were astonished to find the just disappeared Junior Sister, Yu, standing behind him clutching a stick, while his protective chi shield had vanished, clearly shattered. Junior Sister just now was drawing that flying sword away from Senior Brother. Someone in the crowd revealed that others, feeling regretful about their bets, tried to comfort themselves, saying, "Don't worry. Even if they got close, a mere spell cultivator is no match for a sword cultivator. In close combat, body cultivators are the strongest, as that is essentially what they specialize in. A sword cultivators come next, and spell cultivators are akin to traditional spell masters, ranking last, not to mention the significant gap between the first two. Especially for a sword cultivator who has attained a high level, their sword energy is vast, and their skills are not solely reliant on that flying sword. For instance, Yu Shu's current opponent, after a brief moment of confusion from the surprise attack, immediately devised several countermeasures. Being cautious even when facing the newly established Junior Sister, he still held 2 strands of Prester's sword energy in his hand. The problem was how to use them. If he retaliated directly and threw them out. Senior Brother glanced at Junior Sister's slender frame and felt he could not do it. The sharp, unmatched sword energy could very well cleave the frail Junior Sister in two. Such sparring between peers should not result in severe injury. Thus he reduced the power of the sword energy, casually swinging his hand to meet the stick. Either he would break that strange black stick, or he would seriously injure Junior Sister. After all, the arena has a permanent healing array. As soon as someone gets hurt, it will heal automatically, so there won't be any major consequences. He could not afford to lose. So many peers had bet on him to win. If he lost, wouldn't he be torn to shreds? However, both of the aforementioned scenarios fell flat. The seemingly gorgeous Junior Sister from a close distance suddenly shifted to behind him like a phantom, causing that strand of sword energy to completely miss. Sigh. The spectators below let out a collective sigh. Even the astute could see that the sword energy had exceeded the Threaten's promise he had made earlier. It had at least reached sixteenths. This could already be considered a loss. Wait, what was that swift-moving body tech? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Immediately another responded, Baixing Flash, an Earth-grade intermediate skill. Earth-grade intermediate. The audience fell silent for a moment, and after a long pause someone skeptically inquired, how long did it take you to master it? It took me just over a week to be able to use it, and to master it took at least 2 months. The stands fell silent. Thunder in the palm water to sword Baixing Flash. Just a few days since establishing her foundation, Junior Sister was continuously bringing them new shocks. What kind of monster was this? Compared to Wen Dongyang's 3 swords, she was not at all inferior. After all, how long had it been since Junior Sister established her foundation? Wen Dongyang had been practicing for a year, hadn't he? At this moment, the senior brother battling her had forgotten all about any pre-fight promises, his only thought being to win. Bets were irrelevant. How could a seasoned practitioner at the 8th layer of foundation establishment be defeated so easily by a novice? Will he still be able to mix with others? Even if she is a genius, she cannot surpass his 10 years of hard work with just a few days of cultivation, right? Gritting his teeth, he wielded the last strand of sword energy to create an incredibly solid chi wall. The thickness of it clearly indicated that he was using all his strength. As long as he could hold out for a few seconds until his flying sword returned, he could immediately turn the tide. He could also tell that Yu Shu was likewise at the end of her tether. Her surrounding spiritual energy had significantly decreased, and she clearly had little magical power left. For a spell cultivator, this was essentially equivalent to losing their combat capability. However, amidst the laughter from the audience, within 2 seconds the chi shield was smashed open by the girl wielding the demon-slaying stick. With it, his fighting spirit was also shattered. 46 points of strength were no joke. Even a body cultivator at the 1st layer of foundation establishment might not match her in terms of strength. The spectators below had already begun to jeer, haha, even against a Junior Sister who just established her foundation. You're struggling like this. You might as well just surrender. Surrender? Absolutely not. I still have one last trump card. The senior brother angrily raised his arm to block, buying time to gather his spiritual energy. Facing the senior brother's stubborn resistance, the girl wasted no time striking down on his raised arms with crack. A crisp sound echoed as the senior brother staggered back. The healing array immediately activated, and his already broken arms began to heal once more. Boom! The crowd below erupted into fervent discussions. Theoretically, a spell cultivator junior sister had indeed defeated an opponent who was already giving it their all. In theory, the battle should have ended at this point. No, it should have concluded when senior brother unveiled 6 parts. However, once the fight had begun, it could not simply be called off. Even amidst the booing from the audience, he still wished to salvage some dignity for himself. Moreover, he wanted to see where his junior sister's limits truly lay. Fortunately, the time he had previously gained proved useful, as his flying sword swiftly returned like a bolt of lightning ready to clang. The sword was struck down to the ground by a staff. Moreover, the magical energy had been completely exhausted, leaving it as an ordinary long sword. If he wished to regain control and make it fly again, he would have to reapply the sword control technique. Yet, that required time. Even a mere second or two was a monumental task in such a pressing moment. Senior brother expressed a look of utter astonishment. What kind of ability is this? I had heard that the junior sister could create her own techniques, but could this be yet another bizarre skill? It's too outrageous. Yu Shu was becoming increasingly addicted to the demon-slaying stick. Aside from being a close combat weapon, it had no drawbacks whatsoever. Even facing a flying sword, it wouldn't suffer any damage. Its durability was simply max level. Just as she was about to swing her staff and charge forward, she noticed her opponent actually performed a hand gesture and flew up. What the hell? Cheating. Are you picking on me because I can't fly? The girl cursed in frustration, yet the uncivil words within her speech were automatically filtered by the audience. It is well known that a little fairy like her could never utter foul language. Only fragrant words were present. Everything else was mere auditory hallucination. Even after filtering, it was essentially equivalent to her merely opening her mouth without uttering a sound. Yu Shu pulled out the hand crossbow she had just borrowed from Chun Li, took a brief aim, and resolutely pulled the trigger. The silver bolt had a demon-breaking effect, effortlessly penetrating the thin, newly formed spiritual energy shield of her opponent, piercing straight into his thigh. Upon being struck in a vital area, senior brother's body jerked. His attempt to communicate with the flying sword was seizing the opportunity. Yu Shu directly took out her final ranged attack method, successfully disorienting her opponent for a moment. Next, she threw the demon-slaying stick aside, simultaneously unleashing her last bits of spiritual energy with 2 palm thunder strikes and spat 3 times. Having discarded all unnecessary items, the girl glanced at the hand crossbow, then at Chun Li's pitiful gaze from below, and decided to put it away. After all, it was borrowed, she couldn't just throw it away. Senior brother, battered and confused when he regained his senses, saw his junior sister raising her hand to accept the audience's cheers. Simultaneously, she quietly said to herself, "Come down, senior brother, you've already lost. It's better to maintain some dignity." Sigh. Yes. Senior brother slowly descended, a look of despondency on his face. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the waves behind. Who would have thought I would? Thank you for your teachings, junior sister. Special task completed. Additional task, teaching basic combat. Personally impart knowledge about combat. 50 times, 150. Hearing the prompt in her mind, Yu Shu nodded in satisfaction. Then she firmly grabbed the ankle of senior brother who had landed in front of her. Facing the bewildered gaze of senior brother, the girl grinned maliciously. "It seems I need to give you a second lesson." Saying this, she forcefully slammed him to the ground. Snap. Then she swung him to the other side. Snap. As she swung, she cursed, 3 parts of your strength, huh? 6 parts of your strength, huh? You brought out your full power, right? You wanted to injure me with sword energy, didn't you? You can fly, huh? Come fly. Today I'll let you soar far away, heading to heaven. Snap, snap, snap. As she continued to slam him, the arena's healing array activated automatically, treating the injured. Soon senior brother's entire body was enveloped in a green glow resembling the light sticks waved by fans under the night sky, extremely eye-catching. Senior brother attempted to resist, but he was already so disoriented from being slammed that he couldn't find his bearings, and the little strength he had was as useless as a chick in the hands of his junior sister. He couldn't possibly resist the force of gravity while being continuously slammed, bending over to try and pry himself free, could he? Wait, wouldn't that allow him to touch his junior sister's hand? Hee. Thus senior brother glowing green stood out as he was swung around, twisting his body in a futile effort to bend down, drawing all eyes to him. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Before long, a muscular figure in the outermost circle, a towering chi refining disciple, screamed in terror as he covered his head and ran far away. Just like that, I remember, now the female demon. Behind him, several fellow disciples chased after him. Haoren, junior brother, Haoren, what happened to you? Ignoring this minor episode, after venting her anger, Yu Shu tossed aside her senior brother, who had given up all resistance and was filled with the message of do whatever you want, I won't feel pain with the healing array. Then she placed her hands on her hips and glared fiercely at the audience below. This is how you fight. Did you? I got it, came the scattered responses from below. Most of the audience had already been stunned by the stark contrast between the junior sister's sweet appearance and her fierce demeanor. A little fairy couldn't possibly explain such a discrepancy. They could only rationalize it as having a second personality, a concept too enigmatic to verify. Special task completed. Additional task teaching basic combat. Personally impart knowledge about combat. 50 times 2,750. Why are there so few people? Yu Shu extended one hand into a claw, slowly closing it. Who here doesn't know? Step forward and let me see. I got it, I really got it. This time the voices answering were several times more than before. The number of fleeing individuals had also multiplied. Special task completed. Additional task teaching basic combat. Personally impart knowledge about combat. 50 times 5,050 completed. Now that's more like it. Yu Shu nodded, bent down to pick up the demon-slaying stick and senior brother, and slowly walked towards the battlefield of Wendanyang. As senior brother, who was giving up resistance, exclaimed, even in this state you want to use me as a weapon? Below, the audience tried hard to forget the fierce appearance of the junior sister they had just seen, and naturally changed the topic, discussing the battle just now. Junior sister won, right? Did you learn anything? Not sparing any mercy. I meant other than that. Yeah. It seems I really didn't. She is a spell cultivator, right? Spells, body movement, surprise attacks, shooting, spitting, scamming. Someone counted on their fingers for a long time, but couldn't determine what school of thought the junior sister belonged to. The news of the two rising stars defeating their seniors spread quickly, especially regarding Yu Shu, who garnered far more attention than the other. When Danyang had been cultivating for a year, practicing the sect's ultimate skill, the 9-turns floating sword. For a genius, such an achievement could be bragged about, but it wasn't remarkable enough to warrant extensive notice. The little junior sister was quite different. How long had she been at Foundation Establishment? A week? 2 weeks? Yet how many techniques had she already mastered? And it wasn't just that. According to the senior brother who faced her, he seemed to have experienced some sort of divine sense attack. Although its power was extremely weak, the fluctuations were still quite evident. Kangmang City certainly did not possess such spells. Coupled with the earlier rumors that the little junior sister could create her own techniques, the truth seemed to be within reach. Indeed, she was a prodigy. What was good about Wendanyang, who merely followed the paths of predecessors without any innovation, yet acted so arrogantly? The little junior sister was the real deal. Beautiful and lively with an excellent figure, although she had some minor flaws in her personality. No one is perfect. As long as one pretends not to notice, she is the perfect dream lover. Moreover, following the conclusion of that night's competition, a painting began circulating among the disciples. A senior brother skilled in painting captured a moment of the girl's expression, completing it in one go. What was depicted was her final gesture, extending her right hand like a claw, fiercely questioning the audience below if they had learned anything. Upon closer inspection, her thin lips revealed 2 small tiger teeth, fierce, yet cute, presenting an image of someone sweet and innocent, yet trying hard to act like a rebellious girl. Forget the original work, the imitation of the painting was selling like crazy. A prodigy, a beauty, relatable, defeating the strong with the weak. Her status among the disciples of Kangmang City was already rivaling by Xiaoxua, the first beauty of Yinbei, known as the plum blossom in the snow. No one doubted her strength anymore, only envy remained in the hearts of some ill-intentioned individuals. The little house where Yu Shu lived had already become a holy place in the eyes of the inner disciples. She certainly didn't mind the attention. However, she didn't want to retreat to Mu Jingtai's place, as Wendanyang's presence would greatly reduce her chances of completing her tasks. And the current tasks were far more lucrative than before. She felt heartache at the thought of failing even once. Thus, after deep contemplation, she found a solution. Digging a hole. Using spirit stones to issue sect tasks, she hired someone to dig a basement for her little house, the deeper the better. She also used the excuse of going out to search for Chui Yulu, almost draining Chen Li's cash, and ran outside to buy a large amount of soundproofing materials, stuffing the basement full. This way she wouldn't hear any outside noise and wouldn't have to answer any questions. Of course, she had looked for Chui Yulu, but unfortunately this senior sister seemed to have vanished, leaving no contact information at the secret realm's exit, and could not be found online. She could only wait for another time. The urgent task at hand was to cultivate. She needed to learn all the manuals she had and find herself a flying technique. Speaking of which, Yu Shu initially intended to learn sword flight, but she overlooked a major issue. The flying sword. This thing actually costs money. Wendanyang's main sword cost a whopping 50,000 spirit stones. And that was just a medium quality. Good heavens, even if she had that money, she wouldn't want to spend it. It seems having a good master is truly important. She could only ride a bicycle now. Feeling a bit regretful, Yu Shu sorrowfully stored the cloud riding technique. Thus, all the spirit stones won from the competition had already been spent. It wasn't that she was extravagant with her money, but rather that senior brother Bai Jun had only symbolically given her a tiny bit. Even after 2 months, when Yu Shu emerged from her brief seclusion, she couldn't help but grumble about it. Gambling truly is harmful. It cost me so much money. She scratched her now itchy scalp, boiling water for a bath while comforting herself. But I didn't invest any capital, so earning a little is still something. The girl sighed in relief, slowly sinking into the hot water, contemplating her recent gains. In 2 months, she had completed the sign-in task 8 times and successfully accomplished 6 rounds of attribute-boosting tasks. 2 rounds were impossible to complete through normal, means no matter how hard she tried. There was no way around it. After reaching foundation establishment, the difficulty of additional tasks had greatly increased. Many tasks that were previously easy to finish had become quite tricky after more rounds were added. As for other techniques, she had also mastered quite a few. Opening the system interface, looking at her attribute table, Yu Shu carefully considered her next steps: strength 46, agility 36, vitality 37, spirit 25, comprehension 31A, and 0 points available for allocation. Primary skills include charm level 8, inner sight level 6, divine arrow strike level 3, palm thunder level 10, 100 saints flash technique level 1, water to sword technique level 5, spirit gathering shield level 2, cloud riding technique level 2, pipeline unblocking level 1, and so on. During these 2 months, her main focus in cultivation was on the water to sword technique, which once mastered to a high level had countless marvelous uses comparable to inferior flying swords. It also allowed her to reminisce about her dream of flying with a sword, which seemed to be drifting further away. Regarding attributes, due to 6 consecutive rounds of additional tasks yielding vitality fruit, her vitality had finally caught up. As for attribute points, she allocated 2 levels to inner sight, enhancing her mental power, successfully meeting the requirements for the next level of divine arrow strike, and upgrading it. There was no way around it. Yu Shu wanted to fully level up this cool sneak attack skill, but its requirements were too high, so she could only take it slowly. The rest was all allocated to comprehension. This was a valuable resource. Notably, during these 2 months, she spent only 1 day to completely learn the already level 7 palm thunder. Yet she had no idea why she was able to achieve such speed. Sigh. What a waste of time. Yu Shu leaned against the edge of the bathtub, gesturing as if shooting an arrow. After secluding myself for so long, I've even grown rusty at practical skills. However, strangely enough, during this long period, she had absolutely no desires. Even the people and events of the outside world seemed to fade away from her. All she had to do every day was cultivate, completely immersing herself in the spiritual energy and techniques amidst extreme silence and solitude. Is this what seclusion feels like? No wonder those elders who are often over 100 years old still behave like youths. Surely I will be like that in the future too. Just as she was washing, there suddenly came another commotion outside. Ugh, is it really that annoying? The girl frowned, thinking those people were looking for her. But soon she realized something was off. No one knew she was coming out today. Moreover, their target was clearly the adjacent house. Senior sister. A loud voice made Yu Shu's mind flash like lightning. Junior sister Bai. This shout included a surname, further confirming her suspicions. Yu Shu hurriedly dried herself off and put on her clothes, hesitating only briefly upon seeing the warm, form-fitting white stockings before slipping them back on. Currently, it was the cold winter of the 12th lunar month outside, and it was even colder in the secret realm of Kangmang City, where the temperature during the coldest days could plummet to -50 degrees Celsius. If she had to go out wearing just her thin disciple's robe, wouldn't she be turning into a popsicle in no time? Moreover, dressed like this, her legs appeared both slender and long, a style that girls often admired, much like the Korean oppa aesthetic, right? In her flurry to catch a glimpse of the plum blossoms in the snow, Yu Shu accidentally stubbed her little toe against the corner of the table. However, with her exceptionally strong physique and vitality, the pain was merely a fleeting moment, while the table cracked, slightly splintering a bit of wood. "Tisk unlucky." Yu Shu paid no mind to it, casually muttering her complaint as she pushed open the door. Outside, there were not the throngs of people she had imagined, only about 20 individuals, all of whom were male. After all, there weren't many in Kangmang City still fantasizing about having any sort of relationship with the most beautiful woman. Besides, in the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, most people opted to seek warmth outside the secret realm. Although the outside world was still around -20 to 30 degrees, it was far preferable to the state of freezing, when even urination inside the secret realm would turn into ice. However, those 10 or 20 people stood far away, at least several dozen meters off, not coming closer. What was going on? Yu Shu scratched her head, beginning to turn her neck in search of the familiar figure she had long admired from afar. Then, in front of the adjacent small room, she spotted Bai Xiaoshui clad in white. What an astonishing beauty she was. The girl opened her mouth wide, unable to find words to describe her. With long ponytails, phoenix-like eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, a petite jade-like nose, and cherry lips. Her elegantly sculpted neck led down to shoulders that transitioned into collarbones as delicate as jade. In the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, she wore only a thin garment, the waistline barely visible, while her frosty demeanor bestowed her a striking and radiant aura. Aside from being slightly shorter, she had no other flaws at all. Yet this was precisely what made her adorable. To put it simply, any man who laid eyes on her would feel an almost boundless motivation for the future. If rated by a system, her charm would not be contained within a level 10, but would at least reach 11 or 12, the kind that came with its own halo. Yu Shu couldn't believe that such a boundary-breaking person actually existed in the world. However, she only admired her appearance and aura, with nothing related to desire arising in her mind. Even if she wanted to feel desire, her interest was scant. It was as if she had been chemically castrated. Oh no, wait, she had actually been physically castrated. Yu Shu pouted. No, she had been castrated to the negative. Standing in front of Bai Xiaoshui was a tall male figure, and Yu Shu recognized him as the senior brother who had previously come to stuff love letters into Bai Xiaoshui's door. Little Bai senior sister, the senior brother exclaimed excitedly, using the term common among many due to Bai Xiaoshui's youth and higher seniority, and it seemed that Bai Xiaoshui herself held no discontent. The senior brother, trembling with excitement, pointed towards the small room not far away, his lips quivering. The gap in that door is filled with my heartfelt intentions. You must read them all by the date. Are you making a request of me? Don't be delusional, it's impossible for us. Bai Xiaoshui calmly shook her head, her expressions still captivating. After saying this, she didn't even glance at the pale-faced senior brother and turned to leave. Upon returning to her small room, she unsealed the door's enchantment and opened it. Instantly, a wave of love letters surged out like a tide, overwhelming her feet. What was worse was that the daily stuffing of love letters had caused the door gap to rise too high, damaging the locking mechanism, and Bai Xiaoshui had slightly exerted her strength in anger. Thus that door was directly yanked off its hinges. Oh, how clumsy. At the scene, aside from Yu Shu covering her mouth in astonishment, no one else made a sound. It seemed they were already accustomed to such occurrences. Bai Xiaoshui shot a glance toward the girl, extending her spiritual energy, gathering the scattered love letters back into a ball. Then, with a twist of her hand, her spiritual energy seemed to grow numerous gear-like blades inside, instantly shredding the love letters into confetti. Here, keep this for yourself, she said with a light shout, flicking her hand to throw the bundle of paper shreds wrapped in spiritual energy towards the senior brother. Bang! Boom! As the spiritual energy collided with the senior brother, the first muffled sound was followed by the second, as the paper shreds exploded. Amidst a flurry of paper snowflakes, the senior brother seemed to suffer a heavy blow, being sent flying several meters away, and when he landed, his head fortuitously struck a protruding sharp rock, blood staining his face. Bai Xiaoshui, however, did not even glance back, furiously slamming the door as she entered her room. Anyone whose door was inexplicably removed would surely react like this. Bang! The door, lacking support, was about to fall when a table and chair were suddenly dragged out by spiritual energy from inside the room, fortuitously propping against the door to serve as a makeshift barrier. Yu Shu silently praised in her heart. Not to mention anything else, just the proficiency of this telekinesis was commendable. Watching it made her want to learn a bit of it herself. However, given that she currently lacked spirit stones and had too many things to practice, she thought better of it. Suddenly, several flying swords shot in from the horizon, neatly embedding themselves several dozen meters away from Bai Xiaoshui's small room, forming a semicircle just a few meters away from the inner disciples who had come to watch the commotion. It's elder Bai coming, we should retreat. One senior brother took the lead, and together with his companions they concluded their day of sightseeing. However, Yu Shu felt that, as these people left, their gazes towards her seemed to be filled with pity. After all, the senior brothers had left the flying swords lined up in a row, circled into the sky, and flew away. Yu Shu felt a sense of tranquility. Sword cultivators are truly incredibly handsome. It seems like the common face learned this as well. Although it goes against the sect rules, I wonder if there will be a way to master this technique in the future. After fantasizing for a while, Yu Shu gathered her courage and walked towards Bai Xiaoshui's small house. Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. She kept silently reminding herself. They share the same master, which already indicates a strong connection. They should be able to get to know each other right. Besides, I have a rather captivating appearance and physique. As long as I don't expose myself, I should theoretically be able to achieve a decorative position, right? After all, it's Bai Xiaoshui. The beauty of Yanbei, Bai Xiaoshui. With such enchanting beauty, just being able to see her every day could prolong one's life by decades. But really, is there a human appearance that can reach such a level? The legendary seductress Daji from ancient times could only be like this, right? With great anticipation, Yu Shu approached the front of the house and knocked on the door that was merely symbolic. She couldn't help but peek inside through a crack. The room was small and almost devoid of decoration. Yu Shu herself had arranged some practical furniture after acquiring spirit stones. However, Bai Xiaoshui's room had nothing at all. It was just as it was when she first moved in. Moreover, the floor and walls were covered in dust. Could it be that she doesn't live here? Then there was a commotion from the adjoining room, and Bai Xiao Shui came out wearing the same outfit as before, holding a small iron box and a screw in her mouth, looking quite impatient. Who is it? Her voice was muffled due to the object in her mouth, but the irritation was still clear. She pushed the chair aside and propped the solid wooden door open with one hand, revealing Yu Shu, who looked quite awkward, as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. Bai Xiao Shui looked Yu Shu up and down, spat out the screw, and quietly asked, "Did you just come out from the room next door?" "Senior Bai, you might not know, but I am also from Elder Seuss." "Hold on." As Yu Shu was just starting her self-introduction, Bai Xiao Shui interrupted her with both hands raised. "How old are you this year?" 18. 17. Yu Shu recalled the birth date that Shangwan Xin had provided when taking her to the electric bureau. I am already 19. Bai Xiao Shui crossed her arms and looked down at Yu Shu with a smug expression, as if she were looking down from above. "So what should you call me?" Yu Shu was quick-witted. Senior Bai." "Hey." Bai Xiao Shui cheerfully replied. "Finally, there's a junior sister younger than me. Please continue." "But you are really quite small." Yu Shu couldn't help but think to herself. She was just tall enough to reach her own chest, and was probably around 1.5 meters tall. However, regardless of age or strength, she could be considered Yu Shu's senior sister, so after her internal grumbling, she smoothly adjusted her address. Yet every time she called out senior sister, Bai Xiao Shui would squint her eyes and respond happily, as if she was taking advantage of someone. As the girl continued her self-introduction, she gradually forgot to respond, her mouth opening wider and wider. Waiting for Yu Shu to finish her entire introduction, Bai Xiao Shui still maintained that cute expression with her mouth wide open. But in the girl's eyes there was only cuteness with no other desires present. This is the end. A eunuch, a part of the left brain, has been removed. From now on, only Zhu Jiang and Yu Jiang will accompany me. While feeling down, Bai Xiao Shui suddenly jumped back, saying, You, how are you so impressive? You're not bragging, are you?" Yu Shu shrugged. "Who would dare? The system is monitoring me. I feel like a monk unable to speak falsely. Foundation establishment hasn't even been 3 months. Turning water into a sword. Palm thunder. 100 saints flash. You've even learned cloud writing technique." Bai Xiao Shui asked one by one, and Yu Shu nodded. Finally, she didn't forget to add, "I've even created a method to attack enemies with divine sense. Anyway, this wasn't a secret in Songmang City." "Great. That's wonderful. I didn't expect to have such a super junior sister like you." Bai Xiao Shui's cold exterior hid a warm interior very evident. She was so happy that she rubbed her hands together and suddenly said, "Are you interested in going on a trip with me to explore some ancient ruins?" Her words were vague, but Yu Shu was already captivated by the content and replied without thinking, "Going with Senior Bai." "Sure. I just finished 2 months of closed-door training and was just thinking about going out to gain some experience. Even if I don't have any plans now, this outing might help cultivate some. At the very least, it would make Wen Dongyang envious. After all, I am going on a trip with the #1 beauty. What about you? Have you ever even interacted with a girl?" Moreover, with Senior Bai's strong abilities, going out to train with her would be like a major player taking a minor one along an act of gaining experience. Why not do it? Exhausting all the imagination of Yu Shu, she could never have guessed that the light-hearted trip proposed by Bai Xiao Shui would require such a long journey. Sahara, the largest desert on this planet. For this trip, the two of them even had to apply for passports. For Yu Shu, whether in her past life or this one, it was her first time going abroad. But what surprised her was that Bai Xiao Shui, who eagerly pulled her along, was also stepping out of the country for the first time. "So since you already have a definite location, why didn't you go earlier, senior sister?" As the two sat on the train heading to the capital, the girl finally couldn't hold back her question. They needed to take a flight from the capital's airport, and after several transfers they would finally reach a city in Egypt closest to their destination. The petite senior sister's adept handling of booking flights also left the girl in awe. In her past life, she had been a bottom-tier student, let alone flying. She had never even taken a train. As for buying tickets online, that was something she had never even considered. Hearing Yu Shu's question, Bai Xiao Shui put down her phone, which she had been using to browse travel guides, lowered her head, pushed her sunglasses up to see the girl through the light filtering in, and said, "Because among our fellow disciples no one was willing to accompany me. If it were just me in a foreign land with no one to look after me, it's a bit dangerous." At this moment, the most beautiful woman in Yanbei was wearing a large mask that covered half her face, sunglasses perched on her nose, and a sun hat on her head, trying her best to minimize her charm. Even so, she still managed to attract the attention of many passers-by. She glanced at the girl and continued, "I originally planned to wait until after the crystallization to venture out, but don't worry, this time in the exploration, I only want things related to body refinement. Everything else is yours." Yu Shu did not respond. She simply found it hard to believe her eyes. Just as senior sister pushed up her sunglasses and sunlight hit her eyes, she clearly noticed that senior sister's pupils briefly lost their white, turning entirely black. However, it was only for a fleeting moment. If not for her own alluring appearance and the ability to openly gaze at Bai Xiao Shui, she might not have noticed it at all. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Maybe. After all, wasn't Senior Sister the daughter of Elder Bai Jianxing? Since Bai Jianxing was human, then Senior Sister must also undoubtedly be human, so there was no need to overthink it. The girl scratched her head and returned to the topic. But where did Senior Sister get this information? Sahara. That distant place, how did she know about it? Bai Xiao Shui chuckled, adjusting her mask. I found clues in an abandoned cave in the country. In the diary of the cave's owner, he recorded that he had been searching for the whereabouts of his traitorous senior brother and detailed the process of the search. Although the last few pages were torn out, it wasn't difficult to deduce a specific location based on the clues given earlier. Her expression showed clear pride. The girl was even more puzzled. How specific is this location? Coordinates. What do you mean, The predecessor is a cultivator, not a primitive person, using convenient and universal coordinates like latitude and longitude to express locations is quite normal, isn't it? Bai Xiao Shui enjoyed watching her junior sister's mouth drop, open, eyes wide in confusion, resembling the dazed character from that famous painting. Finally, there was a junior who she could show off to. Ye Yuingshu was still skeptical. But how could our cultivators from Huaxia go to the Sahara? Bai Xiao Shui tilted her head, as if to say, what's your problem? She said, if you can go abroad, why can't they? Besides, if they're being hunted by strong enemies, isn't it quite normal to hide in a remote place? The girl finally conceded. Fine, it was her fault. She had confined herself to the perspectives of traditional novels and films, forgetting that we are now in the information age, where everything must be integrated with the international community. Yu Yingshu stopped speaking, but Bai Xiao Shui took the initiative to attack. Junior sister probably hasn't added Elder Su as a friend yet. How about I introduce you to her so you can chat? Oh, sure. Yu Yingshu hadn't thought of this. She indeed should get to know her nominal master right. The two had already added each other as friends, and Bai Xiao Shui immediately sent over a contact card. The name displayed on the card was Whatever Works. A very yin-bei-flavored online name. Added accepted instantly. It was as if Elder Su over there was fiddling with her phone. Soon Su Wei Dao sent a question mark. Yu Yingshu, hello master, I am your new disciple. After sending that line, she felt something was off about it. Whatever works, oh so little Bai is beside you. The girl took a moment to react, then realized that this little Bai referred to senior sister. Bai Xiao Shui hurriedly replying with a confirming emoji. Whatever works, oh no one else has my contact information. So as a new disciple, shouldn't you offer your master a little? Yu Yingshu. Shocked, why would it be like this? In Songmang City, isn't it common for masters to give things to their disciples? Referring to Wen Dongyang, he casually gave away items worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Why did it turn around and become her giving money to her master? Whatever works, don't get me wrong, I don't want spirit stones, but just transfer a little cash. The amount depends on your sincerity in apprenticeship. This was quite an impressive statement. Yu Yingshu felt she had to give something. But the problem was she didn't have much money on her either. Just a few hundred she had scrounged from Chun-Li before leaving. She was going abroad. A few hundred could just disappear with a splash, and now she had to give it away again. Whatever works, Tisk, just repeat what I said earlier to little Bai verbatim. While the girl was still hesitating, she saw the other party send another message. She scratched her head and decided not to repeat it, but instead showed the chat record to Bai Xiao Shui. Bai Xiao Shui sighed and shook her head. Master, you must have spent all your money again. After saying this, she took out her phone in front of Yu Yingshu and transferred 1,000 to Su Wei Dao. Yu Yingshu felt like she was scratching her scalp off. She thought she should adapt to local customs. Thus reluctantly she gathered her last bit of cash and sent it over. Yu Yingshu initiated a transfer. Please accept the payment. Recipient has accepted the payment. Whatever works, sensible, you can be taught. Don't worry, I won't disturb you for a while. Feel free to cultivate. Yu Yingshu found this situation too surreal. Other people's masters would give disciples things and teach them. Her master, who didn't teach or say anything, still wanted to collect property fees from her disciple. She tugged at a hair she had just scratched out and felt she should take this opportunity to ask something more practical. Yu Yingshu, when will master return to the secret realm? Message failed to send. Whatever works has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends with him or her. Please send a friend verification request first. Oh, only after the other party verifies can you chat. Yu Yingshu. After a series of unfortunate events, including train delays, flight rebookings, airplane turbulence, and landing in heavy rain at a small airport dozens of kilometers away, the two finally arrived in the land of the pyramids. However, it was not yet to the extent of extreme hardship. On the plane there was in-flight meal service, so Yu Yingshu did not have to endure hunger, and she even dozed off for a bit. But once they disembarked, the feeling of discomfort immediately set in. It was hot. Those from Kangmang City were accustomed to the cold, but could not tolerate high temperatures. Coincidentally, their destination was near the desert, and the temperature felt like they were in a sauna. The two instinctively began to circulate the Han Ao Ju to cool themselves down. But soon another problem arose. The Han Ao Ju could keep the body cool, but it consumed spiritual energy. Here there was no paradise with rich spiritual energy, the concentration was not much different from that of Huaxiao, and the recovery rate could not keep up with the consumption. Thus if they continued to operate it they would eventually run out of spiritual energy. Being unfamiliar with the surroundings, if they encountered an unexpected situation without spiritual energy, it meant they had little means to resist. At least in the Sahara Desert, they needed spiritual energy to maintain flight, rather than just for cooling. The two women exchanged glances, each seeing confusion and helplessness in the other's eyes. Neither had anticipated that before reaching the fabled cave they would already encounter such difficulties. As they stared at each other, a warm voice approached. "Are you two beautiful ladies here for vacation? Why not find a place to stay until evening? When night falls the temperature here will drop significantly and become quite pleasant. I happen to run a guest house with transportation included and air conditioning. It only costs 2,000 Egyptian pounds for a day, which is equivalent to 500 in cash." Mandarin. Black hair, black eyes. A Huaxiao person. Although the newcomer had dark skin and a shrewd expression and the price seemed quite high, raising suspicions of price gouging, the two women still felt the instinct to comply. To escape the heat, Yu Shu immediately reached into her pocket for her phone, but came to a halt. She remembered that all her last bit of money had been swindled by that unscrupulous master who deleted her from friends right after taking her money. However, Bai Xiaoshui had already skillfully scanned the payment code. The section of her arm exposed flawless like jade, and carrying a fragrant breeze made the Huaxia owner feel delighted, and his gaze followed her arm upward until it stopped at the fierce gaze hidden behind her mask and sunglasses. Can you book me a room as well, senior sister?" Throughout the journey, Yu Shu was used to seeing Bai Xiaoshui treated like this by passers-by, so she didn't think much of it and directly put on a pleading expression. Following the woman out and letting her pay felt quite embarrassing. However, upon further thought, having a woman pay for a room felt incredibly rewarding. Bai Xiaoshui unexpectedly replied with generosity, "While that's possible, since we are out here we should look out for each other. Wouldn't it be fine for us to share a room? However, if you junior sister strongly insist, I suppose I could book another room." "Oh, are you serious?" Yu Shu couldn't believe her ears. "I want to be with senior sister." The happiness came too suddenly. We need to be careful." Bai Xiaoshui made a gesture indicating caution regarding local practitioners, but seeing the confused expression on her junior sister's face, she knew she hadn't understood, so she pursed her lips and said, "If we are to venture deeper into the Sahara, we will need to procure quite a bit of equipment." Upon hearing this, the enthusiastic guesthouse owner's eyes lit up. "If you need to procure professional equipment, I have channels. But are you two professional adventurers?" Yielding to the system, Yu Shu simply shook her head. "No. I thought so. You two look so young, you must be students from somewhere, right? So, is it winter break back home, and you've come out to travel? Choosing to conquer the Sahara as your goal is quite..." The rapid-fire questions made Yu Shu's head ache. This was what she feared most. After barely keeping up and answering one by one, she directly switched to a questioning mode. "What is your surname, boss?" "Nyo, haha, just call me Boss Nyo." It seemed he was excited about making a good deal, panting slightly as he looked around for their luggage. "Where is your luggage?" "You don't need to worry about that." Yu Shu waved her hand, pretending to be aloof and uninterested in talking. Her luggage was all in her storage ring, but it amounted to little more than a few changes of underwear. As for the outer, she was only wearing this outfit and a few disciples' robes from Kangmang City. Sensing the girl's indifference, Boss Nyo felt awkward, rubbed his nose, and began introducing his vehicle, a convertible off-road car. Once they sped to the guest house, both women were already covered in dust from the strong winds and sand. Even the folds of their clothes were filled with dirt, not to mention what was inside. Yu Shu's delicate body constantly sent signals indicating a need for a shower. In the past, she would have definitely endured, but now, she couldn't wait even a second longer. But there was only one bathroom. Looking at Bai Xiaoshui, she was equally anxious, her face showing distress. Unusually, she was even slightly sticking out her tongue, appearing incredibly cute. A dark thought emerged in Yu Shu's mind, and she pulled out a coin. "Let's flip a coin to decide who showers first. If it lands upright, you go first, how about that?" What was originally a joking remark drew a serious and surprised response from Bai Xiaoshui. "But why do I feel this is unfair?" Looking at her senior sister's serious expression, the sense of incongruity in Yu Shu's heart grew stronger. Inexplicably, she decided to carry on the deception. A coin can only land upright or flat. We each occupy one state, so where's the unfairness? She swore to the system that she was just joking and awaited her senior sister's rebuttal. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiaoshui hesitated and slowly nodded. She actually agreed. What on earth was going on? Yu Shu truly did not expect Bai Xiaoshui to agree to such an outrageous condition. It seemed that beneath her seemingly normal appearance lay a hint of innocence. Or perhaps a naively adorable heart within. Just moments ago she had stuck out her tongue to cool off. What normal person would do such a thing? Thinking back to the earlier incident when her chief master Su Wei Dao suspiciously asked for money, she had not hesitated for a moment, directly transferring the funds without any questions. In hindsight, she should have noticed this tendency from that time. Of course, the result of the coin toss was predictable, ending in a decisive victory for Ewing Shu. When she comfortably finished her cold shower and exited the bathroom, she was startled to find Bai Shiji lying on the bed, her mouth busy chewing on a palm-sized rubber plate covered in gel-like spikes. But that was not the main point. Ewing Shu sadly discovered that when such a beloved Shiji was laid bare before her, she had no reaction whatsoever. It was as if she was deleting and editing, and now she could only suppress the urge to compare herself horizontally in her mind. A complete defeat. There was only one slight advantage: she was taller. Sighing with mixed emotions, Ewing Shu sat back on her bed, pondered for a moment, and decided to take out her phone to send a message to when Dongyang brother has already moved in with. By Xiao Shui, are you envious? Although she couldn't muster even a hint of desire, she still felt the need to maintain a transcendent image in front of her brother. Otherwise, wouldn't he think she had lost her edge? After waiting a long time without a reply, she sent a selfie showing her head and 2 pairs of shoes on the floor, but still no response. While that rascal was currently in closed-door training with Mu Jingtai, and there was no signal in the secret realm. The girl put away her phone, placed her hands behind her head while lying on the bed, and let out a long sigh. After the cold shower with the air conditioning blowing cold air, the temperature in this old guest house room was refreshingly cool. Then she turned her head to look at Bai Xiao Shui, who was still gnawing on the rubber plate, unable to resist, asking curiously, aren't you going to wash up? Suddenly she became alert. What am I doing? Since when did I become so accustomed to comparing beauty with others? Could this be the influence of female hormones? At that moment, Bai Xiao Shui finally spat out the rubber plate and replied weakly, just a minute, let me chew on this for a few more minutes. What exactly are you doing? Ewing Shu finally couldn't contain her curiosity. This? Bai Xiao Shui raised the rubber plate, stuffing it back into her mouth, speaking indistinctly, it's a habit I developed since childhood. Whenever I feel stressed or anxious, I chew on this to vent. That's quite a peculiar habit. Ewing Shu scratched her head, trying to find common ground between the two of them to rekindle her admiration for women. We're quite similar. I also have a habit of using my mouth to relieve stress. Oh, chewing on things. Cursing. Scolding people. Bai Xiao Shui fired off a series of questions, her eyes sparkling. Well, something like that. Ewing Shu responded vaguely, pointing toward the bathroom. Hurry up and wash up, then get some rest. We still need to go gear shopping before heading into the desert this evening. Okay. Bai Xiao Shui reluctantly gazed at the rubber plate, stored it in her storage ring, and shuffled into the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water could be heard. Ewing Shu blinked, thinking that Shiji must possess the legendary obedient trait. The kind of girl who does whatever she is told. Whether it was transferring money, tossing a coin, or anything else along the way, had she not complied with every request. With this in mind, she gradually gained courage. Little by Shiji, hurry up and wash, okay? Immediately, Bai Xiao Shui's strong voice came from the bathroom. Did you just call me little Bai? No, I can't. Oh, I'm clearly older than you. But I want to call you that. Ewing Shu insisted on her stubborn request. Indeed, Bai Xiao Shui's attitude immediately softened. Well, okay, in consideration of you being my only friend then. Only friend? The girl interrupted her. How could that be? Bai Shiji was beautiful and powerful. How could she not have a single friend? While others refuse to hang out with me, so they can't be considered friends. Oh, why not? They say I will curse them. It's disgusting. If they don't want to be with me, they should just say so, instead of using such unfounded excuses as a shield. Even the sound of rushing water couldn't drown out the fierce denunciation coming from the bathroom. It was clear that Bai Xiao Shui was genuinely outraged. Ewing Shu reflected on the experiences they had shared along the way. Although it had been a bit unlucky, it was still acceptable. She curiously asked, have you ever cursed someone? How could I? I have never done such a thing, and besides, I don't know any Slavic witchcraft. The voice in the bathroom continued in indignation, then suddenly stopped. What happened? Did the water stop? I was only halfway through washing. How annoying. Choo 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 choo. In the tropical desert climate of the Pyramid Kingdom, the temperature varies significantly between day and night, and by evening it finally becomes cool. The owner of the Inn, Boss Neo, drove them to an outdoor sports store in the city as promised. Although the sign indicates outdoor sports, it is essentially a clothing store. While there are many clothes suitable for desert climate adventures, there is not a single piece of more specialized equipment. At least Bai Xiao Shui had researched beforehand and prepared a checklist, but they only managed to purchase about 40% of the items on it. Back in the car, Boss Neo was fiddling with the checklist, rubbing his chin with a troubled expression, hesitating to speak. However, his eyes kept darting towards the two girls. Although most of the attention was drawn to senior sister Xiao Bai, Ewing Shu was still clutching her clothes, trying hard to shrink into the corner of the back seat. Both of them had changed into clothes suitable for desert exploration. Initially, Ewing Shu did not want to change, but the clothes that Shangwan Xian had bought for her were not resistant to sand and dust, so she had to switch to specialized gear. Contrary to her previous expectations of a more casual outfit, the specialized clothing not only went against her wishes, but also felt like it was speeding down a highway. Due to the direct sunlight in the desert causing rapid water loss, it is essential to cover every inch of exposed skin if one wishes to explore the vast desert for an extended period. The long-sleeved and long-pants outfit made from special materials that reflect sunlight and allow heat to dissipate was a must, along with a headscarf, sun hat, windproof goggles, neck gaiter, and gloves. Even the shoes were specially made high-top travel boots designed with leg covers to prevent sand and dust. While such a snug fit might lead to significant physical exertion, the two of them were cultivators possessing strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Instead, preventing water loss was of utmost importance. Indeed, both of them had storage rings, but how much space did those things really have? Just enough for the size of a suitcase, and even if they filled it with water, it wouldn't last long. However, this special clothing posed a new problem for Ewing Shu. To prevent excessive sweat from raising the temperature inside the clothing while ensuring breathability to avoid discomfort for the wearer, the garments fit closely against the body. Moreover, they were extremely thin, thinner than her warm white silk outfit. Although the outfit was gray to maintain modesty and had a light jacket and small shorts over it, to Ewing Shu it felt no different from directly exposing her thighs. What? Oh no, this is unacceptable. Previously, when wearing white silk, she could still cover it with denim, but now it's just out in the open. Although she could see many people dressed this way on the streets, and it was indeed more comfortable than being drenched in sweat, this was still too embarrassing. In any case, it all comes down to strength. Once she reaches the Golden Core stage, deserts and polar regions will pose no trouble as long as protective measures are in place. Even leaping into a volcano wouldn't be an issue. But at the foundation establishment stage, it's essentially like those innate level martial artists from martial arts novels. Throw Yang Ding Tian into the Sahara, and he would still be helpless. Moreover, for those who practice immortal techniques, aside from being able to fly, they are not as proficient in other aspects compared to martial cultivators of the same level. Bai Xiaoshui was quite accustomed to this kind of attire, continuously scrolling through her phone while muttering irritably. GPS, satellite phone, compressed food, camping lamp, batteries. The diary left behind in the abandoned cave only had a single coordinate, which was quite broad. Additionally, the sand dunes in the desert are constantly shifting, and after all these years it is very likely that the area of that coordinate has been completely covered, meaning that the two of them might have to dig through sand for a long time. Without proper tools, they have to keep returning to the city for supplies. Not to mention that they were just foundation establishment cultivators with limited spiritual energy. Even if they could fly continuously, they wouldn't withstand such exertion. Frustrated, she finally questioned Boss Nyo directly. Why is there nothing here at the place you brought us to? Boss Nyo seemed to have been waiting for her to ask this question. He immediately shifted his gaze, started the car, and with a shrewd glint in his eyes replied, "Don't worry, this small town has just over 10,000 people, not even as many as our hometown's neighborhood. How could you find such professional equipment here?" He turned the car onto a different road than the one they came from, cheerfully saying, "I'll take you to a group of people who specialize in this. They go to the desert every day, so they must have what you need. You can buy second-hand items directly then." "All right, thank you, boss." Bai Xiaoshui has always maintained her polite demeanor. She behaved strangely formal. However, her irritation seemed to vanish, and it appeared she wouldn't have to chew on that rubber dish anymore. "No need to be polite." Boss Neo waved his hand with a sense of generosity. "We are all countrymen, half fellow townsfolk, right? We should help each other. By the way, where are you from?" "Yinbei." Ewing Shu quickly replied with 2 words, vague and brief, showing her unwillingness to converse further. She had already sensed something was off. In this tourist city near the desert, even if the population was small, there should definitely be someone selling professional exploration equipment. Moreover, during the drive to the store, Boss Neo had used the excuse of introducing local customs and landmarks to deliberately avoid the brightly lit, bustling areas, as if he were afraid they would see something. Ultimately, that sneaky look in his eyes seemed to indicate he wasn't a good person. Ewing Shu, who daily sought ways to do good, was far too familiar with this expression. Isn't there a saying, when fellow townsfolk meet, one might stab you in the back? Especially with someone as pretty as senior sister Xiao Bai around. Even her past self would have wanted to take a bite, and it wouldn't be impossible to lure someone into committing a crime. Yet Ewing Shu didn't warn Bai Xiaoshui. This straightforward sister might just ruin things. Cultivators have a crushing advantage over ordinary people, especially with Bai Xiaoshui, who is at the peak of foundation establishment, and Ewing Shu believed her own strength was not lacking either. Thus she had a little plan. Moreover, this plan just so happened to require an excellent actress who could convincingly play the fool to deceive the other party. Coincidentally, she had a perfect candidate. "Hey boss, why does it seem like we're heading out of the city?" Bai Xiaoshui immediately provided support. "Of course, those professional teams are stationed at the edge of the desert. Don't worry, I contacted them in advance, and someone is waiting for us." Boss Neo pressed the accelerator, increasing the speed, while handing over a bottle of water. "Buckle up, drink some water, take a break, we'll be there soon." "Oh." Bai Xiaoshui obediently took the water, but didn't drink it, placing it aside. Ewing Shu nodded calmly. It seemed the junior sister still had her guard up, knowing not to trust strangers completely. She recalled how the junior sister had acted when she first met that senior brother who stuffed her with love letters. Could it be that she only obeyed those she trusted? Leaving the city, the vast desert loomed close at hand, with yellow sand rolling from the distance, filling the eyes with swirling dust. The vehicle stopped behind a cliff and the gobi sheltered from the wind and sand, making it an ideal camping spot. At this moment the temperature had begun to drop significantly. A group of locals had just lit a fire to keep warm, surrounded by no tents, only two old jeeps. The tire tracks from their arrival stretched off into the distance, not yet buried by the yellow sand, indicating they had not been here long. Upon seeing them, Boss Neo flashed the headlights and drove the vehicle directly to the fire pit. He engaged the handbrake, removed the keys, opened the door, and jumped out in one fluid motion, then patted the car door and smirked at the two bewildered women, saying, "Get out, we've arrived." Of course, Yu Shu's bewilderment was feigned. She wasn't sure about Bai Xiaoshui's true state, but judging by her demeanor, if it was also an act, then her performance was quite impressive. "Hey boss, aren't we here to buy equipment? Where is it?" Bai Xiaoshui looked around. "I'm just the guide. For specifics, you'll have to talk to them," Boss Neo replied, vaguely pointing to the 8 men gradually surrounding them. Yu Shu squinted, gathering her spiritual energy to quickly scan the area, noticing that many of the men had bulging waists suggesting they were armed, and from the distant jeeps, a long gun barrel was faintly visible behind the glass. Tisk, the girl frowned slightly. Indeed, this was far from the peaceful and serene homeland. These people were armed with firearms. However, this was already the worst scenario she had anticipated. Those local cultivators couldn't possibly be involved in kidnapping, could they? After all, one wouldn't pay them in spirit stones for that. But it was still a troublesome situation. It's well known that firearms can injure cultivators, and only those at the Golden Core stage or above, and even then, with sufficient protection, might be able to withstand the damage from high-caliber sniper rifles. Just a possibility. As for those at the Foundation establishment stage, activating a spiritual shield could withstand a few shots from handguns, but they wouldn't be able to counter the rapid firing of bullets, while also consuming spiritual energy. So they could only wait until their assailants were close enough before taking action. Perhaps this was also why in recent years both Eastern and Western cultivators had been gradually decreasing. After decades of monotonous cultivation, to be taken down by a single bullet. Who could endure that? The Knights of the Middle Ages were part of the ruling class, able to issue bans on crossbows, but today's cultivators evidently lacked such power. While lost in thought, waiting for these men to come close enough to offer themselves up, Bai Xiaoshui suddenly let out a strange cry. "Smell. Junior sister, be careful. These people mean no good." Then she vanished. Disappeared. She vanished right before Yu Shu's eyes. Then she appeared in front of the nearest man, striking him with a palm that caved in his chest, leaving him on the brink of life and death, before vanishing again, just as the blood was about to spew from his mouth. Wow, that's too exaggerated. Yu Shu's first reaction was to marvel at Bai Xiaoshui's power. By heaven's grace, I am a cultivator myself with attributes far exceeding those of my peers, yet I couldn't even catch a glimpse of Junior Sister Bai's figure. Wait. Be merciful, Bai. Then he shifted his focus to the kidnappers, pleading, "Leave them some mercy." All right. After a resounding reply, Bai Xiaoshui reappeared in front of another man, delivering a punch that would likely put him out of commission for 3 years. "I meant to say leave a bit more mercy." Yu Shu spoke rapidly. "They might still have some use." With that, she shot a spiritual arrow with only half her strength at the man who reacted first, causing him to roll his eyes back and faint. She should learn from herself. In the blink of an eye, 2 partners were taken out, reducing their manpower by a quarter. Well, then how about this? Bai Xiaoshui appeared behind another armed man, carefully and gently, as if a young mother patting her baby, slapped the back of his head. The target was sent tumbling head over heels. "Are you some sort of scion?" Yu Shu was at a loss for words. No, they were all clearly cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. Even if you were at the peak of the crystallization stage, the gap in strength shouldn't be this vast. If I were to fight her, wouldn't I have no power to retaliate? Could it be that even a spirit realm cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against her? No wonder she dared to travel thousands of miles to North Africa to search for treasures. It seemed she was truly bold and talented. I was merely a bag holder and caretaker, while my senior sister was so formidable. Where would I fit into all this fighting? In the blink of an eye, 3 of the remaining 4 were taken down. The last man in a frenzy rushed towards Yu Shu, who had seemingly been idle the whole time, wanting to take her hostage and command the alien monster to stop. But Yu Shu lifted him effortlessly with one arm, slamming his head down hard onto the ground. Fortunately, the sand absorbed most of the impact, or he would have gone from a mild concussion to brain death. At this moment, the only ones still standing on the sandy ground were Bai Xiaoshui, Yu Shu, and Boss Neo, who seemed to have just seen an alien. Yu Shu busily cleaned the battlefield, collecting all the dangerous weapons carried by the lawless brothers and tossing them aside, leaving no weapon in the car untouched. She ignored Boss Neo, allowing him to tremble by the car door, weak and helpless. The foul stench emanating from him made even Bai Xiaoshui stand at a distance, watching her junior sister scurry about. "Senior sister Xiao, Bai, what's up with your strength? It's too powerful, isn't it?" Yu Shu asked while tidying up, directing her question to Bai Xiaoshui, who stood motionless nearby. She had no resentment towards her senior sister's inaction. The dirty work of cleaning up after the battle should naturally be done by a man like herself. The little fairy only needed to boost morale. Bai Xiao Shui waved her hand in front of her nose about to speak, but suddenly remembered something and quickly changed her tone. Did you just call me Xiao Bai during the battle? You didn't add senior sister, that's so rude. It was an emergency, you have to forgive me. Just answer the question quickly and satisfy my curiosity, okay? Yu Shu maintained a good attitude. Of course, it was also a spontaneous experiment. After all, calling a soft and delicate senior sister who was 2 heads shorter than oneself always felt a bit off. Moreover, in traditional films and novels, isn't it usually about senior brothers and junior sisters having stories? If we change it to a senior sister and an ambiguous gender junior brother, wouldn't that feel out of place? Even if she no longer felt anything towards women, now she couldn't guarantee it would always be this way. What if she was stimulated and experienced a second spring? It won't happen again. Bai Xiao Shui maintained strict defenses along every line, glancing at Boss Nyo, who seemed slightly more aware now, and without hesitation explained to her junior sister, "This is a secret technique I practice, burning my essence blood to temporarily enhance my physical capabilities." Essence blood. Yu Shu was taken aback. She understood each word separately, and theoretically, she should possess it too. But together she had only heard of it, and had no idea what it really was. Just hearing the name made it clear that it was something very important, right? Wouldn't it be wasteful to use it against a few ordinary people? Yes, that's why I need to recover briefly now. Bai Xiao Shui misunderstood, and didn't explain the origin of essence blood, but was instead describing her own condition. Don't worry, it will be fine in a few minutes, and I'll help you then. A few minutes? You recover that quickly? Yu Shu was surprised again. Was it really the kind of thing she thought? No wonder it seemed like something a boss would use in a fit of rage, casually using the first move. Bai Xiao Shui chuckled, displaying her ability to impress her junior sister. Normally a regular person would need at least a few days to recover, but I'm different. Since I was young, I've had a special constitution. As long as I don't consume too much essence blood, it's not a big deal. Yu Shu immediately put on an encouraging expression as if coaxing a child. That's amazing. By the way, how did you notice that these people were problematic? Could it be that senior sister Xiao Bai was actually deep and unassuming, wise yet foolish, and had been prepared all along, making everything prior a highly realistic performance? Indeed, she was an expert. However, Bai Xiao Shui shook her nose and denied her guess. My nose is very sensitive. I can smell not just sense, but also danger. So your sense of smell must have saved you many times, right? Yu Shu's tone was filled with jealousy. What a ridiculous talent. Of course. Bai Xiao Shui lifted her head, anticipating her junior sister's admiration. What she didn't mention was that her keen sense of smell, akin to a sixth sense, had more than just those two functions. She could also recognize people and objects. That was why she trusted her junior sister so much. However, Yu Shu was not easily manipulated. She turned away and waved at Boss Nyo, pointing at the unconscious people sprawled on the ground. Go find some rope and tie them all up. At this point, she had efficiently collected all the hot weapons and tossed them into a pile, casually stealing a revolver with an impressively large barrel from it. She had all of them in her storage ring. As a boy, how could she not love playing with guns? However, there was a strict rule in Songmang City prohibiting disciples from bringing any firearms back to Huaxia, so she didn't dare let Bai Xiao Shui see her little theft. It seemed this was also a rule shared by all sects and forces throughout Huaxia. To ensure firearms do not circulate within the country, the lives of practitioners could be maximally safeguarded. Of course, those that slipped in privately were still problematic. They just tried to minimize it. But overseas, it was still permissible to use them. Yu Shu raised a desert eagle, pointing it at Boss Nyo, and barked, "Move quickly." At this moment, she even wished Boss Nyo would resist, that way she would have a chance to test the gun. However, Boss Nyo did not resist. Having survived in a foreign land, until now he still had a sense of the bigger picture. The previously enthusiastic bed and breakfast owner now displayed his efficient nature, quickly retrieving 2 tow cables from his vehicle and swiftly binding the 8 remaining conscious individuals together back to back. After finishing, he slightly bent forward and stood to the side, waiting for new instructions. Yu Shu was about to tease him again when she noticed the strongest among the trapped men had already woken up. The moment the man opened his eyes, he instinctively reached for his gun, but upon realizing his hands and feet were tied, he immediately glared at the girl, aiming a gun at him. Everything had happened too quickly. He didn't even know how he lost. Since he couldn't comprehend it, he set it aside for now. The only thing he could confirm was that this girl's gun-holding posture was all wrong. In that case, he immediately resorted to provocation to break her mental defenses, simultaneously using a fierce shout and a small movement to rouse his comrades. "Who are you? If you're still holding a gun, but you probably don't even know how to use it right." "Who said that?" Yu Shu seized the opportunity, feeling ecstatic as she pulled the trigger only to find it wouldn't budge. The man was about to sneer when he realized she had already figured out the problem: the safety. Without any hesitation, she disengaged the safety and pulled the trigger again. Still, the gun did not fire. The man no longer dared to sneer. All he felt was cold sweat, because the girl, who looked excited with bright eyes, had already racked the slide and aimed at him again. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his scalp. The recoil is that strong. Awesome, let me try again. Wait. I surrender. We surrender. Specially engineered off-road tires, deeply grooved and robust, resist sinking into the fine sands of the desert. Exceptionally high suspension and sealed wheel hubs further prevent sand from infiltrating the vehicle's internal structure, enabling these modified Jeeps to race across the Sahara at high speed. A dark cascading curtain of dust rose behind the wheels, strikingly vivid against the night sky. Boss Neo drove the lead vehicle ferrying 3 burly kidnappers, while Bai Xiaoxue rode shotgun, guiding the route via GPS navigation. Yu Yingshu followed in the second Jeep with 4 other imposing men, deliberately maintaining distance to avoid the trailing sand cloud. Under cover of darkness, they advanced steadily toward the heart of the desert. Each vehicle carried a walkie-talkie, but per Bai Xiaoxue's instruction, the lead vehicle had switched theirs off, activating it only upon receiving a call. It wasn't due to low battery. The 2 Jeeps, specially modified, each carried 3 large fuel drums in their rear compartments. Conservatively driven, they could easily cross the entire desert. Moreover, as long as the engine ran, the battery supplied infinite power to the walkie-talkies. The real issue was the unbearable noise emanating from the trailing vehicle. It was unbearably loud. Even so, that warped, oddly pitched sound, distorted yet unmistakable, traveled over dozens of meters, piercing through the sandstorm and car windows, weaving itself into the roar of the engine and flooding the ears of everyone in the lead vehicle. The sun shines bright, flowers bloom, birds chirp, early. Why do you carry an explosive pack? Shh. A North African Coptic man sang the nursery rhyme in halting Mandarin from the rear Jeep. They truly tried their best. The fault lay entirely with Yu Yingshu's voice, a cacophony of all 5 tones, none in tune, like a cracked gong. If the teacher taught wrongly, how could students be blamed? Yu Yingshu's bizarre performance stemmed solely from a bonus quest that refreshed at sunset. Teach a fish basic randomly. Select 1 cultivation technique from your skill slot and teach it to 3 others. 03. Selected Spirit Arrow Needle. Reward Abdominal Chi Ascension Art, an upper-rank junior-tier cultivation art of the ancient Liso sect, linking the Dantian and the spiritual sea to replenish mental energy with Qi. Another technique, this time from the Liso sect, a sect Yu Yingshu had long observed with quiet interest. In antiquity, many sects cultivated the divine sense, but only the Liso sect practiced dual cultivation techniques to expand the spiritual sea and temper the mind. Linking this to the earlier acquisition of the sun-stealing art, and indeed every subsequent technique granted by the system focusing exclusively on divine sense refinement, she could no longer ignore the pattern. Thus she had to claim this reward. Yet the problem remained. Yu Yingshu had no idea how to cultivate the Spirit Arrow Needle. Was the quest then theoretically impossible to complete? Even a skilled craftsman cannot forge without raw material. She was utterly at a loss. So she resolved to probe for loopholes in the system. After all, the quest description never specified successful instruction, did it? Would it suffice if those being instructed genuinely believed they were learning the Spirit Arrow Needle, and if she herself made a sincere, visible effort to teach it? With no better option, she opted for desperate measures, treating a dying horse as if it might still live. And thus the absurd scene unfolded. Poor those Coptic men. They didn't even know what Spirit Arrow Needle meant, let alone its arcane, tongue-twisting verses. They honestly believed they were learning a Chinese nursery rhyme named Spirit Arrow Needle, and Yu Yingshu taught it precisely as such. Perhaps this wasn't a loophole at all. The current quest was merely basic. At intermediate or advanced tiers, the requirement might well escalate from teaching to successfully teaching. Naturally subjected to such torment, the Coptic men sought resistance. They couldn't match the petite woman in the lead vehicle, who with one hand alone could lift an entire car, but the tall, long-legged woman in the rear vehicle. So far she displayed no extraordinary ability, wielding only a handgun to assert dominance. Surely subduing her wouldn't be difficult. That was after all their trade. A single firearm, intended to suppress 4 men. And worse, even more outrageous, she claimed they smelled, forbidding them from approaching her. Hey, you're sitting in the back seat. Unlike Bai Xiaoxue, who sat calmly in the front passenger seat of the lead vehicle, the rear Jeep's front passenger seat became a chaotic stack, occupied by several Coptic men piled atop one another. The entire rear bench was reserved solely for Yu Yingshu, reclining languidly, legs draped casually over the open window. Even the Geneva Conventions offered more humane treatment to prisoners of war. Yet truth be told, the long-legged woman held a loaded gun, and her demeanor suggested she'd welcome the chance to any actual resistance risked casualties, and no one wished to be that casualty. Better then to negotiate. Finally, during a lull in rehearsal, the men exchanged glances and began gesturing animatedly while speaking rapidly in their native tongue. Yu Yingshu, a student who slept through lectures and barely grasped English, was utterly lost. She kicked the driver's seat back sharply from behind. The driver instantly understood, handing her the onboard walkie-talkie. Calling Xiaobai. Her clear, crisp voice crackled over the lead vehicle speaker. Bai Xiaoxue picked up the microphone and pressed the transmit button, not asking the purpose but firmly reasserting her boundary. You must address me as senior sister. I am your elder after all. But don't walkie-talkie protocols require code names. Films always use them. Black Hawk, Red Arrow Shepherd. Your code name is Xiaobai. Yu Yingshu always had a ready excuse. Oh, really? Bai Xiaoxue predictably disarmed paused, then asked, so, what is it Shu Shu? She'd just improvised a code name for her junior sister. Uncle here needs Boss Nyo to translate what they're saying. Yu Yingshu replied lazily, idly miming a pistol gesture toward the front seat. A casual, effortless motion that sent shivers down the Coptic men's spines, fearing she might accidentally discharge it and eliminate one of them at random. Boss Nyo immediately began conversing with them in Arabic. Moments later he reported, they're begging for mercy. Well, truthfully, we came to sell you equipment. I'm merely a broker, whatever they do bears no relation to me. I'm innocent. He'd repeated similar pleas countless times along the way, yet yielded little effect. Repeating them now elicited no particular reaction, for he'd already anticipated the outcome. Sure enough, Bai Xiaoxue dismissed him outright. No, I never make mistakes, and all the equipment is vehicle-mounted. Do you intend to sell me a whole car? Humph. Shu Shu, be careful. They may turn hostile toward you. Don't worry, I'm Uncle here. Oh, blast it. I'm seriously angry now. The sudden tension in the lead vehicle shifted moods instantly. The others grew excited. If the rear vehicle subdued the long-legged woman, perhaps they could leverage the petite one into releasing them. Bai Xiaoxue, however, tensed. What happened? Oh, nothing. Yu Yingshu's voice continued languid and unruffled as if nothing had occurred. They briefly seized my gun, so I knocked them all unconscious. By the way, send someone over to drive. A collective mournful sigh rose from the Coptic men in the lead vehicle. Though they couldn't understand her words, the serene cadence of her voice betrayed her unscathed state. This woman too possessed supernatural abilities. As those wandering on the edge of the world, the kidnappers surely understood the existence of superpowers and had even had the fortune to encounter two of them. However, those two did not leave much of an impression on them. One could spit fire while the other had limbs that could stretch like rubber, yet they were not much more than that. Times of such matters could be resolved with a single bullet. If that failed, then two would suffice. However, the two Eastern girls they encountered today taught them what it meant to be outclassed. One could be likened to a close combat Astro Boy, though short, her low center of gravity made her faster. The other was even more terrifying. She seemed to be a mental powerhouse capable of rendering someone unconscious with merely a glance. Moreover, her strength was formidable. Among the four who had just attempted to seize the gun, 3 fell unconscious in an instant, while the remaining driver attempting to grab the gun was instantly punched through his seat, giving them the middle finger. The driver was immediately paralyzed with fear. It wasn't until they reached the destination mentioned by the short woman and revived the 4 unconscious men that the other kidnappers learned what had transpired. They then realized they might never escape. Guns were fast at 7 steps away and accurate and quick within 7 steps, but no speed could match a mere thought from these girls. Moreover, another significant reason for their pessimistic thoughts was that these 2 girls could actually fly. Upon arriving at their destination, the 2 soon soared into the sky, surrounded by a mist circling around as they surveyed a vast area. When they returned to the makeshift camp formed by the angle of 2 vehicles, they were surprised to find all 8 kidnappers lying dejectedly on the ground, appearing unwilling to rise no matter what. The camp they had been ordered to set up had barely gotten started, not a single thing had been completed. Boss Nyo stood to the side, chuckling wryly. Upon seeing the 2 women return, he immediately reported, they think they have no chance of survival. However, since you both so openly display your powers, you must feel the same way, right? His tone was equally pessimistic as he leaned casually against the vehicle, but at least he was still standing. Not at all. We don't have to abide by any celestial rules here. Yu Yingshu waved her hands repeatedly. The Maltese knights from the foreign side during summer weren't any different in behavior while in the country. Revealing supernatural abilities in broad daylight wasn't something they should be concerned about. Moreover, the girl had long anticipated the kidnapper's psychological state and immediately said to Boss Nyo, translate for us. We need to search this vast area for a mysterious building which is indistinct in shape and location and should have been buried by sand. Let them spread out to search. Every half day they can come to me for water and food. Whoever finds it first can take enough resources to leave on their own. This was Yu Yingshu's initial plan. The coordinates that Bai Xiaoxue found only provided degrees, but not seconds, representing an area almost 2 kilometers wide. Even with her subpar mathematics skills, she could deduce that the area covered by yellow sand was nearly 4,000 square meters, and searching solely with the 2 of them would likely take several days. It just so happened that tools were delivered to them, so why not take advantage of them? This way they could simply sit quietly with her senior sister and enjoy their little world together. They need not worry about the kidnappers escaping. Out in the vast Sahara with no supplies, any attempt to run would mean death. It was better to work for themselves and strive for a slim chance of survival. After all, they were criminals. Dancing on the knife's edge, if such a day came, it was only fitting. Boss Neo had already conveyed the girl's intentions to the kidnappers, and they indeed perked up sitting up from the ground. However, they still didn't start working, but continued to discuss among themselves. Are we 9 people, and only one can survive? Boss Neo synthesized everyone's opinions and took on the role of negotiator and intermediary. Without a second thought, Yue Shu brought up a domestic variation of a popular show. Don't rush, this is just I will occasionally fly overhead to see who is slacking and who is diligent. At the end of the day, the most diligent one will receive extra rations. And when the place is found, those with perfect attendance can leave with us. The overseas Chinese boss Neo sensed an inexplicable familiarity work in the dark. You should conserve your strength during the day. He looked at the girl, hoping she wouldn't do anything reckless. Fortunately, Yue Shu nodded brightly. Of course, I value human rights. Overtime is entirely voluntary. Everyone move. Don't forget you don't have the power to negotiate with me. Saying this, she raised her Desert Eagle and fired 5 shots into the sky. What a thrill. Finally finding an opportunity to play with a gun, the girl breathed in the scent of gunpowder, feeling elated. This is what men should be playing with. Yue Shu sat in the driver's seat, reclined the backrest, and propped her legs on the steering wheel, swaying them as she played with the Desert Eagle. She continually chambered and ejected rounds, pressing the bullets while listening to the crisp sound of the mechanical springs, utterly enamored. Just moments ago, during a break, Yue Shu successfully made a few kidnappers sing a terrible tune in flawless Mandarin identical to her own off-key rendition, once again bypassing the system's detection and earning rewards. However, the overall task of signing in for 7 days had not yet been completed, and the Fukikinjuan had not been granted to her temporarily, leaving her unable to utilize it. Bai Xiaoshui sat properly beside her, habitually peering around every few minutes. By this time, the sky had begun to lighten, and the temperature in the desert started to rise. The kidnappers, exhausted after half a night's labor, lay resting in the shade formed by the vehicle and a makeshift tent. Don't worry, they won't escape. Senior sister, just relax, Yue Shu said as she pointed the gun out of the window, accompanying it with sound effects. Bang! Bang! In the middle of the desert, anyone who can run out without supplies, I respect him as a man. Bayu! 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 The quirky sounds made by Xiao Shui keep glancing over. Finally unable to hold back, she said, Can you not play with that thing? It's not only unhelpful to your skills, but also very dangerous. Earlier, when junior sister fired at the sky, a bullet fell and hit my head. Oh, no way. Scientific studies show that the probability is quite low. Yue Shu expressed her disbelief. I'm not lying. Bai Xiaoshui crossed her arms, continuing to survey the surroundings, her cheeks puffed up, feeling a sense of grievance. At that time, junior sister fired 5 shots, 4 bullets hit my forehead, and only 1 landed on my shoulder. How can the probability be considered low? It should clearly be 100%. Suddenly, Yue Shu shoved the gun under senior sister's nose, showing off. Smell this, smell this. The lingering scent of gunpowder and gun oil mixed with the mechanical aroma is so delightful. Bai Xiaoshui hurriedly pushed the girl away. Although she knew the gun was unloaded and safety was on, everyone knew this girl was reckless and unpredictable. What if something unexpected happens? Although her head is hard, being hit by such a caliber would surely cause a large... Moreover, as a young girl, how could she possibly like such things? Wouldn't it be better to play with a jump ball, frisbee, or chew toys? Having both movement and stillness is the choice of a normal person, right? But how could Yue Shu give up on promoting her interests? She leaned in closer, pulling the trigger to listen to the sound, while constantly asking, So senior sister, what scent do you like? This was not just a casual question. She had ulterior motives. Once she knew the answer, she would secretly remember it to buy a similar perfume in the future to please senior sister. She thought this little fairy must prefer floral scents, right? To her surprise, Bai Xiaoshui did not answer her question at all, merely shaking her head repeatedly and pushing her aside. Then she excused herself to go to the bathroom and quickly ran away. Yue Shu watched her sister's retreating figure, scratching her head, perplexity bouncing around in her mind. Then, gathering her courage, she was about to chase after her, using her captivating appearance to peek openly, when she saw Boss Neo, who had just been resting, suddenly jump up, carrying a bumper plate removed from the truck and striding towards the designated work area. Without uttering a word, the other kidnappers watched Boss Neo's actions with curiosity. Yue Shu quickly understood that this sly boss must have deliberately concealed details about the blessings during the translation process. Was he afraid others would steal his credit? Without a doubt, he would vehemently deny it. After all, I couldn't understand Arabic, and there was no internet signal in this place, making translation software useless. The girl took out a small notebook, hovering above Boss Neo, writing and drawing while nodding exaggeratedly with an expression of immense satisfaction. A few black uncles saw her demeanor and seemed to realize something, but after exchanging glances, none of them moved. What's going on? Yue Shu scratched her head in frustration. Are they looking for trouble? She tried to raise her gun, but hesitated and lowered it. She had previously boasted that she wouldn't force the kidnappers to work overtime, and now if she went back on her word, she didn't know if the system would determine it as lying. Turning her head to look at Boss Nyo's back, she suddenly realized that it was unclear whether Boss Nyo was hiding something from the group of kidnappers, or if the kidnappers were hiding something from Boss Nyo. It seemed like Boss Nyo was being excluded from the labor group. But what other situation could there be? The girl looked around first, scanning the black uncles lying motionless on the ground, finding no issues, then focusing her gaze on the vehicle-mounted walkie-talkie. Neither she nor senior sister had driver's licenses, so the kidnappers were the ones driving. Could there be any problems? As her thoughts shifted, she looked up and saw Bai Xiao Shui flying over. This sister, strong enough to clash with a crystallized being, surprisingly wore a hint of panic on her face, waving her arms while pointing to the north, seemingly not specifying a particular point. Over there, over there. A dozen vehicles are coming. Without her saying it, Ewing Shu also saw the dust kicked up by the distant convoy. Run! The girl decisively waved her hand. As mere Foundation establishment cultivators, they could not withstand bullets. If they remained in place waiting to be surrounded, they might not even be able to escape. What about them? Bai Xiao Shui looked at the kidnappers who were slowly sitting up on the ground. Kill them, Ewing Shu said without hesitation, raising her gun to fire. The gunfire echoed far in the vast desert. Keeping these people would only provide aid to the enemy, and they would inevitably attract pursuers. What a pity. Ewing Shu shook her head, looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, filled with a hint of reluctance. A bald, unshaven man stared grimly at the corpses sprawled haphazardly across the sand, his brows knotted in tension. A thick hand-rolled cigarette shifted restlessly between his lips as he scanned the desolate expanse, edgy, agitated, on edge. One of his underlings jumped down from the jeep and shouted, "These are the two vehicles that were hijacked, boss." Obvious nonsense. Tell me something useful. You will. The underling stammered, tongue-tied. After all, a car was just a car. No trace, no lead, nothing. Yet one vehicle's driver's seat bore a clean circular perforation, likely caused by gunfire. Strangely, there was neither gunpowder residue nor any visible bullet hole. Moreover, the passenger seat of that same vehicle had collapsed under prolonged excessive weight. It was nearly inconceivable how 10 seasoned men could be overpowered, transported so far, and slaughtered to the last by two foreign girls. Finding no clues, the bald boss kicked a furious spray of sand into the air, his narrow eyes darting furtively toward the two distant vehicles parked at the farthest edge, doors locked tight, windows veiled behind opaque light-blocking film. Boss, are they even legit? Could they be frauds? His underling edged closer, deflecting his own incompetence with a change of subject. Humph. How many years have you been in this trade? How much have you truly seen? Keep your voice down. Never utter such words in their presence, the bald boss warned cautiously. No matter what abilities they display, do not ask. And speak of them sparingly, even to outsiders. In this region of the Pyramid Nation-state, oversight remained weak. No law explicitly forbade cultivators from manifesting supernatural abilities. Thus, restraint relied entirely on self-discipline. Each year, countless foreign tourists strolled local streets and witnessed street performers, snake charmers, fire breathers, tarot readers, crystal gazers, or rope climbers, seemingly ascending into thin air. They'd toss a few coins, smile, and walk away, blissfully unaware that these were no illusionists but genuine adepts wielding real power. Just as the underling leaned in for more insider insight, the boss's expression suddenly tightened. He spat his ever-present cigarette onto the ground, buried it hastily beneath a flurry of sand, then waved frantically to dispel the lingering smoke. He looked exactly like a man who'd just spotted his father-in-law approaching. Following his gaze, the underling saw 7 figures, 4 men and 3 women, each distinct in bearing, emerge from the 2 distant vehicles. One man, dreadlocks coiling like serpents, seemed to sense the stare, and turned sharply, locking eyes directly with him. Instantly, the underling heard the thunderous recitation of the Nile's ancient epics roaring inside his skull. He no longer stood on desert sands. He sank breathless into crushing depths, each inhalation compressing his lungs like iron vices. Only when the boss clapped his shoulder did he jolt back to awareness, as if struck by lightning. The hallucination vanished. Before him stretched only endless barren dunes. What was that? He stammered. Only now, after enduring it, did he grasp the sheer folly and arrogance of his earlier skepticism. Don't ask. Don't speak, the bald boss murmured enigmatically, then slapped the underling's back. Take a few brothers. Guard those 2 vehicles tightly. There's a prisoner inside. Under no circumstances must he escape. Yes, sir. Understanding instantly that this order was meant to shield him from the hostile adepts, keeping him apart, safe from their presence, he accepted with deep, silent gratitude. To perceive his slander from afar, that was divinity itself. Surely those 2 foreign girls who hijacked the convoy would soon be captured without resistance. When gods act, how long can mortals possibly evade fate? Rumors said the girls would first locate a certain site, then be handed over to them. Once delivered, they'd be broken, then sold. Revenge served cold and complete. He schemed, darkly stealing glances as he passed the 7 adepts, each radiating an aura unmistakably utterly beyond human norm. One's eyes burned crimson, another's earlobes hung unnaturally long, a third's teeth jutted grotesquely outward. Yet another walked with knees bent backward, limbs defying natural articulation, among countless other anomalies. All matched the descriptions of celestial beings from myth. Where then had the boss encountered such divine lineage? He watched stunned as those deities approached the boss, the man who commanded scores of men and fleets of armored vehicles, who ruled the desert with ruthless impunity, and bowed his head deeply reverently. So even the mightiest mortals, no matter how fearsome, dared not stand upright before true divinity. Indeed, he had overstepped, gravely. Among the adepts, a woman wearing an ornate, expressionless mask addressed the bald boss. No formal obeisance is required, only sincere humility within the heart. From this moment your entire force falls under our command. Her tone remained courteous, unlike the others who refused even to speak. Unlike Eastern cultivation systems, powers here arose solely from awakened bloodlines of the ancient gods, particularly in the Pyramid Nation and among the Camel tribes. Much like certain southern regions, these awakened ones called themselves divine descendants. Many deemed conversation with mortals beneath them. Even eye contact was forbidden for the most extreme. Some had even begun gathering disciples, openly founding sects of their own. Faced with the masked woman's decree, the bald boss offered no resistance, bowing low, hands clasped, surrendering command without hesitation. Yet he retained one subtle safeguard: whatever instructions you give, please direct them through me. I will obey without question. He intended to serve as sole intermediary, to retain influence lest he be stripped entirely of authority and left utterly alone. The masked woman saw his calculation clearly and made no objection. Such men lived perpetually on the blade's edge, steeped in violence and guilt. Haunted and paranoid, they'd shatter instantly, without loyal subordinates to command. Though no true alliance existed, gods needed no partnership with mortals. His forces remained useful. Pressing too hard would yield no advantage. After all, capturing those 2 Eastern girls demanded little effort. Very well. Scatter your men across this area. Use every means at your disposal to excavate the sands. Seek an ancient ruin bearing distinct Eastern architectural motifs. She spoke calmly to the bald boss, revealing the true purpose behind bringing so many mortals along. He readily agreed, then added with feigned concern, and the 2 women. They had annihilated his fully armed convoy outright. According to intercepted radio chatter relayed from the vehicles, they might still be lurking nearby. Wouldn't such excavation prove perilous under those conditions? Attend only to your task. Worry about nothing else. Within half an hour both will be dismembered, hands and feet severed, and cast before your feet, the masked woman declared, nodding toward the dreadlocked man beside her. Truly the progeny of gods. I shall await your triumph with reverence. The bald boss watched awestruck as the dreadlocked man stepped forward, placed his palm upon the vehicle seat, closed his eyes, and stood motionless. Even his voice dropped to a hushed whisper, but please, spare their limbs. Intelligence suggests they're exceptionally beautiful, valuable commodities, surely worth a fortune. To this mortal plea the masked woman did not refuse. Instead she nodded graciously. Then render them mindless instead. Scramble their cerebral matter into slurry. Your buyers won't object, I imagine. After all, it was merely one additional step. Then the dreadlocked man slowly raised his arm, pointing southeast. Found it, she murmured, a cold smile curling her lips, just as a muffled, sickening crack erupted from within his skull, like a firecracker detonating in dense flesh. His eyes flooded crimson, blood gushed from nose, ears, mouth, and eyes. Still rigid, still pointing southeast, he crumpled silently to the sand. Yu Yingshu collapsed, clutching her head, nearly fainting. Bai Xiao Shui quickly supported her, and then heard the girl's voice faintly coming through. Run. Run quickly. Her mental energy had been severely overdrawn, and it felt as if someone was continuously extracting her brain's essence with a syringe. The 2 girls who had just hidden behind a sand dune suddenly felt themselves locked onto by a distant mental energy. However, the more powerful Bai Xiao Shui had no means to respond, so Yu Yingshu recklessly launched a counterattack following the source of the mental energy. Perhaps the opponent didn't expect her to have any means of attack from such a distance. As a result, the opponent's mental energy was entirely projected outward, spreading broadly to track and search. Yu Yingshu was not adept in such techniques and applications, feeling ashamed of her inadequacy. She hadn't even learned mental defense, only knowing how to attack. Fortunately, the opponent had no defense, exposing their own spiritual sea entirely. The girl gathered all her strength along with her resentment towards her body, the lost dragon, the few grains of sand permanently stuck to her collarbone, and her underwear that hadn't been washed for 3 days. All of these resentments surged into the unguarded mind of the scout. Yu Yingshu didn't know how the opponent fared, but the feeling of being locked on had vanished. At the same time, she realized how perilous a battle using divine sense for offense could be. It was akin to a ranged duel with flying swords, yet the speed was far greater than that of the swords. A moment's carelessness could lead to cerebral death. However, her senior sister was so soft, holding her was just right for rubbing against her. It was so touching and blissful, unlike her own situation, where she couldn't reach out. But, besides feeling touched and happy, what about desire? What would her body desire? Would she end up being self-sufficient? She also wanted to find a girl to play house with. At that time, she would play the role of the mother, the girl would play the child crying out for food, and she would rush over to feed her, then they would roll together, just like in some comics. Oh, just thinking about it was thrilling. But now it seemed impossible. Oh, that's so tragic. The frantic girl squirmed, immediately attracting Bai Xiaoshui's attention, who exclaimed in delight, "Ah, junior sister, you're awake." "Yes. My head still hurts a little, but it's not serious." Yu Yingshu swallowed her cries of despair, shaking her head. With her senior sister's help, she stood back up. "Wait, what do you mean awake? I just fainted. Just for a little while." Bai Xiaoshui nodded, looking up at her taller junior sister, trying to tiptoe to smooth her messy hair that was covered in sand, fulfilling her role as an elder. But in the end, she could only pat her shoulder in vain. Then she turned away in frustration, biting down on her teeth in a low growl. "Humph. Now that junior sister is awake, it's time for me to strike back. Those pesky flies have been trailing us from a distance. It's so annoying." Yu Yingshu immediately used her mental energy to enhance her perception, but was instantly met with a tearing headache. She was still in a state of overexertion. At this moment, she realized that the technique given by the system Fukiwanyuan was more important than she had anticipated. Bai Xiaoshui noticed her junior sister's predicament, waved her hand back, straightened her back, and took on the demeanor of an elder. "You step aside, a few little thieves are no match for me. It seems it's time for my weapon to see some action." "Weapon? What is little white senior sister's weapon?" Yu Yingshu's eyes sparkled. Faced with a formidable enemy, she was not nervous at all. They could just fly away. After all, both could fly. They were just circling nearby, fearing being driven too far away and losing their direction, which would waste time. Upon hearing her junior sister's question, Bai Xiaoshui raised her head proudly, standing like a sturdy pine under the blazing sun, and answered with unmatched confidence, "The foremost among weapons, the spear." "Spear." Yu Yingshu immediately pictured her short senior sister holding a cigarette with sunglasses, wielding a blue flame Gatling gun, firing away. Then she realized she had thought incorrectly. For in Bai Xiaoshui's hands a spear that was 3 times her height had. She held the spear in one hand, gripping it at a point a third of the way down, her feet riding on mist as she slowly ascended, exuding an air of majesty like a little Neza. Specifically the version of Neza as a child. Due to this delay, the 7 local ability users chasing from behind were already within close range, and they were delighted to see the 2 girls. Clearly the spiritless girl on the ground had lost her combat effectiveness. Could 7 gods lose? Even if she could fly, so what? Couldn't they fly too? Moreover, as long as they could capture the one remaining unresisting person and extract information about the ruins, they could achieve their goal. After a brief exchange of glances, 5 of them surrounded Bai Xiaoshui, while the other 2 charged directly at Yu. First deal with the weak, then besiege the strong. Bai Xiaoshui swept her spear, but she had no way to deal with the 2 enemies attacking her junior sister. These ability users had bizarre methods, and it would take her some time to handle her side. Bang! Then came a loud explosion as a man with nostrils wide enough to glare through punched Yu Yingshu, both of them pushed back by the force. Then a water blue small sword appeared out of nowhere, instantly freezing and piercing the heart of the big-nosed man. Transform water into sword. After instantly eliminating one person, Yu Yingshu scratched her head. Did she get something wrong? She was merely showing signs of external fatigue due to mental overexertion, yet her spiritual energy was still abundant, wasn't it? Seeing the superpower team instantly transformed from 7 into 6, the entire venue fell silent. Then Yu Yingshu took the opportunity to charge at the second enemy, approaching him swinging his fist. The opponent, holding a long staff, reacted quickly. Having just witnessed the girl's power, he dared not be reckless, and swiftly retreated while activating his divine power. This was the superpower. 2 enormous serpents made of sand rose upright, blocking the 2 of them. The swirling fine sand spread like mist. Yu Yingshu squinted, covering his face with one hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly advanced. His starting speed was so fast and powerful that it caused the yellow sand beneath his feet to explode into a circle resembling a blooming lotus. At this moment, the girl had only one thought in her mind: a man must not say he can't. She must quickly eliminate the enemy before her, and then help her senior sister. The several superhumans surrounding Bai Xiaoshui suddenly relaxed. The Desert Emperor feared nothing more than this kind of mindless close combat. Anyone who rushed into the attack range of those 2 serpents would be engulfed in an endless sand waterfall. The serpents were entirely composed of sand, no matter what means you used: swords, firearms, magic, or even rockets. Any wounds inflicted would only cause damage, but they would almost instantly reassemble, leaving the core unharmed. And the Desert Emperor would hide behind, continuously creating traps and whirlwinds for enemies deeply caught in the serpent's attack, ensuring they could not escape until death. As long as they entered the sand waterfall, even if they teamed up, they might not be able to escape. What about a mere frail little girl? Haha. The correct approach should be to stay away from the serpents and the sand waterfall, watching as the Desert Emperor exhausted his divine power and then easily defeating him. The battle is decided. The masked woman shouted loudly, her voice turning into a beast-like roar. The mask was pushed up and fell off, revealing a fierce beast face resembling a leopard behind it. Then she truly transformed into a beast. Agile and swift, she leaped twice across the sandy ground and pounced directly at Bai Xiaoxue. Even when struck aside by a spear, she merely rolled over. Bai Xiaoxue did not take the chance to pursue, partly because the other few were causing disturbances nearby, and partly because she wanted to break the barrier to rescue her junior sister. Yingshu was invited for training, so she certainly had the responsibility to protect her. Moreover, this new generation genius had only recently established her foundation. How much real combat experience could she have? One could tell from her rushing straight into the sand waterfall. At least she should observe first if those two serpents emerging from the ground would move. If she didn't rescue her soon, she would die. Bai Xiaoxue swept her gun horizontally, then stabbed at a sunglasses-wearing opponent, immediately consuming her blood essence to greatly enhance her own strength and speed. Just as she dashed a short distance, she was intercepted by another similarly fast white-haired superhuman. That superhuman had poor strength but extreme speed. With just this one block, she found herself surrounded again. Damn it! Bai Xiaoxue gritted her silver teeth, wielding her spear with great force, pushing back the tightly cooperating group and pursuing one of them, fiercely aiming to eliminate one person, first to relieve her pressure, before going to help Yingshu. I hope that my junior sister can hold on. This entire exchange happened in just a few seconds. Then in the next moment, the two serpents that were vaguely visible in the sand waterfall suddenly collapsed, as if a key block had been removed from a toy castle, no longer reassembling. Next, a figure burst forth from the sand waterfall wielding a stick, and from a distance, she swung it down toward the Desert Emperor. Observers thought she had lost her direction in the sand waterfall, unable to judge the distance. But that striking figure vanished in an instant, causing a wave of sand to rise on the desert, clearly showing her path of movement, and she appeared behind the Desert Emperor. 100 Saints Flash technique, and then the demon-breaking stick used to break the true form of the serpent and return it to sand accurately landed on the back of his head. Bang! With a dull sound, the Desert Emperor, being a quasi-magic-type profession, had not even reacted before being knocked to the ground. Yingshu did not let him off. Instead, she pointed her hand like a sword and cast Transform Water into sword, the icy little sword piercing his heart once again. Dispelling the little sword, the girl looked towards her senior sister, raising her hand to unleash two bolts of palm lightning, a thunderous roar accompanied by a dazzling flash, striking one of the medieval knight-like figures clad in armor who held a long sword. The conductive properties of the steel armor made him feel electrified. After shuddering all over, he immediately charged at the girl with his sword. Seeing that this mysterious Eastern girl could summon lightning, call forth swords, and perform something akin to teleportation, he judged that she might lean towards a magic-type profession. And since her previous magic had not caused him much harm, it was clear she couldn't break through his defenses. As a specialist in defense, he had no problem holding her off alone. But this armored man did not know that Yingshu's power was not entirely confined between magic and physical systems. In fact, the division was very vague for cultivators from the East, especially since she had embraced more new things. Bang! For example, a gun. Yingshu pulled out a large caliber revolver from her storage ring, and with one shot, even the attribute of 46 points of strength barely contained the recoil. Looking back at the opponent, the helmet had been pierced through with a hole the size of a finger, and one could clearly see the back through it. Huh. The girl blew at the muzzle from which smoke was rising, pretending to be cool and profound, and said, "Times have..." The battle soon came to an end. 3 of the 7 superhumans were slain by Yingshu, leaving 4 remaining to face the Eastern cultivators in a fortwo outcome, which was undoubtedly a loss. The combined strength of those 4 was not enough to match even one of Bai Xiaoxue. The credit for this battle should go to Yingshu, though it could be said to be somewhat of a fluke. Had the opponents not fallen one by one like the characters in a children's show, but instead 2 of them had held back Bai Xiaoxue, while the rest collectively attacked Yingshu, the outcome of this battle might have been different. After all, Bai Xiaoxue was indeed quite formidable. Victory would not have come so easily. Those local superhumans possessed strange abilities, and their strengths could not be judged by the ranks as in the East and West, yet each of their specialized powers surpassed that of Yingshu. At the very least, she should have sustained some minor injuries, not appearing so spirited now, hands on her hips in a commanding pose, while the other hand was already on her senior sister's head. Well done, little Bai Iou. The girl was indeed a bit carried away by her pride. Of course, she would face the iron fist of her senior sister, unable to reach her head and needing to jump to hit her face and finding it inappropriate to hit her chest or stomach for fear of internal injury. Bai Xiaoxue pondered and finally landed a punch on Yingshu's rear. Ouch! Yu Shu yelped, covering her bottom, as she felt tears welling in her eyes. Could it not hurt? Bai Xiao Shui was a body cultivator nearing crystallization. A single punch could send a car flying, and being struck herself felt like being rammed by a rhinoceros. Be a bit more polite. Sure thing, boss. Yu Shu promptly performed a submissive apology gesture. It seemed that her senior sister's intelligence had not yet dropped to the level where she could be easily toyed with. Regaining her calm demeanor after asserting her authority, Bai Xiao Shui crossed her arms and snorted. So what? Since her clever younger sister was doing the thinking, she could certainly take a break and just follow orders. Then go over there and bark like a dog. Oh, woof. Wow. Yu Shu, who had just gotten back up after covering her rear, wore a smile. It turned out that being beaten by a beautiful girl could be so much fun. After returning this time, she would definitely share this insight with Wen Dongyang, so he wouldn't keep circling around her every day. There are no one-way streets in this world. One must always be mindful of opportunities. Quickly go find a little sister. Before her senior sister could scold her, she shifted to the main topic. Now we wait. Wait. Bai Xiao Shui tilted her head. Were they not going to search for the ruins? Yu Shu immediately explained, these locals have brought so many people, they must be excavating the ruins, so why should we hurry? We can just wait to see the results. But what if they get in and take or destroy something important? Bai Xiao Shui was anxious, her fists clenched against her cheek. The girl had to put in a lot of effort to suppress her impulse to reach out and pat her head, continuing, how could that be? That's the burial site of an ancient elder. Even if there aren't enough resources to set up a secret realm, there will definitely be celestial methods to obstruct mortals from entering. Moreover, how could those locals dare to act recklessly without receiving responses from several leaders? The yellow bird waits behind. That's actually a good idea. But they won't just run away, right? They won't. The superhumans in leadership positions have only gone missing, and there's no concrete information about their deaths. Who knows if they've run away too far from us? In any case, I estimate they won't be restless for at least another day or two, but will continue with their excavation work. Yu Shu stroked her chin, her eyes gleaming, feeling capable of both charging into battle and devising strategies. She was truly well-rounded. It was just a pity if only she could switch her strengths and weaknesses. Unlike now, she could only endure the deep discomfort of uric acid. Bai Xiao Shui also understood her junior sister's plan and soared back into the air, saying, then shall we go back and observe from a distance? But what about afterwards? We'll talk about that later. Yu Shu waved her hand. She didn't have any better ideas at the moment. There were still dozens of people on site. Unlike those superhumans who prided themselves on not needing mortal weapons, everyone on the other side was armed. With the powerful firepower of modern weapons deployed, even a formidable body cultivator like Bai Xiao Shui would not dare to charge Hedon. It seemed they could only wait until these bandits took a break and then slowly deal with them. Though in the desert they would rest during the day, making such tasks even more difficult. Alternatively, they could wait until these bandits excavated the ruins, and if they couldn't enter before the superhumans returned and their patience ran out, they might leave together. But that might take many days. Thinking of this made Yu Shu particularly restless. She wanted to take a shower. The fine sand blown into her clothes was just too uncomfortable. Even the old version of herself could not have tolerated this, let alone her current body, which could not handle any dirt. Then we can only wait. Bai Xiao Shui shared the same frustration. The two girls slowly made their way toward the camping site. In the vast desert, the yellow sand had long since covered the traces of their arrival, and Yu Shu, having been born in modern times, was completely unable to determine directions. Fortunately, Bai Xiao Shui was there, her nose twitched repeatedly, resembling an old dog recognizing the path, guiding her junior sister back along the route they had come. After climbing the last sand dune, Bai Xiao Shui smiled foolishly. Yu Shu suspiciously sniffed her arm, then lowered her head to smell her armpit. Generally, this is where human body odor is strongest, but having found nothing, she shook her head. I didn't spray any perfume. It's your natural scent. You can't smell your own body odor. Bai Xiao Shui sniffed again. Whoever marries my junior sister in the future will be quite lucky. Go away, don't talk nonsense. Yu Shu waved her hand, as if swatting away flies, dismissing the hurtful remarks. Then she stopped responding, putting on a feigned angry look as she gazed at the campsite. Before them was an excavation site with 70 to 80 people scattered across 4,000 square meters of desert, wielding shovels and wooden boards, clearly well prepared. They were completely unprepared for potential attacks, yet every person carried a gun. This area was not small, but it wasn't large either. Once an attack occurred, everyone could rally for support within 2 minutes, making it quite challenging. Strangely, at the very end of the bandit convoy, close to the edge of the excavation area, 2 jeeps were parked, being carefully guarded by several men. Yu Shu committed this information to memory. Looking around again, she suddenly noticed that several brown boulders had already been unearthed at the other end. Found it! Bai Xiao Shui exclaimed. The greater number of people amplified their strength, and although luck played a role, the ruins being unearthed so quickly was indeed beyond her expectations. The bandits below were also spreading the news of this discovery, and everyone threw down their tools to gather around. They had no idea what they were digging for, but finding a mysterious structure in the Sahara was inherently intriguing and quite archaeological. However, the armed personnel guarding the two vehicles at the other end merely gazed toward the ruins without making little by. Since the Elder's Cave has already been found, we can't let these bandits go. Let's ambush those few and see what they are guarding. Yu Shu pointed toward the two vehicles, which were the jeeps occupied by several superhumans. A few individuals were almost instantly annihilated under the assault of by Xiaoxu's burning blood without even firing a shot. As a result, they failed to attract the attention of the bandits who were digging up the ruins and observing from several sand dunes away. Bai Xiaoxue stood quietly by regaining her blood essence and calming the turbulent spiritual energy, while Yu Shu directly opened the trunk of a jeep and locked eyes with a monk bound tightly with iron chains inside for several seconds. Wow! The girl finally exclaimed after a long time. Setting aside how an Eastern cultivator ended up captured so far away, the measures taken to bind him were quite astonishing. The iron chains had completely covered his clothing, adorned with yellow paper talismans stuffed with rags in his mouth, and tightly wrapped in fine chains, leaving only a slit for his eyes. Unable to suppress himself due to the cloth stuffed in his mouth, drool flowed profusely, extremely disgusting. Oh! Yu Shu sighed again, then stepped forward to tear off all the talismans of unknown function. Regardless of who he was, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Moreover, they were all cultivators from the east, so, in such a distant foreign land, there was naturally a sense of kinship. After tearing off the talismans, Yu Shu intended to throw them onto the sandy ground for easier handling. However, after 2 strong pulls, she was unable to move it at all. TSK. The girl sighed again. With her strength being 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person, she was astonished that she couldn't lift it. Just how heavy were these iron chains? An ordinary person would have long been crushed and suffocated by such weight, right? Let me handle it. Bai Xiaoxue, who had only partially regained her strength, approached to solve the problem. But when she glanced into the trunk, her brow furrowed immediately. Why is it a monk? What's wrong with a monk? Yu Shu asked, perplexed. It's nothing, it's just hay. Bai Xiaoxue lifted the monk with one hand and threw him to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. She then added, it's just that they're not really on good terms with our Taoist sect. The conflict between Buddhism and Taoism has a long history. Buddhists resent Taoists for consuming too much of the world's spiritual energy, while Taoists dislike Buddhists for being overly secular and interacting too much with mortals. Cultivators are meant to transcend the mundane world. However, both sides merely have different philosophies and do not harbor irreconcilable conflicts, thus, they simply do not interact much. I practice my way, and you practice yours with no clashes. Yu Shu recalled reading about this section in the historical records of her sect, helping her senior sister search for the source of the chains while also curious, is it because of secularization? But why do they do this? It's like in Kangmang City, where Taoists have secret realms and usually cultivate within them, not allowing outsiders. The reason is that mortals greatly interfere with the surrounding spiritual energy concentration, affecting cultivation. This is also why many renowned Taoist temples are built on mountains to avoid the world. However, as everyone knows, the Buddhist sect does not follow this practice. They not only do not avoid mortals, but most also actively recruit disciples. Isn't that detrimental to their cultivation? In response to her junior sister's query, Bai Xiaoxue naturally had to explain the Buddhist cultivation system is different from ours. We cultivate by inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy to refine ourselves, achieving internal alchemy, while they rely on faith to cultivate accumulating merit to become Buddhists. Since ancient times, it has been Taoists who ascend to immortality, though I have never heard of monks achieving ascension. Their path to advancement involves accumulating merit, directly transforming themselves into Buddhists. This cultivation method compels them to assist the mundane world more, making them more favored by secular society. Thus, the Taoist sect gradually loses its market. This might also be another reason for the mutual disdain between the two. Yu Shu scratched her head, feeling completely ignorant about this matter. Then she saw her senior sister unable to locate the source of the chains, forcibly tearing apart a segment of the chain. She hurriedly helped the monk untangle the chains while curiously asking Merit, how do they select their disciples? Is it similar to us? With such cruelty, how could they talk about merit? Of course not. Bai Xiaoxue shot her junior sister a glance, offering a completely unexpected answer. They look at academic qualifications. Huh. The girl's mouth dropped open. Was it the academic qualification she understood? Graduate students, or above with a preference for postdoctorates? Haven't you seen the advertisements for recruitment in external temples? Bai Xiaoxue's response shattered Yu Shu's rationality. She felt her brain was unable to process this. No. This. The monk, having his facial bindings removed, spat out the rag from his mouth, followed by 2 mouthfuls of saliva, and immediately answered his savior. That's what is said externally, but the ones accepted are only graduates from specific 985,211 universities. Why is that? While asking Ewing, Shu took out a bottle of mineral water from her storage ring and handed it over. These specific colleges are built on graveyards capable of withstanding the invasion of resentment. Those who can live and study there for so many years raise their knowledge to such high levels and are willing to enter the temple and shave their heads to become monks must surely be the best in terms of physical quality comprehension and fate. In Buddhism, we emphasize fate. The monk concluded with a catchphrase, accepted the mineral water and gulped down an entire bottle, exhaling with relief burp. That almost suffocated me. The monk's name is Guandu, signifying loyalty and steadfast belief. As for his birth name, it was relinquished long ago upon entering the Buddhist order. He graduated from a prestigious university in Zhengzhou and worked as a researcher for 2 years, but finding life dull, he secretly became a monk, hiding this decision from his parents. Now at 42 years of age, he is undoubtedly a middle-aged man, yet due to his frequent cultivation, his psychological age is actually considerably older than that of the two young women. After all, they are simply too young. His family resides in a bustling area of Zhengzhou, owning 2 shops, living a life free from worries, and he has a younger brother who looks down on him. The sesame cakes from the bakery next door are particularly fragrant. The last 4 digits of his bank card are 0001, and the password coincidentally matches these 4 digits. All of this was blurted out by Guandu along the way. I think you should be called Tang Sung. Ewing Shu retorted blankly, nearly losing consciousness from the incest. It wouldn't be so bad if the monk simply talked a lot, but he constantly asked questions, leaving her burdened by the system, exhausted in her responses. She longed to knock someone out between herself and the monk. "Oh, not at all, miss, you flatter me too much." Guandu completely misunderstood the girl's words as praise for himself and became even more excited. "The achievements of Master Xuanzang are seldom matched by others. You mustn't demean this humble monk in such a manner. But did you know during the Tang dynasty the most powerful was the Tianshi Dao, centered on talismans and fortune-telling, established by Zhang Lu, the 3rd generation heir at the end of the Han dynasty. However, through the efforts of Master Xuanzang, Buddhism gradually regained its prominence and pioneered." Ewing Shu's mind had already turned to mush, unable to process anything further from the monk's rambling. All she knew was to walk ahead numbly, trying to distance herself from this source of chatter. She just needed to surpass her senior sister and let her bear the burden of conversation. However, Bai Xiao Shui walked quickly in front, her legs moving swiftly, maintaining decorum, while ensuring Ewing Shu couldn't surpass her. She also understood that the one lagging behind would be the target of Guandu's incessant talking. Thus Ewing Shu could only helplessly endure, reminiscing fondly about the nagging of Wendong Yang. At least that brat could fight. This monk was not only older, but also a stranger, so he should maintain some decorum. "By the way, aren't you going to ask why I was brought here?" Guandu began to ask again, and Ewing Shu merely rolled her eyes. When would there be a chance to ask? Ever since this monk began to speak, she had never been able to seize the initiative. Now she finally understood why those ability users and kidnappers wanted to silence him. But it was all right without anyone asking. Guandu revealed, "Several hundred years ago there was a predecessor in our temple who committed a grave sin and fled here. It took me years to piece together clues and discover his whereabouts. However, upon arriving locally, somehow this information was known to a group of ability users who devised a plan to capture me and contacted those bandits. Interestingly, it seems the bandits are also searching for clues about you too." Ewing Shu pursed her lips, noncommittal. There was no need to guess. It was certainly Guandu's loose tongue that let the information slip to someone with ulterior motives. In such a short time, she already knew his bank card password. What other secrets could he hide? "These ability users bound me and brought me here, presumably intending to wait until they found the predecessor's cave before." "Wait." Guandu's rambling was interrupted by Bai Xiao Shui. Ewing Shu immediately seized the opportunity to run to the front, escaping the torment. Bai Xiao Shui asked, "You said this predecessor of physical cultivation, is he from your temple?" "Is he a monk?" "Yes, but how did you know he is a physical cultivator?" "Are you also?" Guandu looked at the two women in sudden realization. "Then we might as well cooperate." Bai Xiao Shui instantly fell silent. Ewing Shu also held her tongue. Both knew that cooperation was the correct choice. At least they could quickly resolve those bandits. But there was one downside: this man talks too much. Moreover, both of them were women. Bringing along a male, even if he was a monk, would inevitably feel a bit awkward. It was as if Ewing Shu had wanted to dig a small pit in the sand for a long time, but now she could only hold it in. Guandu blinked, instantly understanding something, and immediately said, "Well then, I will distract those bandits, and you two take the opportunity to go in. I don't want any of the techniques found, just one purple gold bowl. That is the treasure of my temple, and I need to bring it back." "Oh, no techniques?" Ewing Shu asked curiously. That set of body refinement techniques was developed by this old predecessor and one of his junior brothers, and is not owned by our temple. Well, I have no interest in it either. Guandu had already noticed that both young women were after the techniques. He immediately suggested giving up that part of the demand. In truth, he also wanted the techniques. Even if he wouldn't practice them, it would be good for reference. But if that were the case, why would they give him the treasured purple gold bowl? It would be better to retreat first to prioritize achieving the goal. On the other side, upon hearing that the body refinement technique she had inherited was not a Buddhist technique, Bai Xiaoshui also breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. All right, if we find your temple's lost item, we will definitely return it. In truth, Yu Yingshu had contemplated using firearms' superhuman physical prowess, sprinting speed, and flight to conduct long-range sniping against the bandits. Colloquially speaking, strike and vanish. Yet this approach carried undeniable risks. First, none of them had undergone professional marksmanship training. Not even handguns at close range were reliably accurate, let alone machine guns. For instance, Yu Yingshu meticulously aligned his sights along the classic two-point line of aim, yet the bullets struck far from the intended target. With heavier, harder-to-control machine guns at greater distances, precision became all but impossible. Secondly, this tactic remained perilous. Bullets possess no eyes. Engaging in direct firefights inevitably invited retaliation. Even with cover, a stray round could prove fatal, especially for someone like Bai Xiaoshui, whose formidable physique still offered no absolute guarantee of survival. After all, they were merely at the Foundation establishment realm. Yu Yingshu, as a quasi-cultivator specializing in arcane arts, could sustain an energy shield only briefly, though it might decelerate incoming projectiles. A hit to a vital spot would still mean instant death. Thus, when Guandu unleashed a burst of gunfire upon the bandits just as they discovered the corpses, and immediately fled, drawing away the majority of enemies, the two young women watched with profound anxiety. Bai Xiaoshui feared for the life of this eastern cultivator. Yu Yingshu worried he would not hold out long enough. As for the remaining foes left behind, they would be dealt with easily. Once again, Bai Xiaoshui led the charge, her blood essence blazing as routinely as breathing. Yu Yingshu, having fully restored her spiritual energy, instantly incapacitated 3 adversaries who reacted fastest and drew their weapons. Seamless coordination between them swiftly neutralized over a dozen enemies. Yet the sheer number of adversaries remained overwhelming. Exhaustion settled deeply into Bai Xiaoshui's limbs after burning her blood essence. Thus, when only 2 enemies remained, positioned farthest away, she entrusted them to her junior sister and withdrew silently to begin circulating qi for recovery. And so the old adage proved true once more: bullets possess no eyes. One bandit in his dying spasms sprayed bullets wildly. Though Yu Yingshu had already evaded the kill zone, a single round ricocheted unpredictably among the vehicles, losing none of its momentum, before striking the young woman's left calf precisely where her vigilance had slackened, tearing through flesh beside the tibia and exiting cleanly on the opposite side. The wound gaped, a raw, bloody perforation. Only her exceptionally resilient physique spared her from catastrophic tissue loss. A normal person struck by such high-caliber ordnance would have lost a substantial chunk of flesh. Arg! She cried out in agony and collapsed to her knees. The pain was searing, incandescent. Yet she dared not press her hands to the wound. Both palms were coated in fine sand, and she feared contaminating the injury. Her vitality attribute was exceptionally high, though an injury that would hospitalize an ordinary person for weeks would heal within days. Yet if grit embedded itself deep within the wound, causing recurrent suppuration, would she then need to surgically reopen the scar? Bai Xiaoshui, having burned her blood essence, crossed the distance in an instant, materializing beside her junior sister. Her face etched with guilt as she gasped, "How could this happen?" Simultaneously, she deftly popped a pill into Yu Yingshu's mouth and began rinsing the wound with water. Her movements betrayed no hesitation, clear evidence she had navigated such crises countless times before. Trusting her senior sister implicitly, Yu Yingshu swallowed the bitter saline-tasting pill and ventured half-hopeful, "Do you know any restoration techniques? I am a body cultivator. My chi flows sluggishly by nature. Why learn such arts?" As the medicine took effect, granulation tissue visibly pulsing, bleeding steadily ceasing, Bai Xiaoshui swiftly wrapped sterile bandages around the wound. "There, we're done. Your constitution is exceptional, junior sister. Full recovery in under 3 days with no scarring. I do carry stronger elixirs, but given your current Foundation establishment level, consuming them would likely trigger severe adverse reactions. For now, only minor restoration pills are suitable." Yu Yingshu watched her senior sister work, less concerned with technical finesse than with a quiet curiosity. Why would a body cultivator carry bandages? Objects utterly superfluous to her own physiology. With her innate bodily attributes, any injury would heal within minutes after ingesting a single pill. So why waste time binding wounds? For whom then were these bandages intended? Shaking her head to dispel the unsettling thought, she attempted to rise, and found the wound already tingling with a cool, numbing sensation, imposing no hindrance to movement. She gestured resolutely forward. "Let's go. Into the cave residence. We must scour it clean before the bandits return." After all, defeating a dozen armed foes had already yielded casualties. If the remaining dozens returned and opened fire indiscriminately, fatalities were inevitable. Bai Xiaoshui, conscience intact, pressed her palms together in solemn prayer. "May Master Guan do remain safe." Strangely, the moment she spoke, Yu Yingshu shivered involuntarily, a sudden, inexplicable chill. The young woman dismissed it as a post-injury tremor and strode ahead toward the ruins of the cave residence. In truth, the bandits' excavation had been incomplete. The entrance revealed only half its original form. But that sufficed. Under the fierce sunlight, fine sand traced a smooth, unobstructed diagonal down the length of the elongated passageway. This indicated the ruins possessed no defensive mechanisms, or if they once had millennia, had drained their spiritual energy entirely. After all, a cultivator fleeing overseas would scarcely possess the resources to lavish upon such extravagantly wasteful protections. As for concealed realms disguised as secret sect territories, such constructs were utterly impossible without the sustained spiritual energy of an established sect or blessed land. No individual cultivator could maintain one alone. The two exchanged a glance. Bai Xiaoxue immediately activated the cloud-soaring art, navigating the narrow yet low-ceilinged corridor while maintaining controlled flight. Yu Yingshu paused only a heartbeat before following suit. Though the residence held no defenses against cultivators, what safeguards might it conceal against mortals? Stepping on a hidden mechanism, especially one triggered purely by chance, could spell catastrophe. Yu Yingshu sensed with uncanny certainty that such probabilistic hazards must be avoided at all costs, otherwise disaster would surely follow. Deeper inside, they encountered a stone gate, and before it several desiccated skeletons draped in cobwebs, proof that mortals had long ago discovered this place only to perish after triggering its lethal mechanism. Bai Xiaoxue approached and examined the remains with practiced care, murmuring aloud. Crushed sternum, spinal column, grazed obliquely, even the coccyx fractured. He stood right here, struck squarely in the chest by some unseen force hurled violently to the ground. Yet no weapon lies nearby. Could it have been a celestial art? Yu Yingshu stood aside, watching her senior sister methodically disassemble the brittle bones while delivering a precise clinical analysis. Powerless to contribute, she could only gaze in silent awe as Bai Xiaoxue dropped to her knees before the stone walls, searching for the hidden mechanism. Shoo! A frigid, razor-sharp force struck Yu Yingshu's wounded left leg, propelling her instantly face down onto the ground. My leg, she cried, struck by a chilling sense of déjà vu. Lifting her hand from the wound, she confirmed it. The same bullet-pierced site had just been cleaved through by a sword aura. What staggering misfortune! Oh, so sorry. I must have triggered something. Are you alright, junior sister? Bai Xiaoxue rushed over, already holding a pill in her left hand and bandages in her right, poised with effortless professionalism. My leg. Why am I so wretched? Yu Yingshu clutched her thighs tightly with both hands, as if this posture could halt the spreading agony, limping forward with each unsteady step. Yet it was the first time she realized. Her legs were so slender that even at their thickest point near the upper thigh, both hands could encircle them with room to spare. Behind her lay a shattered stone wall. Bai Xiaoxue rummaged through the rubble, searching for whatever had just unleashed that lethal sword energy while calling out. Is it really that dramatic? It's merely a minor wound. We cultivators ought to be accustomed to such things by now. Nonsense. I've only just completed foundation establishment. I've never sustained an injury before. Yu Yingshu retorted, pain stripping away all pretense of politeness. In past readings of transmigration tales, she'd always admired protagonists who, barely stepping into the world, endured flayed flesh and shattered bones, yet bore it all with stoic disdain. Some even fought on as though untouched. Heaven knows how she'd ever emulate them. The most severe external injury she'd ever suffered, from childhood mischief, was her parents' dual beating with wooden rods. The memory still burned vividly in her mind. Internal injuries, however, had become frequent over the past year, occurring roughly once a month, lingering for several days each time, though none had ever been quite this grievous. This time her leg nearly snapped clean in two. Holding back tears was already a monumental effort. Worse still, unlike a bullet wound dulled by medicine, this sword energy pierced straight through her body, yet lingered within the wound, a razor-edged intent carving relentlessly into flesh and bone, defying every attempt at expulsion. They could only suppress the torment with medicinal herbs, simultaneously enduring its ravages while forcing regeneration, lest the injury spread further. How excruciating must that be? To evolve into a pain-immune paragon would demand years of relentless combat training. As for Yu Yingshu now, she simply couldn't endure it. Tears brimming in her eyes, the young woman lifted her gaze with one last flicker of hope. Could Monk Guandu possibly heal this? Unlikely, Bai Xiaoxue replied tersely from amid the ruins. Buddhist sects rarely cultivate sword arts, and only a master swordsman can extract such entrenched sword intent. I want to go home. Overwhelmed by the gnawing, bone-deep agony, Yu Yingshu longed only to return to Kangmang City, to escape this crucible of suffering. All right. We'll leave the moment we're done here, Bai Xiaoxue reassured her immediately. Privately, she reproached herself bitterly. As senior sister, not only had she failed to protect her junior sister, she'd caused her harm. Yet panic served no purpose. It would only infect the wounded with restless agitation. Only absolute composure could steady the storm. Should she treat the wound with detached calm, her junior sister would by quiet osmosis grasp that this sword injury brought pain alone, nothing more, and gradually regain her own serenity. The human body, after all, adapts to pain. Alas, their cultivation was still too shallow. If they'd reached the spirit embodiment realm, their bodies would have begun transcending mortality, allowing them to sever sensation at will from any limb, rendering such torments obsolete. She prayed silently for some discovery, anything to divert her junior sister's focus. And as she heaved aside a massive boulder, a sinister short sword lay revealed beneath. Though half the length of an ordinary flying sword, its chilling aura radiated unmistakably. It was no mundane artifact. The moment Bai Xiaoxue lifted it, Yu Yingshu's gaze locked onto it instantly. At the sight of treasure, Yu Yingshu forgot her pain entirely. What she needed most was precisely a flying sword. And hadn't senior sister declared earlier that within this ancestral cave, she'd claim only the body forging manual. The rest belonged solely to Yu Yingshu. Without hesitation, Bai Xiaoxue inspected the blade for hidden seals, then tossed it directly to her junior sister. Catch it. Mind your fingers. This very blade released the sword energy that wounded you. Now Yu Yingshu fervently wished the pain would intensify. Greater agony meant greater power. After all, this sword would soon be hers. She turned the short sword over and over in her hands, caressing its surface, tracing faint scars along the blade, closing her eyes to sense its ancient resonance. Stop daydreaming. The ambient spiritual energy is far too thin for any sentient sword spirit to survive here. Her senior sister's voice yanked her back to reality. Yu Yingshu reluctantly released the blade. Indeed, she felt nothing at all. Then, cradling the sword in both palms, she struck the stance of sword-wielding artistry and boldly proclaimed, "Senior sister, on our way home, I won't ride a plane anymore. I'll soar skyward on my own flying sword." Her obsession with becoming a sword immortal had long bordered on madness. Now, on the cusp of claiming her very own flying sword, exhilaration surged beyond restraint. Bai Xiaoxue doused her fervor instantly. Such a short sword cannot sustain aerial flight. Yu Yingshu's face fell instantly, and the ache in her leg flared anew. Seeing her junior sister's crestfallen expression, Bai Xiaoxue swiftly poured warm encouragement. However, short swords excel in close quarters combat. Compact, swift, and devastating. Even unclaimed and untended, this blade unleashed such dense, unwavering sword energy. It must rank among the upper-tier artifacts. Those words reignited Yu Yingshu's spark. Senior sister was right. Something, however modest, was infinitely better than nothing. To save enough spirit stones to purchase a flying sword herself, that would take lifetimes. Still, current standards favored mounts capable of bearing riders, and Yu Yingshu dreamed of a grand, imposing steed, not a delicate scale model. No matter how priceless the miniature, it held no seat for a soul. There are no two identical flying swords in the world. Even swords forged in the same batch will produce different sword energies after being nurtured by their owners. Thus, most sword cultivators can only possess one flying sword at a time. Having more leads to a conflict of sword energies, resulting not in an increase in power but a regression. The 9 turns wandering sword of Kangmang City allows practitioners to control up to 9 flying swords simultaneously, but it comes with significant sacrifices and limitations. Moreover, when a flying sword is damaged, it represents a substantial setback in strength for the sword cultivator. They must nurture and temper the sword anew, and the accumulated sword energy will be greatly diminished, potentially taking years to recover. Thus, Yu Yingshu faces this dilemma: should she choose this short sword that cannot fly, or wait for a better opportunity in the future? Only a woman would hesitate, as she did not ponder for long before arriving at an answer. Of course, she would enjoy it first. She immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, holding the short sword and practicing the sword control technique. After all, she could already fly. The only difference was the speed, and whether she was standing on a cloud or a sword. At worst, she could use the short sword beneath her feet during her flight, pretending to fly with a sword. Sword control is merely a low-level personal skill, and with her comprehension, it is exceedingly simple to practice. Its function is straightforward. It allows the flying sword to soar freely from her hand, and the higher the level, the farther, faster, and more agile it flies. Do not be deceived by its low rank. It is the foundation of all sword arts. All sword cultivators' skills must rely on sword control to practice, including nurturing swords, sword maintenance, energy, swords, spiritual swords, and so forth, which are all essential foundations. Naturally, Yu Yingshu would not master any of them. In other words, even if she masters sword control, she can only clumsily control the flying sword. As for sword energy, that is simply beyond her reach. But that is enough. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. From now on, she would be a sword cultivator, and as for spells, they can all be set aside. The charm of the sword immortal deeply resonated with Yu Yingshu. From the moment she witnessed when Dongyang performing the 9 turns wandering sword, she yearned to become a sword immortal. However, just as Yu Shu finished her sword control practice and opened her eyes, she saw Bai Xiaoxue squatting in front of her holding a tattered manual and flipping through it in boredom. You've mastered it. That was quick. Bai Xiaoxue first exclaimed, then thought that such speed was not extraordinary for a genius within the sect, setting the thought aside and focusing on her own gains. She raised the worn manual in her hand. It's been too long, and no one has maintained the cave. So many things have rotted away. This is one of the few items still somewhat intact. As per our agreement, it's yours now. Yu Shu took the manual and immediately saw that it was filled with traditional characters, making her head spin. But that made sense. It was a few hundred years old. If it had simplified characters, that would be a problem. Qingwei Divine Thunder Secret Method. She couldn't help but read the name aloud and worriedly asked, "This is a secret method. Oh, after learning it, will the Qingwei sect chase after me?" No worries. Bai Xiaoxue shook her head to comfort her. The Qingwei lineage has already split into 3 sects. As long as you don't use the secret method in front of all 3, you should be fine. However, Master Guandu was indeed correct. This iron body cultivator is truly a villain, even capable of stealing secret methods from other sects. I suspect your short sword also has a similar origin. By the way, what name did you give the sword? Little Shadow, what do you think? Pretty fitting, right? Yu Shu shook her head, feeling quite pleased. Who said flying swords can only have ancient, elegant names? Times have changed. Without waiting for her senior sister to respond, she flipped through the manual, scanning the traditional script, and casually asked, "Did you find what you were looking for, senior sister?" "I found it," Bai Xiaoxue replied, her eyes narrowing with joy, her face full of satisfaction. "Now I have everything I need for my cultivation plan, from crystal to golden core. Congratulations, little Bai." Yu Shu said sweetly, though her attitude was somewhat perfunctory, as most of her attention was on the manual that she barely understood. After all, being a secret method is certainly alluring. Bai Xiaoxue continued to tally up. "The only other item I found is this purple gold bowl that Master Guandu wanted to. Unfortunately, it's broken in half, and he will surely be disappointed." She took out a small purple bowl from her storage ring, shook it, and seeing her junior sister not looking up, she didn't mind. She patted her legs, stood up, and reached out her hand. "Let's go outside. Do you want me to support you?" "Sure." Yu Shu, injured, did not put on airs. After being pulled up, her arm naturally rested on her senior sister's shoulder. Indeed, the height was just right. "Could you not lean your head on mine?" Bai Xiaoxue's voice came from beneath her elbow. Oh, sorry, I was reading and didn't pay attention." The girl quickly apologized, lowering her arm and resting it on her senior sister's shoulder. It indeed felt somewhat lacking. After trying to walk a couple of steps, Yu Shu released her arm, waving her hand to indicate she no longer needed support. Her senior sister's height was just at the level of her chest. If she were to walk like this, swaying back and forth, it felt quite embarrassing. However, while she waved her hand, her eyes remained glued to the book, and she did not notice that a strand of lightning was wrapped around her hand. Bai Xiaoxue noticed this and was about to say something when a sudden thunderclap echoed from outside the cave. Boom. Crack. The cave shook violently. Yu Shu's vision darkened, her spiritual energy and mental state fully exhausted, and she simply fainted. The clamor of bustling traffic seeped into his ears, followed by another jolt, and a torrent of furious, incomprehensible curses in a familiar voice. Yu Shu opened his eyes and shot upright. His forehead struck a sharp, hard object, prompting 2 simultaneous cries. Ugh. "Oh, junior sister, you're awake." After clutching his brow and wincing in pain, the young woman recognized Bai Xiaoxue's voice. In this fragile awakening, after prolonged unconsciousness with his mind thick as porridge and reality still blurred, her voice was a welcome anchor. Yu Shu instantly stilled, narrowing his eyes as he slowly surveyed his surroundings. He lay supine across the rear seat of the vehicle, his head resting on his senior sister's lap. Seated at the wheel ahead was Guandu, his bald head gleaming under the light. At that moment, the talkative monk retracted his head from the window, still murmuring appreciatively over the lingering cadence of the local tongue. Judging by his expression, he'd just settled a dispute with another driver. Over the vehicle, no doubt. And he had clearly emerged victorious. With the road now clear, Guandu deftly engaged the gear and pressed the accelerator. The engine roared, a surge of acceleration pressed them back into their seats, and the car surged forward onto smooth asphalt once more. Guandu adjusted the rearview mirror without turning around. "Senior cultivator, you has awakened. You've been unconscious for quite some time. Had you lingered much longer, we'd already be at the airport." "Ah, how long was I, ugh?" Yu Shu managed only a few words before a wave of dry heaving overtook her. Dizziness crashed over her anew. Her temples throbbed with each pulse. "Drink some water first," Bai Xiaoxue said softly, handing her a bottle of mineral water and gently supporting her spine. "Then close your eyes and rest a while. Recovery will be swift once you've regained consciousness." Recovery would indeed be swift once she'd regained consciousness. This time Yu Shu dared not speak. She obeyed, silently reclining upon her senior sister's soft, yielding lap, breathing in her subtle, refreshing fragrance, closing her eyes, and letting her consciousness drift unmoored through boundless darkness. Among folk tales of the cultivation world, this state bore a name: closing the eyes to nourish the spirit, a practice dedicated precisely to restoring mental vitality. She knew her own condition better than anyone. From the very moment she awoke, Yu Ingshu had probed inward, assessing her state with practiced precision. Her dantian was nearly shattered, spiritual energy leaked freely, refusing to coalesce. Yet this was trivial. Were it not for her current inability to tolerate anything stronger than a minor restoration pill, full recovery would take barely a week. Her spiritual sea mirrored the same devastation, but as one who cultivated mental power above all, clarity of mind alone accelerated healing dramatically. Within moments, she would be indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Still, this was unmistakably the hallmark of catastrophic depletion, both spiritual energy and divine sense utterly exhausted. What cataclysmic event could have precipitated such ruin? Yu Ingshu was utterly baffled. Her last memory was clear, leaning on her senior sister's arm, stepping out of the ancient cultivator's abandoned mansion. Then sudden blackness. Could it have been senior sister? The young woman opened her eyes, fixing a suspicious gaze upon Bai Xiaoshue's chin. She felt certain this entire journey had been cursed. Yet Bai Xiaoshue began chiding her junior sister. Why rush so recklessly? Why attempt such an exalted thunder art without proper preparation? Yu Ingshu's mind flooded with confusion, until abruptly the memory surfaced. Learning palm thunder. Back then she'd merely flipped through a manual while idly mimicking gestures, and somehow inexplicably mastered and unleashed the art. For that mishap, she'd paid the scripture pavilion 100 spirit stones in damages. Could this be the same again? Hastily she summoned her system interface: strength 46, agility 36, vitality 37, spirit 25, insight 31, 1 allocatable attribute point. Primary skills: charisma, level 8, internal observation technique, level 6, divine arrow pierce, level 3, palm thunder, level 10, 100 sages flash art, level 1, water toe sword transmutation, level 5, spirit gathering shield, level 2, cloud soaring art, level 2, sword mastery, level 1, Qinghui divine thunder secret art, level 3, pipe clearance, level 1, and so on. Blasted. Indeed. The Qinghui sect's supreme thunder art, already elevated to level 3. Yet she hadn't lifted a finger to train it. That manual was written in dense traditional script, flowing cursive with ligatures she couldn't even decipher. She'd grasped only fragments, planning to study it thoroughly back at the sect. How then had she mastered it outright? It echoed precisely her earlier experience with palm thunder. Unwitting cultivation followed by an instinctive, unconscious release. The crux lay here: she, a mere foundation establishment first realm cultivator, had forcibly unleashed a thunder art surely ranked celestial tier. Her body should have been hollowed out entirely. After all, thunder arts were legendary for their staggering consumption and devastating might. Merely surviving was itself a miracle. Having pieced together the cause, Yu Ingshu braced against the dizziness, uncertain whether to rejoice, and answered her senior sister weakly, "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to try." With the system ever present, she couldn't afford carelessness. The 7-day sign-in streak was nearing its end. One misstep would forfeit both the main task and the bonus cultivation technique, Fu Qi Sheng Yuan art. Noticing her junior sister could now utter a full sentence without retching, Bai Xiaoshue judged her significantly improved. Silently marveling at Yu Ingshu's extraordinary mental fortitude and recuperative speed, she continued, reprimanding, "Never again. Not until you reach the crystal formation stage, and even then only after exhaustive preparation." Yes. Yu Ingshu nodded fervently. Guan Du seized the opening to unleash his loquaciousness. That thunderbolt, crashing down like a mountain. I saw it miles away. What thunder art was that? Did you learn and wield it on the spot? Such talent is terrifying. Bai Xiaoshue smoothly intercepted the question. It's a terrestrial tier thunder art my junior sister acquired during an earlier fortuitous encounter. During this tomb exploration, she recovered its latter half, allowing her to integrate fragmented insights, rectify flaws, and thus overcome by excitement. Tested immediately. Bai Xiaoshue knew truth could not be spoken, but Guan Du remained unconvinced. Terrestrial tier thunder arts consumed this much. We're comrades in fate. Don't deceive me. Senior cultivator Yu, is your senior sister telling the truth? Both yes and no. Uncertain whether to nod or shake her head, Yu Ingshu tilted her skull sideways. Indeed, senior sister Bai's statement contained grains of truth, such as punctuation marks, while everything else was pure fabrication. Before Guan Du could press further, she swiftly changed course. Master, your fluency in the local language is astonishing. I hold dual doctorates in linguistics. Guan Du quietly flaunted his academic credentials. Yu Ingshu, a master of distraction and assignment plagiarism, grinned wryly. Right. Of course monks were scholars. Seeing Guan Du poised to speak again, she launched another diversion. What became of those bandits? I destroyed their vehicles and supplies. At least half won't survive crossing the desert. Bai Xiaoshue replied tentatively. Yu Ingshu's next question sought confirmation of the curse, and master. Yu emerged unscathed. Guan Du glanced back mid-drive, revealing eyes transformed to pale gold. then let out a bitter laugh. Impossible. My Dharma body is utterly shattered. Recovery will demand at least 2 years before I may venture forth again. Alas, senior sister Xiaobai has returned. In the cold winter of December, amidst the frigid temperatures of -50 degrees, the inner disciples of the Misty City hurriedly shared the news. However, their discussions were not solely focused on by Xiaoxua, but rather on another matter. Junior sister has also. Moreover, she only injured one leg, her sea of chi destroyed, yet she could speak, breathe, curse, and even hop on one leg, bouncing around energetically. It was nothing short of a miracle. Seizing the opportunity during the bitter cold, Yang Pingping, who had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, gazed back and forth at Yu Yingshu, who had just returned to her room, repeating one phrase, "You have a tough life, junior sister, truly tough." The girl exhaled in disbelief, still half asleep, unable to resist the other's enthusiasm, as if she were some rare creature. However, Yu Yingshu was no longer interested in probing into the reasons. After nearly a whole day of flying, she urgently needed to adjust her body clock and sleep deeply. Were it not for the sword chi on her left leg still sharp as ever, scraping her bones and flesh, bringing the familiar pain she had grown accustomed to, she feared she might even doze off in her current position. Fortunately, Yang Pingping finally noticed the girl's exhaustion, concluded her visit, and stood to take her leave. "Wait a moment, junior sister, I'll go find an elder to take a look at your injury." Though she was a sword cultivator, even she had just attempted to remove that sword chi and failed. "No need, Pingping senior sister." Yu Yingshu squinted her eyes, feigning sleepiness, too lazy to get up to see her off, simply murmuring, "Someone will come to help me soon. If that scoundrel doesn't come by now, we won't be brothers anymore." Yang Pingping was just about to ask who it was when she recalled something, revealing a motherly smile. "Then I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." "Huh? What do you mean by not disturbing?" Yu Yingshu, both drowsy and weary, felt something was amiss with those words, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Not long after Yang Pingping left, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, accompanied by a familiar voice. Little you, where are you? Okay. Oh my, why did you take so long to come? I thought I was going to die from the pain." Upon hearing her friend's voice, Yu Yingshu immediately regained her spirit, rolled up her pant leg to show her injury, ready to flaunt her bravery. Bang! The door was pushed open forcefully, and when Danyang rushed to see the girl's wound, flustered, breaking into a sweat as he exclaimed, "What happened? I heard your sea of chi was destroyed. How could you be so careless?" This reprimand was a higher form of concern, and much of it was directed at by Xiaoxua. If it were him, he would never allow little Yuer to suffer even the slightest injury. "Oh, it's just that I overexerted my spiritual energy. I'll recover after a while. Besides, I don't feel anything if I don't channel my chi, so it doesn't affect my life," Yu Yingshu said nonchalantly, appearing as if a strong person treated severe injuries lightly. She reclined back on the chair, lifting her injured leg in front of her friend. "The main issue is here. My goodness, that sword chi tormented me all the way. You need to find a way to clear it out." After her urgent plea, there was no immediate response. Gulp. After a long time, she faintly heard the sound of, "What the hell? Are you hungry?" Yu Yingshu was so furious that she almost couldn't catch her breath. Here she was nearly dying from pain, and this scoundrel was daydreaming. Had the training made his brain go haywire? When Danyang sensed the murderous glare directed at him, quickly snapped back to reality, filtering through the chaotic thoughts that had just crossed his mind, stealing his courage, and reminding himself that everything was for the sake of treatment. He cautiously used 2 fingers to support her almost slender calf, then filtered through the new wave of chaotic. He focused his attention on the wound. "This sword chi is quite unique. There are no signs of it dissipating. Who did this?" "Well, it's called Little Shadow." Yu Yingshu took out her short sword, which had already belonged to her, and waved it to Indy. When Danyang instinctively leaned down, following the straight leg down, to see Little Shadow standing there again in a daze for a moment. This time, merely filtering through chaotic thoughts was no longer enough. He had to recite the calming heart spell several times. Yu Yingshu didn't urge him. She thought her older brother was contemplating a treatment method. Thus, she watched him support her injured leg with one hand while the other pinched around the wound. "What are you doing?" The girl gritted her teeth. "That hurts. I need to see how far this sword chi has invaded." When Donyang, gaining courage as he pinched, attempted to heal her, "In the name of medicine, take off your shoes." "Huh. No, that's too embarrassing." Yu Yingshu swayed her foot, trying to pull her leg back. Asking someone to deal with her sword wound was already a big favor. Did she have to trouble him to look at her feet too? She truly felt very embarrassed. It wasn't shyness, she just felt that it was too much for him to put in such effort. Feet were so dirty, especially since she had just walked through a desert and had yet to wash them. However, when Danyang steeled himself, grasping her ankle and directly yanking off her shoes and socks, without waiting for her to struggle, pressing the tip of his finger against the arch of her foot. "This area has the most acupoints. Let me see which one. Gotta hold on." While speaking, he constantly reminded himself, "I must hold on. It tickles. I'm so sorry for troubling you so much while injured. Thank you so much. He'll treat you to a bath another day, really." Yu Yingshu sincerely expressed her gratitude. Even in the hospital, it was rare for a doctor to handle a leg injury and also give you a foot massage to stimulate the meridians. And for a mere injury like removing the sword, Qi, when Donyang could do this much. This brother was worth having. Which friend from school would do such a thing? People's hearts are impenetrable. She knew the public face was quite sincere, but she didn't expect it to be this sincere. Aside from being a little cheap and often delaying her tasks, he really had no flaws. Meanwhile, when Donyang finished healing himself, seeing that he could no longer hold back his nosebleed, he swiftly covered the wound with one hand, directly grasping that sword Qi in his palm and waving it out the door. Alright, it shouldn't hurt anymore. Huh. Just as he was about to showcase his success, he saw the girl suddenly slacken, having lost her source of pain, and promptly fell asleep. When Donyang hesitated for 2 seconds, then he tossed that long leg aside and fled in panic. The calming heart spell was already ineffective. He had to go take an ice-cold shower. And he had to go eat tender lotus roots, green onions, fresh bamboo shoots, and hibiscus. Also, the webbed feet of swans. He couldn't even pay attention to the crisp, scolding voice coming from behind. I'm gonna kill you, and Donyang. You just toss me to the ground, huh? Wait until I'm better. I swear I'll skin you alive and stew durian with your brain, damn it. All the gratitude I just expressed is now void, you bastard. Yu Yingshu had slept for a full 2 days and nights. The exhaustion of her body was one reason, but the destruction of her qi, due to overexertion, was also a significant factor. The qi of the Foundation establishment period and the crystallization period is not like a warrior's dantian who once destroyed it can never recover. It is also not like the golden core or nascent soul, which are closely linked to oneself. Once shattered, the person is done for. This simple thing meant for storing and channeling spiritual energy is formed by the merging of all the Bodhis meridians. It has not yet risen to an abstract level. Moreover, as spiritual energy itself has a nourishing effect, even without treatment, it can heal automatically after a period of time. Taking a step back, if worse comes to worst, she could just rebuild her foundation. It's not a big deal. It's just that during the recovery period, she would be somewhat weak, feeling utterly powerless and lethargic. It seems like there's no problem. But if it coincides with that arrival, then it would be a serious issue. The already fatigued girl would become even weaker, compounded by blood loss and cramping. It would be tantamount to death. Especially after waking up seeing a patch of sticky blood on the sheets, she was even less inclined to get out of bed, and the thought of wanting to die became even stronger. What kind of broken body is this? Yu Yingshu constantly cursed herself, forcing herself to get up and lift the quilt only to gasp in shock, and then be sealed back under the covers. At this time, it was the coldest period of the year in the secret realm. Not to mention outside, even the indoor temperature was below -10 to 20 degrees. The wash basin was frozen and thoughts of washing sheets and blankets were out of the question. Electricity cannot be used in the secret realm, but one could install a fireplace in their room to burn firewood or simply convert it to be powered by spirit stones. But Yu Yingshu had none of these. She felt that she had managed just fine in the outer sect the previous year, and now that she had advanced her strength further in the inner sect, there was no reason she shouldn't be able to get through this. Installing such things requires paying spirit stones to Tsangmang City. What a waste of money. How precious spirit stones are. Moreover, she had already spent all her spirit stones on buying manuals. Who would have thought such things would happen? Sigh. A long sigh escaped in the cold room. This was the girl's way of seeking. Moreover, she wanted to drink water. Lying there doing nothing was incredibly boring. Unable to channel spiritual energy, even the thought of cultivation was a luxury. After pondering, she opened the system interface, and was surprised to find that last week's sign-in task had been completed and the rewards had all been issued. She attempted to activate the Fu Qi Sheng Yuan skill, but her Qi twitched, and the slight signs of repair almost collapsed once more. Looking at the new week's additional tasks brought another wave of despair. Worries and Troubles Challenge: eliminate the worries of others and resolve their difficulties. Achieve 5 challenge completions within 7 days. 05. Remaining time 6 days, 2 hours, and 9 seconds. Reward Agility Fruit increases agility attribute by 2 points. Based on Yu Yingshu's experience of muddling through the system for over a year, she could tell this task was quite difficult. It seemed to be in the help others category, but unlike the pleasure derived from helping others, this task was directed and could not be completed by merely helping out a bit. This meant that only by genuinely helping others with their worries and difficulties could it be considered complete. Moreover, how could she know what others' difficulties were? She would have to actively ask. If she asked, it would be unreasonable for others not to assign her some tasks. Having been in contact with the system for over a year, this was the first time she truly felt the task was tricky and required serious effort. But in her current condition, even getting out of bed was a struggle. How could she complete a task? Forget it, the rewards aren't that great anyway, so let's give up. The girl turned over, letting her muddy center of gravity fall onto one leg, planning to just give up and wait until she starved to death before worrying about it. She hoped that during this time a kind-hearted person would notice that there was a disabled person living here. But soon there were scratching sounds and calls from outside. It was Xiaoqing. This little cat had somehow left the warm alchemy room, and the snake spirit, braving the cold with its short legs, and ran all the way to her second owner. Yu Shu felt a pang of heartache and stopped pretending to be nonchalant. She hurriedly lifted the quilt and got out of bed, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and ran to open the door. This cat was her savior. After opening the door without even seeing clearly outside, she squatted down and petted the cat. Good cat, quickly go find someone to save me. Can you understand? Bring someone back for a cat treat. I was actually looking for me first. I didn't expect this cat to be quite perceptive. I think it might not be impossible for it to gain spiritual intelligence and transform, when Dongyang said, scratching his head from a meter away from the door. He had just been worried about waking the girl, so he let the cat scratch the door. Now seeing the girl he had been thinking about show her face and converse with the cat, a smile spread across his face. I truly did not misjudge him. When Dongyang is indeed loyal. Yu Shu increasingly feels guilty toward this brother of his. With such meticulous care, what can he possibly offer in return? The bedsheets and pants were all voluntarily taken for washing, but he insisted on not letting Yu Shu wash his undergarments, simply tossing them away. Perhaps he was just being polite, but if Yu Shu took it seriously, that would be too shameless. How could one treat a friend like a servant? Yet as time passed, when Dongyang's behavior became increasingly exaggerated, even to a horrifying extent. Thank you, I'll do it myself, is that alright? I appreciate the hot water you brought, but this is truly too much. On this day, Yu Shu finally managed to refuse his old friend's request to wash his feet. However, after dismissing him, why did it seem like there was still a hint of regret on his face? The girl felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that this drank martial general had a penchant for serving up? Fortunately, his leg injury had healed. Otherwise, the way he held his leg to treat it just days ago was reminiscent of a sickly patient clinging to a telephone pole plastered with advertisements from old doctors. This is truly terrifying. Can my leg really cure him, or what? Thinking of this, Yu Shu glanced at his old friend squatting beside him, eagerly staring at his feet, and tentatively said, "Shall Wenzi go get me something to eat, something meaty? You are asking for favors like this. If it weren't for your injury, I would definitely." He would definitely make you understand. As a young man, when Dongyang often took pride in his verbal wit. He didn't think it was wrong to bicker with this girl. On the contrary, seeing her unable to express her frustration, struggling to stand, brought him great joy. Finally, after the girl finished washing her feet, he watched her with a look of, "I truly owe you," as she scampered out the door, flying away on her sword. Yu Shu felt even more chills. Damn, this person must be ill. Could it be that in this sparsely populated city his preferences have been dulled? Why does my foot smell so good? It's truly uncertain. This guy hasn't gone out since Foundation establishment, and with so many girls outside, he hasn't even seen one. All he does is practice swordplay with Master Bai Jianxing and close himself off with City Lord Mu Jingtai. There aren't any female beings around, and it seems the only way he could learn about the outside world is through casual chats with me. No wonder he looks as excited as seeing his long-lost father when he sees me. This won't do. As friends, I must help him establish a correct set of values. Yu Shu suddenly felt a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Since Mu Jingtai restricted his outings, why not go out myself and bring back some magazines featuring plenty of girls? Or perhaps buy some body pillows. Alas, the secret realm has no electricity, and I can't use my phone, let alone a media player. Otherwise, getting some warm-up movies would be much easier. I need to let him know the joys of girls. Although it feels a bit embarrassing to buy these things for a friend, considering how much he helped me while I was injured, I can overcome that. Just as he was pondering, the door was knocked again, and Bai Xiaoxue entered, floating a burning brazier with a spell. "Junior sister, it's cold in here, so I bought this for you from outside." As she placed the brazier near the bed, the room immediately warmed up. Yu Shu rubbed his hands together, feeling that this truly was timely assistance. However, he still felt a bit puzzled. What was senior sister Bai busy with a few days ago? If it was to deliver a brazier, she should have come much earlier. Why did it take 4 days to arrive? She wasn't complaining, just curious, trying to find out. Bai Xiaoxue scratched her head awkwardly. I was sleeping. Just woke up, had a meal, and then went out to buy the brazier." Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but click her tongue. Wow, she slept for 4 days straight. Has senior sister entered hibernation mode? Bai Xiaoxue continued. "I also asked the elder in charge of internal affairs to get you a fireplace, the best kind, which can burn firewood and use spirit stones as well. Once you feel better, senior brothers and sisters will come to install it for you." That must cost a lot," Yu Shu exclaimed. He was going broke and had no idea how to repay. Hoping to borrow money from Dongyang would be even more futile. His pockets were emptier than his. "Not much spirit stone, I'm quite rich." Bai Xiaoxue waved her hand, indicating no need to repay, and rolled up her sleeves, ready to help her injured and inconvenienced junior sister. However, after glancing around, she couldn't find anywhere to lend a hand. "Is someone taking care of junior sister?" Bai Xiaoxue asked with curiosity. The small room was simply arranged with few pieces of furniture, yet it was neatly organized. The cloth used to dry the basin was still damp, clearly having been used not long ago. Yu Shu nodded. "I have a friend. He just came back." The girl pointed outside. When Dongyang had returned on his sword, holding a food box close to his clothes for warmth. Seeing that there was someone else in the room, he clearly froze for a moment. Hello, I am Bai Xiaoxue, another disciple of Elder Su, and should also be your senior sister. Bai Xiaoxue introduced herself, first her expression calm. She was already used to others being stunned by her presence. However, contrary to her expectations, Wen Dongyang immediately nodded. Wen Dongyang. Simple 3 words delivered in a cold, unvarying tone indicated his complete lack of interest in the number 1 beauty of Yanbei. After introducing himself, he immediately shifted his gaze, seeing Yu Yingshu sitting by the bed, a smile blossoming on his face. Come, today you are in for a treat. Senior brother Mu personally cooked stir-fried tofu and made black rice. Eat more. Where's the meat? Yu Yingshu looked into the food box, and her tone visibly dropped. Why are there only a few pieces? You need to eat less greasy stuff now. Wen Dongyang replied sternly. He was doing this for her good. The girl pouted, useless thing. If you have the ability, don't eat. Wen Dongyang shot back, achieving another verbal victory. He then watched the girl start eating heartily, not noticing him, and smiled indulgently, looking over at Bai Xiaoxue, who was staring at him in astonishment, and added, I am the direct disciple of Elder Bai. Your father's disciple. That means you are quite impressive. Bai Xiaoxue raised an eyebrow. She knew her father did not easily take in direct disciples. But Wen Dongyang merely smiled in silence. Yu Yingshu, busy eating, took a moment to support his brother. He is a super genius who established his foundation in just 3 months, much stronger than me. Almost slipped up and violated the system principles. 3 months. Bai Xiaoxue was genuinely astonished, not to mention the spirit energy being thin in recent centuries. Even scouring the history of Songmang City, there hadn't been anyone who established their foundation in just 3 months. Establishing the foundation within 100 days, even at the peak of spirit energy, usually takes at least 100 days. After the astonishment, she glanced back and forth at the pair of talented youth, feeling a pang of sourness in her heart. A genius paired with a prodigy. They truly were a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, Yu Yingshu was busy eating when he suddenly frowned, sensing something was off. Ever since Wen Dong entered the room, he hadn't even glanced at senior sister Bai. This is too abnormal. This girl is the number 1 beauty of Yanbei. Oh no, this kid Wen Dongyang is surely having problems with his preferences. No, I must find a way to help him correct this. After a period of recuperation, Yu Yingshu had nearly fully recovered. Her Qi was restored, and she could once again nurture her spiritual energy, albeit with less intensity than before, though it was still not too far off. It was merely the first level of foundation establishment. How much could her spiritual energy truly fill? To put it in numerical terms, it was the difference between 10 and 5. If she reached the peak of foundation establishment, it would easily exceed 100, but for now this was just a fraction. However, that was a matter for later. After regaining control over her spiritual energy and nearly depleting her blood, the first thing she needed to do was take a bath. I can't take it anymore. Since returning from the Sahara, let alone bathing, even washing my face has been a horrifying ordeal. Every time I stood there washing my face, I could feel an intense gaze, as if it were a tangible substance fixated upon me. Turning her head, she found Wen Dongyang either teasing the cat, or cleaning the floor, and wiping the table, clearly not looking at her. But could she believe such a ruse? Oh no, Wen's condition is worsening. The girl felt the burden on her shoulders growing heavier. After asking Wen Dongyang to bring a bathtub and hot water, she promptly shooed him out of the room. Strange, wasn't he supposed to be in seclusion with the Lord of Mu Jingtai City? How come he has been free to move around these past few days? With a sense of confusion, Yu Yingshu stepped into the bathtub, enveloped by the hot water in the cold secret realm, a feeling that made her involuntarily exclaim, so refreshing. Immediately, Wen Dongyang's voice rang out from outside the door, what's wrong? Is there a problem? How can you even— Get out, get out, get out. The girl's series of shouts sent the young man fleeing in panic. At least it sounded like he was fleeing. Yu Yingshu finally put her mind at ease. Fortunately, if one saw her in this highly misleading and well-disguised state, he might get the wrong idea and could never return to the right path. That would be a grave sin on her part. Wen Dongyang is such a good person. As she reflected on the care he had shown her in recent days, she sighed, realizing that even a biological brother wouldn't be this attentive. Therefore, she must lend him a helping hand. Moreover, Songmang City isn't a bad place. If the cultivation world found out that someone had come out in such a manner, wouldn't they laugh at her to death? With so many senior brothers and sisters, wouldn't they all be too embarrassed to hold their heads high? But how should she go about it? Find a hair salon with pink lights. In her current state, she definitely wouldn't be able to enter, but Wen Dongyang should be okay, right? As long as he experiences it once, it should be. The problem is she currently has no worldly currency, though that can be easily resolved. With her little junior sister's strength and face, she believed all her senior brothers would willingly part with their treasures. But how to trick Wen into going? She needed to make him willingly enter, which would be difficult. Yu Yingshu felt troubled while trying to shake off her worries. Damn it, after such a long time without practice, her skills have become rusty. Even when she opened the system interface, she found that the skill-clearing blockages had disappeared. Had she truly wasted all that experience? Her acceptance level had reset to the starting point. What now could vitality attributes still affect this aspect? After thoroughly cleansing her body inside and out, she finally stepped out for the first time since returning to Tsung. While walking, she repented her recent actions and sternly reminded herself not to do such things again. She wasn't as fierce as junior sister Bai, who overdoing it could harm her essence. She walked to Bai Ziox's residence and knocked hard on the door, but there was no response. She didn't know if she was hibernating or what. Next, Ewing Shu went to the main hall and finally received the reward for the outsourced task from the Electricity Bureau, 135 spirit stones. This was already a substantial reward. Compared to the sect tasks in Songmang City, outsourced tasks only required a trip to complete, saving time and effort. What more could one ask for? Moreover, this was just the lowest tier task. The girl was quite satisfied with the money she had obtained. She turned around and found Wen Dongyang shoving 100 spirit stones into his arms. Don't say, I'm ungrateful. Take this small amount and spend it as you wish. She didn't just want to give 100 spirit stones after taking out her own pocket money. Only these spirit stones remained. When Dongyang held the spirit stones at a loss. Am I being kept? Even passing senior brothers cast disdainful glances at her. Ewing Shu, however, paid no mind to those looks and punched her old friend. What are you standing there for? Put it away. From now on we are family. Rest assured I've decided on you as my brother. As she said this, she shot fierce glances around. What are you looking at? From now on we are family. Crash. The sound of hearts shattering echoed around. It's over. The announcement has been made. Another good piece of meat has been lost. But looking on the bright side, it's one less monk, right? Only when Dongyang knew that this girl definitely did not mean what everyone thought, feeling that the burden on him was heavy and wondering when he would be able to achieve his long-cherished wish. Feeling warmth on the back of his hand, he discovered she was actually holding his hand and pushing. You keep the spirit stones out, otherwise I'll feel bad. Once you can leave the secret realm, it'll take you out for some fun. Immediately following was the cold, cutting gaze of the senior brothers. Take your dirty hand back. When Dongyang felt wronged, it wasn't his initiative. Then he felt a wave of pride and glared back. Go ahead and envy, you bunch of single dogs. Then he continued to respond to the girl. Lord Mu said, once the new year is over I can go out and gain some practical experience. The sect will select some suitable tasks for me. By the way, could you? He stammered, struggling to voice the awkward invitation, but Ewing Shu took the initiative to nod. No problem, I'll take you flying then. But for now you should focus on your cultivation. I'll go out and earn some spirit stones for our pocket money. The nearby senior brothers were grinding their teeth in frustration. What a wonderful girl. When did you save the galaxy in your previous life? On the top floor of the Electric Power Bureau, manager Su sighed in relief as he gazed at the beautiful young girl intently focused on the monitor in front of her. Fortunately, he did not let anyone down. News from Kangmang City instructed him to take special care when assigning tasks to the girl named Ewing Shu, ensuring she faced no dangers. The sight of the girl returning from the secret realm severely injured had indeed startled the city lord and the elders. This was a genius not inferior to when Dongyang nearly facing an untimely demise. Although they did not show it outwardly, they had already offered multiple prayers to the ancestral master, thanking him for blessing her safe return. Mu Jingtai interrupted his retreat, giving Wen Dongyang a break, hoping that the power of love would help Ewing Shu recover more quickly. Bai Jianqing directly summoned by Xiaoxue to reprimand her, further severing their father-daughter bond. Even Feng Ban had been particularly strict with the inner disciples during these days. Then a new problem arose: what to do next. According to Ewing Shu's nature, once she recovered, she would surely want to venture out again. Moreover, their secret realm in this harsh winter could not hold anyone. But how dangerous it was outside. What if she got injured again? Since the establishment of their sect by the ancestral master, their Kangmang City had only two such talents. Losing either would be heartbreaking. Should they restrict her from leaving the secret realm? That was out of the question. This girl was not like Wen Dongyang, who could sit still indulging in cultivation. She was a top-notch cultivator. Ewing Shu was a demolisher. If you didn't allow her to move, she would self-destruct. Thus they had to think of other solutions. The heavy burden was placed on Manager Su of the Electric Power Bureau. However, Manager Su had been working in the bureau for decades, so he still had some methods. For instance, the row of 7 or 8 tasks suitable for her level that the girl could choose from had all recently been taken by others from the Yanbei region. Moreover, there were stronger individuals leading the teams. While it might not be completely foolproof, it certainly raised the safety levels to the maximum. Soon Ewing Shu chose a task to clear out a werewolf den. The reward was a whopping 300 spirit stones, enough to treat Old One to a sumptuous meal, with some left over to choose a manual for practice. The object manipulation technique used by senior sister Bai was quite handy. Besides, the strength of the werewolves was not high, otherwise they wouldn't have been suppressed by vampires throughout history. She was too lazy to ponder why werewolves and vampires had all migrated to the east. As he watched the young girl's youthful fingers, Manager Su recalled his memories of meeting Shangguan Xian in his youth. He touched his balding head, letting out a sigh before looking at the girl, who was showing signs of impatience, and said slowly, young people are still too rash. Choosing this task, I understand. I will record it for you now. However, this task is a collaborative one, and you will need to complete it together with several other cultivators. In fact, there are collaborative tasks, but they require tackling high-difficulty top-tier evil cultivators while a mere werewolf. To be honest, if not for the concern of casualties, even the local police could handle them. In today's era, it is the era of mortals. The one Yuing Shu chose was simply a practice arranged by a sect called Qingyun Sword Sect on Mount Shu for its disciples. But Yuing Shu does not know that as long as someone leads her, she will surely face no danger. As for the Qingyun Sword Sect, it was just a matter of giving them a heads up. They were also happy to see their newly promoted disciples interact with other sects. In fact, the row of tasks Manager Su listed for Yuing Shu was all arranged this way. There was no way around it. This was a matter personally entrusted by that two-faced phone ban. If he didn't handle it smoothly, he would probably have nightmares at night. That eunuch had also done such disgusting things before. After learning the details of these tasks, Yuing Shu frowned, somewhat puzzled. Qingyun Sword Sect. Isn't that a sect from the Sichuan region? Why has it come here? Their current sect master hails from Yanbei and is closer to this area, so naturally they arrange for such tasks to be carried out here. It's all the same whether here or there, right? Manager Su was indeed speaking the truth, but he concealed the fact that they actually had high-level cultivators leading the expedition. Moreover, so far in all of China, only the north has been invaded by vampires and werewolves. The south is untouched. They wouldn't dare. The overall strength of the southern cultivators is several levels higher than that of the north, especially the renowned Mount Shu sect, which could single-handedly take on the entire Yanbei region. But why would they need me? Yuing Shu began to harbor some doubts. People who never lie are always very sensitive to deception. Manager Su responded with an impeccable answer. They are all sword cultivators, and they just need a girl like you for support in magic. Of course, this statement was pure nonsense. Do they really need a magic cultivator to deal with a few werewolves, eh? Flying swords are incredibly sharp, and werewolves do not possess the ability to transform into shadows like vampires. It's purely a physical battle. Facing sword cultivators who can fly and strike, they would simply be punching bags. Cough, what if there's an accident, right? We shouldn't delay. You'd better not ask anymore and hurry up, or they won't wait. Manager Su urged repeatedly. If he continued to be questioned, he wouldn't be able to come up with anything further. At the westernmost edge of Yanbei, this small city home to only several 100,000 people is over 700 kilometers away from the Spring City, where the mysterious realm of Kangmang City is located. However, due to its proximity to the grasslands during holiday seasons, tourists from outside swarm in, often outnumbering the locals. This place has also become one of the more famous tourist cities in the north. Outside a hotel not far from a certain ranch, 4 individuals gathered around a table enjoying barbecued food while quietly discussing something. Senior brother, who they are being too much, aren't they? They even want to suddenly assign someone to us, causing us to miss the... A boy with a face full of freckles expressed his dissatisfaction, biting into the grilled lamb with fervor, the fatty juices bursting forth with a delicious aroma. The team leader, Hu Gengxian, smiled gently and gestured for calm. It's no big deal. It's just a day's delay. When out in the world, we should help each other out. Just treat it as an outing. Isn't that nice? If one looked closely, they would notice hints of Western blood in him, with thick brows and deep-set eyes paired with an ethereal aura that was quite captivating. The youngest girl among the 4 was already captivated, her eyes sparkling. Senior brother has such a good temper. The only silent youth noticed her infatuated expression and snorted coldly. Junior sister, if you don't eat now, it will get cold. Mind your own business. The bright pearly-toothed girl already showed signs of becoming a beauty as she rolled her eyes at him, wrinkling her nose again, and continued to gaze at Hu Gengxian with her previous, unchanging look. Senior brother, what do you think it means for the local power supply bureau to suddenly assign someone like this? If we don't even know if they're tall or short, male or female, or which sect they belong to. Why bother thinking so much? The indifferent youth sneered, though his eyes occasionally flickered towards the girl who was ignoring him. When that person arrives, we'll know the answer. Yet the girl didn't even glance at him. Hu Gengxian chuckled sarcastically but quickly turned it into a reassuring smile. Don't be upset, junior brother. We're just casually chatting. Since we can't cultivate in the outside world, we shouldn't be all cold and stiff. It wouldn't do justice to your name. Seemingly advising, but actually subtly criticizing his clever speaking skills, further captivated the attention of the junior sister. After reaching his goal, he looked around, but didn't focus on the junior sister. With a masterful display of feigned restraint, he said, though I don't know the specifics about that person, I can still answer about Li Xiaoyue's question. It's merely to have us bring along some experience, just like you. He directly revealed the answer. This prompted exclamations from the junior brothers and sisters. But don't they have someone from their own sect? How, we are from the Qingyun Sword Sect. Hu Gengxian shook his sleeves, appearing quite invigorated. Although we may not be as good as Shushan, we are considerably larger compared to these small sects in Yanbei, with an overall strength hundreds of times greater. Being at the same foundation establishment stage, you should be able to suppress them easily, even taking on 2 at once. Just by watching our techniques, they can learn a great deal. They shouldn't learn from us. Little sister Li Xiaoyue pouted. Hey, we are all cultivators in the 9 provinces. Even if we meet face to face, we should address each other as brothers and sisters. There's no need for such petty behavior. If they want to learn, let them learn. Our sword techniques are varied. Even if we wanted to teach seriously, how much could they really learn in just one battle? We should have outright rejected them at the time. Li Xiaoyue stuck out her tongue. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I've seen this kind of thing many times. We as major sects always end up giving something away wherever we go. Just maintain a normal mindset. However, the local sect will surely send their most outstanding disciples, so you can also learn something from them. As the saying goes, there must be a teacher among 3 people. Hu Gengchen displayed great magnanimity regarding the issue of learning from others. After advising his junior brothers and sisters, he looked around and focused his gaze on the beautiful girl approaching them. Look at that one, as she's probably the one. Hu Gengchen lowered his voice and secretly pointed to Yu Shu. Her ethereal aura was unlike that of ordinary people. The freckled junior brother was taken aback. A girl? Li Xiaoyue pursed her lips and remained silent, feeling instinctively that her spotlight was about to be stolen. Hadn't she seen her little follower Mo Xiao stealing glances over there? What's the big deal about being a bit tall? Filled with jealousy, she rolled her eyes and came up with a mischievous idea. Let's pretend we mistook her for someone else and see how anxious she gets. Let's not. That's not a harmless little joke. Hu Gengchen directly rejected the junior sister's suggestion. This made Li Xiaoyue's jealousy even deeper. Her senior brother had always been very accommodating towards her. However, Hu Gengchen no longer looked at her, laughing heartily as he stood up and strode towards the girl. Here you are, fellow Taoist. You must have gone through great efforts to find us. It's no trouble. Oh, I just followed the navigation and arrived, Yu Shu replied with a formal fist salute, responding appropriately. But soon her true nature revealed itself as she kept glancing at the barbecue on the table. Which man could resist the aroma of cumin? Ha, please sit, junior sister, give this fellow Taoist a seat, Hu Gengchen said cheerfully, subtly playing a game of feigned restraint. Then he took the lead, starting to introduce his group. I have practiced for 8 years and am now at the peak of foundation establishment, so I'll take the liberty of calling you junior sister. His pride was not without reason. Achieving such success in 8 years had already surpassed most cultivators. After introducing his junior brothers and sisters in turn, Yu Shu also cupped her hands and returned, her voice bright and clear with a generous demeanor. Yu Shu, Foundation Establishment Stage 1 disciple from Kangmang City, I hope we can collaborate to complete this task together. As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with a retort from the young lady beside her named Li Xiaoyue. Yanbei people call this cooperation. Junior sister, that's not appropriate. Hu Gengchen chided lightly, and then smiled apologetically at the girl. I apologize, my junior sister is used to being headstrong. Yu Shu was baffled. What was wrong with cooperation? Why did this group have such a big hostility towards her? Suddenly, she heard the indifferent youth named Mo Xiao probing. You're from Kangmang City. I heard that you lose dozens of people every year in your disciple selection. Is that true? That's true. Yu Shu was also quite critical of her sect's selection method, but small sects could only survive this way to conserve resources. She scratched her head in embarrassment, her boyish gesture catching the attention of several people. Then she curiously asked back, what about you? Us. We open our doors every 3 years, and naturally countless young talents rush to join us, Li Xiaoyue sneered. The suitable ones stay, and the unsuitable ones are politely declined. Why would we need to go so far as to kill them? Yu Shu sighed deeply upon hearing this. Who would want such a situation? It was like the high school entrance exam. Those who study well would definitely scramble to enroll in good schools, thus the strong get stronger. All that was left for these pathetic schools were the inferior students, if they wanted to avoid wasting spiritual energy resources while still finding a standout among the poor performers. What else could they do? According to local insiders, the target is hiding in the vast pasture not far away. However, until sunset, several disciples of the Qingyun sword sect showed no intention of setting off, continuing to eat incessantly. Their stomachs seemed like bottomless pits. Regardless of gender, it was the same for all. Under this influence, Yu Shu's appetite surged. Eventually, she overindulged in 3 skewers of barbecue, feeling so stuffed that she had to clutch her belly and rest aside. She envied the group indulging in food and drink. How wonderful it is to enjoy food without restraint. However, the 4 disciples who were also at the first stage of foundation establishment were unwilling to acknowledge her. Only the senior brother named Hu Gengchen seemed kind-hearted, pulling up a stool to sit beside her, albeit still clutching a large handful of barbecue. He offered it to her, but the girl hesitated and shook her head. She appeared to want to eat, but was already too full. Don't be surprised. Hu Gengchen shook his head, glancing at his junior sister Li Xiaoyue. His true intention had always been her. Previously distancing himself from Li Xiaoyue was merely a ploy to make her subconsciously compete for his attention. Though this girl named Yu Shu had her own merits, this was Yanbei, and he would eventually return to the sect. If a pursuit with little chance of success caused his junior sister to harbor resentment towards him, that would truly be a case of losing big over something small. Li Zuoyu's father was elder Li Xiaobei of the Qingyun sword sect, and Li Xiaobei was indeed the most formidable contender for the next sect leader. Thus, until Li Xiaoyuan noticed his gaze and looked over, Hu Gongxian finally moved his stool to the side, feigning distance from Yu Yingshu, and seriously explained to her, the Taotai sect possesses a secret method to extract the spiritual energy from food completely. So while it seems we are indulging in a feast, the food consumed will transform into trace amounts of spiritual energy to assist in cultivation. However, these mundane foods pale in comparison to celestial delicacies. Even feasting for an entire night wouldn't equal a few leaves of celestial treasures. But still, it's better than nothing. Taotai sect. Yu Yingshu asked in confusion. What does that have to do with you? Junior sister. Hu Gongxian raised his head. The Taotai sect has been under the protection of our Qingyun sword sect for 5 years, so their so-called secret method can now be practiced freely by even a newly established foundation disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. However, this made Yu Yingshu's pupils constrict. What protection? It was clearly conquest, wasn't it? It seemed the cultivation world was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Countless storms of blood and carnage lay hidden beneath. The city of Kangmang, with such mediocre strength, could still maintain its position in Yinbei, truly owes much to the laws passed down through the ages. However, this cultivation technique is indeed remarkable. Once learned, one could indulge in food without restraint, unlike herself, who could feel full after merely a bowl of rice and a few bites of vegetables. Yu Yingshu had tried to make her slender waist a bit thicker so she could eat more, but unfortunately her plan to gain weight failed utterly against her small appetite and body that didn't gain weight easily. She looked up at the sky and noticed the entire city was already brightly lit. She then glanced at the others, who still showed no signs of getting up and were still indulging in food, and asked in confusion, aren't we going to carry out the mission and hunt werewolves? Junior sister, didn't you check the weather forecast? There's a lunar eclipse tonight. Hu Gongxian was clearly taken aback, not expecting this little girl to ask such a question. A lunar eclipse? This was completely outside Yu Yingshu's knowledge, so during a full moon the werewolves become stronger. Haha, who said that? You're such an uninformed newcomer. Li Xiaoyue, who had been paying attention to this side, seized every opportunity to belittle the girl. However, after her sarcasm, she did not explain the reason. She didn't even want to tell this leggy girl basic knowledge. With legs so straight and long it drew the eyes of several senior brothers. How shameless. Hu Gongxian had to explain. The full moon simply forces werewolves to transform, and then they will cultivate themselves under the full moon. Thus, the older the werewolf, the stronger their power. However, this has nothing to do with their combat ability. Even during a new moon, they can still transform at will and exhibit extraordinary strength. Yu Yingshu became increasingly confused as she listened. Is that because of the lunar eclipse? The lunar eclipse has nothing to do with power. It's possible that tonight this natural phenomenon might even cause the werewolves to miss an opportunity for cultivation and cleansing. Li Xiaoyue began to flaunt her knowledge, pointing at the girl. Take note, newcomer. Then why aren't we going tonight? Wouldn't it be better to finish early and go home? Are you foolish? It's a lunar eclipse. How many people will be looking up at the sky? How many phones will be filmed? There are all sorts of live broadcasts, right? In such circumstances, if we were to fight against werewolves, what if someone saw or recorded it? How would you explain it to the public? Li Zuoyu's finger pointed. Little by little her nose held high. Hu Gongxian followed up with an explanation. During a lunar eclipse, partial lunar eclipse, meteor showers, and other nighttime phenomena, the cultivation world refrains from action as a rule. This is also why over so many years strange and inexplicable things are often captured, yet during these nights, when theoretically the cameras should be aimed at the sky, the most strange phenomena appear. Isn't this basic knowledge? Doesn't Kangmang City teach this? We are self-taught. I'm not very good at learning. The ranch occupies a vast area, raising tens of thousands of cattle. Although they have been delayed for a few days, the werewolves seem unaware of their exposure, continuing to huddle in a house, killing cows when hungry, with carcasses scattered all around. It seems they really are muscle over brains. Hu Gongxian observed the brightly lit house not far away, where a noisy party seemed to be taking place, a cold smile of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. He then pointed forward. Junior brothers and sisters, let's go. Form up, watch each other's backs, and just follow what we've learned and practiced. That should be enough to deal with this pack of werewolves. Senior brother is right behind you, and I will assist if danger arises. Do not hold back, do not hesitate, they deserve to die. 3 workers have already perished at their hands. The other 3 newcomers from the Qingyun sword sect, who had just recently established their foundations, immediately arranged themselves into a formation, with Mo Xiao in front, and the other 2 behind, summoning their flying swords in a triangular formation. Seeing their slightly trembling hands and rapid breaths, it was clear this was their first battle. Yu Yingshu was filled with envy. Look at them, with a senior brother leading them to gain experience and practice. Then look at Kangmang City, where it's just a free-range model, survival of the fittest. She stood aside with her hands behind her back, not participating. On one hand, their formation was seamless, and there was no place for her on the other hand. Although they were all at the first layer of foundation establishment, her strength should be significantly higher than theirs. Collaborating with them would only make her hesitant, so it would be more convenient to fight alone. However, she did not relax her vigilance because of her superior strength. Instead, she was particularly serious. Were those werewolves really, as Hu Gongxian said, muscle over brains? If so, how have werewolves managed to stand against vampires in Europe for the past millennium? At the very least, they wouldn't just wait around to die, right? The world is so vast, and no one can stop you. Why not run after killing someone? Thinking back to the last time, when they ambushed the vampires with the Knights of Malta, they fell into a trap and nearly suffered a total loss. One could never be sure what kind of tricks might appear this time. Yu Ingzhu swallowed hard, constantly glancing around. She was not worried or afraid. After all, with Hu Gongxian at the peak of foundation establishment, they would be fine. At worst, she could just run since she could fly. Instead, she was trying to locate the enemy's ambush. However, her demeanor did not escape the attention of several members of the Qingyun sword sect who interpreted it differently. Oh, have you never seen such a big scene before, country bumpkin? Li Xiaoyue immediately seized the opportunity, a sneer appearing at the corner of her mouth. In truth, any sect placed in a mix of tasks while sneaking in to learn would not feel good about it. She was merely expressing her dissatisfaction due to a woman's jealousy. Yu Ingzhu had long sensed hostility from this girl, but since they were temporary teammates, she said nothing, only answering truthfully according to the system. Previously in the desert, I played a game of wits with dozens of armed thugs, and even clashed directly with superpowered individuals. The scene should be bigger than this. Desert. Armed thugs. Superpowered individuals. Without Li Xiaoyue needing to say anything, even the usually taciturn Mo Xiao could not help but comment. What movie is that from? It sounds so familiar. Hu Gongxian also shook his head and smiled. Alright, junior sister, you won't see such scenes in Huaxiao, so there's no need to show off. If you're afraid, you can come stand by my side and observe first. Why should she be allowed to stand beside senior brother? Seeing this, Li Xiaoyue harshly reprimanded, forming a spell with her hands, and her flying sword broke from the triangular formation to point towards this side. Now you come over here, draw your sword, and fight with us. Regarding Yu Yingz's uninvited intrusion, since senior brother had already made a decision, she did not oppose further. But if you want to slack off, that is absolutely unacceptable, especially when it comes to standing beside senior brother. You, an average-looking person from Yinbei, have no right to attract my senior brother. Facing Li Zoya's order, Yu Ingzhu had no thoughts of resistance. She had not planned to avoid battle in the first place, and fighting alongside these large sects would surely allow her to learn many things. However, draw a sword. Weren't they specifically looking for a spellcaster for support? Why were they asking her to use a flying sword? Was it a slip of the tongue? Yu Ingzhu blinked and summoned a water sword. Transforming water into sword, there's no need to bring out that short sword named Little Shadow to embarrass herself. Her swordsmanship was only level 1, and she couldn't even keep up with the flying swords of those sword cultivators. However, seeing the girl's water sword, the expressions of several disciples from Qingyun sword sect were unified. Are you kidding me? Li Xiaoyue was the first to voice her thoughts, then controlled her flying sword to strike the water sword directly, saying, "What you have there, is it meant to give the werewolves a bath?" But just as the flying sword touched the water sword, Yu Ingzhu transformed the water sword into an ice sword. With a clash, the two swords collided, producing a crisp sound. The ice sword shed a few shards, but the flying sword was sent spinning several times. Anyone watching could tell that this collision was won by the ice sword. In a normal battle, the ice sword could have taken advantage of the flying sword's loss of control to counterattack its owner. No, she cheated. It was clearly a water sword. Just now, I underestimated her. Oh, let's go again. Li Xiaoyue stomped her feet, repeatedly struggling to control her sword as she prepared to launch another attack. Yu Ingzhu maintained a straight face without speaking. It wasn't about the noise. She was worried that if she spoke, she would burst out laughing. It's really amusing to bully someone. The opponent used a common-grade flying sword and was just a novice, while on her side, she had earth-grade spells at decent level, and her spiritual power was much higher than that of ordinary practitioners, making the ice sword stronger, with no reason to lose. Of course, she could only bully common-grade swords. Hu Gongxian also noticed this and did not want his junior sister to go up and humiliate herself, interrupting. That's enough. If you want to spar, we can do it later. Now prepare to face the enemy. They have already discovered us. Thanks to Li Zoya's unreserved reprimand, the werewolves early on discovered these cultivators, and howls began to emanate from the small house. Then towering werewolves stepped out of the door, forming a line outside. They looked no different from the traditional portrayals of werewolves in film and games. The members of Qingyun sword sect were even more excited. If the initial targets of their first experience were individuals, they might have hesitated due to psychological factors. But once transformed, werewolves were no different from monsters. Killing them posed no burden at all. 3 flying swords shot forward in a triangular formation, while the water sword lagged behind, looking timid. "Piss." A voice of disdain was heard from somewhere. But Yu Ingzhu continued to act as she pleased. She felt something was off. If the werewolves were mindless, they should be charging in all at once. If they had brains, they should be launching an assault. They had no ranged attacks. Facing the sharp flying swords, they could only passively take hits. Yet now the werewolves just stood in front of the house waiting quietly. Something was off. Just as Yu Ying's worries grew and the flying swords reached the werewolves, a purple light shield suddenly began to expand rapidly from inside the small house, enveloping several people in an instant. Then those flying swords suddenly lost their power and fell to the ground. Yu Ying's water sword also instantly vanished into the air. As a time traveler, not counting the childhood brawls in kindergarten, this was her third real battle across 2 lifetimes, and Yu Ying's reaction speed was clearly not as swift as that of her predecessors among other time travelers. A thought of this as bad burst forth in her mind. However, the other 3 early Foundation establishment disciples of the Qingyun sect performed even worse than her, still trying to communicate with their flying swords. Hu Gengchen was the fastest to react, shouting "Run." After saying this, he turned and fled, leading the way. Yu Ying followed closely in second place, gradually gaining ground. At this moment, everyone was unable to use any spells. Their long legs and light bodies gave them an advantage. Running purely without the aid of spiritual energy, no matter how fast one could move their legs, it wouldn't be much faster than the world record. It wasn't like they were running on all fours. Going faster would only lead to losing balance and flying off. As cultivators, they only had the advantage of greater stamina compared to ordinary people. Thus, being lighter and having longer legs inevitably meant they could run faster than others. However, as the first 2 fled swiftly, the 3 novice Foundation establishment disciples fell further behind. Then they all spat out a mouthful of blood simultaneously, their legs giving way and collapsing to the ground. The werewolves picked up the 3 flying swords that seemed to embrace them, and with a little force could easily break these ordinary items unsupported by spiritual energy or sword intent. The flying swords were connected to their masters' lives. Although their destruction did not mean the death of the wielder, the sword intent cultivated within them inevitably became chaotic. If they were fighting the enemy, they might have anticipated this and perhaps forced it down. But at this moment, with their backs turned to the enemy and in a state of nervous panic, they never expected this turn of events, thus suffering a sudden blow. However, this was not fatal. At most, it was only a light injury, but it interrupted their escape. The werewolves, running on all fours, were merely a dozen meters away from the 3. Special challenge task: save a life, rescue all 4 individuals from the werewolves. Reward skill points x2. Note: skill points can only be used to upgrade skills. In a critical moment, a reminder from the system flashed through Yu Ying's mind. However, she hesitated, not at all, continuing to flee. What a joke! Let those who want to be heroes do so. The dog system better not turn me into a painting. There are no penalties anyway, so this little reward is better left untouched. In 2 weeks, the attribute points from 2 sign-ins were enough to cover her losses. But just as the girl tuned out the outside world, a sudden shout came from beside her. Damn! In everyone's eyes, the usually gentle Hu Gengchen suddenly turned dangerously, intercepting in front of Li Xiaoyue, exchanging blows with the werewolf before grabbing Li Xiaoyue and running. This girl was a stepping stone for him to climb higher. If she died here, not only would he not be able to elevate himself, but it would also be a stroke of luck if her father, the furious elder of the sect, didn't expel him from the Qingyun sect. The werewolf he was fighting against was actually knocked back significantly. Yu Ying saw her opportunity. The werewolf's strength did not match its muscular physique at all. Could it be? They are also affected. Don't be afraid, these werewolves are not as strong as they look. The girl shouted as she turned back, brushing past Hu Gengchen, who was dragging Li Xiaoyue. What are you doing? He bellowed, yet did not reduce his speed at all. Even if they aren't that strong, it's not something you... Being at the peak of Foundation establishment, he could knock a werewolf back with a single punch without causing much damage. But facing 7 werewolves rushing at him, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. Are you a newbie, just starting Foundation establishment, going to deliver yourself as meat? Is everyone cultivated in Kangmang City just a bunch of brutes? But it's hard to persuade the damned. Saying even this much was his last shred of conscience. Yu Ying was also bewildered. She did not expect Hu Gengchen, who seemed gentle and caring towards his junior brothers and sisters, to be so ruthless, not even glancing back, completely abandoning the other 2 disciples. It seemed he was just like her, a person of temperament. However, the problem they faced now was that she had already rushed to the werewolves' front, and no one was there to help. Clearly, if the 2 of them teamed up, they could at least hold off for a while, allowing the others to escape outside the barrier first, thus completing the task and securing their rewards. What to do now? Forget about what to do, that's a matter for later. She had to brace herself and deal with the first wave of attacks first. There was no time to think. Yu Ying poured all the accumulated 3 attribute points into her strength, raising it to 49 points, then threw a punch directly. Her clenched fist was in sharp contrast to the werewolf's fist, which was as large as an iron pot, at most just the size of 2 of the werewolf's knuckles. Then came the sickening sound of bones breaking and grinding. Her slender, delicate fist actually punched right into the werewolf's fist. But Ewing was unable to press her advantage as another werewolf charged in sidestepping to avoid the glinting claws kicking it away. When she turned back to deal with the first werewolf, she found it had already swung its intact fist at her. Its recovery speed was so fast. The girl was startled. Wasn't this much stronger than vampires? Then she pulled out her demon-slaying staff and short sword. All of her spiritual power and sword intent could not leave her body, but as long as she held on to her magical artifacts and weapons, everything was fine. With her left hand holding the staff, she casually swung it, knocking that werewolf back into its human form. And in a daze, who wouldn't perform poorly after such an encounter? The human form was definitely smaller than the werewolf. Changing from small to large would tear clothes apart, but shrinking from large to small wouldn't automatically produce new clothes. Ewing had once possessed such a form herself and perhaps would in the future, but she felt no shame whatsoever. Instead, filled with jealousy, she swiftly dispatched one with both swords. Then came the second one. By the time the third one arrived, it was no longer so easy. The remaining 5 werewolves recognized her as the greatest threat and abandoned their pursuit of the others actively surrounding her. Don't be afraid, junior sister brother is here. At a critical moment, another loud shout full of bravado rang out. Hu Gengchen also rushed over holding his flying sword, and with a few uncoordinated sweeps repelled several werewolves, even drawing some blood. This boosted his confidence greatly. Junior brothers, go meet up with Li Xiaoyue. You'll leave this side to me. Brother will definitely not abandon you. Seeing Ewing fend off the enemy with her sword, Hu Gengchen immediately followed suit, subtly implying that the credit. However, Ewing didn't care for any credit, turning and following Mo Xiao to flee. She left Hu Gengchen to hold the line alone. They'll go escort them, brother, good luck. A crisp sentence nearly made Hu Gengchen vomit blood. Was it satisfying, Hu Gengchen? Was it? Selling out teammates was indeed a delightful experience. Ewing Shu certainly could not run away. If she did, the 4 adorable members of the Qingyun sword sect would fail. However, she did not engage in battle with Hu Gengchen, though instead she fled in the opposite direction, bypassing the encirclement of the werewolves and heading straight for the small cottage. Given his peak foundation establishment level, even if he couldn't win, he should be able to run and fight at the same. If she could break the barrier, wouldn't it be easy to deal with the remaining enemies? However, as the girl charged forward, she suddenly saw a shadow flash behind the window of the small cottage, followed by a massive fireball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter shooting out. Damn! Ewing Shu avoided the fireball in a clumsy roll, patting her face that had been scorched by the intense heat, cursing under her breath. How could there be a guard? A supernatural being, perhaps. However, according to the information she found in the library, supernatural beings were typically associated with the Camel Kingdom, the Bagashan cult in South Africa, and the Third Brother's specialties. How could they be mixed up with werewolves? Very soon she realized she had guessed wrong. A bolt of lightning struck again, accurately hitting the arm of the girl, moving and in shape. The blinding light, an explosive sound, only blew away a portion of her sleeve, revealing a fair arm. Her body remained unscathed. Ewing Shu herself did not understand why this was happening. And it was clear that her opponent was not just focused on blowing up her clothes. Because from within the cottage a surprised voice exclaimed, "OH." From the sound it appeared to be a middle-aged woman, and she was from Europa. Which she? After her exclamation, Ewing Shu immediately began to move erratically, neither advancing nor. She was torn between whether to flee or continue the attack. Unlike vampires and werewolves, the former can fly and fight aided by dark magic, but their overall strength is generally low. Only high-level vampires could pose a threat to cultivators, while the latter are purely muscle-bound devils, their strongest being no more than the T-1000 level. Witches, on the other hand, are particularly rare, yet each member is powerful. They unite with werewolves to stand against vampires and the Western Church without losing ground. In fact, within this alliance, they often dominate, with werewolves merely being enforcers. This was beyond what Ewing Shu could handle at this stage. But she couldn't waste the skill points she had just obtained, could she? What if this witch turned out to be weak? As she hesitated, Hu Gengchen was already in dire straits, lacking even the strength to call for help, only expressing his protests through heavy breathing. Ewing Shu noticed that the 5 werewolves attacking him had not looked her way from beginning to end. This indicated that they were very confident in the witch's strength. Considering that the witch did not leave the cottage despite the werewolves suffering losses, she was likely also trying to maintain the mysterious barrier, and since her attack range was limited, she could only watch. So retreating was the best strategy. Having made up her mind, Ewing Shu was about to turn back to rescue Hu Gengchen when she saw the witch wearing a long-beaked crow mask standing by the window, again staring this way and beginning to chant a spell. Just by looking, she could tell what high-level magic the witch was about to use. The fireball and lightning thrown earlier had not involved any chanting or gestures aimed at her. Ewing Shu instantly sensed the crisis. Her hair stood on end as she pulled out a large-caliber revolver from her storage ring and raised her hand to fire a shot. Not aiming for a hit, but hoping to interrupt the spellcasting. A collaborative task ended in discord, yet Ewing Shu did not dwell on Hu Gengchen's final attitude. Perhaps she had wounded his pride, or perhaps it was because she had him independently hold off the werewolves that bred resentment. But what could be done? Even if he was at fault, first one was situated in the far north of Huaxiao, while the other in the southwest, it would be hard for them to intersect in the future. Yu Shu had no desire to have any further connection with him. She felt that this person's character was not as good as it appeared on the surface, indeed, quite poor. Then she continued her journey through the mountains, returning to Spring City with a delightful mood. However, upon reporting to the Power Bureau, she learned that her remuneration was only 60 spirit stones. It turned out that the rewards from the collaborative task were to be equally divided. The 300 spirit stones promised were reduced to this paltry sum after being split among 5 people. What could this amount even do? I heard that hiring a young lady from the Huanyu sect starts at 3,000, and yet the one who worked hardest was clearly herself. Feeling it was unfair, Yu Shu immediately sought another task to lift her spirits, but Manager Su offered her a long list of collaborative tasks again. No matter how she argued, he insisted she go find Feng Ban. At this point, Yu Shu understood the reason, as she blamed her lack of money on the dead eunuch and returned to the secret realm in a huff, planning to retreat for a while. She knew that this was Tsangmang City trying to protect itself. The last time she traveled with Bai Xiaoshui, the outcome was so disastrous it must have scared them. So she could only cultivate first, raising her realm in hopes that they would relax their vigilance or lower their expectations. Moreover, hadn't they agreed to travel with Old One after the new year? It was just right to improve her strength and protect herself, this little brother, while out. In case he disobeyed, she could also use her knowledge of physics to persuade him. There was still half a month left until the new year, and if she devoted herself to expanding her qi, it should be sufficient to elevate her realm to the second level of foundation establishment. Based on the refining method of her main cultivation technique, the Han Ao, Jura progress was indeed slow. However, she did not want to waste money on the mainstream foundation establishment techniques available in Tsangmang City. Moreover, she currently had no money. Yu Shu hoped to wait for the system to reward her with a primary cultivation body, yet after a month of foundation establishment, there was still no sign of it. Could it be that the system was dissatisfied with her performance? Thinking of this, the girl's expression softened as she once again used her newly learned object manipulation technique to throw the wallet of the outer disciple, who had begun to run away faster, to the ground. "Ah, junior brother, you dropped your money." Yu Shu hurriedly chased after him, adopting a different delicate demeanor as she picked up the wallet and with a very discreet move slipped the spirit stone inside as her payment for completing a task, then presented the wallet with both hands, smiling sweetly. "Please take your money, and do be careful next time." She felt that her pose and flirtatious tone made her seem like a pervert. But for the sake of the task, she endured. The 10-year-old junior brother, having just joined the outer sect for half a year, looked horrified and repeatedly shook his head. "And no, sister, really, I don't want it. If you want to, just take it." After all, who would lose their wallet 7 times in less than 200 meters, each time being returned by a sister who initially seemed beautiful but now appeared terrifying? He couldn't help but wonder if he had done something reprehensible in his past life. He had long heard about a lunatic in the inner sect who would help others under various pretexts, and today he finally experienced it firsthand. What help was this? If you wanted money, just say so. Seeing that her junior brother misunderstood her intentions, Yu Shu's eyes, which had held a hint of delicacy, now held a glint of coldness, removing all traces of delicate and leaving only ferocity. "Keep it." Yikes. The junior brother shrank back and turned to flee. He was only 10 years old. Why was he being chased and tormented by a female pervert? Yu Shu acted quickly, grabbing the junior brother's hand and forcefully slapping the wallet into his hands. "Just keep it. Don't be a nuisance to the Yanbei people. Be careful not to break your spine." Yikes. The junior brother trembled in fear at the ferocious female. However, the sister's hands were truly soft, and her scent was delightful. The 10-year-old child did not understand love and affection, only instinctively feeling that Yu Shu was not as terrifying as she seemed. Just as his attitude was gradually softening, another piercing cold light struck. He felt as if he had been stabbed 1,000 times, and the hand held by his sister was sliced into even pieces and then burned in sulfuric acid. Yikes. The junior brother yanked his wrist free, clutching the wallet and turning to run. Pickpocket challenge: finding an item and not concealing it as your own, actively returning it. 8:20. What was happening? Yu Shu stared at the fleeing figure of her junior brother, scratching her head in confusion. Was she really that frightening? However, having completed the task 8 times and having stuffed a spirit stone into that wallet as compensation, they were even, which was fine. It was just a bit regrettable. Having done so many good deeds, why had the system not yet rewarded her with a foundation establishment body? While she was stamping her feet in frustration, when Dong Yang descended from the sky, landing beside the girl, his gaze still following the fleeing junior brother, continuously passing judgment, fueled by jealousy. "Tisk, you really are a good dog. I just got home, and you can already trace my scent." Yu Shu would not miss any opportunity to tease her good brother. When Dong Yang's response was to take an exaggerated deep breath, and then ready himself for a punch. The entire Kangmang city was bustling in preparation for the new year. During this traditional festival, which has been passed down since ancient times, even the usually cold and indifferent Feng Ban wore a hint of a rare smile. However, his tendency to nitpick had increased. Ewing Shu was completely squatting in the secret realm and didn't intend to come out. The electric company was filled with collaborative tasks which were beneath her notice. Moreover, after her last experience, she was thoroughly tired of such caretaker assignments. It was hard to tell who was protecting whom. There was no excitement at all. What she liked was the kind of experience where she had maximum autonomy to fully enjoy in a level storyline, while having a strong ally behind her to silently support her and clear all obstacles, making the task completely safe. However, thinking about it theoretically, there would be no such opportunity anymore. Little you. A hurried knocking sound came from the entrance of the cellar above, and her godson shouted anxiously, "Come on. Let's practice our coordination. After the new year, we can team up for tasks together, all carefully selected by the sect, guaranteed to be exciting. No way I'm resting. You can handle it yourself." A muffled response came from the cellar. When Dongyang scratched his head and asked what's wrong. Didn't it just happen? Why is it back again? Are you bloodsucking? Damn you. A small sword tip pierced through the door panel, stopping just short of Wen Dongyang's nose. It was her flying sword Xiaoying. When Dongyang touched the delicate blade, wondering if this could be considered the sword, as he reached down to feel the sword handle, his hand seemed to sense a cold tremor from the sword body. Then with a whoosh it flew back on its own. A sharp voice from the cellar exclaimed, "No way. How did you get into my room?" "It was your cat, Xiaoqing, who opened the door for me." When Dongyang immediately sold out his comrade. Xiaoqing rolled around and acted cute, then jumped up her small paws, precisely pulling the latch and bolting outside to find her sister, the snake demon, Sujin, for some pills. "How did it get into my room?" Ewing Shu scratched her head suspiciously. Soon she waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. What harm can a cat do? In any case, I don't want to go out right now. Tasks have nothing to do with me." After saying that, she vented to her brother about her recent task experience, concluding with a complaint, "It's a dark scheme. A bloody dark scheme. How can that dead eunuch Feng Ban manage even this? After going on a long mission and working for days, I ended up putting in the most effort only to receive a measly amount." The girl pressed her thumb against her pinky, gesturing at Wen Dongyang. Her nails, resembling small pearl shells, swayed in front of the boy's eyes like fledglings waiting eagerly for their mother to return home. Wen Dongyang reluctantly withdrew his gaze and tentatively suggested, "How about I go check with the electric company to see if I can pick up some interesting outsourcing tasks for you to do?" Ewing Shu's eyes lit up. "Can you go out?" This public face, which looked like a genius gathered from several lifetimes of incense, had already been placed under house arrest by Kangmang City and couldn't go outside until the time was right. This was to protect him and also to consider the entire sect. Ewing Shu did not believe he could break through the guards of Feng Ban and senior sister Shangwan Xian. Haha, as a personally taught disciple, I must have some clever tricks. When Dongyang especially enjoyed the look of admiration from the girl. "Alright then, hurry up. Go ahead." Ewing Shu generously waved her hand, promising, "You take on the task, and I will contribute. We will split the profits 5,050. 50% is too much, I'll give it all to you." When Dongyang thought this girl seemed unwilling to owe a debt, so he immediately changed his tune. "A 20-80 split is enough. I take 20, you take 80. "What are you talking about? I meant to give you 50%, and I'll keep 95%. I'm the one doing all the work, and you just want a few pocket money for running errands." Hurry up, she urged repeatedly, clearly impatient. It would be best to find some monster catching or ghost driving tasks, just like the last time she encountered the snake demon Sujin. This could be interesting. If she encountered a few ordinary mortals, she could also flaunt her superiority in front of them. Since we are all cultivating immortality, why hide in a secret realm without going out? Wouldn't that be akin to wearing fine clothes at night? When Dongyang shook his head helplessly with a bitter smile, deliberately putting on a forced expression as he stepped out of the girl's room. However, it wasn't long before he returned with a grim face. How did it go? It was just a formality to ask. In fact, there was no need to ask. Just looking at his expression, Ewing Shu could guess that the result was certainly unsatisfactory. Sure enough, the corners of Wen Dongyang's mouth twisted in bitterness. "I went out, but the electric company didn't even register me. Feng Ban deleted my information." "Huh, I knew it." The girl crossed her arms, turning her head away, clearly indicating that she would not cooperate nonviolently. Mainly Kangmang City had good intentions, so there was nothing to say. When Dongyang bit his lip, nervously mustered his courage, and made a new invitation. "How about, why don't you come with me to stroll outside? It's almost New Year's Eve, and according to the rules, everyone traveling outside Kangmang City must hurry back. It's very lively outside now with many new faces." Everyone. Ewing Shu immediately thought of someone. On the night of the New Year's Eve, with no signal or television in the secret realm, one could not watch the gala, but there was a unique program of their own. Mu Jingtai was generous, unleashing all the spiritual energy needed throughout the secret realm, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The spirit beasts raised under the guidance of the snake demon, Suzhun roamed leisurely around the city while the sky even simulated the celestial phenomena of the Big Dipper. The returning disciples were either tidying their rooms, sharing their experiences of the past year with their fellow disciples, or setting up stalls on the streets to sell their gains from the outside world. Everywhere was bustling with activity. The elders of the sect stood at their doorways smiling as they awaited their disciples to come and pay New Year's greetings, handing out red envelopes. The busiest among them was the elder in charge of internal affairs, overseeing all the ordinary inner disciples without masters, as a long queue formed outside his door, though the red envelopes given were relatively few. The wealthiest were the strongest masters, such as Bai Jianqing, especially when it came to giving to his direct disciple, Wen Dongyang, which made Yuing Shu green with envy to the point of tears. "Do you want some?" The indifferent face nonchalantly grabbed a handful of spirit stones from the cloth pouch and handed them over. "Take it, consider it a gift from your senior brother." "Humph." The girl scoffed at the unsolicited gift. "Even we have our pride. Besides, how could a father ask his son for pocket money? Who doesn't have a master? The new year is approaching. Surely that cheap master of mine should be returning soon. I can't just step into the secret realm right on time, can I?" Deciding to act, Yuing Shu shook off his follower and hurried towards Su Weidao's dwelling, leaving behind Wen Dongyang, who was completely unaware of where he had gone wrong, along with a group of senior brothers and sisters watching him with glee. Indeed, as soon as he turned the corner of Su Weidao's shabby little house, he saw a plump woman standing in front of the door. Though described as plump, she was only round in the right places with no excess flesh anywhere else. Just seeing those two enormous features made Yuing Shu feel dizzy, unsure where to direct his gaze. As for the beautifully moist face, it was completely overshadowed by the impressive bosom. She probably didn't even notice Bai Xiaoxue, who was kneeling respectfully and bowing. "Master, Happy New Year." Bai Xiaoxue stood up and tidied her hair, sincerely wishing her well. "Same to you. But I've aged another year." Su Weidao sighed. "In a few more years I'll be turning 8. Yuing Shu almost laughed out loud. Without looking at her, Su Weidao reached into her bosom. After rummaging for a while, she suddenly pulled out a red envelope and shoved it into Bai Xiaoxue's hands. "Take it, Happy New Year. May you reach full vitality and mastery in the new year." "Thank you, Master." Bai Xiaoxue accepted the red envelope, smiling as she stepped aside, waiting for her junior sister to come forward to pay her respects. However, Yuing Shu no longer felt like moving. Other masters typically handed out spirit stones in bags, with even the worst containing several pieces, but why did she simply stuff a red envelope? However, seeing her junior sister's expectant gaze, he could only brace himself and step forward to pay his respects, saying, "Master, Happy New Year. Wishing you fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain." It seems Su Weidao was oblivious to the teasing about her age, still smiling, radiantly swaying back and forth. "This must be that person, right? Come, take this. Remember, as long as you don't bother me on normal days, I won't cause you any trouble either." Goodness, does she really regard her negligence as a unique quality? Yuing Shu pouted but still took the red envelope and stood to the side. He felt frustrated he hadn't received any benefits and instead had to bow to her. "Master, where is senior brother Zhang? Why hasn't he come yet?" Bai Xiaoxue asked cheerfully. Yuing Shu then realized that there was another oblivious person here to pay respects to her. Moreover, it was for a senior brother. He couldn't be one of the competitors, could he? "No, Bai Xiaoxue, I am your..." Although he currently lacked interest due to structural issues, he believed it wouldn't be long before he overcame this. Su Weidao glanced at Yuing Shu, then looked over Bai Xiaoxue, lightly shaking her head and sighing. "Alas, he has passed away. He was ambushed by a group of practitioners from a witchcraft sect in a small ruin in Lingnan, and his death was not particularly painful." "Ah." Bai Xiaoxue was surprised, but did not seem overly saddened. "What about those practitioners from the witchcraft sect?" Those who could be disciples of Elder Su were solitary wolves, only having a passing acquaintance and not being very familiar with one another. Moreover, the sudden demise of practitioners was a common occurrence, and they were mentally prepared for this. Su Weidao let out a laugh that seemed somewhat cold, but quickly returned to her usual lazy demeanor. "The witchcraft sect no longer has a branch in Lingnan. You too must remember, in ancient ruins and caves the hardest part is not the traps and formations inside, but the unscrupulous individuals lurking within, waiting to kill and take treasures." "Understood." This time Yuing Shu sincerely bowed. For a disciple, having a master who could withstand the sect's pressure to eliminate an entire branch was already very reliable. However, soon after she lost her serious demeanor, and the image she had built up in front of her disciple crumbled. Su Weidao stretched lazily, openly violating the rule prohibiting technological products in the secret realm, pulling out her phone to check the time, and then striding toward the exit of Kangming City. "What's wrong?" Yuing Shu asked in confusion. "It's almost midnight. I have to hurry and clear my physical state since there's no signal in here." Su Weidao didn't look back, showing no elder's authority. Yuing Shu was even more confused. Bai Xiaoxue grabbed her junior sister's hand and exclaimed, "Oh no, let's go." The New Year's Eve dinner. We need to grab a good spot. Master Su is truly kind-hearted. Since joining her sect, I have escaped peril many times solely through her intervention. Bai Xiaoshu gently linked arms with the young woman as they entered the grand hall of Kangmang City, her voice clear and melodious. The hall, normally austere and reserved for elders' deliberations, had been magically expanded beyond sight, its vast expanse filled with orderly rows of low tables and meditation cushions. The disciples sat freely amid a sea of murmuring heads. A soft, ceaseless murmur filled the entire hall. Yu Yingshu's arm remained tightly clasped within his senior sister's embrace, his thoughts scattered, torn between instinctively pressing closer and sensing futility in the gesture. Half distracted, he replied at random, "But Master never intervenes in affairs. How exactly does one rely on her? Does she teach life-saving techniques?" In moments of crisis, merely invoking her title, Su Weidao, the frost-crystallizing immortal of Kangmang City, Dieter's many petty villains. Bai Xiaoxue spoke with quiet pride. Should any disciple suffer harm, Master conducts a thorough investigation, and then exacts bloody retribution upon the offending faction. This. Yu Yingshu struggled for words. An extra safeguard was surely welcome, but something felt oddly hollow about it. Though Master has only reached the spirit-refining realm, and thus lacks overwhelming strength, she remains formidable enough to dissuade most factions from provocation. Neither righteous nor demonic sects wish to entangle themselves with such an unbound, rule-defying cultivator. Once they learn we are her disciples, room for negotiation usually remains. As Bai Xiaoxue explained, she pursed her lips and faintly furrowed her brow. Yet ever since I joined her sect, my senior brothers and sisters have one by one. During Lunar New Year we once gathered over a dozen. Now only the two of us remain. Yu Yingshu suddenly recalled the inexplicable persistent injuries to his leg whenever he ventured out with senior sister Bai. She's a celestial harbinger of solitude. I love it. While others perish, we merely lose a leg. Proof positive that senior sister Bai and I are destined soulmates. Still chattering. Hurry and take your seats. The ceremony begins soon. Shangguan Exine scolded them sharply, then strode off without waiting for reply. Her stern expression so severe that had she wielded a ceremonial whisk, she would have been the spitting image of Feng Ban. Yu Yingshu shivered involuntarily. Shangguan's senior sister was fundamentally kind, yet her discipline was unbending. Should she evolve into Feng Ban's likeness? Ugh, unthinkable. So, where should they sit? The young woman rose onto her toes, scanning the hall, and instantly spotted her big brother waving frantically from the farthest corner. Let's go there. She tugged Bai Xiaoxue along. Not for Wen Dongyang, not at all, but for Chun-Li, his junior disciple seated beside him. It had been ages as she wondered how he fared. Besides, this spot offered excellent vantage. Bai Xiaoxue frowned in confusion. Why sit at the very back? Let's move forward. What advantage lies in the front row? You'll behold the sect master and elders up close. Surely that suffices? Are you a dog? So eager to lick your master's hand? Nothing worth gazing at. Come on, let's go. Yu Yingshu dragged Bai Xiaoxue down, settling cross-legged before tapping fists with Wen Dongyang beside her, then calling across him to Chun-Li, "Hey, how have you been lately?" The junior disciple bore dark circles, likely from excessive cultivation. He hadn't yet broken through the chi condensation realm, still risking expulsion from Kangmang City. If necessary, she'd lend him aid. Greetings, senior sister Yu. I've reached chi condensation level 7. I believe I meet the requirements for foundation establishment. Lately I've completed studying the foundational architecture logic. Once I establish my foundation and gain mobility, I plan to sit for a certification exam. He lifted his youthful face, awaiting praise. Yu Yingshu understood none of it. Only managing a dry, baffled question. Why study such things? Isn't this also a branch of artificery? I write code, then let the program run autonomously. Feeling misunderstood, Chun-Li awkwardly scratched his head, withdrew a book from his robes, and began reading aloud to himself. The pages brimmed with cryptic lines, a surreal fusion of numerals and English script evoking eldritch Lovecraftian resonance. One glance nearly pulled the young woman into a vortex of hallucination. Then, space grew even tighter. They already sat knee-to-knee upon their cushions, now when Dongyang nearly forced her legs into staggered alignment atop his own. She couldn't even straighten them. Directly ahead loomed a senior brother's broad back. Have you ever experienced paternal affection? Yu Yingshu raised a fist in mock threat. It's too crowded over there. When Dongyang protested pitifully. Meanwhile, Chun-Li, though absorbed in his book, subtly shifted his cushioned half-a-body width away. Yu Yingshu narrowed her eyes. When Dongyang hastily changed subject with something he knew would pique her interest. Oh, by the way, I learned from Master that after the new year, I'm headed to Shangjing City to dismantle a cult of demonic cultivators. Far more thrilling than vampires or werewolves. Want to join me? No. Get lost. The fiercely independent young woman refused without hesitation. Daily sign-in quest failed. Next quest available in 6 days. 5 hours, 22 minutes. What the hell? Her fist crashed down hard. Not only had the sign-in reward vanished, but its bonus attributes disappeared, 3 solid points of raw stat gain gone. When Dong stared dazed and bewildered, if you didn't want to go, why hit me? Oof, ribs feel cracked. Wait, no, not feel cracked, they are? Fortunately, he'd anticipated such scenarios and carried emergency pills. This girl possessed preternatural strength.